how's that? It's like, well, we got technology that kind of mimics that, kind of, sort of. It's like, well, how does the moon work? Well, we kind of made things that kind of, sort of, like, for me, it's 3D. You ever see the 3D crystal images with the portraits inside?
I don't know. Oh, like the solid blocks, but inside is it artwork,
Mm-hmm.
like someone's child or whatever.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I've seen
So
that.
Yeah,
I say that because, like, if you think about it, like on this side, or like you only get one side to see the moon, right? You're on this side, so it's like with the 3D crystal thing, when you're looking at it from the one side that it's meant for you to look at it on, it doesn't matter how far to the right or how far to the left. 180 degrees of that thing almost is pretty much it looking directly at you. It's made to do that, no matter where it is or where
yeah.
you are.
I'm just wondering about the physicality versus projection or some sort of hybrid, or how do you even do that without it being a hologram or something? Because I know that's way out in the weeds and out there saying it's a hologram, but
Yeah, us hologram. Well, I won't say us. Me as a hologrammer, I'll say. Like, it's hard to come across if somebody's not prepared to listen to what you're trying to suggest. It's a hard it's a hard colloquial theory to swallow.
Hey,
But
Elijah, you know what's crazy, right? That holographic theory thing. It makes
mhm,
sense because somebody had to have created the computer and created the program that the environment is running in.
mhm.
So bottom line, there would still need to be a creator, and a flat reality is easier to compensate and compute than a spherical reality, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
how
crazy. I
many
mean,
simulators run on off of spherical geometries? I don't know.
Welcome to Laundry Card. Select an
see,
insert your
this is the
card
shit
into
that
the card.
keeps me up at night.
Insert money into the bill acceptor to the right of the screen.
Okay.
Well, here's one of the things. It's like we've been talking about the things that we don't know about the. We've been talking about the things that we don't know about the moon, but in my opinion, the things that we do know about the moon also say a lot of things, which is that it's on a perfect clock, just like kind of the sun and the moon are, or the sun and
Insert
the
money into
stars
the bill
are.
acceptor
That's
to
one
the
thing
right
to
of the
know. So
screen.
it's like part of the perfect design. Uh,
Insert money into the bill
yeah,
acceptor
that's
to
kind
the
of
right of the
to me.
screen.
That's another thing
Insert
to tie
money
in
into the bill
is
acceptor to the right of the screen.
the
Sorry.
perfection of the sky clock.
Well, the difference between, well,
Insert money into the
actually,
bill acceptor
I'm
to the
not
right
sure
of the
because I
screen.
haven't paid too much attention to stars. But right now, in my ignorance, the one thing I would say is, unlike the stars, the sun and the moon kind of
Insert
do
money
their
into
own
the bill.
thing when it comes to where they become visible and what angle they're at. It's always different, especially
Insert
the
money
moon.
into
The
the bill
moon
acceptor.
seems super sporadic. Just seems like sometimes there's no. The only thing that you can say about it is it comes
Insert
from
money into the
over
bill
there, from the
screen.
east, and it goes over there somewhere to the southwest or the west or wherever the fuck it goes. Because I
Insert
never
money
pay
into the
attention
bill
long enough
acceptor to the
to
right of
see
the screen.
exactly what happens. Like, I've never watched the moon set. It kind of just disappears, actually.
Insert
But I've
money
seen
into the
moon
bill
rises
acceptor to
before.
the right of the screen.
Well, well, I guess we know them enough to the point where we can post-dict, eclipses and all those things. But you're right. There's always this bit of randomness to the system, but at the same time maintaining some crazy amount of precision. So it's beautiful,
Yeah, you're right about that because like even though it might not do the same exact thing or follow some. Well, I mean, obviously there's got to be some kind of pattern, but here's the weird thing, right? So there are these like square Enoch earthers, right? Or whatever. That I like to listen to on Facebook. And they were like, yeah, uh, after the eclipse, not this one. I don't know if they said everyone, but they're like, yeah, after the eclipse, 7 days from then, the moon is gonna jump like I don't know if I can't remember. It was like it could have been 7 degrees, 10 degrees, something that's just a ridiculously um, large difference. And the days leading up, I'm looking at the moon, and I'm like, yeah, there it is. Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. And when the day finally came, the day like the seventh day, it was somewhere else, and I was like, holy shit. Is that supposed to happen on the globe? Is that another debunk right there? It damn sure is.
I've
There's
noticed
nothing
that
that
too.
they can't account for that jump. How? If what that is doing is based on our spin, then how?
I've noticed that too, where the moon will be in the same spot night after night after night, and then boom, it's like hella far away at the same time, the very next night.
That's what it do. I'm not sure that one works. Okay. This one over there. Okay.
Dumb question. And does anyone know if there's anyone that's flown a drone towards the moon and like filmed it to see what happens?
Not that I don't know. That would be awesome.
That's a great idea, but you're supposed to get a clearance to fly drones that high. So I don't know. Try it.
Balloon? I'm gonna attach a phone to a balloon and face it up, and then hopefully try to target the moon with a little air. I don't know. I'm trying to think on the fly.
I've wondered that too. It's like, haven't they ever had airplanes or something at least try to chase the sun or chase the moon or something? Is it like the horizon where you get there and it's not there anymore and it's somewhere else?
Yeah, like if it goes further away from you. Yeah, those are the kind of questions that seems like we could at least do a test flight to see what happens with super low tech. But yeah, maybe that will answer some questions.
Yeah, because what if you do that and you get all the way up there and it just disappears because it's only meant to be projected down towards the surface? Like it seems like this well, I guess it depends on if it's daytime or nighttime, but stars have a weird way of acting too when you go high in elevation.
I don't know if I find that I don't know. I don't have any a reference for them. You know, the higher up you go, the things are different. I don't know about that, but I do know that I wondered about it. Like, what since we think that stars are all around us in a heliocentric model, perhaps the stars are just where you see them. Like, obviously they rotate, but I'm saying the portion of the sky that the sun occupies, perhaps there are no stars there, other than the ones that um seem to have a different track from the rest of the stars, like the planets and the moon. But other than those, I don't know. I don't think this, and there's no reason to think that the stars are everywhere. They're just where you see them. But when it comes to the one thing I did see was, I think his name is Dwayne Kellum. And he put up some night shots, and there were stars everywhere. And I was like, oh, okay. So I guess that you can see stars up there in space, because I just assumed that you couldn't, but you can.
Yeah, because most of the time they're showing with the balloons, they're showing it where the near the sun, so it's technically daytime. But it is weird that it's just black. But like I said, that's on the daytime side of Earth.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
weird.
because they're not there. I can't say that, but I mean that's what it appears like. You know.
Yeah, it's like yeah, I don't know.
What's up, Elijah? How you doing?
Yo, Redman, what's up, brother?
Hmm. You know the stars are always in the sky, even when the sun is out.
No, these stars that are occupying the night portion, sure. I don't know that for the part of like the I don't see. There's no reason to think that there are stars in the sky where the sun occupies, like where the sun lights up that portion of the sky that you see. I don't know that stars are there.
Yeah, I give you a cool thought. Then I'm gonna get ready to get myself in bed because I got work in the morning. Take
Okay.
the star app out, and while the sun is out, point it at the sky. You can't see them, but they're still telling you they're right there.
Yeah.
If the star app itself is saying it's still there, they haven't gone anywhere. You can't see them.
Nah, dude, I don't trust the star app.
Yeah, if the star app
Man,
is your standard of proof, then yeah.
what do you mean?
Okay. What,
Like
what's
like
it?
this like stars are definite look okay, let me give you an example, right? Stars are
Yeah.
definitely where they are when you use the star. That's a fact. But when they go away from you and then they start telling you they're negative degrees because they're below you, that's not true, is it?
No, just too far away from where you're at.
Exactly. So
Cool.
what they say isn't exactly. I mean, it ain't all what they say it is.
Yeah, but
Only what I see is what I'll be like. Okay, yeah, you got that. You know what I mean?
yeah. I got you on that. But what I'm saying is, from where your location, where you're at, even when the sun is out, they already charted out the sky. We'll say like the star map. You've seen the star maps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's already plotted where the stars are. If you take let's say around about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, once the stars, once the sun is set and the stars start appearing, now
Mm-hmm.
it's you can see the stars. I'm like, okay, take
Cause
a
they
step back.
moving, cause they coming towards you. Cause
Uh,
they spinning around to your location.
yeah, yeah. But
But
if the app,
yeah, but it isn't. I mean, they can't have just been there because when we do see stars at night, they're moving. So once they move and then the sun comes out, they're somewhere else. Now the app might tell you, yeah, there's stars there too. How do we know?
yeah, yeah.
Are those the stars that um I don't know. I don't know.
No, no, I'm not picking your brain. I'm gonna give you something to think about. It's like the sun and the moon. It makes its own pattern. The stars make their own pattern outside of the moon and the sun, right?
Hmm. Yes.
Just something to think about. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe for the audience, you know, all of us, just think about it. The sun goes across, and once the sun is gone, the stars appear. But you could take the same star app, it's already mapped out. The sky is mapped out, and you can see where everything is going to be. And if they say, "Oh, we predict where this is going to be," no, it's already mapped out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Hmm.
they're likely always there, like you're saying. I'm just
Yeah.
But
wondering
if they're always
if they're
there,
lit up.
then where are they at night? Not there?
What do you
Like
mean?
at night, the stars that are there are occupying somebody's nighttime sky. They can't stay there during the day too. They're moving. So the portion that the sun occupies, we don't know what's up there. We just know that when
Oh,
it's nighttime, that's when we see stars. And those stars move. They move from east to west. So when they've gone from east to west and then the sun comes up, those stars that have went west can't still be in your daytime sky. So the daytime sky that I see that's not full of any stars, perhaps there are no stars there.
mm,
Or perhaps they're not energized because the sun's using all the energy or something.
But how did
I
Maybe
wouldn't.
they're there.
but
I
why
wouldn't even
make
say
that
that.
inference like no one's ever seen other than Venus, other than maybe a comet during dawn or dusk, like comet Neowise. No one's ever seen stars during the day, nor have they seen them when you send high altitude balloons up during when the sun is in that portion of the sky. But you do see them at nighttime, even when you send balloons up. So I'm just trying, like, do you see how we can't possibly know that they are there where we can't see them? Like, there's no reason to make that inference.
Oh, well, this is what I'm giving you. Only star that is brighter than the sun, no other, just the sun, right?
Not that it's a
If
star, but yeah.
that's what you call it. That's what they call it, sun star.
Hmm.
It's the same thing. Like they say, what the sun is what's out there. Okay, anything closer or brighter than that? No.
Nope.
So just things I think about.
I do wonder
Mhm.
what's happening when they send a balloon up on the daytime side of Earth, and when it gets way up there, it's black up there.
Mm.
I mean,
You know what? I got a foot.
that leads you to believe, oh, well, NASA got one part right. You can't see you can't see the stars probably because of the sun or people make up other reasons. Well, the angle, is in such a way that you can't really see the stars and yada yada yada. And okay, but again, it's just to me it's just very to me it's easy. It's like you can't see them when you send high altitude balloons up during the day, even though the sky is pitch black. But you can see them during the night. Like I don't know you like you can say, well, the sun's light is so brilliant that you can't see them. Well, then why would you ever say they're there? No one's ever seen them. Like if that's like just behind the logic of you can't see them because the sun's too bright. Well, why would you think they're there in the first place?
Because they already mapped it out. But I'm gonna go back to that. You see this photo I just put in there?
Hold on.
I got a video of that too.
Oh hell yeah,
Okay, so I was
that's my
sitting in my
favorite
garage.
turbulent flow.
Yeah. I was sitting in my garage and I was smoking a cig, and the light was coming in. You know, when you're smoking a cig, smoke goes everywhere, but it just looks weird. Far as only thing that's caught is when the light hits the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Get little short, little 27 seconds. But only reason why you can see the smoke then is when the light hits it and it's coming in a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the smoke coming in. If the sky is already mapped out, the stars are they're gonna be there regardless of anything else. The stars map the sky. The sun itself tells the time for us, you know, man-made, worked around the sun and all that. You know what I mean? You know, I come
But
I
the
come
but
in with
the
a
but
little bit
the
different.
wait a minute. The star
Yeah,
map is like hemispherical,
yeah,
so you can only see one half of it. The other half is the sun, the daytime, where there are no stars. But you can see the map of them, but only the portion that you can see at night.
right.
It's not like
So
they mapped out the day and the night. Like
no. I'm gonna give you a thought. When you see the star maps, you've seen them before, right?
yeah, I'm looking at some now.
Okay, cool. Where in the star map have you ever seen the sun? In the star map.
You're not because they only show you one portion. They don't show you the whole. They don't show you the stars. They only show you one half
I
at a
know.
time.
Now I seen the star map of the northern end, the equator, whatever, and then I seen the star map of the south portion.
Hmm.
None of those star maps never see a sun or a moon. Nothing. Only the stars. Something to think about there.
Yeah, the stars could definitely be there. We just can't see them for some reason, phenomena
Yeah,
wise.
it's
But
yeah,
why?
yeah, but that's
The
cool.
only question is why think that?
Hold on a sec. Hold on
Yeah,
a sec.
exactly.
I
You're
got
assuming
it.
that.
I got it maybe here. What if, okay, and y'all know what I feel about if, but what if they're projections from the ground and that's why the higher we go, the less we
What?
See, but that's a misconception. The higher we go,
Hold on.
then it's not.
Well, the
Oh, my
reason I
bad.
bring
I
it up.
thought you were-
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I guess what I mean is high altitude balloon footage. You know, fisheye or regular. We don't see any stars, and we're
Yeah,
pretty
we
high
do.
up. Where?
That's what I'm.
When? Oh, okay.
Dwayne,
During the
Show it. I'm
daytime.
sorry.
During
we
the
were just
daytime.
speaking about it. Yeah, Dwayne
Oh,
Kellum. No,
okay.
not during. Look, this is the point that I was making, right? So I said earlier, um, hey, why make the inference that the stars are in the portion of the sky that the sun occupies? Because when you send high altitude footage up during the daytime, in the portion of the sky that you see, even though it's black, has no stars. But when you send it up at night, where the sun is not occupying, all of the stars are out.
Got it. So is the sunlight drowning out the starlight? Is that just like all
No,
over the place?
I'm saying, why make the inference that there is no 360-degree sphere for them to be there, there's no reason for them to be everywhere. The sky moves, the stars move with, well, the stars appear to move, and so does the sun. So I have the stars above me at night right now. They're moving from the east to the west. When they're gone, when the sun comes around, those stars are over there somewhere. So when I'm looking at the sun, what stars are there when all of the stars during the nighttime, and anyone who can see the stars at night, that those are accounted for. But what about the stars that are supposed to be in the daylight sky? Because they're all moving east to west. So
Right.
when the sun's moving east to west, so are the stars, supposedly. But if that's the inference you're going to make, well, you never have seen them because they're always going to be moving in the daytime sky.
Well, it wouldn't be an
Mm.
inference if we seen it, right? So it is
No,
logical.
because listen, you'd be inferring what you're seeing during the day, even though you can't see it. It'd be assuming, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I guess the question is, if it's the sunlight drowning out the starlight, then how come on the high
No, it's
altitude
not.
balloon
No,
it's black?
no,
I don't think
I
it is.
guess
I
it's
think it's
not.
the exciting of
it's still
nitrogen and
on
neon and all
purpose.
that stuff. I think it's the way the electromagnetics of day and night work. That's why I think the sky lights up and we can't see stars anymore. That's what I think. It's gases being excited. You know.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Are you saying it's like a massive neon sign?
Wait. I'll give you my picture, way I see it.
Okay.
Not you. I'm talking to Elijah.
Okay.
If nothing ever changed in the sky, we'll just say like the Big Dipper. When you see it, it's never out of proportion. It's
Are you
always
saying
in the
that?
same
Are you?
proportion.
I'm a city boy, so I don't. When you look at the Big Dipper,
Yeah.
what? It's just there. It's a portion. Wait, hold on. So stars. Well, planets move. Stars move too, right? We're we're all, unless I missed something. So the stars move. So the Big Dipper also moves. Or are you saying the Big Dipper is stationary, and when the sun moves, you can see the Big Dipper? Like, is
No,
that
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying?
no, no, not at all. We'll just say,
So
like,
which one is it?
we'll say in the sky, the Big Dipper, the proportion of how it sits, it's never changed.
And all of its proportionality, it moves together, right?
Yes, and lockstep.
Right. So when the Big Dipper moves and the sun comes out, is the Big Dipper still there?
It's still there.
Bruh. No,
No,
it's not. It's above somebody else in their nighttime sky.
I understand what you're saying. What you
Hmm.
give it like
Strike one.
we're not talking to you.
Oh, I know
Definitely
you
not.
aren't. Go ahead.
You're
No, go
definitely
ahead.
not
Go
ready.
right ahead. No. Shh. Go ahead. It's your turn.
No. Just shut
That
up.
was good. Just shut up.
Yeah,
This is
come on,
where it
y'all.
goes. This is where it goes. The sun and the stars, they're not moving together. We already
Hmm.
know that.
That's true.
So just think of it like a blanket. The blanket is set. Doesn't matter. The graffiti on the blanket itself,
Mm.
it's going at one portion in the sky. We're saying that Big Dipper is going in one portion of the sky, and I can say 6 months ago, I could walk out of my garage, stand on the my pad right here, and look up in the sky, and I could see Orion's belt every day like clockwork. 6 months later, I'm like, where in the world is it at? And I
Hmm.
turn around, I look to the south, I can see it there, clockwork now.
Hmm.
So it
But is
if
the sun there too?
no, this is
Oh,
nighttime.
right. It's
You can't
that's
you
what
can't see it in
the point.
daytime.
But that's what
Welcome to
I'm
the
saying.
conversation.
Like the
Yeah.
stars that
Shut up.
we see them in the nighttime portion of the blanketed sky.
Yeah. So show me anything brighter than the sun.
Why?
Why not?
What does it have to
Maybe
do with anything?
like the moon itself. When the moon is in full, it's hard. It's hard to like get my camera out there, take pictures of the stars. Can't do it because it drowns it out.
Okay, that's fine. The light drowns out lesser light. True. But still,
Mm.
this inference that you're making, you're not telling me why it makes sense when you can't see the stars in the daytime sky. Now you're saying that, okay, the Big Dipper is in one place in my nighttime sky, then 6 months later, it's somewhere else in my nighttime sky. But you're not saying it's just completely gone from my nighttime sky. I could feel that because then I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's in the portion of the sky where the sun is at. That's where the stars go. The stars where we're like, well, why the fuck can't nobody on Earth see them? Because it's in the sun's track, right? But that's not
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying. You're just saying it's in a
But
different position.
oh, okay. You said sun track. The sun runs its
Mhm.
own track versus the stars.
We established that,
Think,
yes.
yeah. Like a blanket. The blanket's running its own track, and the sun is running its own track.
Hmm.
They're not running at the same speed.
Hmm.
You know. So when the sun comes out, yes, I've never seen anything else brighter than the sun. Nobody has.
Well, I
When the
mean,
moon comes out,
uh,
hmm?
the sun takes, I mean, how many hours to go from east to west, and then you look at the stars, they take roughly what do they? I, do they go slower? I mean, what I
I think the road's slower in the sky versus the sun because
then things would be. I don't know. I gotta make my own observations. I don't even know what I'm.
man, get the hell out of the city, man. Get to the country, buy your house, get to the country, get the hell out of the city. Come on, bro.
Amen.
That's true.
No, not doggy down on you or anything like that. Get to the country. I'm trying to get further into the country as far as I want at least 5 more acres. No neighbors. I'm good.
You've never
Oh,
seen the sky
let me
unless
post
you've seen it in darkness.
that the Dwayne Kellum video.
If you're near a 10,000 lights, you're not going to see the sky the way you're meant to see it. You got to go out into the country. No
You
ambient
know,
light.
you know what else I asked myself? I asked myself, did I cut you off? I kind of did. I don't know if you were.
No. You're good. You're good.
So I said, hmm. Well, they say because of the city lights and the ambient lights that you can't see the stars. Or maybe that's a misconception that I had because I still see some stars. I just don't see a lot.
Oh
And that
yeah,
made me
it's way.
and that and that made me think, hold on, is it the geographical location or is it the light? I would love
It's
to
the
have
light.
another I would love to have another blackout because I asked my friend Gregory one day, because we were going back and forth on this. And he said when I had a blackout, I could see the stars much better. I said, yeah, but were there more of them, or do you think that those were just the stars that were kind of hard to see? And he said the latter, kind of hard to see, but they look like the stars that were there. It's just they're easier to see. Right. I can see stars too. There's just not a lot of them. So if I were to have a blackout, they would be more prominent, but what if there are not that many stars, bro? Like, because the problem is on a globe, they're supposed to be everywhere. There's supposed to be billions of them at any given time when there's night. So, what if there was a blackout where I live and I can only see the stars that I can see at night? Now, they're very faint, but if it wasn't for the ambient light, I might be able to see a few more and I might be able to see them more prominently. But would my entire sky fill up like there were billions of stars up there? Because if not, I mean, that's a pretty big fucking find. They're supposed to be everywhere. There's not supposed to be a couple sprinkled here and there. I don't
Hold
think
on, who
y'all
makes
feel what
the
I'm saying.
claim?
I don't think y'all feel what I'm
No,
saying.
I hear what you're saying. I hear you, man. I guess when you say they say, are you talking about those who? Are you talking about the narrative? Or are you talking about verifiable?
The narrative.
Because that sounds like just the heliocentric claim, the billions and billions.
Exactly. Even okay, so maybe forget about well, how else would you okay. I'm just saying, like when you're in the country and you can see the the Big Dipper, like all of the stars, and it's like super, like the stars fill up the sky. What I'm saying is, they say you can't see that many stars in the cities because of the light. What if that's not true? What if even in a blackout, there's still fewer stars than other places? Because I would assume there may not be the same density of stars, but it should still be a lot, not a few here and there. You get what I'm saying?
I got to ask you a couple questions. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Have you like been born and raised in New York City?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever left the city?
Yes.
Okay. Because I had a friend of mine from Jersey, and he was born and raised there too, but he like never made it out of the city. So he came out my direction. I was in Colorado at the time. It was a whole new world for him. But all that to say,
Wait, hold
like
on,
I've
brother,
lived in a city
because I'm
that was
hanging.
big and it had.
Hold on, brother, I'm hanging on every word. But you're kind of roboting a little bit. Could you like come out and come back in, or
Is the audio terrible?
yeah, a little bit.
All right, let me try it. I'll come back.
All right. But I'm definitely interested in what he's saying right now. I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't know. I'm just saying. You do you guys feel what I'm saying? Like I just assume that the stars look as dense everywhere, but but it doesn't look like that here only because of the ambient light. But if
I
it's the case that if
100%
there
agree
was a
with you.
yeah.
You're right on track. And if you've ever seen the sky from the country versus the city, uh, personally, I've lived in many cities and many rural areas, but the sky is colorful. It's bright. It's got all kinds of stars, stars you'd never see if you were anywhere near ambient light, like in the city. It just drowns it out. And you're not wrong.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is the ambient light drowning out the stars that I can't see, or are there just not that many stars above or around my geographical location?
No, it's the ambient light. There are more stars than you even know.
No, I
You,
I know that, but I still it's a good question because I can see the stars
yeah,
from
it's
here,
very
right?
logical and it's
I can
scientific, and you're smart for asking the question. But ultimately, there are tons and tons of things in the sky that you cannot see when you're in the city.
so
Plain and simple.
somebody somewhere would have, right? Because this would be a rare event. Somebody somewhere would be talking about how many stars there are versus during a blackout in a city versus when the lights are on. Because here's the thing. I know that there's a difference. I know that they're harder to see. The ones that are there, harder to see. But I can see that some are there. Now, am I to believe that if all of the lights were turned off, that the whole sky would be full of them the way they are everywhere else? Or would the ones that I see just be more prominent and that's it? That's my question. Someone somewhere else should have answered this question. I should be able to Google it and find someone else who's already asked this question. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, everybody has the assumption that, yeah, sure, you can't. That's what we've been told our whole life. You can't see the stars at night because of the city and blah 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 blah. But what if geographical locations have like what if the cities are where they are for a reason? Like
That's a mind fuck.
what if there's a rhyme or reason to where the cities are built?
So you think people built cities where it was harder to see stars?
Or maybe
Potentially?
where there seemed to be less of I don't I wish there was well the last blackout was kind of bad. People's
Well,
food went,
it,
but I wish I was around for a blackout in a city so that I could just see.
Elijah, can I say something on this just really quick, and hopefully I won't make it
Hell
too
yeah, man.
long-winded. All right, cool. So when it comes to viewing stars from Earth, they don't view them optically. They use vast radar telescope. They call them telescopes, but they're radar arrays that they get information from. They they're listening to microwaves, energy that they receive. They don't. Do you think they zoom in on these stars and actually tell you what they are and how far away they are? Yeah, that's ridiculous.
According to their
That's not how
own.
they view stars. That's no according to their information. Do you want some information on that? I can show it to you.
I was going to say
But
something
how is
else,
that
but
relevant to? Sure, go ahead.
Well, it's
since
relevant to like inside our solar system, compared to planets. It's much different. Go ahead.
since the creation of the first radar telescope, there has not been enough time elapsed for a signal to go out into deep space and bounce off a star and that's assuming they're not black body
That's why I said
objects.
the radar telescopes are
And come
receiving
back.
information, and
It'll be
then
1,000 years before we could ever even
okay,
theoretically confirm a distance to a star. So
okay,
anybody who claims that they have measured a distance to a star is just inferring based on some assumption.
all right, cool. Then you agree with me then. So okay,
Yeah,
Well, how's that? Okay.
more or less.
Why would you guys bring it to the heliocentric model? Or
Well, Helio, I don't know. He
no, it's good. I just was listening, and I just wanted to point that out. So to make it. I mean, it's like nobody has a telescope that's going to see a star or a galaxy or
let's review.
a nebula or something. Hundreds of trillions of miles away. That's insane.
But it's not a
Let-
measurement, it's an inference based
So
on
let's
assumption.
so let's review. I had asked, how do we know that the stars are where we can't see them? Which would be the space of the sky, the 180 degrees that the sun occupies, right? That's all I asked.
Yeah,
How do we know
yeah. I
that
mean,
there's stars up there in the same space? Because we don't ever see them. And then someone said, well, when you do high altitude footage, you can't see the stars either. I said, that's not true. You can only not see it when you send it up into the daytime portion of the sky. But when it's nighttime, you can see a fuck ton of them.
well, check this out, man. You're going to have to consider the zodiac at this point. If you're actually going to know what you're going to be able to see at certain times, because of course the sun is going to wash it out at certain times.
No,
But
see,
yeah, that's where the
you're
zodiac
assuming
comes
the same thing everyone else is assuming.
NASA
in. I mean, it's the
astronauts couldn't
same
even agree
patterns.
on
That's
whether or
why
not they
that's why
could see
the
the stars.
zodiac exists.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is like just the light washing out the light. No, the zodiac is fully visible in the nighttime portion of the sky where it's at, not next to the daytime portion,
It's just constellations.
which are visible at night.
Right.
Like, what am I
Yeah.
retarded or something? Like,
No,
No,
the
I agree.
sun, the sun and the moon are different. As far as we know, in English and a lot of other people's traditions, in modern tradition, the sun and moon are just there for times and seasons. They're portions of the clock, the clock that's moving above us.
portions. Wait, hold up. Thank you. Portion. So the portion of it so it's a portion of the sky that the stars fill, and then there's a portion of the sky that the sun fills, and there's no reason to make inferences that stars are there too.
Well, I beg to differ. I mean, a lot of people want to discount astrology, but I
No, no,
I,
no, no,
I
no,
think
no, no,
there's
no.
something
Wait.
there.
So what am I missing? What am I missing then? What am I missing about astrology? Because if we were talking about astrology from a daytime perspective, we would never be talking about it. So I know you're talking about astrology based on seeing stars at nighttime. So are you
No,
saying? So
you
are you
can't see
saying?
stars during the
So are you
daytime because the
saying?
lights,
So are you
too
saying
bright.
that sometimes the zodiacs move into the portion of the sky that the daytime occupies, so much so that no one can see it at that time?
No, I'm talking about it's the same pattern over and over
Can I
throughout
just
human
summarize?
history.
So that's
Hold on.
non sequitur then. That's
Yeah.
non sequitur to my point then.
Helio,
Okay, cool.
it's
My
it's really
bad.
easy. This is I've been listening to this. He's asking a really easy question basically. Can you tell me the path the stars take at day and night? Would you be able to draw it out? Because you can only see it at night. So where do they go during the daytime? Would you be able to tell me?
That's also non sequitur. What the hell are you
No,
talking?
it's he's talking about the movement of the stars. Would you be able to tell me this star is going to be here during the day?
Sure, you can predict where the constellation you viewed last night will be the next day. You know,
No,
I mean,
I'm
it's
talking
not
about during the day. I'm not talking about at night. I'm talking during the day.
okay.
Would you be able to point
Sure.
out a star and tell me the star is right here and we can see it?
If you made a model, you could do that. I can do that on my phone. I have a freaking
Yeah,
app
but
on my
you
phone
can't
where I
see
can
the
point out
star.
it.
You can't.
Of course, I
That's
can't
the point.
see it because there's too much light.
Right. So how do you
It's
know
just
the star is
ridiculous,
actually
man.
there during the daytime?
Thank you. Like, yes, but you're saying you can't see it because the sun's too bright. No, the stars went right, and then the sun came from the left.
Right.
The stars didn't stay there. The
How would you
stars
know if the
went
stars
to
moved or
someone
not?
else's, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you can't see something, how do you know it's there? Basically.
And it's worse than that because we see them go the other way. Like they're going over there when the sun is coming over here. Like we see them leaving. So if they're leaving, which stars are going to be coming towards me during the day? Like I don't why does everyone think that what stars are washed out? So you're basically saying that there are times where you just can't see some stars anywhere on Earth because they're where the daytime sky is.
I'll
And if
tell
that's
you
the
why.
case,
I'll tell you
tell
why,
me
Elijah. I'll tell you
let
why.
me know if I'm
Go ahead.
ignorant then if that's the case. Let me know.
Okay, I'll tell you why. It's like when you see a constellation and then it moves through months, which is moon cycles, right? Which you know they. Oh, all right. So you're exasperated. You're this is a. You're going to see the same constellation or stars the next night, but it's going to be moving a little bit further. I mean, this is how years are invented, right? I mean, this is where years come from. Why
No,
is this so
I know
confusing?
Helio. I know Helio, but at what point do they disappear completely because the sun is washing them out?
Appear and
Because you
disappear.
can't see them because the sky is blue.
No, I said when. When does that happen?
It happens when they're too. Yeah, I think the sun and moon are a lot closer to the Earth
Bruh,
than the
just
stars
answer the
are.
question. Just answer the question about the light being washed out by the sun. When does this happen?
At what point? I mean, so have you ever seen a sunrise or a sunset? Yeah, I mean, so you
Okay,
can.
so what is happening to the stars when the sun is coming up? They're just staying there?
Yes, you can't see them anymore because there's too much light.
Oh, okay.
Like when the
So
sun
the stars,
rises,
so the
sunset. I
stars don't
mean,
move east. So the stars don't move east to west. Then they
no,
just
they're
stay
still
there.
moving. You're like the sun and moon are moving closer to where you are, and they're much lower in altitude, and so yeah, it washes out. Yeah, I mean, come on, man, this ain't that
So
hard.
so they wash out and they also leave.
No, they don't leave.
Coincidentally,
You just can't see them.
They're at different speeds too.
but they're not there anymore, though,
Are you sure about
because
that?
they're so. Okay, so hold on. So when the stars are in my daytime sky, because I can't see them because of the sun's light, right? Where are the stars at night for someone else? Are they just in my sky? So the people everywhere else at night, they don't have stars, right? Because they stay with me all day long.
Can you all hear me, or do I need to? Is this no good?
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
It's good enough.
All right. So let's look at this from a different perspective because I know what you're asking. But let's look at it from the creator downward. All right. So if he in Genesis says that he made day and night, and then of course he made a greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night, and then the stars for signs and for seasons, then perhaps his entire goal was to keep a very perfectly, year-round timepiece to give everybody an indication of where they were and what time of the year planting, harvesting, all that stuff for that particular region on the Earth. Whether or not we can see them during the day does not matter because we need to know where we're at in the year. Now, are they there or are they not? I mean, if you can't see them, you just go ahead and say to yourself, well, I guess maybe they're not there, or maybe it's not important that I know that they're there, even though the timepiece still works exactly the way it's supposed to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm not saying the stars aren't there. The stars are somewhere else being viewed by someone at nighttime when the sun is over your
Correct.
head in daytime.
Correct.
The stars aren't still above my head when the sun comes around because they're above someone else's head at night where they're at.
Correct.
So there's no
No, the
reason.
stars are still
No.
there. You
There's no
just can't
reason.
see them, Elijah. You can't see them.
That is, yeah, I either I'm retarded or you're retarded, but one of us has got to be retarded. That's just a fact.
Well, how about in the pattern you can predict where the stars would be in the cycle if you could see them when they appear. When the sun goes down, they're exactly in the same place where you might predict them to be based on thousands of years of cycles of the same stars moving over and over. And this is where the constellations come from. That's why they call them constellations, because they're constant.
This is the
Helio.
red.
I just wanted to say that's the false
But
dichotomy. You both might be retarded.
Maybe we both are. I guess I don't know, but
There's an easier
it just
question
doesn't
then, though.
make
How
any
did you
sense.
figure out the
Like,
star was there at night or during the daytime if no one's ever seen it?
that
Okay,
was a good point, Hank.
That's relying on an
I don't
assumption.
mean to be a dick, but I'm just trying.
maybe Hank and a couple of others can weigh in for a little while. Like
Well,
maybe
I'm just asking Helio, how does he know the star is there during the daytime if no one's ever observed it to be there?
when hold up, wait, no, Helio, slow down, quiet your brain, and let me restate what he said.
Okay.
How do you know that the stars are there when you point up towards the sun in the 180-degree, like say it's 12 o'clock during the day, and you have a 180-degree arc from east to west, right? Right? That whole sky, that's daytime, the stars aren't there because they're being viewed by someone in the south at that time. So they're there, but they're over there.
That's absolutely not true, though, because someone in the south is observing
Or
some
the
other
further west,
anomaly. They're looking
or
at
the
some
west.
other anomaly during the night. They have
Are
different
they?
constellations in the south. So why are you saying that they're going to see Orion same time? 12 hours later after Orion disappears for us. That's ridiculous.
Okay. However, okay, the west then. So when who let's see. Okay, when the sun is coming up for me, what about the stars Jose sees on the west coast? Won't those stars come around and I see them the next day? Those stars. Me and Jose, we're on the same track. We're both in the north. It goes west. Jose sees them. I can't see them because it's daytime. Or are they up there for him and up there for me too?
6 months later, right?
No, like
No, the same day,
tonight.
12 hours later, or
Tonight, I'm
5
looking at
hours later, right?
I'm looking at whatever the fuck star that is up there that I'm looking at. Right?
Well, it's like when you have sunrise.
Hold on. Okay, fast forward a few hours.
Too easy,
Now
man.
it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Now it's daytime. The stars that were overhead, they've went west. Guess where? Above or around where Jose can see them on the west coast. I'm on the east coast, he's on the west coast. So now he can see the stars that I was just looking at. But they're not overhead anymore because they're over there. So they're not occupying the same space as the sun is because they're in someone else's nighttime sky. I'm going bonkers just having this
No,
conversation.
I get that, and it's the same question. I get what you're going, where you're getting at. Like with the phases of the moon, everyone on Earth and in the
Oh my God.
entire. Hold on, don't. Everyone on Earth experiences the moon in a certain phase. It's not like people on the other side of
No,
Earth
Jose
experience.
can't see the moon the same time I can see it. He can't
I
see the
didn't say that.
sun the
I'm
same.
talking about the phases, 24-hour cycle, or
But what does that
approximately.
have to do with my point? Is the question. Why do you keep bringing up things that have nothing to do with the one thing that I'm saying that I think makes sense? I'm waiting for someone to say no. Now you started to make sense when you're like, well, the South they have a whole different star thing,
Well,
and
sure, okay.
I'm like,
Well,
yeah,
sure. I
but
mean,
what
as
about the
far
track
as
that me and
all right.
Jose is on?
Well, how about the calendars, right? I mean, the constellations
Yo, I'm
are
not.
built
What?
off
Look,
the
I'm
calendar,
not.
right?
What does that have to do with anything?
So what do you say then? I mean, what's the star? What are the stars? What are they?
Hank, have you heard what I've been talking about this whole time?
Oh, you're talking about the
Yeah,
stars.
yeah. The thing is that okay, there's 3 different time periods between a solar, a lunar, and a sidereal day, right? So
Mm-hmm.
what's going on is that okay, so someone's in Florida, right, and then someone's in let's say South California, Southern California, right? They're going to see the exact same thing almost perfectly because during that time they're going to see the same constellations except for the moon may be slightly lapped or the sidereal day might be slightly lapped by like I don't know, like not very much. Like so it's going to be almost the exact same picture if they take a picture of the night sky. And that darkness goes around the earth once every 24 hours roughly, well exactly 24 hours for the sun. And then the moon is a little slower, I think, and the sidereal day is a little faster. And that's what causes the precession of the equinox, I think. Because it's
Well, I
precessing.
wouldn't say that completely, but yeah, the stars,
Sorry, I
move
meant to say
over a year.
seasons. I meant to say
The
seasons,
seasons.
not the precession of the equinox.
Well, precession of the equinox. Yeah, I mean that's 26,000 years, according to some claims. But yeah, so the
Okay.
pattern of the stars take a year. The sun and moon uh, is over, like the
Okay,
sun
Hank.
moves 24
This
hours
is my
and
question.
the moon moves
Okay, Hank.
in a
This is my question.
pattern.
My question is, what stars aren't visible because the sun's washing them out?
Um, the stars in between sunrise to sunset, and that depends on what month you're in. Right. For
Hold
example,
on.
we don't see um, Orion during what is it like June, July, May, June, July, something like that. Like it's not visible.
It's not visible anywhere.
Well, it's not visible where I live. I can't say for anywhere.
That's what I'm asking. Where are there where are there stars that we know of that are invisible for everyone everywhere at some times because they occupy the sun sky?
I think that would be what I'm talking about. It's Orion and Pleiades is like right next to them. So those stars right there, you can't see them year round because I love looking at the
Orion's
Pleiades.
not a star.
Well, those stars is what I'm talking about. Those stars are not visible. And Orion has the brightest star in the night sky.
Andromeda.
So
I think it's in the middle of the belt of Orion, right? Isn't that Andromeda? Andromeda,
I
correct?
don't know.
10 points for useless fact.
Yeah, no, and that's not even correct. It's Sirius is the brightest thing or the most intense light, and
Yeah,
it's underneath his belt points to Sirius.
So I
100
just really
points for
don't have
correct.
any idea why this makes a difference. Well, it was just like when the sun washes out the sky and it's blue sky and we can't see the stars anymore, then where are they? And I mean, they're still there because they're going to reappear in
Well,
in the circular pattern that they've always been in for thousands of years. I mean, what's the question? I just really don't get it.
The question is, how do you know it's circular if you didn't even see it during the daytime?
Well, I mean, it's
Because you're only looking at half the circle, and you're saying it's making a full circle this whole time.
well, as far as what we see, it's
yeah, but we don't see it. That's the problem. We don't see it during the daytime. So he's asking, how do we know it's a full circle?
Why would you expect
if we're
to
only
see it?
observing half the circle?
Well, why would you expect to see it? You answer that question.
Yeah, I'm not saying you expect to see it, but all of this is an assumption. Now, it's a logical assumption, right? Because you would say that, well, if it's a half circle,
because it's been happening for
it makes a full
for
circle and you can
recorded
observe the
human
cycle.
history. Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
it's been happening
I said
for
that, right?
recorded
I
human
agree
history.
with that.
Yeah, okay, cool.
But
I
for
agree
us,
with it
it's
too.
still an assumption. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't have to presume that I'm going to see it at nighttime, and then I won't be
Helio,
able to see it during daytime.
Helio, you missed what I said.
Okay, my bad.
It's still an assumption that we think the stars are exactly where they are during the daytime.
Well, I agree with that. Go ahead.
It's a logical assumption, and it makes sense, but it's still an assumption.
Well, what if after thousands of years, if I, which I can't live for 1,000 years, if I assume that the stars are going to appear in the same pattern, every single day, every single year, then that's illogical to assume that after it's been, recorded throughout human history. That's illogical. Okay.
That's not what I said.
It's never been recorded to change.
No, it's never been recorded as a change.
So okay, wait. So Orion is the most visible in the evening sky from January to March, winter in the north hemisphere and summer in the south hemisphere. I'm assuming because in January is summer in the south. So they're saying outside of this time you can't really see it. That
no.
That's what we're saying?
Nope. No, you just don't
I'm
understand
reading
it.
Google. What do you mean? What?
You're hung up on seeing is believing, and it doesn't exist if you can't see it.
No.
And there's a perfectly logical explanation for why you cannot see it during the day. It's drowned out by brighter light. Are we divergent on this fact?
No, I know that greater light washes out lesser light, can wash out lesser light. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of inferences we make because of this fact. There are some stars and some planets that overlap between the nighttime sky and the daytime sky, like the three stars that were kind of at dusk like 2 years ago. I can't. There were three planets though. They weren't stars. Like I understand that there are some lights that overlap, but the majority of them. That's what I'm talking about. Like this whole thing started because I began to wonder. Well, I know where most of the stars are at night. They're not where the sun's. They're at night, and then they go west. I've said this already, right? So
I'm not trying to
all
argue
I'm
with
saying
you.
It's okay to repeat
I'm
your
not.
statement, and
I'm not
we're
saying
all
I'm not
here
saying
trying
you are.
to learn. It's all good.
So,
Are you
so I'm just.
equating planets and stars to be the same thing?
What's the difference other than the movement, right? I think the movement is
that is
that
the difference.
some things
Planets are
are
wandering stars.
right. They
And stars
wander
are fixed.
into. They wander closely to some of them, or maybe I don't know. I know that some of them do because I've seen some of them. I don't know about all of them, but some of them you can see at dusk, and I guess at dawn too. But I've only seen at dusk. Those,
Yeah,
but
sure.
but okay, great.
But they're not the
Great. There's no okay, great.
thing
Okay, great. Right.
as
So when we're talking about
stars when the
stars,
stars
so when
appear,
we're
or the
talking about stars, that's what my question is about. It's not about the planets that kind of overlap with the daytime sky sometimes in some aspects.
Well, then I might be a little confused because to me it seems that you've been using planets and them being visible at dawn
I
and dusk
just
as an
started
example
talking
for why
about
stars.
planets. I've been talking about this for like 40 minutes with everyone. This is the first time I brought up planets and the overlap.
So like planets
So you're
are
not
inside.
conflating the two.
Yeah, the wandering stars. The major claim from the globe side would be like they're, we're the third rock from the sun. The only reason we see these planets is because the sun is
No,
lighting.
no, but this is that, but that's just all irrelevant. Oh,
No,
the
it's
point
not.
of the whole, it is irrelevant to what I brought
Mm.
up. If you want to have the conversation that I was having, then it's irrelevant. If you want to have your own conversation, then you could be relevant by yourself.
All right. Well,
The conversation that the
bring me.
conversation that I was having, I was just saying, well, in the heliocentric understand in the heliocentric acceptance, right? The stars are everywhere, right? There are billions and trillions and gazillions of them, and they fill up the entire sky 360 degrees around you. So obviously, when the sun is out, stars are still there because they're everywhere 360 degrees around you. Since we don't live
Are
in
you
that,
trying to
since
are you trying
I,
to make a point?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll
Hold
continue
on.
after
Give
you
me one
ask your
second,
very short
please.
question.
Oh, let Eli finish, please, guys. Please let him finish.
No,
Because
it's
I
very,
want to
very
understand.
brief.
If I interrupted,
I
I
want
didn't want to
to
interrupt him. I want
understand
him to
too, and you're making it
explain
take
to
so
what he was. I want him to explain to me what he was saying before I
yeah,
interrupted.
and
Please.
it's already 5 times longer than if you had just let me ask my question. Is he saying that? See, you fucked it up. Never mind. God
Yeah,
damn it.
go ahead, Eli. Keep.
I mean, you guys both fucked up what I was gonna say. I mean, just take your time and try to remember.
Well, I'm pretty sure I already know what you're going to say, but I want you to say it.
On behalf of both of us, I apologize to you, Elijah.
I mean, we have a story.
In heliocentrism, they're everywhere. In this world where we're like, okay, the things we can see, we can verify. The things that we can't verify. Why the fuck would anyone say that when it's daytime they look up and they're like, yeah, there are stars up there? But what is the reason for saying that if you can't see them? How do you know they're there? As far as I know, most of the stars are just somewhere else in someone else's nighttime sky when you're having daytime. So why would you think?
Right. So you're basically saying that never in human history has anybody ever seen all of the stars at the same time. They only see at most half of them.
I don't know. I didn't say that.
It sounds like you're basically saying nobody's verified that during the daytime the stars are actually there.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, I think they are actually there, but you can't see them.
Right. That's what people. What do you think? There are a billion of them. How many do you think are up there that we can't? Where are
No,
these stars accounted for? What stars are you talking about are up there? Like
talking
because
about the
there's listen.
pattern of the zodiac. We all have. Everyone knows
Okay,
Orion, Dragon, all that kind of
so hold
shit.
on. So tomorrow, when it's daytime for you, what stars are up there that are not visible for other people because they have their own stars, right? So there has to be some stars missing. What stars are those? Because
What's
it's in
the
the
point?
daytime
What's
sky
the
where people
point
can't.
though of
I just
saying,
made the
"Hey,
point. I
somebody
just
over
made
in
the point.
Australia or
I
someone
just
in
made the
Japan
point.
can see"?
But
Okay,
I just made the point, and now
well,
you're saying, what's the point of whatever dumb fuck question you're asking now? I
it's not a
just
dumb
made the
fuck
point.
question, bro. Your question is dumb fuck. Everyone's built calendars and patterns from this for all
What
across the earth
does that have
forever.
to do with the
Why?
price of tea in China?
All right. Well, what's your question? That's what I'm asking.
I just made the
Yes, of
point.
course. I mean, you're
Again,
making an obvious. You're asking a question that doesn't have an answer
Right.
necessarily, unless you're actually
well,
making a
well,
point about
you
this.
know why what I'm saying makes sense? Well, for the simple fact that if you fucking send a high altitude balloon up during the day, the sky looks black. When you send it up at night, the stars are all there. So clearly, it's not the blackness of space that makes stars disappear like every fucking heliocentrist believes. But you think that when the sun's up, that the stars are up there. And I'm just wondering, how many do you think are up there? Which stars are up there?
All right, I'm gonna step in.
Dude, if you've seen the high altitude balloon footage when the sun appears very close to the camera, of course it's going to block out the little dots of light. Have you
How
seen
do you
Dwayne Kellum?
know? How do you know
Listen,
if you
because
can't
I'm
see
about to
them?
tell you. I'm about to tell you. Dwayne Kellum has put up some pretty freaking cool videos of him sending high altitude balloons at nighttime, and you can see the stars.
That's my point, you fucking idiot.
You
Well,
said
both of us
nighttime.
are fucking idiots then.
Helio, the pattern that you keep referring to of the night sky. It's not the daytime sky, right?
Y'all already.
Nobody's
y'all
made a
have
pattern of
already.
the daytime
It's just
sky.
ridiculous to argue this point. I mean, this has been
But
happening.
Helio, you don't understand the question.
Okay, what's that?
So he's
No,
saying,
no. Hell no.
I'm
He
saying,
doesn't deserve. Okay, fine, whatever. Do what you want.
I'm saying you don't understand it because you keep thinking what you're basing this off of isn't an assumption. You're saying the patterns are concrete because we observe it at nighttime. Well, he's asking, what about the daytime? You're asserting that these stars are there during the daytime because you observe a pattern only at night.
Okay, maybe the energy from all the stars are absorbing through the sun and sending the energy down to Earth to all of us people while we're here in daytime, and then they just the energy from the heavens and the stars just move back up toward the outer universe, and then you can
Nope.
see
Nope, that's
all
not
the
going on.
This is where.
souls
See
of
what
the
he's doing. See,
stars.
this is what he's
that
gonna
earlier.
do now.
Julio.
He's gonna take a perfectly good question and come in here and fuck it up for everyone.
Elijah,
Because
so
I was
finish
having fun.
finish your point. Finish your point, Larry.
Yeah. Carry on.
I mean,
I'll
I made
shut
the
up.
point
I'll shut
like
up.
5
Sorry about
times
that.
now because Helio came in.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you guys get what I'm saying. The two things that I said, I already said during the daytime. You send the balloons up, there are no stars because people assume, well, you don't see them. This is the assumption. You don't see any stars because the sun's there, right? And I'm saying, well, you don't know that. But then you send the balloon up at night, everything is fine. The stars are there like they're supposed to be there. Okay. But what is your reason for saying they're there during the day? Okay, fine. Point number two, I'm only asking because I have no idea. I know the stars that I can see in the city. I'm wondering how many more, if much more, would I see if we had a blackout. This is something that not just me should have asked. I'm not the only one who's made this observation. Spoke to my friend Gregory, and at first we went back and forth. At first, and then I said, "Yeah, obviously, when you had a blackout, you could see the stars more prominently. But would you say there were more of them than you are used to seeing?" He said, "No." This is why I'm asking you guys because I'm curious.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you
Yep.
this. Take a trip to the
No,
countryside.
why? I
Just
know there are stars
listen.
there. I've been to the country,
Just
Red Man.
just listen.
I've been to the
Bro,
country. I know that
can I
there are
finish what
stars
I'm gonna say?
there. I'm talking about here. I know that, like, what
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fuck?
You're definitely not gonna get the same stars when you're in the city versus going to the country. Just
Are you gonna
out
throw
there
an
and open.
assumption on there because of
Not
the
at all.
ambient light, right? Because of the ambient light, is they're there. I just
Of
can't see
course it
them, right?
is.
That's an assumption.
That's not an
No,
assumption.
it's not.
That's verifiable. You can go a few hours out in the country and still see the same stars you're seeing in New York, and you'll see
And you
more
still
stars.
see a little more.
You can go 40 miles away
You know
and
what?
see.
I'll tell you,
in the
you're
same
not going to
time
be
That's
able
fair
to
enough.
see stars when the sun is in the sky. That's the bottom line. You're never going to be able to see the stars when the sun is in the sky above you.
Okay.
Okay,
Can I
then
finish?
that's
You
the
need to
end of
pick
the
a new
line,
lane.
bro. Yeah, I mean, what the hell are you arguing, Eli? I
Well,
mean,
first of all, Julio,
You
during an
said
eclipse,
something that no one argued. That's number one, Haley. You
yeah,
said
during an
something that
eclipse, you
no
can
one
see the
argued.
stars.
okay, what are you talking about, sun, moon? I argue. I've been talking about this for 30 minutes, bro. Yes, of course, when the
Stars
sun
don't
is
vanish
setting, you'll
and
be able to
teleport.
see some stars appear, and it's the same pattern that moves over us all day, every day. The moon is in a different phase, and all this kind of stuff. It's a cyclical pattern, and
Ultimately, it's a
this
fallacy. It's
question that
called
you're asking is
argument
just
from
really weird. It doesn't make sense, the way that you're, trying
it's an
to promote
argument
it.
from incredulity. It's a fallacy. I don't believe it, therefore it cannot be.
No, first of all, I said when someone said 40 miles out, blah 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 blah. I said, oh well, yeah, you know what? There you go. Fine, fair enough. That's all I
Yeah,
was
but
asking
you're
for.
talking to me when
I
somebody
didn't
said
need
that.
I didn't need much more than that, right? But that doesn't erase
It sounds like
the
sometimes
main.
you get too far outside your own
But
mind,
that
bro.
doesn't erase the main point. The main point being the stars in the nighttime sky are occupying where the nighttime is. They can't they can't be occupying both the daytime and the nighttime.
Why not?
Oh man.
So your overall premise that we can't
I'm
verify
getting
if
ahead of
there are actually stars there during the daytime is correct. Then that's that.
Somebody
So
help
there's something
Elijah
else.
with this, please,
period.
Why
and
not?
just
Because they
concede.
move.
Yeah, the stars aren't the sun and moon, so why can't they occupy where they are and move in patterns in different than the sun and
Mm,
moon move? I mean, I'm
I
pretty
I
sure we've
heard you,
been.
Elijah. I understood what you were saying.
Yeah. Why can't the sun and moon
Thank
be
you.
different than the star? I'll
Thank
shut up.
you, everyone but Helio.
I will.
I understand where Elijah's coming from, but at the same time, it's pretty fucking logical and realistic
No,
to
it's
believe.
not. It's the sky. I'm sorry.
No,
I have to say
you
that.
didn't let me finish. You didn't let me
Okay.
finish.
Okay.
The sky moves at a consistent rate. The stars move at a certain rate. A sidereal day. The moon moves at a certain rate. The sun moves at a certain rate. Why would we expect them to evaporate and teleport to another dimension when the sun's out? It just doesn't make sense.
That's a straw man.
Because I said that for sure.
No,
Because
you
I
didn't.
definitely
But that's my analysis and metaphor
Your
of it.
interpretation.
It's
right.
definitely
So I basically said that. I basically said that they're
no.
they're
No,
actually teleporting somewhere. Yeah,
I said
but
I
it's
didn't say
analogous to
you
what I'm saying, so I may as well say it because it's
did. No,
analogous, right? That's why you're
hey,
bringing it up
hey, man,
because
calm down
you're
a little
drawing a
bit. Calm down
parallel
a bit.
because you're
Understand
drawing a
that
parallel.
they
Let me say what I'm
still
saying, and
what
I'll
I'm
calm
saying.
down instead of
Don't
hearing you trying to
misrepresent me.
defend what you're saying.
Yeah,
How the
Aaron,
fuck am I
let him finish
misrepresenting
his
you?
point. Let him finish his
How
point,
the
Aaron. And then,
How am I misrepresenting you when I'm basically saying, so you're saying that I'm saying that stars are teleporting. Basically, I'm saying that you're saying I'm saying that
Because you're saying that I'm
because it's
saying
a
that you're saying.
parallel.
no,
But
Oh my
is it a
fucking
parallel?
god.
Is it a parallel or is it a non sequitur?
You're
Is it a
off the
is it a
deep.
parallel or is it a non sequitur?
You never even heard what I was gonna say, so I
Is
won't.
it a parallel or a non? The thing that I haven't heard, is it a parallel or is it a non sequitur?
Neither.
Then I mean,
I'm not
bruh.
trying
It's a
to
true
offend
dichotomy.
you, dude.
It's either on subject or it's not. It can't be halfway.
I
It
literally
can't be
have
kind of
No
pregnant.
fallacy.
animosity towards you. I don't want to make you upset. I don't want to disagree with you. I'm speaking my truth, the
Who
same
cares
as you.
about upset?
If you're speaking
Nobody
your
cares.
truth valid, then why is mine indifferent? I think we both have a right to our opinion, and we should try to be more professional and civil in the way we interact.
You're not you're not giving. I'm asking a question, and uh I'm also I do claim that there's a difference. There may be some overlap with some planets, aka the brighter stars that have this different movement from the rest of the stars. There might be some overlap, but for the majority of the sky, there's no reason for me to think that there are stars in the daytime sky. Because why? Because I know that someone is experiencing the stars in the nighttime sky versus a heliocentrist who thinks there are stars everywhere, even where the sun is or behind the sun, because they're everywhere in the universe. That is the difference between someone wanting to make that assumption and me saying, well, if I can't see them, I don't have a reason to say that they're up there where I can't see.
I'm not trying to defame you or speak negatively upon you, but at the same time, I would think that the vast majority of people, not appealing to authority or anything, but the vast majority of people would agree that your idea of that is unique.
Iron, what are you doing, man? You just spoke for the vast majority of people. What are you drinking tonight? What's on the menu?
But it is unique. Because I don't really hear anyone like I was the first person to make this case. Not literally, not technically. I was the first person. We've been friends for a long time. Why do I have to stop now? We've been
All I
cool
said
for
was
months.
that your idea is unique.
We've
I
been
didn't
cool for
cast aspersions on it
no,
in
I
any
said
way.
unique was fine. I said unique was fine. It was the other guy who was saying chill. But I'm talking to your girlfriend now because she doesn't know that we've been cool for weeks now. She's referring to me as that guy whom did you wrong at some point. Now we're just having a
What do you
little
mean?
dispute.
When did you do me wrong?
So then what the fuck is she talking about then? No disrespect.
Well, I have a very loyal woman who comes to my defense, and I have to
Why do
maybe
you
check.
have to defend yourself against someone who hasn't done you wrong?
Dude,
Or have I?
Why do you need someone to defend you?
When you did me wrong, and you didn't say that you had ever done me wrong, so why would I be responding to you having done me wrong if you've never done me wrong?
Well, clearly your mate has an idea that I've done you wrong.
Yeah, and we haven't been very personal in this disagreement, but if you're going to start talking about my wife, then it might start getting pretty personal.
Your wife,
I
I
would like to take an
heard
opportunity to
her.
take a breath and move
I just
away from this topic of conversation. Otherwise, we
So
not.
who cares what his wife is saying? Can we just stick to the topic? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
for real,
Can I say
please.
something?
right.
Because I feel like
Hold on, Hank. So let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I was saying before you had a hot mic. So put yourself on mute so I don't hear
I don't
anything
need to
else
be on mute.
that's coming on
Somebody
from the
should
other
mute him
side.
then, if that's okay, please. Thanks. So Elijah can get his thought out, and then we can move on.
So when he was saying that what I'm saying is unique, I began to say, you're right. It is unique because I'm the first person that I know of who's brought up this topic. I've never heard anyone else speak about it.
And I had no problem with that.
I was agreeing with him when I heard is that the same guy? Oh my God.
That's not even the
who
same.
cares about all that though?
You're making stuff up now.
Am I, guys?
Who cares about all that?
It's
Yeah, I don't know,
recorded,
man. I don't
so-
care. Sorry, Elijah.
cares
I
about the
respect you,
drama
brother, but
stuff?
this is
I don't
just
know what the hell you guys are arguing about.
out of nowhere.
So
not
can
a
I
topic.
jump in
The
now?
argument, Steven.
All right, fine. All right, fine.
Sorry.
Punishment is going
confusing
down because I'm going
everyone.
back to the
Me or
live.
Elijah?
Everybody wants to act
Why
stupid.
are we not?
Okay,
Hey
fine.
guys, take it to
Fair
the
enough.
locker room.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, man. I mean, I was trying to make a more focused argument, and Elijah was just like all over the place.
Okay, well, let's not talk about what just happened. Let's move forward.
All right, let's
If we
move
can,
forward
please.
because anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
That's just
What do you think
freaking
the stars
crazy.
are?
I don't know.
I mean,
Beautiful. They twinkle and they're pretty.
Big.
Like Sono
Was it Big
Illuminati or
Dumps?
something, or-
Big Dump just posted a thing. This is supposed to be one of the freaking big telescope out in space and took maximum view and was like, "This is stars."
Really?
Yeah,
We should see that.
yeah, sure.
Let's
I mean,
get
you
let's
guys
get
got
eyeballs on that
some more of
situation.
that.
Yeah, let's check that out.
Eyeballs. Dude, you're not going to be able to get eyeballs on that. This
True.
is,
Technically, that's
what you're
that'd
going to
kill
get
me.
is you're going to get some
Wait a minute. I
radar
can put my
information
balls
back.
anywhere.
Ugh.
Mm.
All right.
Ugh.
Nasty.
Grody.
You're you nasty.
That's grody. Why are we turning to
Is
fabulous all of a sudden?
sonoluminescence at the creator's level. We cannot replicate that.
That is a beautiful opinion. I can't even go that far with it. All I can do is say just pretty. Look at how pretty.
Have you seen
No, you can't go that far. You're correct.
I don't think so. Oh no, okay, sorry, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. Someone was just saying something. I stepped on their toes. Go ahead.
The guy who said sonoluminescence in the creator or something. What were you saying?
I said sonoluminescence at the creator's level. We cannot replicate it. We cannot do it at that level.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm cool with that.
The sonoluminescence experiment that they did, that was an interesting demonstration. I haven't seen anything better than that as far as explaining what stars are.
What's that demonstration?
The star in the jar.
Star in a jar. You have to post that, please, if you could.
You haven't seen that?
I have not.
I'm sure
I have not seen every video about this topic ever. I'm just fucking around.
Basically, they hit water
and
and
sound wave through a bubble in a liquid, and it will create a star.
Right on.
Now, okay, never mind. I was gonna ask this. I can describe like what that looks like. So, how does that work for comets then? Or, well, let me not ask that. What do you guys think about comets then? Because
I won't answer.
I don't think that's sonoluminescence.
Right. So I think comets and other things that we see are plasmoids. Right. So I've been working nights for like 20 years almost. Let's just say 15. And I'm outside, right, driving around. And I've seen some shit, right? Seeing some shit that I can't explain, right? I'm not saying it's ETs. It's more like unidentified flying objects, right? So sometimes they glow green, right? These objects, and sometimes they're more like a bluish color when they shoot through the sky. And sometimes they leave like a trail behind them that disappears like very rapidly, like in 1 or 2 seconds after they pass by. And then sometimes they have almost like a smoke trail that lasts for a little bit longer. But yeah, I think they're plasmoids. There's some sort of electromagnetic, electric heating up of the gas, and we're seeing, like I said, blue at higher altitudes and green at lower. I don't know why it would be green, but it's green at lower altitudes. But yeah, I've seen these things for a long time. Other
There's
drivers,
a lot of green light when those things are out. Sorry.
It's okay. It lights up the ground sometimes. Like lightning a little, not as much, not as bright as lightning, because lightning can make it look like daytime sometimes if you can catch that frame. But what I see, it looks like electromagnetic, almost like the Northern Lights, but not spreading out through an ocean like the whole sky, but little things passing through the sky. And when I think about like the ancients talking about like dragons in the sky, I think back to the Electric Universe stuff that I've seen, Thunderbolts Project. Like it makes a lot of sense that they're not rocks, because no one's ever got a piece of rock and said, "This is it. This is the meteorite that I saw flying through the sky." Oh, really? How do you know? So thanks for listening.
Now, wait a minute. I think we might be talking about slightly different things. So you're talking about like the stuff that streak across the sky, or well, there have been occasions where I've seen lights be there, and then they like they're there for a while.
What they call meteorites, what they call meteors, what they call shooting stars. That's the stuff that I'm
Okay.
talking about.
Those
I'm
come
talking
from
about
six.
I'm talking about Comet Neowise. It was just there in the sky for 3
Yeah,
months, like a
yeah. The
pinhole.
comet and the meteors are two different things. The meteors, the sporadic meteors, they source from six radiant sources around the North Toroidal field. So, and the comets, like Elijah is saying, you can see this big thing of light for a long period of time. But the meteors is like a short thing.
I don't have my uniform. You have it.
I'm sorry.
And I'm late.
No, babe. Well, I could give you.
Hot mic, hot
We'll
mic.
walk and talk. We'll walk and talk, babe. We'll get you there. We'll get you there. Be right back.
I didn't say that sonoluminescence was some sort of scientific proof. What I was saying is an interesting demonstration, the most interesting I've seen so far, but it's by no means good enough to determine a cause for stars. Yeah, star in a jar. It's not because they call it star in a jar. I'm just saying it's an interesting demonstration. It's not scientific proof of what's in the sky is sonoluminescence. It does appear to have something to do with vibration, though. Vibration and light, because they're like pulsating different frequencies.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
And we don't know what the medium is because we don't know. None of us went up there and got a sample of what appears to be a liquid.
Yeah, we don't have this. We probably don't since we don't know what the medium is and the amount of sound or vibration or frequency that is being applied to cause the stars that we see above, we cannot replicate it because we don't know the variables.
Yeah. We can do interesting demonstrations that show similar things, but it's not going to be definitive.
Yeah, similar for sure, but like you exactly. We don't know the medium. We don't know the distance.
Can you
I
focus
would
stuff
say
on helium or hydrogen like that? Pretty sure like the surface of water is
I'm
reflecting
pretty
like a
sure you
mirror.
could. Yeah, this has. Yeah, that's a good question, bro. I have that same question, and I think it should be possible. Yeah,
Now
there
think
should be
about
something to that.
well, think about radio frequency. Why does it only got to go right or left, or where? I mean, can it go up still? And what if the frequencies can go up, just like your sight, easier they can go out left and right? I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, what
Yeah.
if the frequency can travel out farther up, and all it's doing is creating a light out there for certain portions. Now, other stars or whatever that you call the star could be something different. The further ones out where like a frequency couldn't go, but wherever a frequency can go, I mean,
So frequency can only increase or decrease, right? There's no up or down on the chart. It's either, one or more, right? So like you can, get the frequency really high, right, and get microwaves because the speed of light is, allegedly pretty fast. So as you increase the frequency, you're just increasing the peaks and the troughs, right? The amount of peaks and troughs in a matter of time, right? So
well, no,
there's no up and
about more
I
down
like
think
a
on
he's
that
talking
focus.
chart.
about vertical as opposed to horizontal, as long
Yeah,
as
I'm
it's
talking
line of
about like a
sight.
focus, like an antenna focusing straight the fuck up instead of outward to you or me on the ground. Focusing up in the air farther than what we thought to create an effect. And some of these effects could be luminescence in the sky, or frequencies off the top of buildings, or mountains, or I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know how far that resonant frequency goes.
And are you saying that as far as trying to test out and create a star way up there? Like, what was the context
Well, I'm
of that?
saying it could be a reflection, depending on how far light can be carried through a reflectant. You know what I mean? The reflectant light of like water, tips of mountains that are like ice caps and shit, plus like an antenna or a frequency in like a tower or a phone tower. Can they do the same thing? I don't know. Just questions.
Yeah.
Can they appear to be the same, like a reflectant of a shiny object reflecting into a black, or a focused energy into a black liquid that shows a light?
Well,
A
that
light,
would depend on how you're detecting it, what instrument you're using, and how it's interpreted.
That is what
I'm just saying, could you get the
I
same
will
effect?
say that that is what it. I
Like
will
more
say
ways
that
to skin
that's
a cat.
what. Are we still talking about the light from the star?
I mean,
Yeah.
could be. I mean, are you focused on one light, one star, or?
Well, I don't know about the stars, but what he just described with the liquid and then the light shining through, that's what the comets look like. That's why I asked.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just going back from that, or like the solar luminescent star in the dark, comparing the two and what they look like, side by side. Yeah.
I've always find it, since I've come across the flat Earth thing, it's like the recurring comets. It's really interesting to observe them, and their description of Halley's Comet and different comets. What are they? I mean, we have a description of them, in the mainstream idea, but as far as flat Earth goes, what are they? Anyone have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I took a biopsy last week. No, I didn't. I forgot. Nobody knows.
Biopsy. Yeah. Okay.
Recurring thing is hard to wrap your mind around as far as what it is. It almost looks visibly like there's a tear in the hole of the ceiling and there's light poking through, but that's just visual.
Yeah.
And your eyes can play tricks on you when it comes to phenomena like that.
So when I
Or is
speculate and say that
is
it's
it what it
plasma,
looks like?
Exactly, either or. But
so
why
when I
would it be
speculate,
recurring?
go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say when I speculate and say that it looks like plasma, like when we see lights in nature, isn't it usually plasma? Lightning is plasma. So we see the sky light up. I'm pretty sure it's glowing blue because that's the gases that are up there, right? When they're excited, and turned into plasma, they glow blue. And I can show a video for that if you guys are wondering. But yeah, like to me, it's like if you see a light, it's usually plasma, right?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. And as far
Like
as
what
it
is fire?
recurring, if it was a
Yeah.
hole in the roof, then how does it heal itself and then recur? And it makes more sense that it would be a plasma or something.
And how many times do you got to see one of those stars to call it a reoccurring star if you've only ever seen it once or twice?
Well, if you're talking about like Halley's Comet, you're only talking about once in a lifetime, right?
Yeah, so how are people so sure it's a reoccurring anything? Like if you die before you get a chance to know that fact? I don't know. I don't know. Just me.
Yeah, like maybe it's another one that's just close or something.
Or
Yeah,
it
maybe it's
could
something that keeps
just be
happening, like a relay. Sorry.
like what if the main part of our system is upkept and to the point where we don't notice anything, but what if these things are I don't know, like things to be patched up. Every now and again, they come around. They seem like little. They're stationary in the same part of the sky, right? Me no. Okay, wait. They move like the rest of the sky, but they're stationary in that. God damn. We were just talking about how can things be stationary and not stationary, but you know what I'm talking about.
I
It,
do.
it,
I do. I get it. I
it's
get it.
early
Static
in the
with the
morning
stars,
when
but moving with them.
yes, early in the morning you'll see it at the same spot, same time, day after day, and it might give a little variance, like with Comet Neowise, where it was like 2 months in, then you could begin to see it at some other time. Um, but what if these are just like tears that are repaired? Now, that's a heavy ass speculation, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, because how would it be repaired and stuff like
También
that?
es breve.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd still go with the biblical interpretation. I mean, the heavens are for to tell us about signs and seasons. There's signs in the heavens, and we record them, uh, and it's for signs and seasons, and it's not seasons as far as fall, winter, spring, summer. It's seasons of the seasons are much larger over longer periods of time. And I think the Farmer's Almanac describes a lot of that. If you looked into that, some of that as well. Like,
Oh, I think Helio deserves some applause, guys. Standing.
From my experience, I can tell you the first time I did a psychedelic, I specifically remember looking up at the stars at the beach saying, wow, they're right there. They don't look far at all. They're just like right there. And when I woke up, I was like, wow, I saw that the first time. So to me, when I look at them now, they do not look far away. They look like they're right there. So that's another thing.
They
I had the
are.
same experience in about 2014. I had partaken some substance, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it was DMT, and I had a oneness experience with the stars. Like I
Oh,
realized
Hank,
that I was a.
me and you got to talk. I, I want to because I'm. It's with okay. Yeah.
You curious? So I didn't have the blast off, but eventually I got around to the back side of the house when I regained my ability to speak, and then later regained my ability to walk. I went to the other side of the house and looked up, and it was pitch dark because I lived out in the country. But there was a street lamp on the other side of my house. But I looked up and I saw the stars, and it was like I knew that they were a part of me, and I was a part of them, and like they were a part of this earth. And before that, this is pre-flat Earth, right? Before that, I had never thought of that. Like in my mind, they were quintillions of miles away, light years away, like not even a part of, like I couldn't even fathom them as, part of the same, like anything, like not even galaxy. Like to me, they were like on the other side of the galaxy, so not even in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? And then after the DMT, I've always held the position that they were closer, and that's kind of one of the things that helped me come up with if there's life on other planets, but we can see the starlight from this far, then the sources. Is somebody help me? Helio, would you mind?
no, it
If that
wasn't
was you.
me. No, it
Okay,
wasn't
I
me.
apologize. So if the stars, we can see them from that far away, then they have to be like extremely powerful stars. And if they're that powerful, then light can't exist there because it would fry everything, right? Because think about how powerful the source
Yeah,
light would be for us to see it that far away.
it'd have to be impossibly right.
Yeah. So anything orbiting that star, what could live there?
Nothing. Well, different types of life, I guess, but even the moon would be impossibly bright.
Yeah.
As far away as it is.
Speaking of, the moon is impossibly bright. I mean, like it, and I didn't start thinking about this until not too long ago, actually. I mean, I only started like really paying attention to the moon last summer. Not the summer that just passed, but the summer before last. And I thought, oh shit, wait a minute. Look at the dudes that look at this fake moon landing footage. And I'm looking at the moon and I'm like, bruh, that shit is very like it's extremely bright. It lights up local clouds. Like it's when you take a picture of it, it just looks like another another street lamp. Like when I take pictures against the street lamps, and I'm like, how could that thing turn into what they claim they landed on? Like,
They'd
how
be
does it
walking in
get
white light.
less light?
You wouldn't have even been able to see them. They would have been engulfed in white light.
Right, and they have white suits and shit. Get the fuck out. Come on.
It'd be consumed by light. You wouldn't even be able to see them or anything at all that close. And like I said, speaking of the kind of like what Hank was saying, the first time I did shrooms, I saw the bright tie-dye coming off the moon, I called it, but it was like the rainbow, kind of like the rainbow halo that you see sometimes, but it was very bright, connected
I'm
to
gonna
the
try to
moon.
find that picture for you.
And I've seen that ever since. I didn't know it at the time, but it's like, how could a dark rock reflecting some light put off that type of spectrum light? I mean, it would have to be some kind of crazy ass substance that could reflect some light. I think it's some kind of radiant plasma or something. I've seen those pictures of the halo around the moon. None compared to what, and it's not as pronounced as it used to be for the first like 10 years after that. I still see it. And it's like very bright white light first, and then it turns into like the kind of yellowish green, then kind of blue purple at the edge.
All right,
Yeah,
I just posted it.
Similar to that, but you see how it's kind of smooth circle? For
Mm-hmm.
me, it's like jagged at the outside.
Mm. Mm.
And it's a lot like at the outside part, it's really like blue and purplish. And it's see that looks like it's an effect off the clouds, or
Right.
maybe like a sundog effect, but with a moon dog or something.
Yeah, it's something like that. Because
For
there
me,
was
it's like
the
radiant
clouds.
light equivalent to the moon. Like just as bright as the moon. It's just that was mind blowing, dude. That shit blew my mind because I went to the park and all that. Like, look at the moon. I was just completely mind blown. But yeah, someone mentioned the bioluminescent fish in the deep sea and stuff. There could be a lot of correlations to the deep sea to the upper atmosphere because with the impenetrable salt lakes and other things that are deep in the sea. The sea is insane. Deep sea.
And here's another correlation, which is weird, a little curveball. There's new movies, Disney movie that came out called Luca, and it's all about the undersea creatures and how they're like living with humans. And I'm not saying that that's exactly happening, but now that you say that, it's funny that Disney comes out with some. Who knows if they're hiding some truth within that, but it's just interesting to point that out too.
Yeah, there's some just absolutely insane shit going on in the deep sea.
I mean, think about it. There's got to be some, like, I don't know. For me, it's if the sea is so vast, there's got to be some, I don't know, intelligence down there that maybe we're not aware of. That's just maybe some speculation, but why not?
Yeah, it depends on intelligence can be a relative term. I don't know what you're talking about, so
It could just be a filtration system.
Well, we're limited to living only in air, right? Like we can't live in water. So why would we think that it's not exclusive for there to be a creature that only lives in the water that can't come out in the air? Like we can't go in the water. Um, just speculating, like I said, but you guys were talking about water, so that popped into my head.
Oh,
There
space
is a lot
creature.
of water in the air. There is water in the air.
Space fishes. Is that what you're talking about?
It could
We
be.
have
Yeah, you're right.
Ohikus. Welcome, Ohikus, to the Flat Earth Discord. Your mic has been unmuted, Ohikus. You want to open your mic? If you have any questions, any comments, Ohikus. Ohikus.
how's it going? Oh, he goes.
What up?
Well, he goes. Wagwan.
It's an interesting picture. It's got a white swan on it.
You hear these retards calling it the black swan fallacy now?
I don't care if the swans are black or white; they're always assholes. They don't want you to mess with them at all.
Wah.
Hey, isn't a swan a retarded goose?
Hey.
Well,
I mean,
talk about geese, man.
special
They're
goose.
assholes too. I mean, they don't want you to freaking
Dude, I
touch
think
them.
geese are racist, and they don't like white
It's
people
an illiterate
because.
goose.
Tell you what.
Yeah, that's the end of the
Tell you what,
game
man.
right there.
I stepped. Listen, I was being chased by a goose, and I stepped in its poop, or probably its cousin's poop, trying to get to my fucking car after work one day.
Cousin's poop.
I slipped in his cousin's poop after he came at me like a chump. I
Geese
couldn't
are
do
fucking
anything. It's
mean,
illegal.
bro.
It's illegal to
Hey,
break the neck of a goose in public. But
Geese are freaking mean.
sorry, what?
guys,
Because they're
Ohikus.
gonna attack you, even though you're bigger than them. They're really dumb as
I know.
shit.
No. Well, dude. Anyway, they'll hiss at you. Okay, yeah. Let's talk to the new guy.
He had a question in the lobby, but
Go ahead.
he said,
Bring him back.
how is wind a thing? But
Wind?
after that he's
Wind?
yeah, but then he
That's
was
pressure
scrolling.
systems. Just tell him to look
What
up
we do-
pressure systems and fluid dynamics, gas pressure system. Weather patterns
Yeah,
happen
he's-
because of changing pressure systems. They are inclement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he left the voice chat. No big
No
deal.
worries.
How about you, Jack? What do you think about wind, Jack? Jack has PC verified.
Looks like he ain't saying Jack.
Is that like Jack Hammer? Because he says Jack so many times. Is that the Jack?
No,
Hammer?
it's Jack. CJ.
What the shit was that?
Actually, I think that is right. I think that's what that says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he said.
Oh wait. Jackety lack.
Jack, put on your jacket. Quit jacking it. Get in here.
Jack-a-lack. Where you at?
It's all good.
Oh. And shout out to Rakia Life in the chat, or it's at least inside the Discord. He doesn't join often. Now he left because I shouted him out.
Well, we are 2 for 2, are we not, boys?
Yeah, that's a flat earther who left because I shouted him out. Okay.
So many people are just afraid to speak anyway.
That's
It's okay.
He
I
was
got
just
it.
listening.
I understand.
No, he's back. He's back. It's all good.
Maybe a reconnect was warranted.
I see Essayama Montreal. He hasn't been here in a while, too. Like, we pay attention.
You're funny like the sun because you take it too far.
You take it too
It's
far.
pretty good.
Something like
writing a
93
rap?
million miles.
Ain't got no candy, but I still got bars.
That was good. Ain't got no candy, but I still got bars. That was good. Demonka like that.
It's your water.
I think it's my fault. I should leave. There was a lot of people in here earlier. It's probably my fault. People are leaving.
Helio, quit scaring the freaking people, man.
I know, it's fucking crazy. It's like there was like 40 people in here earlier, and then as soon as I join, everybody starts leaving. Son of a bitch. I ain't so scary.
He's a good boy. Just let him
I'm
water
a
your
good
plants.
boy. Yeah.
He'll sleep on your couch. He's got his own blanket.
Y'all niggas almost crazy as me. Almost.
The Hurley boys. That was some funny. That was funny. That was...
Yeah, this ain't the first time. Do what it do. And this is never intentional. The Master Chief just jumped in. Shout out to Master Chief.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hi.
What's up, bro? How you guys doing?
Good, good. How are you?
I got back from a nice walk. I also got back from praying at a mosque.
Are you a firefighter?
What's that?
Are you a firefighter?
No.
Oh.
Why do
He's
you
a
ask?
firebender. He's a firebender.
Oh, well, because your name says Master Chief, so I mean, I don't know.
No, Master
Yeah.
Chief is that's
Halo or
it's a
something?
video game. That's from
Halo.
Halo. Yeah, it's
Yes.
Master Chief.
Oh, okay. I never. That's the one game I didn't play much of. I played it some, but not a lot.
That's like
Yeah,
the
that's-
last.
It's a really cool game. It's really cool. I played it.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, a lot of people talk about Halo. Yeah.
Yeah, the new Infinite came out and it's amazing. I love it. Can't wait to
Is it still on a Halo?
Yeah, it's Halo Infinity.
I might have to check that out because I mean I suck at a lot of the new games, but I used to play Halo a lot, so maybe it.
Oh, bro, you're gonna love the new one. Oh my goodness. It was like they brought it all back, it was like they pieced everything together, like with ODST and Halo 3 and Halo 5. Like they mixed all three of these games and put it together, and it's amazing, dude.
Do you play it on
looks.
PC or where do you play it?
I play it on console. It looks
Uh,
awesome on console too. It looks amazing on console as
what
well.
what Xbox or PlayStation?
Xbox. It can't play on that PlayStation, but PC you can.
Well, you can do PC and Microsoft or Xbox, PC
Yeah, PC
and
and Xbox with
collaborate.
Halo. Yeah.
No, I don't think I can do it on my PC because it's too old.
May need to update.
They had a Halo 5 already.
I seriously doubt, man, my PC would actually keep up with it. I'd just like it'd be like glitchy and I'd just die every time because
Yeah, you're gonna need a high FPS.
yeah,
Everything, yeah, bro.
yeah. I'll just have to buy the console to play it, if I wanted to. But anyway, cool. So, where were we at? I thought it was a really interesting conversation. I know Elijah was getting frustrated with these pattern of the stars, sun and moon, why you can't see the sun or can't see the stars while the sun is up. In my mind, I think they're really there. But you just can't see them because the sun is much closer and it's
Yeah.
the
It's
light from the sun is
sun is
blocking
shining
them
brighter.
out. Yeah, so I mean, what's the big deal? When the sun moves toward the horizon, then you'll be able to see the stars again. The sun and moon are much lower in elevation than the stars, which are what the calendar is based off of.
Right, and then
The
when you
sun and
have
moon,
everybody
the
looking at
sun and moon. I mean, you can base a calendar off of the sun, or you can base it off of the moon. This is what's been happening through centuries and centuries, thousands of years. Through cultures. Ad nauseum, right? But the pattern of the stars. Of course, you can't see the stars during the day, and if I was wrong about what Elijah was saying earlier, we can talk about that later. But of course, you can. When the sun is filling the sky, of course, you're not going to be able to see the stars.
But
Did you
so
hear
like
any of that earlier,
if you're
Master
in outer
Chief?
space, Helio, if you're in outer space, tell me why. If you're in outer space, why you can't see the stars?
No, well, nobody's in outer space, so we're not going to argue that.
Exactly.
This is what the argument was.
See,
We're talking about what you
now
can
that
see from Earth.
what's crazy is that's the thinking like that's married to the people who still think that the stars are everywhere. Like
Right.
I'm not saying there isn't some overlap. I'm not saying that there aren't lights in the sky that are washed out by the sun. We've seen that. I'm talking about the majority of the stars, the group of stars that are there at nighttime, appointed to be there for the nighttime. They can't both be someone's nighttime and simultaneously be in where
In
the
the day.
sun is overhead.
Right.
Can't
Right,
happen.
but they are washed out though. They're in the same
All right.
position, and then
All right.
when the sun moves across the plane, and then the moon has its own phases and everything. Everything that would be washed out by the light of the sun, now you're able to see the more distant. I think the sun and moon are closer. I can't confirm that, by any physical demonstration, and neither can anyone else. But as far as the patterns of the heavens, just like we were talking about with the zodiac, that is still moving, but that's a yearly cycle, not a monthly cycle. You know what I mean, Elijah?
Um, whatever you're talking about, I know that the stars move east to west like everything else. Unless you're
Sure.
saying,
No, no,
unless
no.
you're saying,
Yeah, I
unless
agree
you're
with that.
saying when the moon is moving, right? And the moon is moving past, right? Going from
No, nobody can
the
deny
left
that
side
they're
of
moving east to west. Yeah,
it's going
all of
from
them.
the left side of the sky to the right side of the sky in one night.
No, there is no left to right. Well,
What do you
if
mean
you're
there's no left
facing
or right?
if you face north, they're going from right to left. If you face south, they're going from left to right.
Okay,
You
I'm
know,
talking about the moon and the stars that you can see
east to
looking at.
west, east to
So
west.
that being said, they're moving left to right, right?
There are
Now,
specialists who do the Chinese horoscope. They get paid for it.
Godric, you're hot micing. Godric,
All right, I sent it to you, DM.
Godric, you're about to expose some sensitive information.
Sensitive information.
No, but look, this is what I'm saying. Okay, so you have the moon moving across the sky. Now, are you saying that the stars move so slow that they don't traverse your night sky that night?
Well, are you saying that one?
Well, how are you going to ask a question with a question?
Are you saying? Well, I'm going to tell you. Hey, what I've experienced is that, or if you're going to ask a question that doesn't have an answer, how the fuck am I supposed to answer it?
Because it's something that we observe. I know for damn sure that I can see the stars and the moon, the ones that are grouped together. At least for me, like the ones that are out there probably right now, they keep moving and then they're gone by the end of the night. That's the problem for you. That you
So
don't
no,
seem
it's
to
not
be
a problem for me because when I, are we talking about the stars? Like even if whatever presumptions are made about the zodiac or whatever, Orion, or it's what.
Why are we not talking about the same thing? Please tell me.
This is weird. Yeah, that's my question. Why aren't we talking about the same thing? These the
Well,
calendar is built off of this.
you said they're
The
there,
names,
and I'm like,
they are there.
okay, they're not there, but what you're saying is they're there 24 hours a day in the same position over you where you live. And I'm like, obviously not, because everything in the sky goes from east to west.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you agree
okay.
that east west is a circle, Elijah?
Hey, well,
I don't know.
do you think that the sun and the moon move faster than the stars above us?
I don't know what that has to do with what I said.
It has everything to do with what you said.
Not really.
Really, because every time that the next day you'll see that the pattern of the stars have moved a little further when you can see them because when they're not washed out by the light of the sun.
Okay, whatever.
That's not a whatever. This is a fact.
Okay,
Yeah,
whatever.
the stars are slightly faster than the
Helio,
sun.
Helio, what if the stars shut off and you don't know it? When the sun's energy completely kicks in, what if the stars shut off and
Right.
they're not
Could
washed
I
out?
mean
See,
it
that's
could be any goddamn thing, but as far as history goes, this recorded history. You got astrology and
You
everything
still
to
have a
confirm the fact.
heliocentric mind like your name suggests. I get it.
What? Dude, I
To
actually
be
think
fair, Helio
this.
did speculate the same thing earlier. He said, "What if the sun is drawing the power from the stars?" So this
This
is almost a semantical thing that's happening.
this I'm explaining the same exact thing that we all observe, and there's somebody. Either way,
So,
whatever.
so in other words, Elijah, if where the sun is at and it's lit up, and I were to say, "Hey, what if the sun's drawing the power from the stars and the stars are not powered up during that time?" In your mind, would that be the stars aren't there or the stars there in that circumstance?
That has nothing to do with energy transfer. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about exactly what we observe from Earth.
Yeah, but he's saying that the stars are literally not there when it's daytime. So I'm saying to
Yeah, I
define
heard
what you
that.
mean
I heard that. Yeah.
for him to define what he means by not there. Could it classify as not there if they're just there but not powered up?
What I mean by not there is they're somewhere overhead another geographic location.
You're saying literally not there, right?
They're literally somewhere else where other people can literally see them at night, where other people experience their stars at night. Like
So
what?
the stars go with the sun. Generally speaking, the stars are moving with the sun, but slightly faster. So 12 hours later, when the sun's on the other side, it's gonna be with whatever stars were above you during the daytime. And you're gonna see the stars opposite side of that.
Say
So
that
during the
again.
daytime when the sun's out, right?
Say that again.
During the daytime when the sun is out, the stars that are allegedly there, we're gonna
Yeah.
see 6 months later when it's nighttime.
Mm.
So the
Okay.
sun and the stars are essentially moving with each other, but the stars are moving slightly faster than the sun. But over the course of only one day, the stars that are above us with the sun out aren't the same stars that the people on the other side in Japan are seeing during the night. It's a different set of stars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Elijah, I think you really are kind of ignorant on a lot of stuff about when it comes to history
You hear
about.
how I'm not arguing with him, right? You hear
I don't think he's
how
ignorant. I think he's
I'm just
questioning.
yeah,
hear
and that's
how
what I'm saying. And ignorant
but you hear
ignorance is.
how we're not arguing because there's nothing wrong with what he said so far.
I agree. I agree.
He's just challenging the
I
paradigm,
never
which is good.
argued against it.
Yeah, you just haven't
I
heard of it
so
before. You haven't heard of it.
no. What I'm saying is you don't fucking know is there what you can't see. You don't know what's going on.
Well, I agree with that, but
But then,
when there's repeated patterns, you can make predictions. And I mean, and yes, you can say, well, the Globers say the same thing,
oh
right?
boy. hmm
Yeah, okay.
Why but though, Helio? Why but?
What'd you say, Hank?
Why do you but? You said I agree with that, but
Well,
and you know what comes next.
I mean, you're gonna have to assume assume a lot of things about third rock from the sun and predicting solar systems and being a part of the Milky Way galaxy. All of that stuff comes into effect. But it's as far as the patterns of the heavens, we all observe that. This is where all of these assumptions were made.
Do any patterns on the ground match the stars?
The ground, yeah, some. I mean, as far as throughout history, yeah, there are some. Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering, like the idea that the sun's reflecting light is pretty fucking powerful, and if it shines down on, so like I said, if it's not a frequency from man shooting something outward, it can be reflected from the sun hitting
No,
off
I thought
on.
we were talking about the patterns of the heavens. Yes,
Yeah,
we have
I am.
structures built on Earth
Are
that
you
have
listening to what I
that.
said?
Nah,
The sunlight shoots to the top or the liquid and reflects up into the sky, therefore creating the pattern of what you see in the heaven that you call it, or the air. Yes,
from
sir.
where? From
No,
where?
I
From
got you,
where?
buddy. From the
From
fucking
where?
ground, from the sun.
I've
You
never
don't see
seen
the
that.
side
I've
path.
never seen
You
that.
never see the side. Exactly. You won't. You only see where they hit. Just like a laser pointer. You don't see the side. You see where it points. Like when a cop's got a laser pointer at your chest, you don't see where the fucking beam is coming from, Helio. You see where the beam hits, buddy. So yeah, you're right. You wouldn't see it.
What did I cause here? I was just trying to be.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know what you got irate with me for when I was just telling you something. You was like, "What the fuck am I talking about?"
So much animosity.
Well, I
But
thought you were trying to
all
say I'm
flat
retarded.
earthers are in a cult, and we all agree with each other. This is great.
this is our agreement.
No, I'm saying these are a lot of different things that could be causing the effect that we see up in the air.
I
Do
know.
we know
I'm
which
just
one it is?
I'm jerking your chain, bro. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I mean, yeah. Please do something else. Master Chief, if you want to freaking take over, freaking great.
No, I came in. Wanted to listen, brother, and I'm enjoying the conversation myself.
No, I'm a dick every time I come in here. So apparently, so anyway, go whatever.
Indeed,
Master
you
Chief,
are.
it's good.
You said it. I'm just
Yeah,
agreeing.
Healy, but at least you're one of the nicest assholes we've ever met.
Yes, I mean, do I have the bleached asshole like the? It's like boom. This is
Look, when people say something that don't make no damn sense, I'm with everybody else 100%. They own everybody. If
No,
they're making sense,
I'm
that's
good
fine.
with all you guys. I mean, yes, we all make a lot of speculations. Of course. I mean, about the heavens because hey, there's no globe, bro. So we've done the observations. We've experimented. Not experimented, but just measured Earth. Where's this globe? Every time we talk to a glober, they're looking at the sky and just like, this is how the Earth is possibly a globe, but they don't have any evidence for it.
The
So
last
it's all
globe I had, I threw it to the trash. That's where it is. It is most likely.
yeah. I had a globe that I got from a nephew. I just made a fire. I burned that some bitch. I don't like globes. Except for, well,
Oh,
I'm not going to
Julio,
get
finding
rude.
out more. I found out some more facts about the like. Okay, so I learned also in the Quran today on the Surah, the it was chapter 77 that about the it does talk about the earth being a containment, bro. It does, dude. And I was just talking to another brother in faith of a Muslim brother too that was reading the Quran, and we also came. He's the one that pointed it out to me too, and I was like, oh, yeah, like, yeah, bro. The Torah, the Quran, the Holy Bible, like it tells you that we're in a container, bro.
Does it say container or does it say a
We're
closed system?
contained. We're the earth is contained. The sun and the moon is contained. We're in a containment.
The only thing you can do is assume that we're not. You can't verify it. So any
Yeah.
argument against that, what do you got? Well, you don't have logic on your side
Right.
because if you have gas pressure, it would have
Right,
to be a
exactly. They
container.
have to prove the second law
Yeah.
of thermodynamics.
Hank and Master Chief, there's only there's only one side or the other: creation or accident.
There is no accident.
Well, there's no such thing as this place. All of our intellect, everything that is caused by whatever reaction, it doesn't matter. Actually, hey, flat earthers might be wrong about this, but there's no way it happened on accident. But I don't think we're wrong about it. But just for the record, yeah, it's creation or accident. It's one or the other.
First, prove to me gas pressure without a container. Oh yeah, and I was flat smacking people in the mosque too.
In what way? What did you say to them?
I was telling them about the Earth being flat, and I was letting them know about the whole gas pressure without a container, like the same things that we talk about in here.
Man, that's hardcore. So you were like in San Diego? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Whatever.
Nosy.
In your area, you were going to a mosque and you were going to pray, and you were talking to some friends there at the mosque. Saying, hey, how
Yeah,
about this gas pressure?
yeah. I started talking to them about science. Like they were very, they were like, "Wow, like, damn, like this guy is very, he's not dumb." So they were like they were uh asking me more questions, and I was letting them know, and it was like educating my brothers, bro, and that's what I felt like, and it felt good. They were very open minded, bro.
Really? That's cool. That's
Yes,
cool.
yes.
Well, Godspeed to you, sir. And I wanted to say, I tried to say it earlier, but my headphone died. Glad to hear you sounding good again, brother. Glad to hear you that you spring back and you sound like you're feeling a lot better.
Thank you, brother. I like Salim. Thank you. Praise to Allah. You know that He's why I sound. To be honest, man, I like ever since I started ever since I've met them, and I went to the beach and I got baptized in like it was like a Muslim baptism, and
But
then
how does a Muslim baptism work? I'm familiar with the Christian baptism, and what is
so
this?
when you go, you have to basically you have to do a cleanse, and it's called mudu. So there's a certain way you have to wash your hands and face and your feet, and that's including also your teeth, your nose, your ears, and your hair, along with your elbow.
So let me get this straight. When a
Yeah.
Muslim goes to pray, they clean themselves first.
Yes.
So you're not walking into God's presence, smelling like whatever you were doing last night, right?
Yes.
You walk into
You're
God's
correct.
presence clean,
Yes.
and then you get on the ground like you're supposed to. Even in the Christian books, you're supposed to get all the way down on the ground on hands and knees.
Yes. You're correct.
Well, that seems legit, bro. That seems legit.
Yeah, and then we pray. It's five. There's five. It's a 5 times. 5 times a day. We pray 5 times a day.
It's to the east.
Huh?
Is it to the east or something?
To be honest, bro, when I was facing, like, I didn't check whether it was the east or the west or the north or the south. I was only going to. I was praying where I was just doing, following what everybody else was doing. I honestly didn't ask any questions. I just, I fully give my life to Allah. So, like, I accepted that there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. And, you have to you recite that in Arabic, and then, like, you also, like, say, like, when you wash your hands, um, you have to recite, uh, uh,
You don't have to
it's
say it here. Man,
huh?
it's a secret.
I'm just trying
I
to
mean, it's not a
remember.
secret, but no, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, so you have to recite words of prayer when you're praying to wash your hands and face and everything like that.
No, I've heard it said many times. I can't
Yeah,
necessarily do
Bismillah.
it.
It's Bismillah. Bismillah.
Islam and there's something like that. Yeah. But the direction, that's why someone was asking, and to be honest, we're curious. To be honest, do you know you're facing toward these? If you're a Muslim, in India, I mean, you're not going to be facing east. You're going to be facing toward Mecca. So I think that's where you're supposed to be best you
Yeah,
can facing toward Mecca when you pray, right?
I haven't personally
That's
been there.
Saturnian, Saturn, Satan
When I
worship.
look at
That's
when
okay. Hey, not
when you
evil though. It's not evil.
I don't know what it is. I'm just letting you know.
I know, bro. I've known about this stuff for a very long time.
Okay.
So anyway,
wait, what's evil?
We're trying to be respectful too of people's beliefs and stuff. Like,
bro.
if I was
Well, I'm
doing
not saying it's evil.
if I was doing a presentation, I would go into depths and this and that. But there's a time and a place.
Yeah, do that. You're gonna have to study it and then do it, and extrapolations from as far as what you know about how what this is. I mean, this is the problem with the religion, man. Like, oh, it's evil. They're praying toward Mecca. It's like that's not evil.
I never said that.
No, I didn't say you did, but a lot of people do say that. So I didn't put that on you, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say that there's things that, Christians do, right? Like some Christians, like, make the little manger in the room or have the cross, right? Or, they'll have, little carved out images and idols and jewelry and all that stuff, right? There's stuff that Christians do that are idolatrous. There's
that you're not
stuff
supposed to be doing, like
Yep, you're exactly right, Master Chief. Yep. Yeah, Christians do a lot of
there's
things that
stuff
are
that
evil as well. So
there's stuff that Jews do that ain't right. There's stuff that Christians and Muslims do. I mean, nobody's perfect.
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, moving on to the
Yeah,
stars.
this is for the other rooms. Let's
Yeah, I
talk
just
about
want to
the
say that
flat Earth. But yeah, you're
I
exactly
just want
right,
to say
Hank.
that I
Go ahead.
appreciate Elijah's questions and questioning that which has not been questioned. And even though he gets maybe a lot of static at first from people not understanding, or people having that reaction, like, you can't question the stars, the constellations are permanent. I mean, he's going to get that sort of thing, right? Because he's the first one asking these questions, right? In a very long time. Or
Of
this question.
100% agree.
Dude, when you first come across this stuff, yes, it's a there's
What
a lot of
Elijah is
questions
doing
that need to
is
be answered.
he may be right, he may be wrong, but what he's doing is brave.
Yep.
He's questioning things that have not been questioned, and he should be praised for it, not admonished.
Hey, Iron, this
Who
reminds
are
me
we
of a
to
song.
say?
You may be right, I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for.
Yeah,
At the
man,
end
I
of the
came in too
day,
late, dude. I ran
at the end,
upstairs trying to get into it.
no, at the end of the day, we're better off for him being here and asking those questions. If he didn't, who would?
Yeah, damn right. Damn right. Yep.
Yeah.
Like I say.
So, cheers to Elijah.
Here, here.
You don't have to agree with him. You just got to respect him.
Is this where we bow down on all fours and put our head on the floor? Head on the floor.
You can call him whatever you want to. He's got many names. Just take a bath and get your butt down on the ground. I really like that idea. I don't know why I've never thought of that before. Like, it's like you show up, it's like your head's in the toilet and you're like, God, blah, please, blah. I don't want to do this no more, God. It's like God is like, oh, hit me up some other time when you're not in this, position with your head in the toilet where everybody sticks there. Ugh, come back later. Now's not
Yeah,
a good
it's
time.
kind of hard to defend you when you're puking in a toilet. It'd be a lot easier to defend you if you weren't a victim of your own decisions.
Exactly. And then
That's
another
why I
time we
don't like
call on
drinking.
God is when we're doing what, right? We call, oh God. It's like God's like, I'm busy right now, guys. Could you maybe not call a name right now? Right? Or when we're having near death experiences or we're afraid, it's like, oh, now you call on me. Right? And that's why it says in the Bible, like some prayers, like he don't even like prayers from some people because the way that they be acting. So imagine that. Some of your prayers are an abomination to God if you're doing certain things that he don't like. So that's why he says, depart from me, for I never knew you. Right? Because if you were like doing all this other stupid stuff and then praying to God, those prayers don't count. Anyway, I'll cite my source and then I'm moving on.
I mean, I'm not a perfect person, make many mistakes, but I still hope one of you are a perfect and good person who can pray for my cat to come home and find his way home safely. If one of you can do that for me, I'll be eternally grateful. Lowly me, I am not worthy. But I miss my little baby boy.
There, I did it. That's what I'm supposed.
So, whichever amongst you are pure in spirit and in soul, send my kitty home, please. I beg of you.
You better pray to Allah, bro. Only Allah can do that.
Well, do it for me. I don't believe in it.
What?
Don't do it for me, do it for my kitty.
Maybe Allah took him away for a reason, man. Did you think about that?
Yeah, it's crossed my mind. And it also makes you sound like you're kind of vindictive.
No. Let me explain something. That's a cultural thing. So Muslims, they always say, like, who are you to know what God is doing, what his plans are? Muslims always talk about maybe this bad thing that's happened to you is God's plan. Is that incorrect?
No, you're correct.
Yeah, so when Christians are like saying that, God is this and God is that, and the Muslims are like, how do you know this? So the Muslims are like, they're like hyper realists when it comes to God, right? So they're kind of like flat earthers in a lot of ways. They're like, and you, a mere man, you understand God. Okay.
Right.
Impossible.
Like, even when bad things happen, we pray, we give praise to Allah because, like, it happened for a reason. There's no, I can't say like, oh, why have you done that to me, God? No, just, God did it to you because it was supposed to happen.
Personally, I don't think that's unique to Islam or Christianity. It's kind of ubiquitous.
I don't know what that word means, so just gonna say.
happens to everybody, everywhere, every time.
No, I don't think
Ubiquitous.
that everything happens to everybody, everywhere, every time. No. All I'm saying is that there will be good things, you will have blessings, and then there will be bad things. You will have curses. There will be like something like yin and yang. If you do something good, then good things will happen to you. If you do something bad, then bad things will happen to you. It's not like, oh, you do something bad and then something good, like, and then good things happen
But
to you. No, if you go and steal $1 million from somebody, don't think that $1 million is not going to be stolen, or maybe even tenfold is going to be taken away from you, or maybe you'll even be poor. You have to be poor in order for you to learn your lesson. Like God
It's
is
the
gonna
yin and
put
yang.
is gonna
but
put in
It's
place
another
for
culture.
you to learn your lesson.
right, and the lesson being necessitated in the instance in the first place, that is ubiquitous. If you do something bad will happen to you. If you do something good will happen to you. That is the ubiquity of the order of a creator.
Are you sure? What if somebody does a lot of good things and they live a very good life, and lots of really bad things happen to them consistently throughout it?
Right, and that
That
happened to
was
one
their
of the
test.
prophets too.
That
And
that
he
was
Well,
was
their
maybe that
test.
leads
which
them
he was used
to
to he
a
was used
higher
as an
standard.
example.
So the Hindus will say, that's why we have reincarnation, because maybe in the past life you were an asshole. That's why all this stuff has happened to you. Right? And the Christian will say that the reason these bad things are happening to you, even though you're trying so hard to be so good, is because when you're over the target, that's when you take the most flack. Right? When you're in
Amen.
God's will, in his perfect will, that's when the devil's going to attack you the most. And you're not supposed to be upset about these trials and tribulations. You're supposed to be thankful for them, because every time you pass, right, you justify, let me think how to
It,
put this. You
it's a
justify all
signal
the bad things for
of
good.
achieving a higher state of being.
I
If
just
you
want to say
not
though, I don't
challenged,
mean to
then
interrupt you,
you
Iron.
are not worthy.
I'm a newborn Muslim, so I'm still learning. So I hope that everything that I do say, I don't want you guys to think like, yeah, this is what the Muslims and this is everything about Muslim. I'm still learning. I'm learning Arabic, and like I don't want to say anything wrong.
Trying in the flesh is not the spirit. When you try in your flesh, it's not the spirit.
I don't
And
know what.
I
Yeah.
also want to address the guy that talked about his cat missing and hasn't come back. Hopefully, your cat does come back. But cats aren't
I mean,
humans.
I'll pray. I'll
Because
pray.
I've experienced cats coming back a year later, and it's like, wow, I can't
Yes.
believe this cat has come back, but I guess they got on walkabout.
That
I've
sounds like
given up
somebody.
I'm
control,
just saying I'll
and when
pray,
he
but
comes
I
back,
don't
he comes
expect
back. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I've come to accept the fact that he is living his life, and if he wants to come back here, he'll come back here.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
doesn't.
man, that's happened with not just cats and dogs as well. I live in the country. And I have a couple of cats now. They're pretty reserved. They stay on the property. So But if they want to wander, they're just going to wander. And
I'm
so
not going to
it's
go to war with God if my cat doesn't come home.
no, I
I'm,
didn't. Who
I'm
said that?
accepted, and I'm going to say this is how it is, and this is how it should be. And if he wanted to come home, he would have come home. But he has his own life. He's his own cat. He can go roam around, try to bang or fight or eat whatever he wants to eat. It's not my
Hey,
business.
just yeah. I mean, if you love your cat,
I love
I
him
have
for
a
who he
love-hate relationship with my cat, but I let him outside and he can do whatever he wants. and he's kind of an asshole, but at the same
Mine
time,
too.
he knows where home is.
Yeah. If he wants to come home, he'll come home.
Yeah.
I can't make him. He has to choose it for himself.
Right.
Anyway, continue, gentlemen. And I guess it kind of works the same way with humans, sort of. Even though humans aren't cats, you know.
Nor are they any kind of animal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we are. I mean,
Starting a whole new argument
No,
now.
we are humane. We are humane.
yeah, but we're thinking individuals, you know. Whereas a lot of cats just rely on instinct, you know. I don't know how much they think. We can't get inside their brain, you know, in the spiritual sense, but whatever. It do what it do. Well, it's one of my
Dude,
phrases.
I gotta say this. I really want you guys to pay attention. I love animals. Like, I really, really enjoy animals. And I think that humans are
But
retarded.
fuck cat.
Humans are retarded because they're trying to get the monkey to speak our language. They don't have the fucking capability, right? You got to learn to get in the mind of the monkey and speak his language, right? Because we have that capability. And the fact that we don't know that, we try to teach a monkey sign language, that's retarded, okay? So when these cats and these animals, they're speaking to you all the time. In fact, the only reason a cat meows is to speak to you, right? That's why he's using his vocal cords, and he purrs when he's trying to get your attention. That's like the dog's tail wagging. Now, when the cat licks his lips, he's like, I spit on you. I spit on the face of your cousin.
Yeah, cats are assholes. Just bottom
No,
line.
animals. The animals
Most
know.
of them are.
They know and know, they hear and know what you're saying, dude. Don't get it wrong.
Oh, they do.
They were here. They were here.
Come inside. When I come inside or go outside, I'm just like, or when they shoot my cat, freaking, he attacks me sometimes. I'm like, no, that's not acceptable. You know.
That's how you know he's a good cat.
Dude, that's exactly what he's supposed to do. He's a killer, right? The reason why cats get so pissed off at humans is because they're natural born killers, and humans are coming and picking them up like, oh, you're cute.
You're
They're
not supposed to be in charge. He
the
is.
cats are like, I'm a killer, motherfucker. I'm a killer. Why are you cuddling me? I'm not
And
cuddling.
then
Let me go.
my family is trying to tell me to cut his nuts off. I'm like, no.
Don't do it.
No, bro, don't do that.
No.
Actually, the cats weren't created until Moses. Inside the Ark of Moses, the mice were eating up they were tearing up everything inside the Noah's Ark, and Noah was asking God to create an animal that will help keep those rats in check and the mice in check. And it was the domesticated cats that were created. That's why there was cats.
Dude, the cats that I have here, I used to have a mice problem on my property, but you know, the cats that I have here right now, they're always hunting the mice. They'll kill them on site.
It's a story. It's a story in the Quran, bro.
Yeah, they will sit for hours just like in one spot. And I know one of these mice is going to come out. One of these mice is going to come out.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him.
Spontaneous prayer-based evolution. I don't believe in that. I'm sorry.
Well, you can believe.
Oh, you don't know how else the domesticated cats were made?
Well, I mean, humans, when humans pray, I mean, I think that's what you're talking about, right, Iron? When humans
domesticated
pray, think about it.
Hold on. When you pray, I mean, you don't believe in prayer. Is that what you're saying?
Me?
Yeah, Iron. You
No,
said
I
that,
believe
right?
in prayer.
You don't
I just don't
believe prayer would
genetic...
actually do anything?
I don't believe that you can have a spontaneous genetic mutation.
Okay, well,
within
that's I thought you were
an
saying
animal
something else anyway. Yeah,
I
prayer
don't
based on
think
prayer
a
that was
does
his
prayer.
work.
claim.
Yeah.
I think that's a
I
My
straw
didn't
bad.
say
man.
that there was a genetic mutation. I just said that God created a cat. That's why, therefore, a domesticated cat was created because Noah's Ark was created, and he needed an animal that was inside that can take care of the mice. Therefore, that's how the domesticated cats were even created, so that they can keep the mice in check.
And I'm
Because
not
the
saying
mice
I
were going
disagree with
around
you.
messing up the stuff that was inside the ship, and Moses couldn't take it anymore. And I mean Noah couldn't take it anymore. And Noah was praying to God, was praying to Allah, saying what that there needs to be an order and needs to straighten out these mice because he can't take like the mice they were messing up everything. So he
I'll tell
wasn't.
you what. I'll tell you what. Cats aren't the only mouse killers.
So how is this problem that you say occurred on Noah's Ark? How is this not already a problem worth solving before the Ark? I mean,
Everywhere.
certainly they had mice in their
It was
homes
already
before,
there. It
right?
was already there. So yeah, sure. It's a
And cats
natural function of reality, reality we experience. We didn't need the ark or anything like that. I mean, yeah, sure, pets or
it's
anything. Yeah, I mean,
convenient.
especially if you're on an ark and and you it's like two of every kind come in here, rats included, and mice, and they procreate a lot faster than a lot of people, and they cause problems amongst them, and they can kind of cause disease. And I mean, but when you have
Circumstantial.
cats and dogs or whatever, dogs will kill a mouse if they can catch them fast enough. But cats are better at catching mice.
Dogs will kill the cat.
And
Possum will kill the
dogs
squirrel.
and cats get along. In my experience, they get along because they have a
If
common
they're fed by
interest.
the same person.
So anyway,
That's why we
dogs only
domesticate.
kill a cat if they're dangerous too. Like dogs are well, it just depends on. I don't know if they're related to humans. I mean, it could be a wolf or a freaking. Well, coyotes are pretty freaking. They have their own mind. But anyway, I mean, canine. I mean, this is there's all kinds of different twists and genealogy.
Every animal has their own mind. Come
Yeah,
on,
sure.
they're not on the same mind.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you were talking about Noah's Ark. I mean, is a coyote and a wolf and a domesticated dog, are they the same? I mean, this is a story that we're given about all
Yeah.
this. So,
Rats and mice are the least of the problems on a boat full of all of the animals. It's kind of like a
I'm
last
just
case
telling
And,
you what
scenario.
and
it
as
says
far
in the Torah,
as I
bro.
know, none of that was brought up in the Bible. That wasn't.
All the animals they decide to save.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they just it was like Noah brought two of each kind onto the ark for procreation
Maybe
later
unicorns were
after the
really hard to
earth was
capture,
destroyed.
and we never got them on the boat, and that's why
Well,
there's no unicorns
I don't.
anymore.
Wait, if there was
Well,
two of every kind, wouldn't
wait.
that mean that every animal is inbred?
Well, who
Yeah, but
knows?
animals can
That's
inbreed.
right.
You can have two raccoons or two bears. They don't fuck each other up.
Well, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that it still has negative effects on. I mean, that's why
So
bulldogs are
What?
domestic today, because
Wait,
all the
what is
bulldogs that exist today came
is?
from 7 bulldogs.
Hold
In what
on. Is not
circumstance
a
would you have
unicorn
something not
equine?
in?
Unicorn's equine, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, I'm a lion. My fiance is a tiger, so that would mean that our baby would be a
Or are
lion.
you talking about your spirit animal, or are
Liger.
you talking about the?
Yeah, why are ligers so much bigger than a tiger? Do you ever see how big one of those things get?
If you
Oh my
understand
God.
evolution then you must assume that it's inbred, all of it.
Oh, first of
Don't you
all,
mean if
me
you
and my
believe
fiance are not
evolution?
inbred. We are Muslim, but that doesn't mean we're inbred.
What if I were
Well,
to say
if you
both
think it
stories are
comes
fairy
from
tales?
one original thing and that original thing made everything else, then it's all inbred.
Then we would all be inbred.
So the question is there
So explain
verification of
that.
that idea?
No, hold on. As far as Noah's Ark goes, I don't feel any record of humans breeding with any of the animals that Noah brought on the ark. So,
On a boat or not on a boat doesn't change
all right.
the
So there were
parentage.
there were 8 people on Noah's Ark, right? You know, Noah and his wife and his 4 sons
His
and
wife
their
died.
wives.
His wife and son died. Are you talking about his other wife and son?
Which ones are you
Huh?
talking about?
Well, Noah had 2 wives.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Can you collect the insurance on the first one?
It's in the
Prove
Quran.
it.
Insurance.
Only on
The
the flat
story
Earth.
is Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Come on, man. This is very simple story from the Bible. I mean, it's not hard to figure this
Why are
out,
we
man.
overcomplicating things?
Yeah, this is weird.
Well, it's just stories from men. Do you guys want to talk about the Earth?
Yeah, let's do
Hey,
that.
yeah.
Super.
Now, if God flooded the earth, how do you flood a ball, right? Don't you have to flood something? When you flood it, you get a flat surface, right? You can't flood a ball.
Bum, 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 bum.
I dig it.
Fail.
Correct.
Doot, 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 doot.
How do you flood a ball? Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
How do you have
I
water
hope
on
you
the
know
ball
that I
in the
use
first place?
the Goosebumps song. The Goosebumps intro. Doot, 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 doot. Shit, sorry.
How do you go from I can't be disproven to I am disproven immediately with the same evidence?
Oh, are you talking about the Globers?
No, okay. So water won't stick to a spinning ball. Will
So
water
you're talking about
stick to
gravity.
a ball in general?
If it was a mass attracting mass.
Well, hold on. From a text from the Bible, a story, whatever we were talking about, the flooding Earth. Let's turn that story into the ball. Where is this evidence for the ball Earth that flooded?
I don't think that they try to do that, though.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, I know they don't try to do that.
It's a ball leaf.
Let me ask him a question before it moves off the topic. When you flood a convex surface, like let's say a mountain, right? Something that protrudes from the earth, what happens to the water? It runs downhill, right? Why would it work differently on a large ball?
You've already broken your entire premise is broken already.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make a lot of presumptions when it comes to water filling a ball, with the assumption that there was a great flood, which we do have evidence for.
And which
Excuse me,
direction is
could I
downhill?
bother you for a bottle of water? I'm kind of thirsty.
Down is the opposite of sky. Whatever the sky is, down is opposite.
But the sky might be refracted.
Well, whatever way a plumb bob hangs is down.
Not if it's spinning.
Well, it's not spinning.
That's absolutely not true.
Are you talking about the plumb bob or the Earth?
Yeah, I mean,
The plumb line is always 90 to the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's motionless. If it's spinning at
If.
1,000 miles an hour at the equator,
All right,
it's not
so
going to
if you
be
use a plumb bob, use a plumb bob, it is motionless, right? That's how you measure things. That people use it all the time to build buildings and shit. I mean, where's this motion of Earth? What are you talking about?
The plum should deviate if it is spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. Yes, of course it doesn't. Because the Earth cannot be a globe.
That's obvious. You know what it is? I like to tell people it's the easiest topic to prove, but the hardest one to convince. It's almost impossible to convince someone of the truth, at least on this one point, on this one subject.
That's
But
just a bastardized version of a quote from, what's his name? Shit. Well, anyways, he said it's easier to convince somebody that they've been deceived than they.
But I think what you're trying to say is it's easier to fool someone.
I'm drunk.
It's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled.
Exactly.
Hey, Ron, can you finish your point? Are you still on it?
I forgot what I was gonna say. I don't know.
Ah, damn it! I knew that was going to happen.
I got like really bad ADD, so I got like three things running in my head at the same time, and if I get distracted, I forget the topic I was on.
No, I think we're all on the same
Especially when
page when it
people
comes
are
to this. Bro.
interrupting you. Yeah, especially when people overtalk you, which is very, very rude.
Yeah, when
That's right, Jimsy. Tell him to shut
when
up.
Ron gets on a roll, just let him
Just
roll.
shut the fuck up when he's speaking, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
what he
worries.
said.
I'm just chilling. It's Thanksgiving. I'm just chilling out, man. It's my Thanksgiving.
You spent some time with your family, Ron?
Today, yeah. Yesterday we didn't do Thanksgiving.
I wasn't invited to Thanksgiving for my Thanksgiving.
We waited.
I stayed at
Helio, did you remaster my song? Did you clean it up?
Well, I'm gonna have to say no. But what song are you talking about?
The one I sent you.
Shit, I'm gonna.
I don't believe. I don't believe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we talked about it when you sent it to me.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe put the. Is there a way to take the music and lower the music, and then clean up the vocals, and then I could lay the track that I got it is a cleaner version of the music. Just to clean it up, can you lower the two levels? Can you split them once it's all in one piece? Can you separate them somehow?
I don't know. I'll work on it this week, man. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it came out kind of crunchy. I got the Yeti mic. I just haven't recorded yet. I want to make a cleaner version.
Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Let me check it out again now. It's been a while. I forgot you sent it to me, to be honest. But
Step it up.
That's not the one that. I mean, you sent me one that was a parody of TNT, by AC/DC, but that's not the one you're talking about.
No, the one I sang, man, not just the
I
lyrics.
know. I'm looking at the wrong.
That one is too hard for me
You
to
got
sing.
so many. You got so. Yeah, me too. Fucking who can sing like AC/DC?
Well, you don't have to sing like them. It's like Weird Al doesn't sing like the person he's fucking imitating. Right?
I know.
I'll tell you how to sing like AC/DC. Before the show, you get kicked in the sack. And then everything you say after that.
TNT Dynamite!
No, but he's raspy. He's not just hot. He's raspy. He's got the raspy voice.
I mean, it's like you always send me the hardest songs to sing, Ron. I mean, it's just like I just can't do it. I mean, you send me some freaking AC/DC, and then you send me some freaking John Fogerty. Holy shit!
I did it. I tried it.
Yeah,
I don't have any skills. I'm not a singer, Helio. Like you shouldn't be scared.
I get that. I'm just trying to find the link that you sent me. It's on Odyssey, right? Okay, cool.
I got the Odyssey one too. Yeah, I think I sent you that, right?
Yeah, you sent it to me. Hold on.
But I sent you the music file,
Nothing's
which is a
playing right
little
now.
bit.
Shut up, Google.
I
What is it
admit to
playing?
being a stupid person, but that being said, Mark Twain was the person I was trying to recall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I made that up myself. I didn't copy someone's quote, but whatever.
No, it's easier to be convinced that you of a lie than you are to be convinced of having been deceived. Mark Twain.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with what I said.
No, I'm sorry. It was like 5 minutes out of date, and
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with
yeah, I
what you're
think it
saying.
was Mark Twain. Yeah, it said that.
Mark
It just
Twain,
took
huh?
me. It
Yeah,
took me
Mark
that
Twain.
long to remember
Which
who
that's
it
not
was.
his real name either. It's
Twain.
What was
He
Mark
was
Twain's
probably
real
called
name?
Weinstein or something. I don't know.
Twainstein. Fucking asshole. No, it was
Ronald Bernstein Meyer.
Dude, you should cut that song, the AC/DC song, Helio. You should record that.
What if I played yours right now?
Go ahead, play it.
Really? You want to play it? I don't know
Play
if
the
it'll.
sound recording. Sounds better than the video on Odyssey. Sounds so much worse. It's so much more compressed.
Well, this is the Odyssey version.
Yeah, well, that one sounded really bad because it took the video. When I made the video, it compressed the sound, and it sounds real shitty. It was already pretty shitty to start with. It wasn't a good source. But
All right, well, it's shitty enough.
go for it. Can you watch it? Do you have a way to watch it on the
No, you
screen?
can't watch it, but we can hear the audio. I think
The video was good. It went with the lyrics. It was like when you watch the video and you hear it, you're like, hey, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That does seem stupid. Globe is stupid. Like when you see the visual, it works.
No, I posted it in the wrong.
Oh man.
Here we go. See if this works. Oh no, they're not going to play it from Odyssey.
That's all right. No worries.
Yeah, that's all
Someone,
good.
if you guys want to watch it, you can watch it.
Yeah, I'll send
Where's
the
the
link.
noob? Is there a new guy? Is like a globe guy? He was like debating evolution or something. Helio?
Well, you did just invoke the XO with the evolution comment, which is good. So, yeah, anybody want to talk about the non-existence of evolution? Let us know. Let everyone know.
The evolution.
Can you find any evidence of a single-celled organism mutating into a multi-celled organism? Has that ever happened?
I've never
No,
seen
but
a
it's
rock.
only logical to assume that it did.
Right.
Exactly.
And from every single cell, from that one single-celled organism, everything was created from that, right? That makes sense.
Everything from... Okay, so it's not everything from nothing. It's everything from one thing.
From one single cell.
So
Even though
wait,
you
wouldn't
can't
that be
prove a
God?
single cell into a multi. Everything is ass backwards.
Sure
It's
is.
such an obvious lie. I don't know. It's like to argue about it is pointless.
Yes. It
And
is
there's,
pointless
you know,
to argue
like Kent Hovind is very he's like really strict against like evolution, but he's also a globe. No, he's a baller.
Well,
So
here's the thing.
he's controlled op.
Regardless of what anyone says, I just learned that Kent Hovind's name has a D on the end of it because I don't give a fuck what he says about anything. I like to just go by what I can test and prove myself.
Well, you should.
But yeah, hey Kent, bring your ass in here. We'll also let you know that it's flat and stationary.
I'd love
And you
to
can
come.
come.
I think he knows.
I think every single one of us has gone on Ken Hovind's live streams and tried to get his ass in here. But
If he comes in here,
not
I will
acknowledge.
be a happy boy.
Happy
He
boy.
will not acknowledge it because he'll find himself in Schitt's Creek, you know. So he don't want to do that.
If he comes in here, XO is going to drop out of the sky. Like, what were you doing up there the whole time, XO? Oh, he was just waiting. And XO is going to destroy. He's going to destroy Kent Hovind like those bald-headed professors that Kent Hovind debated back in the day.
He's not all bad. I mean, he's good. Okay, he's 50% decent. You know, it's like, okay, at least he's convincing people that the evolution is bullshit.
Well,
Yeah, but
now we know where you
he's
are in
scared
your
as shit
evolution.
of the flat Earth topic. He's scared as of the
So is
flat.
Steven Anderson. Steven
Yeah.
Anderson is another one.
No, he's active. He acts. See, Kent doesn't even talk about flat Earth unless it's brought up in his live stream. Steven Anderson is active against flat Earth, so
He's
that's
a
the
hater.
difference
Yeah, he's
between
a
the two.
hater.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a hater. Yeah. So
You know
anyway,
who I'd like to see?
Yeah, I
would
think
like.
Steven Anderson's ancestors wore funny hats.
Yeah, he was Jewish.
Ken
But
Hovind is terrified of going back to jail. He'll say anything.
yeah, he don't want to be up Shit's Creek. But what I was saying is like
blame
You're
him
up
because
Shit's
he
Creek.
was a
Wait,
target for a long time. But
listen,
whatever.
someone's up his Shit's Creek if he's in prison. You know what I mean? Not
that's
good.
what I just said. He's in Shit's
Oh.
Creek. The what was I gonna say? That guy, what the hell was his name? Edward Hendry. Edward Hendry and Kent Hovind. That would be epic.
Dude,
That'd be
Edward
boring.
Hendry
You know
is
what I would like to see?
Edward Hendry is my flatter. You know him and Dave Weiss was my introduction to flat Earth. Yeah, Edward Hendry was the one. One of the
He's
interviews
popular
I listened.
theory.
I really just kind of was like, oh shit, I need to take a look at this.
And
Is
you
Dave
heard about
Weiss?
him on Tex Mars, right? Edward Hendry when he interviewed
Yep.
on Tex Mars. Is that where
Yep,
you found
yep.
him?
Yeah, that's where I started looking into it mostly.
Good on you, man.
I'd like to see Kent Hovind and that Matthew guy, the preacher, and like the guy who debated Bill Nye on evolution. What was his name? The Australian guy?
Ham or someone.
Yeah, Kent Hovind, and I would like to see all them versus QE. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, it would be.
Oh
Let's
man.
have them Squid Game.
Well, Edward Hendry is also like he's knowledgeable on a lot of subjects like religion and stuff, especially like Judaism and things in the Catholic Church. He's like really well researched. So maybe Kent Hovind would actually consider talking with someone like him, where he has an open resume and he could see like, oh yeah, this guy's got credentials. I don't think he's gonna man up with some of us people, but whatever.
Dude, if flat Earth, if there was nothing to it, we'd be the low hangingest fruit because nobody could prove anything because the Earth is actually a ball, right? They would come in here day and night, like all these professors from all these colleges, and they would get their students and they would eviscerate us, right? Time after time, just to show their students, like, see how stupid these guys are? Like, they can't even cite their sources. But what ends up happening is that reality, the ballers come in here incognito and they're arguing with us, right? And they're talking about the sun, moon, and stars, and we're the ones saying, "Hey, we measured the Earth. Have you measured it?" No. Like, oh, really? Like, in all this time you haven't measured it? Yeah, we knew it was. We knew it was a sphere because the moon and stuff. Really?
Yeah, in 2021, they should be able to squash us like a bug.
I don't know what the agenda is. Like, why did they release this? Like, I think now the more I think about it, it feels like a controlled release because it was in the Illuminati card game, and so was the COVID thing, and so was 9/11, and all these things they put in their card game for whatever reason. And I think they did it because they want it revealed somehow. I don't know their angle. I don't know what they're trying to do, but to me it was like connected all the dots. Like, holy shit, they literally have control of every one of these puppet governments because they're all telling us the same bullshit. They're all telling us it's a ball. If they're all on the same page, they already have their one world government. It's already here and it's been here.
Yep.
Maybe it's not out in the open the way they want it. They want it out in the open, right? They don't want to disguise it anymore. They just want to come out of the closet.
Well, they get the benefits of both sides. They get to have the different nations fear each other with these fake wars and stuff and real wars that are engineered. And then on the other hand, they get to control everything like puppet masters. So they get the best of both worlds. And they've almost created a false dichotomy between the globalist versus the nationalist. And, you know, it's almost a Hegelian trap in itself. And controlled release doesn't necessarily mean that they wanted it to come out. Sometimes when things find their way out, they have to find a way to control it and lead the opposition. So we may have forced their hand to have to control it.
I'm with you
Well, it was in the
110%.
card game
Listen,
way before
real
it
quick,
was a thing.
let me
You know what I
say
mean?
some
Like before
real quick.
before
Can I
like Eric Dubay and before it was even a thing that anyone talked about.
Go ahead, Glad.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's Photoshop because it has to be. No, I mean, yeah, the card game itself is just a nod to hopefully say, hey guys, this has all been planned out. We're releasing it all. You know, we're gonna be the ones behind this. You know, it's what else are they gonna do? Eventually, it was gonna come. At best,
Not
they're gonna be doing.
necessarily. Like
Yeah.
most people, if it comes out and
Eventually.
1 in 1,000 people knows, it's basically pointless. It's hidden. If it's only 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000, they don't care. That person's he's a conspiracy theorist,
No,
and
no,
he
no.
gets brushed off.
Listen. The bigger picture. It was going to come out at some point anyway. Just given the fact that it's the truth, and you can never fully hide the truth
What I
forever.
just said, if it's out and only a handful of people, kind of like the situation we're actually in, where only there's a handful of us, it really doesn't move the fucking needle.
That's what I'm saying.
They
The
can
needle will be
gaslight the
moved when we
majority.
get past that. Are you saying that there's no hope? We should just give up on this then?
Motherfucker, I've been at this longer than you fucking been here. I've been at this every fucking goddamn day, dude. Don't tell me that bullshit.
I was asking a question.
Well, go fuck yourself. That's my answer. Fuck you.
Super.
Guys,
That's
come on, relax.
I didn't do anything wrong, man. Guy's just coming after
Well,
me.
my answer is
It
fuck
smells
you, faggot.
kill.
My answer is fuck you, faggot.
I think you have proven yourself to be exactly who you are, and has
I
nothing to do
have.
with who you're talking
Everybody
to.
here knows
It
me
has everything
5
to do
years
with
ago.
you, and you can just excuse yourself.
You can go fuck off. Everybody here knows me, motherfucker. I'm an OG. So don't talk to me like a little bitch.
You're an OG who
I'm an
talks
OG.
like a little bitch.
I've been here 10 times longer than you, and I know every one of these people, and I don't know who you are. So don't talk to me
So is
like
that some kind of badge? Are you better than us then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they know who I am, and I'm saying you're being ridiculous, and
Yeah,
you're being
that's all.
unproductive, and
Human
you're
to
being
human. It doesn't matter how long you've been coming to an internet server. Oh boy, good for you. Human to human, you're being a dick.
Okay, same with you, flat fag.
Yeah, and you just proved who you are.
I'm speaking right now, motherfucker. Everyone hears me.
Yeah, and we all hear
Everyone
you,
hears
and we
me,
see
faggot.
exactly who you are. Stop trying to pretend
That's
you're something
right.
else.
That's right. Everyone hears me. They can make up their own mind.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure we already have.
Good. Don't speak for anyone else saying we.
All right.
Okay.
Well, so do people really still think that the Illuminati card game is something that
Well,
we
it
should
seems
pay
to have
attention
a
to?
better record, doesn't it?
It does have a decent record. I just don't know what to do with that info.
Illuminati card game is something. I don't have too much to say, guys, but fuck me, that was fucked up. Get rid of this fucking idiot.
I don't
I've been banned from
Either way,
this
we can just move forward. It doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, so I'm just trying to talk about this Illuminati card game, man. I think it's a plant. I think we're supposed to be sitting here arguing about it, and I think it's working. That's my humble opinion.
Who argues about it? It's just a random thing to throw out there, like, "Hey, it's showing the towers blow up." Like, that's strange. So we could debate about it, but I don't think there's anything to debate about it. It is what it is. It's just a card game. Was the guy in on it as far as being privy to information? Anybody who does the research could probably create a game like that. So it's really There's nothing to
He's
argue about anyway.
he's got his hands in something. Like I think he's put up like The Simpsons. How the fuck would The Simpsons prove like 9/11? Like they put it. Why does the guy look like Rothschild, Mr. Burns? It's like they put shit in our face as a form of mockery, and they put it out there. And it's like if
That's
you
true.
were to say, "Look, I saw it. I saw it in the Illuminati card game or The Simpsons," people would say, "Oh, you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist," and that's what they want. And they put shit in the movies like They Live. It's all there.
That's true. And they're privy to information because people with a certain size hat network together.
Yeah, they own it. They own the industry. That they
They're
own the
aware of
entertainment. They own
things.
all
And
that shit.
the same reason Larry Silverstein knew to take out the insurance policies he did, because there was a scheme to bring those towers down. So he figured he'd cash in and on top of it and try to curb his costs and everything else.
Yeah, and
He
they
took
forced
out
the insurance companies to pay for 2
Double
acts of
insurance.
terrorism. Yeah,
Because he was
but when he
privy to
took
the
out
information.
the policy, multiple insurance companies had to group together to even pay for a policy like that. And when he did it, he made sure that it would be 2 strikes would be 2 separate events. Like that was written in before it happened. And when it happened, that's why everybody calls him Lucky Larry.
yeah, Lucky Larry.
He was privy to
Hand
the
rubbing.
information. Wasn't lucky at all.
No, he almost, dude. Every one of us who buys insurance has paid part of his fucking part of your premium went to Lucky Larry because all the rates went up after that shit. But he's just the face of it. Like it's much bigger than him. The whole thing.
Way bigger. He was just cashing in on what the information he was privy to. They ended up doing the Patriot Act and doing their wars for Israel and everything else. So there was a way bigger picture than just Larry, for sure.
Look what happened after that protest at the Capitol building. All the clampdown on any kind of patriotism, any protesting. They call you a domestic terrorism. The same shit was Timothy McVeigh. That shit was fake. That was not a truck bomb. I already proved that. And look what it
That was
did.
fake, for sure.
Yeah. Well, it was the same shit that did 9/11. It was the same exact weapon.
That thing at the Capitol was an obvious spell, and they lured people right in with that spell.
There's a video on BitChute and it shows like everything wrong in 21 minutes. The woman was not shot. Like everything was fake. Like all of it.
That was fake for sure. I would say.
And the dude in the costume, the guy in the costume with buffalo horns and shit. It's like
It's a movie set.
Yeah. And they probably
Well,
filmed it way
literally,
ahead of
you could
time.
see the cameramen. You could see them in the front hallway there, where the guy was walking in. Literally posted, ready to do that. It was literally a video shoot.
Right. The guy's an actor. He's an actor, and there is a like that one dude put it all together on BitChute. I'll see if I can get the video link, but it's
Well, when it was
that
live,
guy is he's actually a character from The Simpsons.
Who? The Buffalo guy?
Yeah,
that was fake.
He came out
Yeah,
of
someone
the.
photoshopped it.
This
the
is
guy with the red
disgusting.
beard. Yeah, somebody did. It looked pretty convincing, but yeah, that
You're
one was fake.
trivializing real life people and calling it cartoons. Disgusting.
You know what? It's just as real as the reality that most people see.
You don't even know the names of the people involved. You just call them like the Buffalo guy and the lady who got shot. You don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Everyone knows who I'm
And you're
talking about.
calling it.
Why don't you shut your mouth? No one's talking to you, dude. Everyone here knows. Everyone who saw it knows what I'm talking about.
Dude, you're
Nobody's
talking to him.
you either. You're just talking to
You
everybody.
are. You
like
were
you
talking
The only
about
two
me.
talking. Y'all are the only two talking. What the fuck?
Everyone who knows about it knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
The lady and the guy at that place.
The
Yeah.
lady.
you know.
How many ladies were shot? You fuckface. Get the fuck out of here. I'll ban your ass, dude. You little faggot.
Classic.
Yeah. This guy's a little
Wait.
cunt. Who the fuck is he? Who is this Iron? I'm the OG Ron.
Big boy.
Well, in any case, it was obviously scripted, and it was scripted that way the whole time. They had a whole media campaign to unroll right after it. It was a spell that they cast on people, attached just standard conservatives and whoever to attach themselves to this Trump character in the play, and he drove them right off a cliff. And it was
Yeah, that Trump guy. He's another character from The Simpsons.
He's the character. He's been an actor for decades, playing the same role, preparing for this role for a long time.
You guys want to hear something funny?
No.
So like earlier, okay, I'm gonna tell you anyway. Fuck off. So earlier this week, I was asleep on the couch. I had fallen asleep, and someone called a name, and I answered, and then someone was talking about characters, and I was like, "Yeah, it's all a stage." And I started talking about Anthony Weiner and what he did allegedly, and I got muted.
And Madoff with the money.
I know, right? And General Petraeus,
Mockery.
like all these people with these names.
It's
But
mockery.
yeah, I got muted. Yeah, I think it was the first time that I've been muted for saying something wrong or something. I spoke out of line or something. But yeah, it was funny.
That's mockery. And most of the things that happen in the world are real, but the tiny fraction of 1% of things that happen in the world that they decide to unroll media campaigns for are fake.
You know this place that they did the stuff in the Congress place. You know they call it, people run into it. It was
What we were
that
just talking about,
day. Yeah, that place is full of fictional characters too. They work there every day. It's a bunch of characters.
So are you being sarcastic?
A little bit, but there's actual characters that go in there and play a role.
Are you triggered?
So was Trump a character playing a role, or was he a real guy just going to work?
Yeah, they go to work playing a character.
Are you freaking serious? Are you like, you don't
Helio.
know that Trump was an actor? Hold on. Go ahead, Jamesy.
No, he knows. He said he knows he was an actor.
All right, cool.
And he's not the only one. They're definitely playing roles, characters, roles, script.
Yeah,
he's a real character. He's a real
You guys know that they read from scripts. Characters.
I think Trump himself was more creative than the people that wrote his scripts, though. In a certain vein.
Yeah, he's a better actor.
Yeah, he's a better actor than script writers.
He's been preparing for that role for decades.
Yeah.
Whole life.
It's going to be the biggest wall. It's going to be the best wall. It's going to be great. You'll see.
Tremendous.
Yeah, he just took like the word beautiful and like looked up all the synonyms and like
tremendous is one of his most famous.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Yeah, he looked up the word large and got all the synonyms and just worked it into his speeches.
Here you go.
Who doesn't like hearing beautiful in a sentence, right? When you wake up and you listen to this guy and he's saying beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. you love that.
He doesn't say tremendous. He doesn't say beautiful. He said it's going to be great. It's going to be a beautiful thing.
Well, are you saying
Everybody's
he doesn't
gonna
say
love it.
tremendous?
Yeah,
He said tremendous a lot. He said tremendous all the time.
Only when he didn't mean it.
Yeah, it was an accident. we got the tremendous thing. This is gonna be tremendous. We're making a difference in the world. It's gonna be fantastic. It's tremendous.
The same thing, but the time
Beautiful.
We're gonna do tremendous. Yes.
I was walking through an airport in Washington D.C. while I was visiting some family a couple years ago, and in this gift shop they had these like half-pound or 1-pound chocolate bars with Trump's face on it. It said "huge chocolate bar." I was like holding it up to my brother and be like, "This is huge."
That's another one. Yeah, huge. He always said huge. There were keywords that he used: huge, tremendous, amazing. Everything in between didn't really matter. This is
Also, I heard that he is that way in real life.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Would you want him to not be?
No. I'm just saying that to, like, say, wow, like, what a fucking character. Like, he's not there to lie. He really wasn't.
That's beautiful.
By definition, would that make him a character? It seems like everyone else is just, playing a character and he's just being himself.
No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't mean like as in being programmed character. Okay.
He's been
As
playing
his
that role for
own
decades.
character.
So yeah, now he's like that outside of public.
Anyways, guys, we have Grimos in the house. Grimos, welcome to the server. You've been unmuted. You can open your mic if you like. If you have any questions related to the topic of flat Earth, globe Earth. We have a flat globe here. Oh, I scared him.
Wait, what's my name?
Gladflobe or Vladflobe, whatever it is.
My name, say my name.
You can call me Sean, man. Just call me Sean. Trust
No,
me.
thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm here.
I'll call
There's
you by
others here,
your
too.
character. I'll call you by your character name.
Yeah, but I'm myself when I'm here.
Ooh.
That's not even a character name. That's something I
That's
had to
a
type
hard
that
hit.
wasn't my name.
All
That
right,
makes
Sean.
sense. Yay! You can do whatever you want. I'm just fucking around. Who's the new guy? What's his name?
It had like a girl's icon, like a character girl
name is
icon, but
Split.
she jumped out.
She jumped. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Her name is
I got
Split.
a hard
I think
hitter
it's
right
my-
here. For
I think it was my Mexican accent that scared her. So next time, glad you.
Mexican. Jamsey, he's so fucking crazy. Oh,
No, I'm gonna let you have that one, Jimsy. That was great. We'll leave it at that.
Hey, you guys ready? Let's have a song break.
Sure, Helio, go right ahead, buddy. Yep.
Oh, he's here, guys. No, actually, he's here.
All right, damn it. Well, he's gonna have to listen to this.
Listen to the song. Good intro. Welcome to the best place on earth. To talk about Earth.
Space Force. Space Force. Let's cut the cake. Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force. We're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space Force. They say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray. Space Force, Space Space Force. Space Force. Space Force.
Song of 5, this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
Have a great day and a great life. Remember, you can get behind the scenes and other goodies at Patreon.
Hamburger prices. Triple say anything. Hamburger prices.
Well, that'll
Come on,
get
you
anyone's.
missed them.
Oh, there's that.
That'll give anyone's blood a curdle. So, who's the new guy? Do we still have them anymore? That was quite a while to wait.
Imagine all the NASA fanboys and Globers dancing along to that.
Let's go dancing, Space Force.
No, I'm not going to imagine that.
You know, all of the NASA fanboys love Space Force. I mean, under the President of the United States, Donald Trump, he implemented the Space Force. He had a ceremony and everything where he unfolded the flag for the new Space Force.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey, Helio,
it's quite
I got a question
amazing.
for you, buddy. I got a question for you. What do you think people think that shit really is? Do you think people go about their day going, yeah, fucking can't wait for Space Force to fuck some shit up? Like, what do you think they're thinking about? What? You know what I mean?
I think they're thinking about. I think that. Well, I don't think they're thinking about.
I didn't know we had any alien enemies until you started saying Space Force. So,
Well,
you know what they're doing now?
Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. Why are you in a? He asked me. I was about.
No. That's actually that was like a question.
Yeah, I mean, let's make it a broad question because I don't.
Well, it's to those in charge.
And Mr. Anderson has an answer. Go ahead. What do you think, Mr. Anderson?
No, I was only just bringing up because 2 days ago they said that Space Force is gonna use NASA to launch a rocket to push an asteroid out of the way, and they're launching it from the Space Force base in California.
Really?
I heard that too.
I saw that movie.
How do they intend to do that?
Liv Tyler was in that movie.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that
when on the article they actually mentioned Bruce Willis and stuff in there, so it's
chill. Yeah,
I just can't wait to see Will Smith say, "I got to get me one of these."
Hey guys, we gotta make space great again. That's why Trump did it. It's great.
Mazga.
Yeah, it's been way too lame lately because, it doesn't exist and all that.
Did somebody say Masca?
No, I didn't. Yes,
well,
but no.
Might as well be.
So, we'll just keep right on trucking past that.
But this is an indication of the different hoaxes they'll run with this Space Force thing. They're going up and protecting us from asteroids and shit.
Exactly. Then it's going to be aliens again at some point. So dumb.
Yeah. Why would they spend all that money, the taxpayers' money, if there isn't no asteroids? Why would they lie?
Making space great again.
Well, because
wait a minute.
listen,
That's
guys,
what Democrats do.
listen. Bruce Willis is going to destroy the next set of asteroids with Ben Affleck, and that's just how it goes.
He's too old. He's too old.
Fucking mad. No, listen. They put 90-year-old William Shatner up there, but you know what I mean? Like, come on. It's time.
No, we're gonna send Justin Bieber and someone else to do that now.
Yeah, Bruce Willis is going to save the world, but he's going to do it from a Hollywood studio.
Right. Exactly. Exactly right. Hang on a sec.
Apparently, there's a new show on Netflix that's going to come out next month called Don't Look Up that has the same premise of that Armageddon movie.
I'm pretty sure that Bear's dead, right?
Oh, yeah, I think so. He was way too big. Way too big. He was in the Green Mile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that retard from the Green Mile.
Hey, shut the fuck up. He was my dad. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, you talking about Scott Veach?
My dad? No.
You're going to name the mission?
I like my dad. I wouldn't talk about him like that. Say what now?
So are they going to name the mission Preparation A? Get rid of the
Preparation A. God damn.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty funny.
I like that asteroid.
That was hardcore right there, man. Preparation A.
Isn't it NSA? Preparation NSA?
I mean, it's just all kinds of things put together, isn't it?
Preparation H.
No, we're not talking about you, Hank.
So that the Earth doesn't have to bend over and take the big one.
Ooh, well, I'm gonna depend on. I'm not gonna even go there.
You know, that's
Never
rude.
mind.
You ever had to use preparation H seriously, my friend? It is not fun.
We're not gonna do that.
Nope.
Neither have I. I've just heard stories.
Hemorrhoids is
I
very
promise
serious.
that's why I said it like that.
Yeah, I was gonna. I mean, hemorrhoids can be a serious thing for.
Yeah, I've had some. No, I have had some.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just.
I had to
Some
console
people
them.
not just
I was like, yeah, man,
down a
those are
little bit.
permanent. No, I'm just kidding.
No, they're not permanent, but
I'm just kidding.
they can be treated. But
sorry, go ahead.
If you haven't been involved with the
Neosporin
age.
helps everything.
Well. Anyway, there's something better than that. But anyway,
there's something better than that to talk about. I think is what we're trying to do here.
Yes, yeah. There's
Yes.
something better to talk about. Then
Asteroids, not hemorrhoids.
Right, asteroids. Which
doesn't
where'd they
it
get that?
sound like the same thing? God dang it, man!
Where'd they
What
get
hell
the
is
word
going on here?
Asteroids.
Steroids. I don't know. They're steering these asteroidal hemorrhoids. I don't even know what's going on here right now.
Asteroids. Yes, you've got it. You're on top of the game now.
Okay, see, I found the clue.
What is the clue?
Steroidal asteroidal hemorrhoids. I just blew the shit wide open.
I think you did.
Unintended, yeah.
Wow. Yow. Somebody clip that.
Anyways, guys,
They have some cream.
We do need to change the subject.
They have some cream for that, Helio.
There's cream for everything.
I'm quite aware of that, by the way. So anyway.
Dominus Cube, you've been unmuted. I'm gonna Floppa. What do you think about destroying the asteroids to protect the Earth and make space great again? Dominus. You've been unmuted, Dominus. You can open your mic if you like.
We call this the Friday Night Fool Around.
I'll answer for them. Shit, no, woohoo, spend it all. The Democrats spend it all.
Dominus Cube.
He's deafened, I guess.
Are you guys as crazy as me? This is weird.
No, I don't think so.
No, I call bullshit because I hear you guys talk all the time. I think you're as crazy as me.
None of us is crazy. Do you think Drace is crazy?
No, Grace is pretty solid. Drace is pretty solid, man. I think. Let's go down the playlist here of people that talk.
How come you always say you explicit is almost as crazy as me?
It's just a phrase I use because a lot of people think we're crazy for taking a look at reality. You know, it's just a phrase I use. But anyway. I mean, I'm not trying to take away from anything that anyone does here. You know, but it's just like people say, hey, flat earthers are crazy. They're not. They pretend that they're taking a look at reality, but they're not actually taking a look at reality, you know. And I think that's
the only reason they say that is because they're not doing any of the things we're doing, and they know nothing about it.
Yeah, I know that.
They're not doing anything we're doing.
I know that, but they'll pretend we're crazy because they'll use logical fallacies to say, hey, well, everyone else disagrees with you, so why would we even consider anything you say? You know,
Helio.
Please, guys, please.
What?
What was that?
Listen, it doesn't matter what anyone says or does.
Yeah, if I gave a shit about
doesn't matter if it's black or white.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing in the world
No,
matters.
that's not
But
true
the fact that the
either.
Earth is
Come on,
flat
man.
and stationary. Just kidding.
No, I mean
And
people.
has to be
People.
peer reviewed by the Guardian.
At the end of the day, when people come in here and they have what they claim to be arguments against flat Earth, they always give um, appeals to authority. It's just like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Because everyone else believes the Earth is a globe. Why do you think the Earth is flat? And then we give them answers, and they're just like, am I supposed to be believing that you think
Dennis,
the Earth is flat, and then you're going to convince me? It's like nobody's
can
here
you
trying to
not hear
convince you.
the echo?
All right, go ahead. Shit, I mean, I've been
Thank you.
involved in this for a long time. But it's a short summary of what we experience every day.
No, Helio, you're a noob. You're a fucking noob. You do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about this.
He only runs the 24/7 Flat Earth YouTube channel for how many years?
About a little over 3 years, but it doesn't really matter. It's just like
You are very
So you put effort in, and when
every single
people
argument is for the benefit of everyone here, and no anyway.
for the movement, but people shit on you like you do nothing, and it pisses me the fuck off. Like people I don't even fucking know think I don't do anything. I fucking lived this for 6 years, every goddamn day of my life, and it just pisses me off because that's what I do every fucking day.
Hmm. But but at the same time, it's all patience. Patience, brother, patience.
Oh, I get.
Patience.
Sometimes I lose my fucking patience.
I do too. I get you, Ron. But yeah, it'll.
Not to be infighting. I don't like infighting, and I normally don't do that. But someone I don't
Yeah,
know.
but it happened. It happened. It's been happening for a couple hours now
What's that?
me and some other people, and then you
That's
came
what I mean.
in.
Like people come to the club, and just because you're a flat earther doesn't mean we'll get along with you. Like this is already an existing group of people. It's like you have to adapt to us, not the other way around. Like this is how we, this is the people who know each other, right? You come here and you just kind of fit in. When in Rome, do as Romans do.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is a focused effort. This is a focused effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah, whatever.
So let's all focus on that, and not to attack flat earthers. Or I mean, sure, we can have disagreements.
I get it.
And I think it's a good discussion because it could help everyone that's involved in the discussion. But let's not attack each other, man.
I don't. The whole thing about infighting. I don't like infighting, but I don't like disrespect either. Someone who doesn't know me talking shit against me, that really pissed me the fuck off. If he did that in person, there would be fist. That's just
to be fair, Ron, we didn't know who you were at first.
No, well, not you. Someone I don't know.
No. Anyway, that I already dealt with that. I already dealt with that, Ron. I already dealt with that. Let's
dealt with what?
I know what you're talking about. I already dealt with it. Let's move
no
on.
worries.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ron. Right, I agree with you because you have seniority, like a hell of a lot of seniority in here. I haven't spoken to you that many times, but I know that you're a good dude. But when you first started talking, like I don't think anybody was like watching and seeing who they were talking to. I didn't know
No,
who you
not
were. I
even
was about to
that.
jump.
Yeah. But I mean, people here that would know me by my voice. That like I know Hank Hill sounds just a little bit like Helio. I've known you for years, dude. And it's like everyone in here I know. I mean, not everyone. Most of 99% of the people here I know. I've seen them for years.
Yeah, but check this out. At the same time, Ron, we've stayed with the same name, but you come in and skip out sometimes. I'm going to give you that. It's just like, and
I've
then you
gotten
come back
banned.
in with
I've gotten
another
banned.
account. I mean, what the fuck are we supposed to do with
How
that
many
when new
times have
people
I
are
been
here?
banned for fucking activism? I
No,
don't know what
you've
people get
never been
accustomed.
banned from this server.
Not from here, from the entire site, from the entire
No, you've
fucking.
never been banned from this server, though.
I didn't say that.
You've
Julio.
left
From
the server several
Discord.
times, and
I
you
used
come
to-
up with different names.
From
Come back
Discord.
with
I didn't leave. My account was locked out. There's a difference.
what? Nobody's banned you from this server.
I didn't say.
Helio,
Are you?
Helio, Helio, let me explain this to you right now in the Mexican way, right? If
Well, let's do it
Discord
the Mexican
bans,
way.
if Discord bans his account, it will be completely banned out of every single server, including this one, because the account is no more. Got it? No más,
No,
no
he
más.
doesn't. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
I
I
don't
think he doesn't get it.
necessarily care either, but anyway, whatever.
I think he's had too much. I think he's had.
I
too
think
much.
you need at least 3 more beers, Helio,
No, I think he's had enough.
to be able to get it.
All right, so I'm gonna drink 3 more beers, and then I'm gonna figure out how Ron
How to speak
was
Spanish.
banned. I'm gonna figure
He
out
was
how to.
blackballed from
I
Discord.
was not banned. I was by Discord.
Oh yeah, by
Not
Discord,
Not Discord.
not the server.
Exactly. You see,
The
we're making
account was
progress.
terminated. My account was
He just opened another
terminated.
beer and he's making progress now. You see?
Yeah, not banned. Just
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to crack another beer, and then I'll understand.
Speaking of the Terminator, have you seen Reconor? Has he been around
Yeah, he's permanently banned again from here.
again? Why?
Yeah, because he's a dick.
Is he?
Yes.
He usually doesn't even say anything.
Are you sure about that?
Well, people crack on his accent. He's got that thick
No,
German accent.
he doesn't talk in voice, but the shit that he says in text, I object. I think he left because of me, because me and him don't get along. I want
I
him
didn't know.
to
I
not
didn't
be
know.
here. But that's. I don't want Reconor to be involved.
No, I didn't say. I was wondering what happened.
Yeah, I think
heard the
that's the
Terminator.
deal. It's. I mean,
His Terminator voice.
I people let him back
thought he
in
was-
after
I
I
thought
banned
he
him
was-
several times, and then he came back and I didn't ban him. He just left, and then he, because he's a.
Is he a dick? All right.
Yeah,
I
he's
thought he
a
was
dick.
harmless. I thought he's harmless.
No,
like
he's
the
not
other-
harmless.
He's that other German guy, Lichtwig. Remember Lichtwig? He was like a harmless old German engineer. So it's like, whatever. I don't.
Anyway, that's another shit for another time. Whatever. But hey, Ron, if you want to get back on the mod team, get fucking back on the mod team if you're ready to.
Yeah, I'm staying
back
under
in
the
game.
radar though. I'm gonna stay under the
Okay,
radar.
cool.
I don't want
Whatever.
the Did you see that video I posted in the live stream text about everything wrong with the Capitol shooting? If you guys didn't watch that, link that video, like save a link and watch it later. It's like 21 minutes, but he'll go through point by point of all the things wrong with it, like how it's all a hoax.
Well, I mean, if it's on the news, more than likely it's a hoax. But I mean, when they had that video of people, somebody in Wisconsin running people down, that
smells
that was
false.
more than. Yeah, I mean, it's just like.
Remember the Bataclan?
But we're not
shooting?
gonna do a lot of coverage of that here. We're gonna talk about Flat Earth like we always do, and because that
maybe we'll do a show on your other channel and then well stream it.
we
And we'll
could.
talk
I
about
mean, if
other-
you have some info about that, send it to me. But
I haven't
yeah,
researched it.
I mean, it's like it's all distractions and freaking craziness.
Well, they gaslight you with false flags, and they gaslight you with these hoaxes. And
I wouldn't put it past them to actually kill people.
I hear that. Yeah, I mean for sure, but they don't. Most of the time, they don't, and for whatever reason, they don't. I don't know.
We're being abstract right now, but anyway.
Well, I mean, like things, like school shootings and things. Like they don't necessarily want to do that. I mean, it doesn't take killing people to make people think people died. Like if you promote it on the tube their boob tube, everyone's going to believe what they see on there. They're not going to believe any. You could present all the evidence you want, and you're only gonna reach about 5 or 10%, even with all the piles and piles of evidence. It's like flat Earth. You can present all the evidence you want, and
but
people don't
but
want.
it's more about the influence, in the background. It's like it can be fast or it can be slow, right?
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the influence. Like what happens is like here's a fast news story, and then here's what's happening in social media, and I mean they can utilize every interest and every background thing now. You using it to influence whatever they promoted initially from the initial event, right?
Okay. Too many too many
They can make all
metaphors.
kinds of fucking stories about it, afterwards from the strong story, like the big
Okay.
punch, right?
Is there anyone new here? I don't know if there's any new peeps. Have you guys been getting a steady stream of like curious globetards, or how's the flow?
It's slowed
Curious
down
people.
quite a bit.
We've been getting
According
curious
to,
people though. There a lot of people are honest coming in. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
according to Indio, it's slowed down by like 90%, and only 10% of what was coming through here is
Holy
coming
shit.
through here now.
Yeah, like a year ago or more, it was way more chock full for sure.
But you got to think the lockdowns, had a lot to do with that. You think people were just kind of bored and searching, not really knowing what to search for. Now I think everybody knows what they're searching for, right? Because it's pretty obvious what's going on.
90%. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what he said. I'm not really sure if that's true. But yeah, it seems to have slowed down a lot, but we are not getting globetards hardly at all. There's very little anti-flat earthers coming through here. We did get a return of Kosho like a week or two ago. Or maybe it wasn't Kosho. Was it Kosho? Who came back? It was one of them. But yeah, it's mostly been curious people, just normies coming through. But it's slowed down a lot to the point to where I'm telling people we need to go out and do recon and kind of get to know people and invite them here.
You know what happened, Hank? I think we've reached critical mass. I think before, like a few years ago, people would say that's the craziest, stupidest shit I ever heard of, and now everybody knows someone who's a flat earther. I think everybody. Like your 6 degrees of separation apart. I think everybody knows that 1 in 6. Everybody, and they just even there's flat earthers out there that don't necessarily admit they are. They're like crypto flat earthers. And I think
Yeah, I've met a few in the world.
Yeah, and I think that's why they pulled the plug on YouTube, because we already had the critical mass and it reached the tipping point, and they just didn't want it to come to a boil. It's like it's reached the tipping point, but we don't know it yet. It's like under the radar tipping point. And it's like when the Wizard of Oz, when you pull back the curtain, there's this harmless little man controlling the machine, and we don't know. Like if we all wake up and say, "Oh my God, we all know," then the game's over. It's done. But they can't let us know. They know because they have all the spying equipment, right? They spy and they're like, "Oh shit, this person knows. This person knows." They could probably count each flat earther through just their personal communications, their texts, what they watch, the videos, places where they go like this. It's all monitored, so they already know. It's just what the hell are we going to do about it, right? It's like we know.
I know this.
We know.
Guys,
I know
one
this is
second, guys.
speculation. Go ahead,
We
man.
have this iOS guy that has been trying to join the VC for a while. So let's see. It was in the server earlier. CIOS. I will unmute you. You can unmute your mic and say hi to the server. Hi there. Guys, if you guys can take over, I gotta restart my device.
Yo, Cios, welcome.
Try, guys. Let me check my devices. I'm lagging.
Yeah, while we're waiting, I saw a study not that long ago, and it was talking about how like 1 in 3 millennials think or don't believe the Earth is a heliocentric model. So it wasn't about flat around; it was about heliocentric versus geocentric, I think.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and
Got a
you
little
know,
graph.
if you're geocentric, you're only one step away from figuring it all out. Like you're right there at the precipice. If you're geocentric and you got people saying, "Hey, go measure the Earth," you're going to be like, maybe I should go there. But my point
Yeah,
was that sorry, I was just going to say, my point was that if 95% of the people live by the ocean, it's only a matter of time. Like, I don't know how much time, but it's only a matter of time before everyone, hears about the flat Earth, and then they're going to think back to, wait a minute, I saw the horizon at 20 miles away. That's not possible, right?
But if someone say that they don't believe in the heliocentric model, what does that actually mean? That they don't believe the universe revolves around the sun?
No, not the universe. I think, and this is my interpretation, I think it means that they believe that the Earth is the center of creation. So, people have done like studies to see like how many people like believe in God. I think if there's actually 1/3 of people who've actually read their holy books, then they might believe that this is the center of all creation.
Yeah.
So that might not even like have factored in the flat Earth. But I think some of that is going to be flat Earth going, oh yeah, it's geocentric. I can't tell you what percentage. And, flat earthers are kind of scared to be put on a list. And I'm just going to say this, like, what was like 4 or 5 flat earthers died in the past 5 weeks?
That is weird. That's very strange, I think.
And I'm
six weeks, it's 4 or 5 of them. Yep. Just keeps every other week now. Every week, I think.
And in that article, they were asking him about, is the world round or flat? To the millennials.
Were they? I didn't see that part.
Let me see. Here's the graph from that article.
And there's a lot that's wrapped up in that question. Are we going to uncritically, accept whatever science or science so-called says about the shape of the Earth? Or are we going to, question it or test it ourselves? Are we going to question it and see if there's, something to these flat Earth claims, or just believe that it's a ball because NASA says so? It threatens their power structure as well. It's not just a shape of the Earth question either.
Yep. And this doesn't necessarily reflect reality because it's whatever control group they had. But it's showing 55 and plus, 94% always believe the world is round, and going all the way down to the 18 to 24-year-olds, only 66%. So 2/3.
It's also a question about how independent of a thinker you are in a way too, because if you question this sort of thing, you probably question other subjects as well. That's why they want to lump, flat earthers and all wrong think, groups together, anti-science, anti-vaxxer, Trump supporter, religitard, just problematic people that are just too much trouble for the narrative.
Yep. Sure. And that's a tactical error because I remember when Fox News did that it was like a 20 something minute hit piece on flat earth, and they lumped climate change deniers with evolution deniers with globe earth deniers together. And even my NPC parents know that climate change and evolution is nonsense. So it's like that's a tactical error to keep lumping things together like that because it makes people question. Like a lot of these moms who had their children get maimed or killed by stabbies have been broken from that spell. So when they see Google saying that they're going to crack down on YouTube on those and flat earthers, like, wait a minute, what does that have in common with? So that's a tactical error I think they're making.
Well, people want to have, safety and security and believe that their authorities, want to, do them, well and are, experts that are justified in their positions of power. So it's just easier to vilify, wrong thinkers and say that they're the problem and that our system is capable of being trusted rather than, taking the red pill and waking up and saying, okay, well, looks like they're more corrupt than I thought.
Yeah. I still think it's tactical error because imagine you're an NPC that knows climate change is a hoax, knows that evolution is a hoax, and they do a hit piece saying, look at these anti-climate change / evolution / flat or globe earthers denials, lump it all together. That could have a backfire effect.
They're taking their first steps, though. They're like, okay, I'm willing to halfway listen, but I want to see how this is going to affect my life. I want to know if it's going to turn me into a kook or if I'm going to lose, everything, that
Yeah.
Yo, Lemon, you cut out.
I was just saying that people are willing to take half of a look at it now as long as it doesn't disrupt their nice, comfortable, normie existence. Because people are just struggling to survive with the whole, jab thing and everything else in the fake news. They're waking up slowly. But they're like, okay, if I wake up to this, is this going to, destroy my cushy, normie existence? And, is it really worth it to do so? So I think at this stage, people just want to have a nice, normal conversation about it and just, no pressure, just hear what we have to say and move on.
And it's I don't know, it's because you're talking about the stigma involved and is it going to interrupt my life? I'll be ostracized and whatnot, basically like that. A lot of these people, because I know people who I consider NPCs, right? They're just regular Christian people who are you could call conservative minded or whatever, just living their life with their family and stuff. And some of the pastors that they follow and some of the people, including them, are being called right-wing extremist conspiracy theorists just because they don't want to get the jab or just because of something silly. So it's breaking that spell. It's putting them in that ostracized position already. So it's like it's breaking that spell in a way for them where they're seeing through it now. Like even my parents saw me as just a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but now they're being called conspiracy theorists.
Conspiracy theory is really more like spoiler alert because the thing
Yeah.
conspiracy theorists get right is they actually delve into the mindset of these elites and what makes them tick and what makes them operate. And a lot of times, if you have a psychological profile on a person, including, the powers that should never have been in the first place, well, then you can, see what their next steps are going to be anyway.
Yep.
Yeah,
Recognizing
conspiracy.
patterns.
Well,
Conspiracy
at the
theory.
same time, how comfortable is it? I heard the word comfortable several times. How comfortable is this new existence, right? This is let's become comfortable with this new existence. It's like, hey, we have this new situation. I'm not going to name the situation, but how comfortable is everyone with it? Has it become comfortable now? It seems uncomfortable to me.
Helio, you will own nothing and you will be happy. That's what Klaus Schwab says. You will own nothing and be happy.
So where did this word comfortable, how can you become comfortable in this new paradigm that they forced upon you? This is insane.
Because they've lobotomized the public.
Well, even a lot of NPCs are uncomfortable with this. It's
okay. Well, how long before they realize that they're uncomfortable because they have to conform?
Probably when they spend like their last $100 on gas and they're like they have nothing and they're just broke and indebted. And I think a lot of people are there already. They've been there. Like any savings that most people had has been burned up. And this whole crisis we've seen, the last year and a half, it's and they're pushing round two. Like you've heard, I don't know if you've heard.
Oh
the news.
no, yeah. I mean, just like with what's already been set up, get ready. Everyone, get ready.
It's
And
New
don't
Mexican beer.
forget don't forget that the old school people and us that learn from the old schools, we're gonna pass on eventually, and the generations that are being indoctrinated under this system, they're gonna be the ones that are gonna be part of the system. We eventually we're gonna pass on, guys. Eventually,
They want us gone.
You're gonna pass on a poisonous ideology that has nothing to do with reality.
No. That's not what he's saying. He's saying,
I didn't say that's what he's saying. I'm just saying that's what's going to happen.
Out.
Yeah,
everybody who knows.
Go ahead.
Everybody who knows Helio will be gone eventually. Like 9/11 was 20 years ago, right? Everybody who knows about it will be dead in another 20 years, or most of them, right? So these things die with us. If they can control the internet and they can just delete anything off the internet, people don't even have books anymore. Most
and
people
you know
don't.
what, Ron? This has more than likely happened through several cycles in the past, and no matter what means of exchange through information or media or whatever, this has happened through cycles of our
For
humanity.
sure, dude. It's the same people. I think I think the old world order was replaced by the new world order, and it seems the new world order has a shit agenda and like the old world was beautiful. If you look at the buildings, everything was beautiful. It was well planned. It was built to last. Everything now is disposable, IKEA, press
Oh,
board.
sure, but it's been exploited by the same way that they're doing it now. So anyway,
Well,
it's just it's a cycle. It's been cycles.
We went from like
centuries.
solid. If you look at the old furniture from that era, they call it Victorian. It's all dovetail joined. You know how difficult dovetails are. They're time consuming. So you go from that to press board, particle board. Everything is throwaway. Back then, things were built out of marble. They're built out of solid hardwoods. They took time in the details. You don't see that workmanship
Sure, but
anymore.
I'm talking more about culture and influence.
Dude, that's high culture. That was high culture back then.
Yeah,
if you're
sure.
building all that high culture furniture, there was a very high culture society. The buildings were all beautiful, like all the detail. The detail is not necessary, but they did it. They spent all that additional labor and time creating micro details on all of the. If you look at the building, there's details on top of details. That shit takes time. Why were they so detailed? Why was it so important to them? Because they wanted
to preserve their culture.
But it was about beauty and appearance and all that. But now look what we have: cinder block buildings that all look the same. Walmart, Costco, they're all just cinder block disposable buildings that will be destroyed in like 30, 40 years. They'll smash it and build another one.
Yep.
But when you build of stone, like all the shit built of stone, like marble and shit, that shit lasts generations. It was meant to be here. All those fountains and
So,
things. And
did I interrupt a conversation that was
I
going
don't
on?
even know, dude. I'm just
I
saying,
know. I
like, the New
mean,
World Order
when me
sucks.
and you get together, that's why we had a fucking
Let's
show
go in a
together.
different room. We'll just let this shit.
No, we
take
don't
its
have
own-
to. I mean, I'm curious about how people have perceived this quote unquote modern culture. What is how are we going to preserve anything that we are experiencing now, or should we?
We should. Well, this should never be forgotten. But the thing is, the situation we're in now, everything that's truthful is being labeled misinformation, harmful.
Hey, I think this portion of culture should be forgotten. It's just
Well,
like,
no, if you
I
could
mean,
get your
not to be.
history
I mean, it should
assumed,
be remembered
repeat
in
it.
the sense that for a lesson for human for humans to actually explore humanity
Human
in the future.
folly, the
But
folly of humans. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's just like it's kind of
It's 1984, dude. It's
what they're
Orwellian,
doing
man.
is exploiting the ignorance or the influence, how they can influence humanity and put people in a position where they can be exploited to multiple.
If I told you what is happening right now, if I told you even 10 years ago, you wouldn't believe me. If I said, yeah, they're going to do this, this, and this, they're going to force people to wear certain things, they're going to force magic potion on people, you would say that'll never happen. And
Well,
99
that was the case because decades ago people were talking about these kind of situations, and they were labeled crazies and conspiracy theorists, and a lot of
Yeah, I
the
got a
stuff that was
video.
spoken in the past and it's been going on now. So yeah, it came through.
I got a video of Rob Skiba like 10 years ago talking about mandatory vaccines for adults. And I've been talking about the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012, also known as the NDAA. I've been talking about that for a long time. And I've been talking about uh, what is it called? Medical martial law. I've been talking about that for a long, long time. And granted, this last one, it was voluntary, right? But I believe it was a test run because if there's going to be shortages, if there's going to be like supply chain shortages, I think there might be, I don't know. I don't want to say it.
No, Hank, you're exactly right. Your mic is a little bassy right now, but I totally get. I'm smelling what you're stepping in, bro. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like in the 1990s leading up to the 2000 era. This is it's a very short period of human history. Let's pay attention to how they manipulated us.
Dude, look what we're approaching the 20 Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, right? All their things that they're putting in now, they've been, they told us what they're going to do in their agendas, right? You just have to read it. And it's all happening. Like Event 201, we're living in Event 201. It was planned.
Yeah, I could show you a video from like 2017 where, the big names where they were spitballing, they were brainstorming on how they were going to do this.
Yeah, and all the people involved, it's the same group of villains. You know, it's like a who's who
Yeah,
of
it's
shitbags.
it's the magicians. It's magic.
Yep.
Oh, it's magic.
It's magic.
It's all magic, bro.
It's wizardry, dude. The wizards wear small hats.
They're putting the people under the spells, man. Just snap
Everybody,
out of it, people. Snap the fuck out
everybody
of
looking
it.
like everybody looked like the King of Rohan.
Snap
What he said, Gandalf Stormcrow.
I mean, but at the same time,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I don't necessarily want to say it. There's a lot of stuff that I don't say.
Bite your tongue. Don't say
How
it.
to break
Don't say it.
the black magic? You have to use white magic. And,
You know what? A lot of people know about the magic potion and stuff. I mean, even well before this happened, my he's one of my best friends. His sister was like way anti magic potion, and this is like 25 years ago. So she didn't vaccinate her children, and now they're in their 20s. And my friend didn't vaccinate his children. They just they know about this shit, and they know that all the side effects or whatever. If you want to call it a
Yeah,
side
we
effect,
try not to talk about vaccines here,
huh?
so if we could just change the subject.
yeah, but yeah, we
Yeah, I
do
know,
try
I
to
know.
talk about
You said
that.
it
That
too,
is the
Hank.
magic,
You said
but it doesn't just with the V and the VC and all that kind of that is a sort of magic, but it's really more about the propaganda than the actual jab or whatever you want to call it. It's more about the influence of the propaganda than the what might or might not happen to you if you participate.
well, they pit people against each other. They're making two groups. There's one group A and group B, and then they want them to fight each other. You're putting my safety at risk. How dare you, right? That's divide and conquer. That's how they do it.
Yep.
So anybody who doesn't go along with it is now the enemy, and they browbeat you, and they want that. They want to shame you. Usually it works, but in matters of life and death, people have to draw a line in the sand and say, "Hell no, I ain't taking it." Just like you told your guy at work, that old boomer at work. He's like, "Yeah, I got mine," and you're like, "They're gonna have to kill me." He's like,
Oh, you remember that? I told you the
"Yeah."
other day. Yeah, it was just like he's like, yeah, but he's a vet. He's just like, hey, and he was asking me, it's like, did you get? Like, no, I don't do that. But
What did he say?
he
What did the
couldn't
look?
understand why I wouldn't do it. But I don't want to go through the whole thing with him. Just like we explain on here. So.
Too bad the veterans, dude. They get lots of magic
No, I
potion,
get
dude.
it. Yeah, sure. They get the potions every time, but anyway.
Them poor guys, they're like the human guinea pigs.
It's free.
That was
It's
my
free,
dad.
bro. It's free. Is
My
anything
dad
free?
and
Is
his
anything
best
free?
friend, they were in the army, and they both got the magic potion, and they both died of cancer. So I think there is some connection.
Well, sure. I mean, there's no answer to everything, but oh shit, this is not a medical channel, so I'm not gonna.
No,
There's a
not
lot of
medical
stuff that
advice. Yeah.
I could talk about, but anyway. So we're not talking about that, but yeah. That's a good point, Hank. What were you going to say about some of the? It's like don't get me and Ron together because we're freaking dynamite in a wick.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd be right there with you and Ron. If you don't remember, when I first started, I was like, these rules mean nothing to me. I don't know how I made it through without getting kicked out, muted, banned, caught dissed, or whatever. But for some reason, you guys put up with me.
Oh God, we love you, Hank. What the hell are you talking about, bro?
No, man, we
No,
like
in the
the
beginning,
propane.
in the beginning, I was like, "You don't want me to talk about what?" And I was like, I was not really aware that this was your server, right, or everybody's
Well, it's not
server.
my server.
And I
It's
was
it's
like,
for us. But yeah, I
"Yeah,
mean,
but let me finish."
go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
bro.
wasn't really aware that this wasn't my server, and I was like, "Oh, we can't talk about God. Watch me talk about God. Oh, we can't talk about the V. But oh, I'm talking about the V. I don't know how I never got banned."
You don't want to blow it up. It's like it's just a clubhouse, right? And if you blow it up, then nobody has a clubhouse, right? So we have to bite our tongue because look what happened at the ice wall. The ice wall got terminated. So like twice they got terminated. So we don't want that to happen because then
Yeah,
we
for
have
the
no
most
hangout.
part. Yeah, for the most part, we just focus on flat Earth here, and we bought our tongues on other topics. But yeah, so but it's still fun to talk about flat Earth, right? So that's what we mostly do
That's
here.
my
So.
favorite thing, but there's no one to talk to but ourselves. It's like fucking
Oh
hey, we
no!
already
Are you
know.
fucking serious, Ron? I mean, we have new people that join here every day.
He said it's
Just be
down
patient, man.
90%. 90% of the noobs have dried up.
No, bro, it happens every single day. I mean, even
I
if you
get
have to,
that.
can you wait a day for one new Globie to come in
Let's
here
say
to talk to you?
let's say 100 would come in a day, and now it's down to like 10. So it's maybe
Okay,
it's not a perfect
what's wrong
ratio.
with
I'm just
that?
saying.
What's wrong with that? I mean, okay,
Well,
and you know what? You know what's really cool about Discord? You can open up a freaking Discord and talk about the other stuff
yeah,
24
I get
hours
it.
a day.
I
I get
get
that.
it. I get.
Well, then get it holy, like WHOLLY.
I'm just saying. Maybe just a theory. A lot of people don't think it's so crazy anymore. Just saying.
I know, but we're gonna have to still be patient. We have to be
Yeah,
patient.
yeah. We need to nudge them over the line, just that last inch.
But you're gonna have to be patient with them, and
I
just
am.
like
I'm
I
like,
always do.
dude.
I know you are. I know you are. It's just like ask leading questions. Boom, boom. Well, have you come across this information? Boom, boom. This, and this. Yeah. And, there's a very good reason, since we're live streaming this, that we don't, talk about certain topics
That's
on
not our
here.
job, man. We stick to
No,
one
it
thing.
is our job. Yeah,
Well,
it is our job to not talk about certain topics here to preserve, our lives.
Yeah,
well,
but
we
there
got
has been
other.
times people come in here and want to talk about the V, Volkswagen. Yeah, and we'll go downstairs and we'll talk to them. So it's not like the whole server, right?
Yeah, sure. Live stream is the live stream, and yeah, we have plenty of other voice
There's
rooms.
other servers. Yeah, there's other servers you
No,
can
there's
go
other
chat.
voice rooms inside
Yeah,
this
yeah,
server.
yeah. But yeah. Anyway, what was the subject before this?
I'll tell you what, though. At the end of the day, I have so much to say about the bullshit that's been going on for the past couple of years with the
Yeah, we know. All
and
do.
every time we try to do it on YouTube, they'll shut it down immediately. So anyway,
That's number one.
that's why we don't
Number.
do it here. So that's why we talk about flat Earth in the live stream. You can
Hey,
talk
did
about
your
it in this.
video?
Hey, I'll tell you what though. Even if you talk about it too much in non-live stream rooms here inside the server, people can report you and make all kinds of shit up about you and actually cause problems with the server. So just everyone be careful.
That's top secret for them because they're implementing it, right? So they can't have their whole shit be like revealed. If you reveal the wizard behind the curtain, he loses his power. So it's like that's a big no-no. You don't reveal the wizard.
All right. Well, either way. Anyway, so what were you about to ask me?
I don't know, dude.
Shit.
I asked what was the top. What were you guys talking about before we got diverted? I don't even know. I'm half asleep. I woke up at like 4 o'clock. I've been up since.
You're in the same time zone as me, so it's 12:33.
I'm in Eastern time. What is it?
Oh shit, you're in Eastern. Oh shit, you're just barely
I'm
in
a
Eastern.
little later than you. Yeah.
You're 1:33.
I woke up at. Let me see what time it is. Can't. 1:30. It's 1:30 here. So I've been up almost 24 hours, like 23 hours. I've been up.
What you been doing?
I woke up. Well, I've been trading crypto, and I woke up and I seen the Bitcoin blew up. I'm like,
Wait,
ooh.
you've been away for 24 hours?
What about? Well,
Fucking
not
with
quite. Not quite.
Bitcoin?
Not trading it. Yeah, I've been watching it. I've been not just Bitcoin, but a bunch of
So
them.
you haven't slept in 24 hours?
No, not 20. About 20, 21 hours.
Holy shit, that's a long time to not sleep.
I know it is. I'm tired. I'm still watching it right now. I got my computer monitor. I'm watching them right now.
All right, so
What
you
happened?
like
What
on
happened?
you on the trading shit right now, huh?
I'm on the trading sites right now. I'm watching on the exchanges. I'm watching the prices right now. It's kind of flattened out. What happened
Flattened
is
out, huh?
it leveled out. It's level.
Did you have any investment in Ford? Have you checked out Ford? Ford's
Not
been
investment advice. I wouldn't own any stocks right now.
well. I mean, I'm barely
Or crypto.
invested.
I wouldn't own any cryptos right now. If you own any crypto, I wouldn't hold them. I would look to repurchase them at a lower
Ford?
price. Like what? Remember March 2020, how everything went really low. We
No,
might
I
have
don't. I
that
don't
again.
really. I'm not an investor or whatever, but
But
I have
okay,
an app that it's just like I bought some a little bit of Ford stock, and
if
it's been going up steadily.
what they talked about today was what there's something new in South Africa. Some more of the same Mexican beer happening, and Wall Street lost their shit, and it hasn't fully like freaked out yet. It just had like a little hiccup. I don't know if it's gonna like just go away or and that's what the crypto markets had a big hiccup.
Ron, I do watch.
Bro, I think
Ron,
you need to.
Helio,
I think you
Helio,
need to.
Helio, Helio, Helio,
My
Helio,
bad.
stop.
I'll stop.
Hold on.
Ron, I do watch the markets too, and
Yeah.
let me tell you, since the last eclipse, the red moon, and it's been the
Yeah.
cycles of the moon, they've been repeating, and you can see the markets going up and down with the cycles of the heavens. And since the red moon, since that day, it's been red, 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 and today is even more red. It's been going down. See, it's been going down since the day of the red moon.
Oh shit. I didn't even think about that. The correlation. And they like to do things around dates. Like 9/11 was a date for them that they liked certain dates. And well, wait, go back to like March 2020. Was there some kind of moon event back then that triggered the sell off in the stock market?
I haven't checked that one, but I know it's been going on for a while, and in the
Hold
cryptos, it's
on.
more obvious. It's more obvious on the
I know what
cryptos
happened.
than
With the March, what brought it down was China pulled out of crypto. Remember? When China did that,
China.
that's when it went down to 28.
No. This is before. That happened this summer. The China has banned crypto like 5 times in a row. Oh, they banned
yeah,
Bitcoin again. It's like that's like a meme now.
they
China
ban
has
it every
already
6 months.
Yeah, you'll hear China shit. Well, I'm saying like when the stock market crashed in March 2020, I don't. It was because of the Mexican beer, and then Wall Street freaked out, and then it recovered like a couple days later. It sold off pretty hard, and then it bounced right back. We don't know if the crypto market is just going to do the same thing. Like, okay, it'll shake this off and go right back. Who knows? I think they're going to try and rug pull it. They're going to rug pull it because everybody is so invested and it would wipe out any savings because everybody is already all when I say everybody, I mean the people that own crypto, the people who do own crypto, most of them are all in. They're all in or they have about 10% sitting on the sideline. So basically, if they wipe it out, they've wiped out almost everybody invested in crypto, and
Yeah,
that would be
they
tons.
have a big issue right now. The government has USD tether for a lot of paperwork. You know about the tether. So there's a big
What
issue with
about Tether?
USD.
What are you saying?
There's a lot of the government, the U.S. government is asking for paperwork about what the deals that they do and the movement of money and the liquidity. If they have the money to back up the liquidity that they claim they have.
There's no such
So
thing as liquidity. But anyway.
there's no
Well,
such thing as liquidity.
that comes
Yeah, I mean,
into
as
play.
far as like real money, yeah, sure. I mean,
No,
real
when he's
money
saying liquid
actually ends
assets.
up into be property, and
So
What
Ron,
he's saying,
there is a
Helio.
big lawsuit. Yeah, there is a lawsuit against the company Ripple, right? The company Ripple, and there in the U.S. there is no at the moment no regulatory clarity, and the big banks are jumping into the digital asset. There's this asset class. The digital is they calling it a new asset class, and a lot of the cryptos are gonna, like you're saying, a lot of the cryptos are gonna go away and gonna go to zero, but
Private.
some of
Yeah, they're
them
private.
some of them are they're gonna be utilized in the new system, because there is a parallel system of the finances systems of the world that are gonna be utilizing these blockchains and these layer one and layer two systems to operate the finances of the world and all that kind of stuff, to provide a new system of digital liquidity to everyone, right? But a lot of the cryptos that are not gonna pass the regulations of the government, there's gonna be a big issue with those.
You know what? They like one exchange banned Cardano, which is like it was like the fourth or fifth biggest market cap crypto. It was banned from like eToro or whatever. It's an exchange that not too many people use in the United States, but maybe other countries use it. But I'm like, why the hell would they ban Cardano if they could ban that from the exchange? And that sent off a little bit of selling pressure on that one. Like Cardano was like almost like a stable coin. It didn't fluctuate a lot in the sell-offs. It was just a lot of people held it, but this one set it back a little bit. It's like, wait a minute, why would they delist? The thing what he was talking
Yeah,
about Ripple is XRP. They were delisted from Coinbase and the price of their crypto dropped enormously when they got delisted.
yeah. The thing about Ripple is that Ripple is a company, right? And they offer a service, and they use the XRP ledger, which is a public ledger that is not owned by Ripple. So a
No.
lot of people think that Ripple and XRP are the same thing, but it's not like that. It's not. It's not. Ripple
Who
doesn't
else
own the
who,
XRP ledger.
who else
are
uses
any of the
XRP?
are any of these? I mean, this is really boring to most people, but are any of these?
Julio, when you talk about your shit, it's really boring to me. So let us talk
Okay,
about
well,
your
is
relationship.
any of this connected to property or
Yes. This is digital
Yes,
property. It's
This
digital
is a new
property.
asset class that they're gonna connect. They connecting properties. A lot of the banks, the what we call the monetary system. The monetary system that we use is like 50 years old, and they're
Oh,
upgrading
it's
this whole
older than that,
system.
dude.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's older than
So
50. But anyway,
yeah, but the system that we use to do money transfers, it's about 50 years old. The card transactions and the wires that we do, that's about 50 something years old. And they're upgrading the whole thing and bringing something new that is going to be more convenient for the new generation of mobile banking and digital banking.
What I
But
wanted
but
to
what?
ask you, as far as XRP, right? Who
XRP is
uses
going
it
to be one of
besides?
the biggest ones. All the central banks
That's
are going to be utilizing XRP to connect all of the currencies. XRP is going to be
that's
a bridge asset to connect the central banking digital currencies.
Fed coin. That's what we were calling it, Fed coin, because XRP is basically
No,
Fed
that's a
coin.
misconception, bro. In reality, the whole system is obviously controlled in a way, obviously, but the XRP ledger, yeah, it's gonna be used by the banks, but they are gonna be using these digital bridges to connect the digital version of all of the currencies of the world. Like the dollar is gonna be digital. Um, all of the nations are gonna have their currencies in a digital sense. So they need this bridge system to connect all of them and have
All right.
instant transfer that they don't have at the moment.
All right.
I think
So,
they have
Jimsy,
it.
are they connected to commodities and property at the same time? Like
Yeah,
physical?
there's ways
Is
to do
any of
that.
it physical or is it all digital? I mean, it has to be physical.
It's connected because the utility that they have in the financial systems is connected to businesses that are connected to these commodities and all these services, right? So
Oh, but most of that's corporations. I mean, because they're
yeah,
functioning.
and Ron, when you think about the financial system, look into the
So, with
enterprises
all
that are.
these businesses and their large financial corporations, over owning property of hundreds and millions of acres, can you personally own through this digital currency
Nah,
a
you can't. Oh,
portion?
these days, you won't be able to own in a way that.
Okay, God damn it, that's what I was getting at. But anyway,
You
yeah,
will own nothing and you'll be happy, right?
yeah. Is that where
Yeah,
you're going to be peaceful?
own nothing,
It's a
control
peaceful
everything.
future for us in digital currency. Yeah, everything.
That's what I'm saying. That they're gonna connect the financial system that they've been trying to push for a long time. The only way they can do it is through this digital sense, because physically,
So
it
let's play.
that
Let's play. Let's play. Play.
yeah.
Let's play
Hey,
along.
Helio, do you think it's bad now? Do you know what the metaverse is?
This is not totally, but yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
It's like a digital world, right? Remember The Sims, the video game The Sims?
Well, I've seen. What's that movie that came out? Did the one where they just play in the digital universe and they just was something one. God, I can't think of the name of the movie now. Where it's just like
Well,
these kids,
the
it's
point
like
is they
playing
want to make
around
a
in the
digital
digital
world.
rooms or whatever. Ready Player One. Yeah, that's what it is.
Right. They want to make a digital world, like a parallel world that's all in the digital. And they already have these things like NFTs, like you can buy NFT art, like a piece of art, and you own it in the digital realm. So I was just making fun of it. I'm like, yeah, I just
Do
bought
that
this
now.
Picasso.
You can do that now with digital
Ron, the
currency.
NFTs can be used to do contracts. How do you say IDs? Like title certificates and
Yeah, you
digital
can even
art,
do
like you're
tickets.
saying.
You could do
Yeah,
even a ticket for a football
you can.
game. Oh, I got my
Yeah,
ticket
you
right
can do
here.
that too. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if let's say you own a piece of art, I was just making a point before Helio shit on what I was trying to finish my thought.
My bad,
Yeah,
brother.
he commonly does that. It's okay. We'll
I
survive
know,
it.
I fucking he does it all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
expect that shit because I do it
I
all.
Yeah,
expect
we
it.
expect it.
But
Yeah.
yeah, what I was saying is like, okay, let's say someone buys, I'm like, oh look, I just bought this Picasso painting. I don't own the physical painting. I just own a picture of it on my phone. I paid 50 million. How do you like it? It's
Why
like
is
that's what it
everybody
is.
shitting on Helio, man?
You don't own the physical art, you just own an NFT. I'm like, what is the fucking point of that? If you could just look at it on the internet and you can't touch and feel it, what is the point of digital art? I could see maybe as a receipt, like, oh, I have ownership of this actual Picasso. But if it's just a digital copy, it's worthless.
Because this whole road that we've been going through since the internet, right? All this digital sense of things that have been created, all these R, JPEGs, and all this stuff, it has to be in a way, it has to be given some value that people actually want it, and people want to put these icons as a, as an icon for their profile picture, or it's like a flex, like when you buy a car and you want to show off this car in the neighborhood, right? Because you have the coolest car now and you have a brand new car. It's a
you
similar
could actually,
thing. It's a
you know,
similar thing in the internet that people own this digital stuff and they can flex it around and say, "Hey, I own this
yeah,
digital
you'll
art or
eventually
whatever."
be able to buy a digital Picasso for fucking $25 million or some shit. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
They're already doing it. Helio, they have these what were they called? Cyberpunks, right? They sold for like millions of dollars and they were like cheap little pixels. Like they were just pixel images of an old, like an old video game back in the day. They were just shit graphics. That's what these little pictures looked like. They were just really low res and they sold for millions of dollars. I'm like, people have lost their fucking mind. They're paying the cyberpunks, they're paying millions of dollars for these stupid NFTs. I don't think that's going to last with Bitcoin and everything getting hammered. If it
Dude,
gets hammered more,
it can't. It's so shallow that it can't last.
well, I'm saying like the NFT market, I don't think like people will be paying for artwork that to these extreme prices. I think it's like a bubble.
Well, I mean, that's an example, but and it goes for all other markets too. Human beings live on Earth. We were born for this place. All of this shit, people are distracted. This is a very short period of time, in my opinion. I could be disproven in the future, but this will not last. It
Ron, remember this.
will not stand the test of time. It's not. Earth will not let this
I
happen.
agree with I agree with you, Helio, in a way. Yeah, I do agree with you. It's not gonna last forever, but in the layers of the systems that are in place, this whole universe of digital has its place in this whole system.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
die before it's finished, but yeah,
yeah.
Earth will not
Ron,
let this
you know how yesterday you were talking about books and people buy books and it's like an unique, or maybe there's only 2 or 3 of these books or whatever. So that's a layer of ownership of things, right? But then there's gonna be that layer of digital side of things, and many of these in this digital system of services, and let's say Uber and companies that provide services, these utility token assets they're gonna have their place in this system, and they do have value because they're gonna be utilized to provide a service within the system that people are actually gonna be using, like when you get your groceries to your door, when you order a car to come pick you up when you're drunk, right? Those services are going to be attached to these digital assets and these digital systems, and that's why they're going to have certain value in the system. You get it, right?
Yeah, they're making people used to the concept of owning digital assets
Hey,
like
just for
Bitcoin
the
and
record, I
Litecoin.
mean, you don't have to get a car to pick you up just because you're drunk. No, people have been using taxi services for decades. Just want to put
Right.
that out there.
Anyway, but the point is they're getting away from paper fiat and the goal is central bank digital currency. Right now you have Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum. You have all these different crypto coins, right? You even have one like Monero. Monero is like a privacy coin. If I send you Monero, you can't see what I bought with my Monero. You can't see how much I have. But if you look at my Bitcoin wallet, you could say, hey, that wallet has 100 Bitcoins. This guy's a whale. So if somebody, let's say I had 100 Bitcoins in my wallet and I send you $100 of Bitcoin, you're like, holy shit, this guy has $50 million of Bitcoin. You
Ron,
can't
let me
see
tell you
that
this, right?
on Monero.
Don't forget, since you're investing, and I'm just gonna mention this. The internet. There's been steps to developing the internet side of things, and Web 1 was the text that we were able to read back then, the code, right? And then Web 2 is what we're working on these days, like videos and media and that kind of stuff. Now they're building Web3 that is going to integrate all these services and financials into the web. And this new system that it's almost like they're going to make it very convenient. It's like an upgraded version of the internet. And since you're looking into assets, make sure you look into some that are related to the Web3 system that is coming up, because those are going to be huge. Okay. There's going to
That
be
was polka
ownership
dot.
of in the new Web3. The users are going to be able to own part of the of the ecosystems. Let's say, for example, a company like Uber, right? Uber, they keep huge percentages of the profits
So is
instead of.
this why you were shitting on taxi services earlier, Jemsy?
Oh my God, Helio, can you shut the fuck up for a second?
I
Thank you.
can if I want to.
Elio, can we talk about cabinets? Right now is a good time, right?
No.
Hold on, go finish your thought, dude. Go finish.
So the new is they offering a system that is gonna look very good and very convenient and profitable for the masses. Because a company like, let's say, Uber, right? If they don't fix their business model, they're gonna go away because they keep a big percentage of the driver and the rider. They spike the price for the rider, so the rider pays a high fee. Then the driver takes a small percentage of the payment. So the rider and the driver both get screwed, right? And that's the company gets a big benefit, gets a big pay. In this new system, the rider and the driver can connect and do business transactions without the middleman Uber, and the service is still gonna be provided. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's DeFi. That's the decentralized finance.
Exactly. So the new Web3, they're building it in a way that the transactions fees are gonna be very small, but it's gonna be a high volume. So the company providing the service of the transaction is gonna be there, but it's gonna be very small fees at a higher volume. So they still gonna be making money, but they're gonna do away with the companies that keeps big percentages between the user and the service provider.
Yeah, they're getting that's called the friction. They're getting rid of friction, meaning like when I sent, I had some Ethereum back when Ethereum was like 4,300 the first time it hit that price. I had $100 of it, and I couldn't sell it because it was on a trust wallet, and they won't let me sell it unless it's a minimum of $150 or $160. They wouldn't convert it. I wanted to convert it to Tether or
Sorry,
USD.
is this a trading platform or a flat
Shut
earth?
the fuck up, Helio.
You know what? If you tell me to shut up again, I'm gonna
shut up,
fucking
Helio.
kick your ass. I'm gonna fucking come to Puerto Rico and kick your fucking ass.
I'm about to mute you if you don't stay quiet, bro.
Dude, why the fuck are you guys talking about how to
All right, never
trade
mind. Let's
currency
move along.
here
Let's
on a
move along.
flat earth platform? This is ridiculous.
This is important that
It's
we can talk
important to
about this
flat earth.
sometime.
Why?
Helio, you talk about your bullshit crap music and rock and all that shit, and I have to hear it when I'm trying to sleep and trying to
All
listen
right,
to
so
other people. And I
how are
hate
you
it.
helping flat earthers by talking about
Helio,
crypto? Hey,
Helio,
hold on.
you know how
Quick,
sometimes
hold on. Tell me how you.
hold on.
Hold on.
And
Okay,
Helio, sometimes
cool. Let's back up.
sometimes I'm here listening to people talking about flat earth, and then you open your mic and start singing. You know how annoying that shit is? Can you
Oh yeah,
don't do that anymore?
Yeah, but I don't. How does you talking about crypto and your brilliance
He
about
was
crypto
trying to
and
tell you
you're
how.
trying to move forward with the future of crypto? Tell me your secret that you have to help
You know,
flat earthers
Helio,
and
you
your
know
story
why
of
you're
crypto.
annoyed?
Tell
Because
me,
I'm the one. You know
I
why?
don't
You know
give a
why?
fuck if you think
know
I'm
what?
annoying or not. God damn it. I've been here the whole fucking time. Tell me
You
your
know why you
secret
don't want to
for
hear it,
crypto.
Helio? Because I'm the one talking about it because of my Mexican accent. Because if it was Ron by himself
Oh, but
talking to you
so
about it,
now I'm a
you'd be
racist
listening.
against your fucking
You racist drunk.
I
assist.
thought he said
Your
he's Puerto
fucking
Rican.
accent.
He's
You
not
know,
Mexican.
fucking A.
He's not even. Are you Puerto Rican or Mexican? He's not. There.
When I said he was Puerto Rican, I know he's not Puerto Rican. I said it on purpose because I know he's not Puerto Rican. But he might be. I don't give a
That's
fuck.
funny because I
Puerto
am Puerto
Rico is
Rican.
part of the United States.
Nah, yeah, sort of.
Sort of. It's part of the corporation, but neither here nor there.
So
Anyway,
yeah,
I
Helio,
mean,
mute yourself for a minute, okay? Thank you.
All right, well, let's continue to talk about crypto on the Flat Earth channel. Let's continue to do that.
Oh, he's finishing.
No, let's talk
thought.
about
Let him
beer
tie it
and
up. Let him
music.
finish his point, dude.
This shit's been going on
Crypto,
for an hour.
did anyone ever taught you about not interrupting people? Anyone ever told you don't do that in your life?
Go ahead before you keep.
Because in Puerto Rico and Mexico, where I come from, people actually teach that stuff.
Money. Are you talking about money?
No, he's
No,
talking about there's a
interrupting.
saying in Spanish about shut your mouth so the flies don't enter. Right? It's a euphemism or like a metaphor for saying be quiet and listen.
Yeah,
I'm
and he'll
familiar with
get
it.
it. I don't know how Helio doesn't get it.
He
Helio,
doesn't
you
live in
figure out
Texas.
the flat. I don't get
I
how you
get it.
figure out the flat Earth, and you don't figure how not interrupting people, bro.
I get that part.
Cool, bro. You get it. Finally. I mean, it's due time.
Okay.
Okay,
well,
what was the point though? What's the point? You're getting to like.
that's what I was. That's why I interrupted. What was the entire point?
He was
There's-
finishing. Let him finish the thought.
I mean,
No, there's no more
most
point.
of the people listening
This is the
are,
Helio
Alright, let's
show.
aren't
move along.
We're gonna
entirely
let
interested.
Helio.
Hold on.
We're gonna let
Hold on.
Helio.
No.
Hold on.
I
Helio, come
think
on, speak,
most
Helio.
of
Go
the
ahead.
people
Go
that
ahead, Helio.
might be
Speak it.
listening
Hold on, Helio.
here,
Go ahead, speak, Helio.
God
Hold on.
damn it, most of the
Hold on,
people
Helio. Go ahead and
listening,
speak.
most of the people listening are here to talk about flat Earth, and you guys are talking about crypto.
Bro, you've been
for
talking
3
about
minutes.
vaccines and other shit, and it didn't say shit. So leave me the fuck alone.
It was 3 minutes. It was like 3 or 4 minutes. But anyway, there's a.
It was 30 minutes.
No, it wasn't 30 minutes.
Yes, it
dude.
was.
I
Fucking 3
barely
minutes.
opened my mic to interrupt you, Helio. The only time I want to open my mic is just to interrupt you, bro. So go ahead, speak so I can interrupt you, Helio. Go ahead.
I don't have shit to say about crypto.
Helio, hold on. Hold the phone.
Y'all niggas was talking about crypto.
Don't call me nigga.
I don't give a fuck if you whatever I say. I
But
can
the
say
point
whatever the hell I
is, it's
want to say.
going to do away with paper fiat currency, right? And there'll be no privacy. Everything will be done. It will be reviewable. They can shut your wallet off at any time. It's basically total dystopia. Central bank digital currency. I mean, right now, if you got cash and you want to go buy, let's say you want to buy a bag of weed or something that might not be legal in your state, you can do that. But now with unless you have a privacy coin like Monero, it's like, hey, I'm going to send you some Monero. Let me buy that bag of weed. Here's some $100 of Monero, and nobody will know you sent that Monero because it's
So Ron, you see all the development and infrastructure that is being developed, and there's issues with that as well because they do it in a way that is not that convenient for everyone. But a lot of the real estate that is being developed is gonna be open up for businesses and for people to open new businesses in the system, that whatever services they're gonna provide. So they have to
They have to do what? They have to do what?
Go ahead, Helio. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. You said they have to do what?
Go ahead, Helio. Go ahead.
I've been listening. Ron said something, and you said they have to do what?
Go ahead, Helio. Go ahead. Speak.
No.
I don't know.
Helio, you got something to say. Go
Oh,
ahead,
you're
Helio.
talking about different trades between cryptocurrencies and different trades between
too
marijuana
complicated.
and shit, all different
Let's change
aspects
the topic.
of
You
all
can't
this
follow
kind of
this shit.
shit. I mean, this is ridiculous. I
All
thought this
right,
was a flatter talk.
Enough.
God damn it. You guys are fucking.
Hey, Helio, you see the buildings that are building the flat Earth, all that stuff.
Which buildings are building flat Earth?
You see the
I'm
buildings
pretty
that are
sure that
depending on the
everybody
flat
built
Earth.
buildings on flat Earth
You see all these
everywhere,
cities.
everywhere,
You
all
see
the
all these,
time.
all these cities, all this development that they're doing around and
This
developing.
makes me
They're
laugh.
gonna,
This makes me gentle.
yeah, makes you laugh. What is so funny about it? What
Well,
is the
I
joke?
mean, you're
Tell
talking
us the
about
joke part.
virtual. You're talking about virtual currencies that could exist if I might be able to do this in perpetuity in my mind somewhere, and I could benefit from it, and create physical something that might happen somewhere.
I want to get a word in.
The
If I could
entire
just get a word in
fucking
without
what the hell?
without being interrupted. So Helio works at a cabinet shop, and he used to work at a place where they put cabinets in on the airplanes, but he doesn't work there anymore. He works for a couple, and they're a married couple. They're kind of cool, but they're not red pilled. And recently, Helio got a new employee that works at the cabinet shop with him, and
I
he's
would
an older
put it
guy.
that way, but thanks, Hank, for stepping up.
Go ahead. And Helio, tell us about the flat Earth, Helio. How you come up to flat Earth? Because we heard that before many times, but we want to hear it again. Go ahead, Helio.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you. Do you want to tell me your entire life story here, Gemsy?
No, I want to hear
right
yours.
now?
I want to hear yours.
I'm not going to tell you that, bro. It's not my fucking job to tell you my entire life story. But
No,
you're
you have
wasting
to tell
everyone's
me your
time
life
talking
story.
about crypto. This
You
is
have
not
to
a
tell me.
fucking crypto channel.
Stop
Stop
arguing. We've
talking
already
about
moved.
it.
We've already moved on, Helio. So let's just drop it. All right.
It's funny. It's funny that Ron brought it up.
It's
and,
not
and
funny.
Helio,
No.
Ron
I
brought it up.
defend Ron. Me and Ron, but
But it was funny a
been
minute
friends
ago.
for a long time.
It's not funny now.
Okay,
Why is it
well,
not funny?
I'm being
I mean,
dick.
a minute ago, Helio said it was funny. So if it's still funny, we can still
How am I
make
right,
more
Helio.
jokes.
Okay,
How am I funny?
You're
so
right.
money.
It's
All
a
right,
flat Earth server. You're
money
right.
money rhymes with funny. All right, cool. So it's funny
And with
money,
beer, with Mexican
funny
beer.
money. Hold on, funny and money rhyme. Let's see what works
It's
out
sing-song
better.
time. It's sing-song time.
Funny and
Crypto is
money.
that funny money.
Like, funny,
You
funny,
put in
funny,
money.
money. Blink,
This
bling,
is not a
bling.
singing
And
server.
it also
Helio.
rhymes
We don't
with
sing.
bling,
This is
bling,
not the
right? I
real.
mean, there's all
Helio,
sorts
if you
of
wanna
bling,
sing,
bling.
go to a different channel, Helio.
Oh,
Please.
bling rhymes with sing. You guys want me to
Helio.
sing for you? I can sing.
No, Helio.
I'm
Helio, you're right. It's a flat Earth Discord. You're right, Helio.
All right.
I just had to troll you for a minute, bro.
Dude, I'm trolling all y'all. So anyway, yeah, this is flat Earth.
I'm the center. I'm centered, bro.
I can be bling bling, sing, money, money, funny money. I can do all that shit.
Is
I can
Hank
do
a
that
singer
shit all
too?
fucking day long. All day
Hank,
fucking
are you a
long.
singer? Are
Helio,
you
why
a
are you
country
yelling,
singer?
bro?
I would think Hank.
I'm not, I'm just too close to my microphone. I'm sorry, guys.
Hank Williams. He might be a good country singer. I know Hank actually is a good, but not Hank
I'm
Hill. I
not
don't
a
know if
good
he sings.
country singer, but I can fake it fairly well.
Yeah, but this is not a country VC, so don't speak about that.
No
you guys
music.
are making me very frustrated. You can tell.
Bro,
So.
I think you should go back and you should record him screaming about this is a flat Earth Discord. And every time he
It doesn't matter. I've already recorded this. This is I have it
Anytime
on my
Helio speak about
fucking
anything that
Discord.
is not related
I
to
have it
flat
on my
Earth, I'm
fucking
gonna
YouTube
point
channel. So
it out to
I already
him.
recorded. I mean,
Helio,
it's like
every
you
time you
should be
bring any
embarrassed. It's
point
like, God damn it,
that
I've
is not
embarrassed
related to
myself
flat Earth,
100,000 times.
and
I've embarrassed
I'm
myself.
gonna
So
overtalk
whatever.
to you like you do. I'm just gonna overtalk you.
This is Jerry
And
Springer.
anytime you bring any topic that is not related to flat Earth, I'm gonna point it out. Okay, Helio, from now on.
So we turned into Jerry Springer. We're just gonna be stirring the pot. But I get it. Crypto is boring and it's complex. So let's move on. No big deal.
I was trying to listen.
Helio is more boring than crypto, 100%.
I'm into it, but not everybody is. Some people don't like it, but whatever. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but if I open my mic just to talk to you because you brought it up and I want to say something, I would like to say whatever the fuck I want
Let's
without
go to
he
different
interrupting
chat.
me.
Let's go to different chat because I
No,
don't
no,
want
no, 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 no.
Hey,
If I open my
you know
mic,
what's really
if I,
fair inside this Discord? We do have a Discord.
What?
We have
was
different
that?
chat rooms where you could go in. Different voice chats. The point he
yeah,
was
we do
making
have that.
is central bank digital currency is on its way, whether you like it or not. That's the point. That's all. The systems that are happening are going to be like the Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. We will have digital currency, and there's probably no way to stop it. And I don't know. And they're normalizing it right now. And everybody had, like, when I say everybody, I mean a lot of people, maybe more than 50%, have a little bit of some kind of cryptocurrency. And they're going to roll it out and normalize it. In the next generation, that will be totally normal for them.
I don't know, Ron, but Helio should be yelling at you right now because you're not talking about flat Earth, bro.
No, I think he left. I think Helio left. I don't see it.
I was just joking, and I'm not upset at him or anything because he does this all the time, and it's
Oh,
not a big
trust me, I
deal. I don't really
fucking know,
care.
dude. I dealt with him for fucking years. I
But
know how he is.
I'm giving him a few spoons of his own medicine just to mess with him a little bit.
We
I don't do this
we
every
fight
day.
all the time, but then we're still friends. You know what I mean? So it's
Jimsy,
just
I hear
people.
you all the time, right? The only time you're ever talking is when you're doing something for the server, like, hey, there's a new guy. Did anybody check on this new guy? You don't ever like really add to the conversation. I think tonight's the first time I heard you talk since like me and you set up that account where I was mining. What was it, Pi? That was like a year
Ooh,
ago.
pie, yeah. I still mine it.
I don't. But my point is that you never talk, bro. And tonight,
You know
like you
what,
start talking about.
Hank? Last night, I checked in like 3 people, and I was here with Indio and Bugs and Glad Flow, and we spoke for hours. And you did speak a little bit last night, and I did spoke to some Globers, and I haven't been speaking for the past weeks and everything, or maybe months, but I do jump here and there and say my comments. You
Right,
know,
right.
you
I
heard me
said that you
sometimes.
do minister to the server, right? You do the serverly duties, right? You check in people, you get people, you do certain things, but I never really hear you in here talking. And I was saying that tonight was like the first time I've heard you talking like a long time. Because remember I was clowning earlier, and I said that you don't ever talk unless you're telling someone to shut up. So, like I was saying, you only really minister to the server. That's the only time I hear you talking.
Yeah, I
What do
tried
you
whenever
do
I
if you
can.
don't talk? You just listening, or you trading crypto in the background? What are you doing the whole time?
Most of the time, I listened. I do lurk around to see who's trolling or whatever, or checking the links that people share. I read here and there, watch some videos. But whenever I'm not in here, I'm with my family or trading crypto or doing other stuff, driving or working.
Yeah, sometimes I listen while I'm trading because it's boring as fuck. You get so bored. It's like, just can't stand this. Staring at the screen all day. I've been staring at the screen all day for 6 years. but I wasn't trading anything. I was just trying to flat smack people in all different realms.
Since Helio left, and I want to take this opportunity to sing a song for him because I know he's listening in YouTube, and I just want to say, Helio, come back. You can blame it all on me. That's for you, Helio. We love you, bro.
He'll be back. He just went to get a beer.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get a beer, get a cigarette, and then come back and mess the whole shit again. Thank you, Helio. We love you.
It is 1 o'clock. I mean, it's 2 o'clock by 2:14 right now, but his time zone is an hour behind mine.
We are on the same time zone, you and I.
Oh, you're in the Eastern time? Cool.
Helio, I sing that song, Helio come back, but I didn't mean right away, bro.
I don't think he's here. Oh, he is back.
Did somebody kick me out?
No,
that would
he's
really
back.
piss me off. Like, it would
Yeah, I
really
kicked
piss
you
me
out. Why? Are you gonna
Yeah,
do anything
I'm gonna
about it?
come to fucking Puerto Rico and fucking kick your ass.
Is Ricky
It's
Martin?
fucking
Is he Puerto
ridiculous.
Rican? I thought.
I am. Yeah, I am. He knows I am.
I know
I
you're not
told
in
you
Puerto
before.
Rico. You're in
Anyway,
America. But anyway, I'm just giving you shit, Jamesy. You already know. But yeah, fucking kick me out. That's ridiculous. Anyway.
we already covered the topic, dude. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was absent at the time.
You know,
Well, that
Helio?
means you just finished
So can I
that much faster.
Bro, I didn't kick you out of
No, check
of
this
the
out though. I
house,
mean,
but I'm gonna
was I
take the blame
wrong
for
for
it
giving
just
you guys
by
shit about talking about crypto for 30 minutes? Was I
we
wrong
talking
about
about
that?
crypto. You are talking about crypto. Shut up about crypto. Nobody wanna hear you talking about crypto. You don't know shit about crypto, Helio. Come on.
I know, and that's why I was giving you guys shit about crypto
Just
because
wrapping
you
up the
were
point.
talking about it, and anybody that wants to hear about it, there is a channel for it here, and it's not in this room.
Helio, if you say crypto one more time,
I'm gonna come to fucking Puerto Rico and kick Jemsy's ass.
All right, let's move along. Let's move along, son.
yo, Ron was getting sleepy and he doesn't sound sleepy anymore.
I'm just
I was half
Anyway.
asleep, dude. I've been up too long. But like what I said, the whole point when I brought up crypto is like I woke up and I saw that price because the shit was hitting the fan because of the the Mexican beer 2.0.
Oh, let's not do it again.
I'm not going
No.
down that hole. I'm just telling you there's
Oh,
an event.
God.
There's an event
Please
that
don't.
it may or may not
I don't give
cause
a fuck. There's a place. There's a place in this server to talk about that shit. That was my
I'm
point.
not talking about it. I'm talking in general.
You're talking
good.
about it right now. We're talking about flat Earth. God damn, fucking crazy. What the fuck?
Whatever, dude. Whatever.
All right, cool.
I was
I
explaining
guess
why I was up
I
so
was
many
asking you a
hours.
question about some coins or whatever, but then all of a sudden you guys got all excited and just took the whole
Move on.
fucking room talking about
Move on. Next topic.
No, the only topic in this room is flat Earth.
Okay, let's stick to it. Hey, Helio, the Earth is flat. Oh, I know. Okay.
Well, it can only be. I mean, that's what we observe.
Helio, can you tell us about your story? How you came up to flat Earth? Can you please enlighten us about that? We want to know.
Well, I'm kind of landlocked where I grew up, in Arkansas. You may regret this, but I'll tell you, I don't have to be to an ocean and look over the water and do tests and all that kind of stuff to discover flat Earth. How I came across the flat Earth information and what I discovered, it's not about me doing my own physical tests across flat Earth. You know what a cross means, right?
Can you be more specific?
All
Can
right,
you
so
can you
all
define
right,
that?
well, let's define a cross. You know what a cross means? A C R
Yes, he
O S
does.
S. A
He
cross.
does know. Yes. Now
So
let's.
a cross. When you look across Earth, it looks flat, doesn't it?
You mean the mountains, the hills, and the valleys look flat?
No, I'm talking about when you look across Earth. I mean, I
Jesus
guess
Christ,
it
you don't know
kind
what
of
a cross is.
depends on where you are. I guess when you look across Earth, I mean, you might have to make assumptions. I mean, because when I was growing up, I was told that the Earth is a globe, and so when I look across Earth, I mean, I was an older man when I had started to assume that what I was seeing across Earth was not what they told me. Have you ever considered that? I might consider looking across Earth uh, as definition. Like I've heard, and to be honest, inside this discussion, right? A lot of people say, a lot of the globe earthers that I've talked to would say, "Hey, the only reason that you can see further when you go higher is because the Earth is curving away from you." That's ridiculous. Nobody in their right mind would make up something like that. Unless they're
No,
delusional,
Helio, there was a guy in here earlier.
which
He was
most
making that
globies
argument.
are delusional. So when
There
I
was
see
really a guy
across Earth, when I rise in
in here earlier.
elevation and I see further, I mean, that's just the standard thing. It's like when I'm
I
close to the
server
ground,
deafen him.
I can
He
see a
doesn't hear
certain
you, bro.
distance. When I rise in
Because I know he's not
elevation,
gonna
of
stop
course
talking
I can see further.
until
It's very
until he gets
simple.
his point
Very
across.
simple. I mean, and I was taught that, art class, which I failed. But that's
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
that was
Go ahead,
in
Hank.
art.
Speak to him.
In art class, I failed art class because I can't draw. You know what I mean? I'm not very good with my hands as
No,
far as
no, I don't know what you
drawing.
mean. No, Helio, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, really? So you can draw?
I
Helio,
can
please.
draw, but when you say you drawing, I cannot imagine you drawing anything at this moment.
Well, I'm just talking about perspective. Like when you rise in elevation, you can see further. Isn't that? Is that because the Earth is curving away from you, or is it because you can see further?
No, I don't think so. But we got Natural Mitchell. Welcome to the server, Natural Mitchell. Helio is here. He would like to speak to you about flat Earth. How are you, Mitchell? Mitchell? Hank, you wanted to say something. Go ahead, Hank. Helio took a break.
Well, I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen next. So naturally, Mitchell can speak.
Let's see it. Let's see if the new guy comes through. Come on, new guy. Muster up the courage.
Come on, you guys.
Este
Save
huevo.
this channel. Save us from Helio, please. Where's the new guy?
Donde ese huevos. Come on, new guy. You can do it. Muster up the courage to talk to flat earthers, the dumbest people on the planet. Right? Am I right, guys? We're the dumb ones. Because we say you better check that to make sure it's correct. That's obviously dumb.
Shit,
Why would anybody
I
even
didn't
check
find
anything?
I didn't find the flat Earth until I was in my late 30s, man. Come on, man. I mean, it's like, I thought the Earth was a globe, but I never thought that the aliens existed. I was a geocentrist. So anyway,
You were Catholic, Helio. You were a heliocentrist.
Yeah, I was. No, I was a geocentrist the entire time.
But you ate them sun discs. When did you ever eat them earth discs at the Catholic
Sun
Church?
disc,
Man?
Earth disc. No, no. I never bought into any of that. No.
You ain't eat no sun discs?
Sun disc. What the hell is that?
The bread, bro.
I don't know.
You
I
ain't never eat
mean,
no
I
bread?
don't make any claims about it, but I never bought into the alien theory. So,
Did you ever drink any wine at the church, bro?
I ain't gonna lie. I grew up a Catholic, and I did steal some wine from the. I stole some wine.
What about the bread? Did you steal some bread?
Why would I eat the?
I don't mind stealing bread.
From the minds of decadence.
Helio, bro, we got to get back to the flat Earth. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, that is the flat Earth right there. I can't feed on the powerless when cup already overfilled. See, there's much more to it, Hank. There's much more to it than what we've actually physically experienced.
Helio.
And the lyrics and
Hey,
he's
Helio.
like, Helio, you shut up, Helio, because you're
No,
too
keep
drunk
playing.
to be involved.
Dude, I want sing the whole song, man. Don't mess around. Give me the whole thing.
Yeah.
Go.
All right. Do you really wait?
please.
I want to do Chris Cornell's part and then Hank do fucking
All right.
We're trying to keep
this part.
people in the VC, not to have people leave the VC. and Helio has been
They're
doing a
not
good
coming
job
in, bro. They're not coming in. Hank's gonna do.
They're not coming in, man. Shit, that's true. They're not coming, man.
But it's not because it's because they scare. They scare.
Is
not
Ron
because
still in
not
here?
because
Ron.
me and Hank are singing. It's because they scare.
Ron, are you there? Did you fall asleep? I DM'd you, Ron.
I think they're scared of
I'll
me.
be bro.
No, they're scared a lot. They're scared a lot, Hank. Man,
Scare 'em
they're
off,
scared a
man.
lot.
Let's go, man.
It's just like if you go that, but the fuck is that guy's name from Pearl Jam? I feel embarrassed for
Eddie Vedder.
Eddie Vedder. So you're gonna do the Eddie Vedder part, and then I'm gonna do the Chris Cornell part.
Dude, you know I can't sing.
Yes, you can. You just did it. What the fuck are you talking?
I didn't hit the right notes.
Boom, down, 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 down. We don't have to do it, but anyway. Oh man, who the hell said Ron was scared to jump in? Anyway, this is crazy. Hey man, it's Friday night. Friday night, and I need a.
It's actually Saturday.
My motorcycle. Well, I mean, it's Saturday morning. But it might as well be Friday night.
6:27.
Handful of grease and my head feels right. But what I need to make me tired is that flat earth.
I listened to Drace's music this week. Like every song on his channel. That shit's pretty good, bro. That shit's top notch.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Everybody good?
Oh, yeah. What do you
Cool.
think, Kenny? What do you think about Drace?
Love it, man. I love music, so fuck yeah. Let's do
I
it.
think Drake's is kick ass. You guys want to listen to one of Drake's songs? Let's
Fuck
do it.
yeah. Let's listen to that. I need a good song right now,
I
man.
think he just put one out yesterday.
I think I heard it
Yeah,
today.
he's been working on them. He's been working on
play,
a lot.
play the one, man. Yeah, play his newest one, man. That's great, man. It's got a nice little old school kind of. It's rolling. I think you're talking about the same guy. I hope.
Oh yeah, it's Drace in Iceland. Drace in Iceland.
Iceland. That's not England. Fuck.
Yeah, Iceland is not England. Thank you for pointing that out. That was a great point.
Nice. I don't know what Iceland would say. What kind of accent they would have anyway.
What? You haven't heard Drace talk?
Yeah, I have, but I can't do that accent. I don't think. Can you
sound like Roger, but a little more Norseman than Roger.
A little Norser. Did you say a little Norser?
A little more Norseman.
Norseman.
More Norseman than Roger.
I'm trying to. I gotta go to his channel because I don't want to play the wrong song.
Yeah, we have Natural Mitchell again. Welcome, Natural Mitchell.
Hello, welcome
Hello
to the
there. What's going on? Natural. El Natural. You there? No El Natural. It's all right. Just click the little mute button there. Click it. All right.
No, it's all good.
Shit happens.
It's all good. I'm trying to find the latest song. It's all good. I think it's.
Take your time, man. We're not going anywhere. Hey, it's 24/7 around here.
Yeah, this is the latest song from Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony. Let's get it going on here. Pretty cool. I heard it earlier today. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
They
played it on Ladies' Night, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah, that's why I heard it.
Yo, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs aren't out cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who had that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about daytime tonight in your box sealed up tight? You put up no fighters to snuff out your light.
No.
That's not too bright. Why would you lie? So you bow and comply. Thinking you know him while only gas blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing. The truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide. Bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied. System designed to divide. Truth it gets denied before it is revived. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know. Everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs aren't out cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why. It does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
No.
Besides, you can review. It's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do and poo-poo with your mind in a thumb screw. With your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry, we falsified our former worldview. There's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. To logic stay true and I thank you. We are your peer review. The earth is flat, stationary and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the Earth. Snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord.
So I win.
Oh, that was nice, Trace, bro. Good, man. It's like the globe, the globe, as it's proclaimed, is naked. And we have every inference to challenge it. This is they're the ones making the claim, and we're the ones that we have every opportunity to expose them. They're the ones making the claim. None of us. It's like they've given all of us the opportunity to challenge it. Thanks, Drace. That was a good one. Globe, third rock from the sun, solar system, in the middle of a galaxy. Yeah. Or not middle of a galaxy, a portion of the galaxy, the black hole at the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, traveling through this crazy ass system that all that stuff. Y'all know. You already know. Earth is an accident. How many humans on Earth would agree that they just are an accident? I would call someone that thinks they're an accident somebody that's insane.
One, two, three, four. I told you so. told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
find it unfortunate that there are certain songs that pop in my brain that I can't play, but I can play this one.
Listening.
You ready? This is a good one. Chocolate
What
saying.
is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no wall to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core. Scientific, well it's thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts stepping in court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
I have another one set if you guys don't want to interject.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs have gotten through our guard. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Such a wig if you acting funny.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there, bro. I love that song. Hey, Hank, is that you, Hank?
The 1 in 50, yeah.
Yeah, that's what. I just noticed Seb is VC verified. Have you talked to Seb before? Seb, are you want to open your mic and talk to us? I have another song already set up. We can listen to that, or Seb, if you want to talk to us, VC verified.
Sabi. Come on, Sabi.
Oh, Sabi.
I don't know.
Yeah, Sabi and Seb. There's two VC verified in there. Yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's talk about Flat Earth. You guys have questions for us?
I'll play nice. I'll be nice.
You don't. Well, You don't have to play nice, Hank. You're always nice. So.
Well, no, if they lied, if they're dishonest and relative truthers and all that stuff, and they come in here preaching.
No, knowing Hank, he will do the opposite of nice.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He kind of has the same flow as me. He's just like, I'll ask you leading questions to
Haley,
expose
knowing you are nice. You are very nice, but Hank is not. Hank is not nice at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he means the true meaning of nice.
Yeah, all of us have different approaches. It's fine.
Hank got what I said. What I'm saying. Hank, you got it, bro.
So we have Seb and Sabi. I mean, they're both VC verified. They may be listening. They might be making a sandwich right now. I don't know. We've asked them to open their microphone and talk to us. So we'll see what happens.
Come on. Let's talk it out.
You found your way. They found their way to the server, and they must be curious about Flat Earth because they've talked to us. All right, now Seb has left. Sabi, are you curious about Flat Earth? Do you want to talk to some Flat Earthers?
Sounds like another sob story to me.
Sabi, come on, Sabi. We're not so scary.
It's Flat Earth, guys.
Well, I'm going
I'm saying
home.
basically verified role.
No, I'm hopeless, mate. I've got no idea. Help me out here.
So I'm out.
Hey.
Guys. Have a good night.
Are you checking out Hank? Hey, we'll see you tomorrow, brother.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, my wife built a fire. I'm gonna get warm rotisserie style by the fire.
Yeah,
Now you're being nice. But you leaving, you're being nice.
He's being nice by leaving. He's gonna go eat some chicken.
No, man, no chicken. Chicken's in the freezer. We got turkey in the fridge.
Oh, turkey!
Great.
Oh, you got the turkey because from Thanksgiving. Oh no, it's Thanksgiving, right? It's Thanksgiving.
It's happy Hello Thanksmas, guys. Get it right.
It's a Halloween of Hank.
Ooh, my goodness. Hey, what's up, Tony? How you been, bro? I mean, one big fun.
Is that you, Dennis?
Yeah, that's me.
Wow, man. Hey, it's my privilege.
Yeah, I've been checking out your P900 clips on Facebook, man, and stuff. It's good stuff, man. So you've been doing a lot of work, man, like on the coast.
No,
good stuff.
I've got no idea, man. All I do is point and shoot. It is that simple. You can't get any more simpler than what I do. I'm the dumbest photographer in the world.
What do you do? You just like wake up in the morning, fix a thermos of coffee, and go out and fucking take some videos and then post them on Facebook. Is that?
Well, Macca's seem to be as rude as they can to me and give me the worst coffee they can, but I continue to pay for it for some reason. I get toasted.
Really, you get paid for some of your videos?
No, I don't get paid for anything, man.
I thought you were saying. I thought you just said that. My bad.
If Stupidity Trail was me, I've got it down pat. No doubt.
No, but you do enjoy going to the coast and taking images of the sunrise.
Dennis, I have lived for Flat Earth for the last 4 years and been silenced for more than 50 years. I have no idea how the world works. All I can do is observe.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, right? At the end of the day.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, me too.
There's no doubt in it. Like, I see the sun, I see the moon, and I see how the world works. And I see how females react to the moon. I see how males dominate when the sun is full. And everything else is just
that's a totally really different discussion, man. What the fuck?
Oh, dude. You've got no idea how I see the world, and
Okay, I
the
certainly
discussion.
don't. If you're talking about how females and males react at different
Oh,
times of the day, I'm sure.
The astounding part to me is nobody else seems to feel it and see it, and I'm either the strangest person in the world, or everyone else is just like, get the hell out of here. I I've got no idea how the world works, and I am amazed that I'm still alive because the way I feel, and the world is against me.
Well, where you are taking these observations from, that's in is it northwest or northeastern Australia?
You got no idea. Thanks for looking, Dennis. But anyway, hey,
Jesus,
humor me.
come on.
Humor me. Come on.
No.
Come on. Come on.
I mean, I think I know you're not in Sydney, which is southeastern Australia, right? You're
That's all right. You don't have to. You don't have to know my location. It is southeast Australia, lowest part
but
of
north of
Australia.
Sydney, north of Sydney, right?
No, that'd be Queensland. Victoria's the southern part of New South Wales. But
See, I don't,
it's all right. Hey,
I
you
do
were
pay
almost
some
there.
attention,
Hey, you had a
and that's all the
50-50
way
chance. Well, hey.
across the earth, man. I mean, how the fuck am I supposed to know
Yeah.
exactly where I don't really
Hey,
know much about
just look at it
Australia.
this way: we're upside down, so you are 100% correct.
Upside down.
What?
All right, so
Hey,
you're near Sydney, but not in Sydney. Is that what you're saying?
no, well, I'm very near, but yes.
I know where
Well,
Sydney
1,000
is,
kilometers, but
but
okay.
okay. Well, I mean, don't give me too much shit about it because I bet half the Americans that you met on here wouldn't know where the fuck you are either. So.
Well, where are you, Dennis?
I'm in central United States. I'm in Arkansas. You know where Arkansas is?
There you go. You're just as silly as I am.
Okay. Well,
When it comes to
tell me where
America, when it comes
Arkansas
to
is.
Australia. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm
I'm just
not
telling
near
you.
any shore of any ocean or anything, so I wouldn't be able to take
Yeah, exactly.
some of
Hey,
the things that you could see. But if I had the right equipment, I could actually travel a little bit west, and that's where the plains are. You know, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. Everything's like it's. When they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, so not far from me.
only just, yeah.
But that's over land.
It's all observation, isn't it? Like undulating land. Yeah, we can go wherever we like. We can say that the water's flat if you like, or it can curve around, whatever you like. It all
No, we
depends on
can't. We can't.
the light.
Wait, we can't say water curves on the surface
Have
because
you measured it?
that would what?
Have you measured the water?
Wait a minute.
Hang on. Hang on.
Do you know
Where are you
anything
going?
about water?
I know that it always seeks level. Yes.
Okay, so how can you say? Well, we can say that water curves over a certain distance. According
Well,
to what?
you guys clearly prove that it does curve up.
Up.
Uh-huh.
Water, like bodies of water curve up.
Curves up. There you go.
All right.
You have the black swan. Yes.
Well, I mean, the black swan is just a. When you talk about the oil rigs, they're they're a denotation of distance. You know, it's like when you observe it
So the
from 1
refraction
foot
of light
observer.
behind the curvature, behind the curve that you are defying that is there, you are saying that there is no curvature. I'm not saying it curves down.
Well, I'm not either. I'm not saying it curves down either because
There you go.
that's impossible. Water doesn't behave like that.
There you go. It always seeks level, right?
Sure.
So the refraction of light curves up then.
Refraction of light curves up. But wait, are you
Mhm.
saying refraction of light curves the water up, or refraction of light
Does
makes
it?
it
Does it?
appear
Does it
something?
not? Would you like me to prove it to you?
Well, I'm asking. No, I want you to describe exactly what. I mean, sure, yeah. After we get through this discussion, we can talk about what you're saying. So at the end of the day,
Curvature. Instead
no,
of
no, no,
curvature, we'll call it
curvature. I mean,
curvature.
how?
No,
Hold
let's
on.
call it curvature. It sounds much better than curvature. Like
No,
everyone wants to diffuse curvature. Let's diffuse curvature.
well, diffusion, of course, is going to happen at a certain angle, or which angle, the angle of what it really has more to do with the observation angle, not with what's
Exactly.
happening at
You're
the end
exactly
of the
right.
angle.
It all depends
So
on the heat refraction and the observation time and the
anyway, so
perception.
let's talk about
Uh-huh.
the black swan
Okay.
observation. You're the one that brought it up.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
All right, so we have one platform, platform Hill
At
House, and then
3.9. Yes.
platform Habitat,
At
which is
5.6.
what?
9.6, wasn't it?
Yeah, about 9.6 miles away, and then the horizon
And
beyond that. Okay.
so yeah, exactly. And it keeps rising. Correct.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Horizon
Yeah.
beyond
Cool.
platform
Okay.
habitat. Okay. So
Okay. Okay. So we've got a we've got a horizon that keeps rising. Is that correct?
no, the horizon doesn't
No.
keep right. The horizon is what it is. It doesn't. It does.
So it doesn't
See,
disappear
hold
and it
on,
doesn't
hold on.
rise.
But listen, the
I'm
horizon
listening.
doesn't.
I'm listening.
The horizon does what it does. When you look at, don't stop
Yes.
laughing. What's the definition? What's the
Hey, this
definition
is
of
the first time
horizon?
I've got to
Hold the
talk to you,
phone.
Dennis. Please bear with me. Yes, I'm
Yeah,
listening.
I'm bearing with you, but I want to establish, a point here. So the horizon defined. Let's define the horizon first before we
Okay. Give me the
before
definition of
hold
horizon,
on,
please.
Tony. Hold on, bro.
Okay. I'll
Before
shut
we
up.
even talk about the horizon, we're going to have to define what the
Well, there
horizon
is no
is.
physical horizon. We've argued this point many times on this
All
server.
right,
But
so
yeah, go on.
we both agree that it's not physical, right?
There is no physical. Yes.
There's no such thing as a physical horizon.
So it's an optical. Yes. Let's go.
Okay, cool. So I just wanted to find that before you bring up. I don't even know what you're going to bring up.
I'm waiting.
No, I'm waiting for you because I don't. I don't have
I
anything
love
to
you, Dennis.
defend. I
I
just told
love
you
you,
that
Dennis.
the horizon appears to be further than not over, like 10
It does
miles away.
appear,
I mean,
yes.
if you say that it, if you, I mean, the pure definition of horizon implies a flat Earth. So if you have something to say about that,
Well,
you're the
you
one
imply
that's
this,
going to
yes.
have to. Well, I mean, no, the definition implies that. So
No, you
anyway,
just did.
all right.
Okay.
Okay, what? I mean, what are you
What?
going to say?
I'm
There's
listening.
something. No, what are you saying? There's something that there's a reason that you can see the horizon further than Platform Hill House
Of course there
from
is.
1 foot observer height.
You have shown me many times over the last 4 to 5 years, if not longer, that the
Okay,
horizon rises in front of your face.
no,
Without a
we're
doubt.
talking about
Without
this
a doubt.
specific. We're talking about this specific.
Are you looking for a
observation.
level or are you looking for the truth, Dennis?
Well, if you're going to say the truth is that the Earth is a globe 3,959
No,
miles,
no. Hell no. Hell no. Please don't put me in that basket, man.
I wouldn't even.
There's no way I'm
Right.
falling off the edge, man. and I'm not going downhill. I'm not pushing
Well, I
uphill.
mean, what are you
All right?
trying to lead me into? I mean, what's the question? I mean,
Hey, there's no question, man. Water always seeks its level. I agree.
All right, cool. All right,
Okay,
so
yeah.
I mean, you brought up the black swan, and I told you, what the
Yeah,
argument was, but
all I
anyway,
mentioned was
we don't have to talk
the
about that.
the
We can talk about
horizon.
another thing.
The horizon seems to rise the further you seek. Yes.
Well, I mean,
The further you
depends on the
look, the
atmosphere. It
further it
depends on how much moisture is in
refraction.
the
Yes,
atmosphere. It can be,
you're exactly right.
I
Yeah,
mean,
well, that's why I like to film in the winter time instead of the summer. Yes.
come on, man, don't play around with me, man.
I'm not playing around with you, man. I've got fucking evidence, man. You want it?
Of
You want it?
what? What are you
I'm not
trying
going
to
to
say?
argue with you. I'm not saying anything, man. I love
Okay, my
you
bad.
too, man.
All right, so
I
you're
love you
saying
too.
you're not a flat earther? What are we looking for?
No, I love the flat earth, man. I have dedicated my life. I have given away my life for the last 5 years. What are you
All right,
trying to say?
cool. I'm not trying to say anything.
Thank you very much.
All right, cool. I think we're on
Yeah.
the same page.
Thank you very much.
I'm obviously a little inebriated, but anyway. But yeah, this is
Hey.
but this is fun, man. I mean, it's really. I mean, there's always a challenge for all of us, and not, and as like tonight, there were so many flat earthers on here just fucking arguing with each other tonight, and so I guess I was already in that mode. But yeah, I mean, you're in Australia, which gives us we didn't have a flat Earth Australian.
It gives me a disadvantage because I'm upside down, correct?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Depends on.
I'm still trying to work out which way's up.
No, bro, I've been on here for like 10 hours, and while we're in North America, where it's just like all the Australians are somewhere else. They're mostly in bed, right? While we're like live talking.
We have the equator, right, and above seems to have the upper hand, and below seems to be under quite a firm control at the moment.
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about. Whether
yes,
it depends on whether you're talking about airplane ships or whatever. I mean, it depends on the argument. Yeah,
there's no Suez Canal here, man. There's no locks. We're all free to speak.
Yeah, what do you think about Suez Canal? Look at that! Is like 100 miles of flat water.
If we were going up a hill, we needed to ride, would we not?
100 miles of flat water. Yeah, Suez is really good. So so what do you want to talk about? As far as like you being in Australia for all these years, and you've talked to a shitload of flat earthers in different parts.
Oh no, I don't speak to anyone. Dennis, I'm speaking to you more than I know
you're shy, but I know you're shy, but you've listened for a very long time. I see you. I see you listening, bro. I see you.
Hey, I've got no idea. Hey, if I've made sense to anybody, thank you very much for your thought. But I've got no idea. I have no idea. I'm like a reindeer with no eyes.
Reindeer with no eyes. That's really you need to write a song called Reindeer with No Eyes. It's just like, because are there any reindeer in Australia?
Yeah. Only what I'm looking forward to is the Matrix. Re-listen.
Dude, I'm gonna steal that shit. Reindeer. I'm a reindeer with no eyes. I'm gonna steal that shit.
Dennis, stop it. I'm not the first to come up with it, all right?
Really? Oh, you stole it from somebody?
Yeah. Everything. There's nothing new under the sun. You know that. Whatever
bullshit,
goes up,
man. You make new shit every day when you take all those images that you post on Facebook.
I'm the biggest fool on planet.
Bullshit.
You know it.
You know what? I wish I could share a lot of your videos here on Discord, but there's a lot of people on Discord that aren't on Facebook. You put a lot of really fucking cool videos on Facebook, and I look at them, and so I wish I could share them here, but when I post the shit here, I mean, people, if they don't have a Facebook account, they can't often look at it, but I'll share your
Dennis,
account. What?
I thank you very much for posting what you did the other month that I put a little
The
video
other
on you.
month. No, I mean, it's like you put
Dude,
stuff all the time. It's just like I
you
would
are
share it
awesome,
here more
man.
often, but I know that there's a lot of people on Discord. They don't even mess with Facebook, so it's like it's.
There's a billion people that do what I do. I am no different to anyone else.
No, you make some good videos. I mean, you spend time.
Look,
You go
I
to
get
the
lucky
shore.
every now and
You go
then.
to the shore, make
I
some really cool freaking sunrise videos and stuff.
a
You spend a
persistent
lot of time
idiot
doing it.
is the biggest fool. Yes.
Oh man, you're just selling yourself short, bro. But anyway,
I have
yeah,
no idea what I'm doing, Dennis. I'm still learning, just like we all are.
yeah. Let it
Yeah.
do what it do, man. Yeah, you
That's
do
it.
some good stuff, man.
All I can say is I am trying to ascend to a place that no other has been, and if that takes me to no breath, I'm ready to take my last.
Yeah, we've been
deceived.
Are you in the spiritual mode? Yeah. As far as like
100%. I
proof
always
of
am.
flight. Yeah, I mean it's like I'm not necessarily there. I mean it's like I can talk about it, but that's not necessarily important. Yeah, as far as the spiritual aspect of it, it's like yeah,
I think that's
yeah.
100%.
I was here. I was put into this period of time, and when I move on from this body, then I'll move on to another aspect of it. That's kind of the way I think about it, but I don't often talk about it. But
Thank you very much, Dennis. And if you'd like to talk about it any time, you know where to get me.
yeah, I do.
Yeah,
And
you.
yeah, we don't talk about that much on here. But I did do a Bible talk with some people last week, and I'm quite familiar with the Bible. You know, it's not the same thing, but it's. Have you grown up in any kind of like Bible talks? So you're familiar with the Bible, or
Well, I
any?
was manipulated. I was manipulated very early in my life, and my life has been confused ever since. So
No, sure. Well, I mean, but did you
I'm
grow
still
up in
trying to work it out.
Christianity? Well, did you grow up in Christianity?
I've been indoctrinated into a few religions, and finding the truth is the one that I like to hold on to.
Cool. Yeah,
Thank
man.
Dennis, I
No,
love you.
I get it. I get it. I mean, this isn't the place to talk about it, but yeah, sure.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm willing to talk about anything. You want to talk about
Yeah, but we
pedophilia
don't need
or
to do that here. That's all I'm saying. Because this is live stream.
yeah, you're exactly right. I'm happy on live stream, mate. Like
Yeah,
it
I know, but for this
Mhm.
live stream, this is not the top. That I mean, unless I don't know. To be honest, I mean, I'm not embarrassed about it. It's just there's too many people.
Oh no, it's part of life, especially when you're born in 1970, man. Like there's to be honest,
You're probably about
everybody.
the same age as me, right?
Yes,
Almost 50.
51.
Yeah, I'm almost 50. I'm almost. We're about the same age. Yeah, but there's a lot of things that you can figure out. Over that many years.
There's a lot of deceptions that keep coming up, and the youth of today seem to think that they know it all, but they've got no idea.
Oh well, they do know it all because it's fed through social
Well,
media.
there's free information that they're indoctrinated into, and they know exactly how to verbose into mentality of the
I
indoctrinated.
mean,
Yeah,
you can pick your religion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom.
There's quite a few. Yeah.
Then you can go into
Do we believe
riots
in
and all that.
religion, or do
You
we
can go
believe in
into
self?
riots about your religion or race or
No, it's not
you
about
can
a
pick your
religion.
fucking gender right now. I mean, you have fucking several
Yeah,
genders you can
I
pick
identify
from, all
as.
that shit. All that shit. You can do it all now. Everywhere.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You can be
Religions,
gay, lesbian,
genders,
all as
you can
one.
pick you can pick your nationality even though you grew up in a certain country or in a certain way. It's just like all the manipulation is fucking retarded in my opinion. But I guess I'm an old fart.
No, I agree with you. The manipulation is right. It's everywhere. It's very hard to get out of the indoctrination of people's mentality towards the world that they think is reality. It's quite rude, to be quite honest.
It is. I mean, it's like sometimes you want to leave, but sometimes you want to help. You know what I mean? It's just like I help these young people to know that they can actually be a man and a woman, and it's okay.
You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave.
But
You're exactly right, man. You're exactly right. You know, you can fucking tell me what the fuck I am, man, but you don't fucking know a fucking thing about me. Yeah?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I can say whatever the hell I like.
Yeah, I went through that tonight. I think like you can't say
Yes,
that.
we
It's
did.
like, God damn it, I can say whatever the fuck I want to anytime.
There you go. Hey, and
People
what?
trying to tell me
What?
I can't say something.
And what word fucking hurt you? To be quite honest, I've had the same. I've had the same argument with my father.
Tony, man, it's cool, man, that you jumped into that, man. I haven't heard from you in a while.
Thank you.
I mean, I knew you were around listening and stuff. I see you in the chat.
Hey,
I see you on Facebook
I'm
and
the
stuff.
biggest idiot in. I'm the biggest idiot in flat Earth. I must admit.
No, you're
Because,
not. You're not the biggest.
Hey, I
know we're
truly
both the
am.
biggest.
I don't speak to anyone, man.
Well, you're
Which makes me
speaking
the
now,
biggest
bro,
idiot.
man. You should
Thank you,
join
man.
more often. You should join
Well,
more
I'm being
often.
a little bit rude at the moment, but I love to.
That's shit. Every time I join, I get people saying, "Shut the fuck up!" You know, I'm trying to talk. And it's like, damn it, I'm the. Are you the biggest listener or the biggest talker? It's just like, all right. So I always listen, but when I start talking, you guys tell me to shut the fuck up. Okay.
I truly, honestly see that as the biggest act in flat Earth.
What?
People telling you to shut up, Dennis.
No, I get it though, because I mean, the platform is for all of us, you know. It's and you know, even though I mean, I guess it's late. Nobody's
Yeah.
gonna
I only tell
nobody's
him
gonna
to
hear
shut
this
up
right now.
when he jumps in the middle of my sentence. That's when I say shut up.
Nobody's here to hear it except for Jemsy. I host it because I respect all of the motherfuckers that do this. But you know, and even when they're like, "Hey, you're just saying this because don't fucking give any pretense of why you think I'm going to say what I'm going to say." But anyway, Jemsy, I love you, brother, man. To be honest, you're
You
one
better.
of the people on that I hear that I hear on here, Jemsy. You do the same thing. You pick and choose your battles, man. I can tell, bro. And so anyway, you know, so it's the same kind of thing. And One Big Pond, I think he's the same way. And he's been in this game a long time, and I've known him for a few years now. So yeah, I just want to point that out. Yeah, and it's like you got to pick and choose your battles. And if I make an asshole and a big dick of myself, most of the time I do that on purpose, Jemsy. So but you can tell that too. It's like if I'm going to put myself out there to make fun of somebody or just like point out something stupid they're doing, it's like, oh, he's only doing that because he's drunk. No, I'm paying attention, bro. Even though I am
We
drunk a lot of
know,
times.
Helio, how many nights we've been doing this? Way too many.
Oh, about
And
fucking
how many
several
more we're
years.
gonna do it? Not a big deal.
I
But
know. I know.
you know that when we speak and whenever we bring a topic and whenever I open my mic and I want to say something, don't jump in the middle of my sentence. That's it.
Hey, Jemsy, I rarely interrupt you. There's certain people that I do interrupt because they're
that's fine.
They're fun. But I respect you, Jemsy. I know what when you're.
Me too, bro. Thank you.
Yeah. It's samesies. Yeah, but some people just like.
It's Gem Z.
To be honest, Dennis, I don't think you interrupt too many conversations. I think you get rudely interrupted quite often. So if people like to speak
I
over
agree,
you,
I agree with you. I do rudely interrupted a lot of times.
That tends to lead me in the argument that they are more rude than what you are, and your patience shines through more than often.
Oh, thank you.
No, I think it's been good lately. Today it was only that Helio was annoyed because we were talking about something else that is not related to the topic of the channel. So I get why he was saying that, but he was more annoyed because of my accent. That's why.
So James again. So James, I love your accent, Jamesy. So it's
I do too. I love Jemsy.
So going back to the level of Earth. So as I've texted in voice text or communicating text, filming the planes coming in, I can film them for like 15 minutes, and they don't seem to be going anywhere. They seem to be coming down into this realm that we live in, and then for the last 5 minutes they'll level out and show themselves into the natural world. So there is many bits of film that I can prove this to you and show you
cool,
the
man.
realm that we live in.
Yeah. Try to. You should be able to upload.
Oh
up
no,
to
no,
100,
no, dude! I no, yeah, you're right. Up to 100
megabyte videos is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Here inside the server.
The only
100
thing
megabyte.
I can upload into this server is time lapse for the 10 seconds. So whether it's 10, 25 or 50-minute time lapse, that's about all I can do. Anything in movie form with a P1000, no hope of filming.
Yeah,
I've tried
pretty
to
big.
upload a few things.
Yeah.
Hey, I get it. That's fine. It's like I'm only limited to so much truth. I have to keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry that guys.
How flat is flat?
How many 180 degrees it doesn't take to make a curve?
I give you
Right?
100 fucking flat videos or 1,000. How many flat videos can I show you?
Oh, I've got
I know you
proof
do. I know you.
of diffraction, man. It's all right. I love these guys. I love you. I love everything about it, and the world will know the truth one day.
Hey, on that point, before we move on to another discussion, and I may or may not come back in, but I probably will because I don't have anything better
I'm going
to
to piss
do.
off myself.
Are you checking out? Hey, Tony,
Oh,
I
surely I will.
appreciate you coming and talking tonight. This is
I'm an
really
idiot,
good.
man.
I know you don't talk
I
very
have
much,
no
but
idea how to
I
speak.
really
Yeah.
no, you're great, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you coming. I know you don't talk very often. That's why I was going to say, I appreciate you talking to us tonight.
Well, thank
It's
you.
really good. Have you heard this song before? Do you have one last thing to say?
No, I'm silent.
All right. And while we're listening to this song, I'm going to share your Facebook page so people can go and look at your videos
If you like.
if they're on Facebook.
I have posted a lot of truth about what's happening in Australia lately. So if they go onto my Facebook page, Tony McKinley, they will understand exactly where I'm at, and they will understand what I'm fighting for, and whether the Earth is spectacular or not. It is the deception and the slavery that we're all forced into.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Thank you, man.
Here's what most fucking Americans, if I'm doing this right. Damn it. That was supposed to be. Fucking Americans don't like flat earthers. Did I not do it right? Why is it not playing? This isn't cool. It was supposed to be like a.
Charlie, I'd like to give a shout out to Phoenix Traveler. I think he's quite awesome.
Oh yeah. Who?
Phoenix Traveler. And Paul Cohen. I think Paul Cohen's quite cool as well. To be quite honest.
Most fucking American.
My bad. That was not supposed to.
No, guys.
I'm trying to. Night, Tony, man. Peace to the Middle East and Australia. Yeah, copy. This is not supposed to work this way. Why it didn't work? But let me try. Anybody know why this isn't working? Oh. Wait, I got an idea. Son of a bitch. This happened last time I tried to play this song. I don't know why it does this. They don't like MacGyver's song. Fortunate. Extremely unfortunate. Mm. So many songs I could play that I can't play. Ooh, I can think of one. Hold on. Somebody played it earlier today. Yeah, let's go.
presented to you. You watch the news and perceive it as truth that's given to you. You even repeat the things that you hear, just listen to you. Major media outlets exist here just to fool you. Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN. What kind of vision are you seeing in? I'm seeing them in Ultra HD, trying to brainwash me and everybody else. Why can't y'all see? And Alex Jones is on the internet, imposing on our intellect. It makes me wonder why guys like him even get respect. It's time to disconnect and get some shit correct. Don't pay attention, they misdirect us to get a check. Infowars on the prison planet, it ain't right. It's just another way to put it out in plain sight. This is their game that we're playing, they got their game tight. The new world order's about to take flight.
I wanna soak a stack of cash and some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. I wanna put the Rockefellers in the building and fly a plane right into it just to kill them. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I wanna write you wanna know. Piss on it, shove it down George Bush's throat. Watch his ass choke. I wanna place the royal families in the ghetto and have people light them up with heavy metal.
Koch brothers, fuck you. George Soros, fuck you. Vladimir Putin, fuck you. Barack Obama, fuck you. Xi Jinping, fuck you. Pope Francis, fuck you. Larry Page, fuck you. New World, fuck you.
Almost everything that we ever been taught's a fucking lie. And now I never trust anything, and you wonder why. I think it's justified, plus the lies just multiply. That's the reason that I'm never passive and I won't comply. Born in the middle of a world that we don't understand. We go to school and think we're smart, but that's part of the plan. They create the curriculum, that's part of the scam. We're really meant to just be stuck in the darkness and damned. Every day we're supposed to stay in a state of confusion. Never intended to escape this created illusion. We believe in things that to this day are remaining unproven. Bringing down our current government is our greatest solution. But we spend most of our time occupied by entertainment, constantly infiltrating your brain just to drain it. Taught to accept all the conditions of your enslavement. It's time to get twisted, sister. No, we ain't gonna take it.
I wanna soak a stack of cash and some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. I wanna put the Rockefellers in the building and fly a plane right into it just to kill them. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I wanna write fuck you wanna know. Piss on it, shove it down George Bush's throat. Watch his ass choke. I wanna place the royal families in the ghetto and have people light them up with heavy metal.
Warren Buffett, fuck you. Rupert Murdoch, fuck you. Hillary Clinton, fuck you. Sumner Redstone, fuck you. Robert Iger, fuck you. Zuckerberg, fuck you. Rothschild, fuck you. New World, fuck you. They got us running around like chickens with our heads cut off, sacrificing our lives to jobs that barely pay enough to get by. To add insult to injury, it is becoming illegal to be homeless. These motherfuckers have an agenda with plans and goals that exceed 100 plus years from now. And you don't even know what you're gonna eat for lunch tomorrow. ODD TV.
I really like that song, but do you guys think that ODD was being a little extreme? It is in his song. I guess that's, it's poetry. I really love that song, I ain't gonna lie. I want to soak a stack of cash and some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. I didn't laugh. Anyway, that's pretty extreme. I think that's my favorite ODD song. What else we got here? pissed that this song doesn't work. Most fucking Americans don't like Friday. You know what? It's still not working. I'm gonna fucking download the song and upload it on my channel. If a link works then. Age restricted. Hey, since no one's talking, I'm gonna play some Quantum Racer Numpty clips.
I'm here, Helio, but I cannot be too loud. So go ahead, play Quantum. That sounds good.
Yeah, cool. See if this works. That was a cool whisper, by the way, Jamsey. See if this works.
All right.
The Snoz Particle Chef, Professor Booger Eater Phil Belland, Back
Hey,
from his
feel
Nobel
free to
Prize
stop
winning,
this. And
water
anyone
vapor
with
is a gas is the
bot,
dumbest thing
bot
I ever
command,
heard.
stop at
June
any time when new people join.
2021.
But I think this is going to go for a
so
while.
you understand, and this is tried to explain to you that the atmosphere is not the same as how we describe gas pressure.
Wrong. Phil, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. A paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number 2, your train wreck atmosphere is made up of gases at pressure. So how are gases at pressure not the same as gas pressure? You dumbass cracker.
You understand?
What's the atmosphere made of, Professor? If I may.
So it's made out of different gases.
So it's made out of different gases at pressure. So again, how is that different from gas pressure?
Do you understand that things fall? Do you accept that things fall to the ground?
Oh, brother. Yeah, we accept that some things fall and that other things rise, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, etc.
Do you accept that? Do you accept that moisture from the sea rises? Do you accept that?
Yeah, it's called water vapor. That thing you had some difficulty with some months back? Jeez. Professor Numpty Dipshit, some things fall and others rise. Is there a point to your brain-dead queries?
Do you accept that molecules have mass? Do you accept that they weigh, that they have, that
Yes.
they would weigh something?
No. You or anyone else can't even define mass, for goodness sakes. At the very best, it's but a concept. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
And you accept that weight is a function of both mass and acceleration.
Wrong. Weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal ma was filleted and fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
Fatality.
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal ma is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed. leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggie. Capiche? Sunshine.
Do you accept that things fall at the same rate?
No. A 25-pound anvil and 25 pounds worth of feathers will not fall at the same rate, Sunshine. Moreover, some things don't fall at all, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, among others. You know, Phil, you sound like a numpty dark getting ready to face plant into a dumpster fire you prepared for yourself.
Define mass for me, Professor.
Okay, so everything is made out of atoms. Would you agree with that?
Are you high right now?
Everything is not made out of atoms, Professor Numpty Dipshit. Electrons, neutrons, protons, and light are some shining examples. And physics professor. Everything is made out of atoms, belly laugher, is not the definition of mass. It's a feeble, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Do you agree that the stuff going up is H2O?
Yes, more specifically, water vapor, which is a gas. Do you still think that water vapor is a gas? Is the dumbest thing you ever heard?
And you agree that when it does become a gas, it rises up, and then eventually, if there's enough of it, it'll come down as rain. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it condenses into a liquid and will eventually fall as some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass and that they are attracted to the Earth?
No, I already exposed your mass train wreck, and gases aren't attracted towards the Earth. If you think they are, then you haven't the first fucking clue of gas behavior at a grade school level and are in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Things that have mass will fall to the Earth at the same rate. We agree with that?
You need to be institutionalized.
This is why we have an atmosphere, because all the gas molecules fall to the Earth at the same rate.
Even though that the gas law states that there needs, for it to be gas, you have to have walls for the gas to bounce off to create the pressure as stated in PSI.
No, and that is precisely where you're mistaken, okay? Where your knowledge just isn't sufficient, okay? So let me help you with that.
You couldn't help the bionic woman with hearing if you tied her to a back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
Which gravity are we referring to, Professor? Let's define terms.
There is only one gravity, Montreal.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir, on that.
No, there's only one. So let me explain.
You heard of Newton, sir? You heard of Newton?
Yeah. You're asking me, a professor of physics, if I heard.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little bit about this, just so perhaps you'll understand.
Gravity falls to the ground? What the f***?
Gravity falls to the ground.
That's a good one. Gravity falls to the ground.
Damn. And there's only one gravity, eh, Professor? From NASA.gov, Lessons for Students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Duh.
What we're talking about here is observe Newton's laws, which observes how gravity works. This is how I managed to get a satellite from one orbital range to another orbital range.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. Newton's laws observes how gravity works, eh? Forgive me, but you're a bumbling, imbecilic Dunning-Kruger buffoon of the highest order. A genuine window licker. Number 1, reification fallacy. Debunked laws don't observe other debunked laws. Number 2, Newtonian mechanics, that is, the laws of motion and gravity, were wholesale debunked and replaced over 106 years ago, then had its guts ripped out by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter, as already detailed. Number 3. So you use Newtonian gravity to maneuver your second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale satellites? Professor Gez from UCLA, Department of Physics and Astronomy, would vapor lock from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome if she heard that delusional horsepuckery. From the aforementioned Professor Andrea Ghez, UCLA, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Do you use phlogiston to fire up your Barbie? Clown.
It describes what happens in the atmosphere within it. In other words, gases go up from the Earth, they come down as rain.
Really? So we have helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen rain, Professor.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Put it this way, Montreal. Let's say, for instance, I owed you, $1 billion, $1,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money back?
This is friggin' painful. You gave him 1 cent back, and not theoretically. Next block of instruction, how to breathe. Then look at a horse.
I've told you this many times. There's no truth in science.
Factually incorrect, Crayon Muncher. There's no truth in pseudoscience, that which you mindlessly parrot. Moreover, if there's no truth in your self-purported profession, knuckle-dragger, wouldn't that ipso facto make you a liar?
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Professor Bell.
Yeah, go ahead.
We always talk about experiments that we can do. Are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related to the Earth that you personally have done?
Well, look, I have to do I wouldn't even call them experiments. They have to be real life things. In other words, it's not by accident that we get a satellite to be, 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. It has to be so precise because we don't want people on the ground having to readjust their satellite dishes on your house.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
For instance, I've got one on my house that's been there untouched for 12 years. That's because it's been pointing at a particular satellite that's giving me my television thing. Now,
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
a good thing for those people who do control this satellite because they make sure that it stays where it's meant to stay. And why does it stay there? It stays there because it's a precise range, a precise distance from the Earth, and therefore moving at a precise speed so that it stays with the Earth as the Earth spins. This couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't a sphere. And the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to commit.
He said the satellite stays. Stays means still.
Professor Bell,
So
are there any
so
experiments
his
that you have done to
his
support
antenna
your
is pointed
idea
to
of what
a
the
steel
shape of the
point.
Earth is or anything else related?
For instance, on a rocket with a satellite, we put all of that money up there knowing what it's going to do, being able to make such incredibly precise predictions.
Professor Bell.
With all of this money, it would be impossible to if there was any guesswork in it anymore. We don't have to guess. All of these things are so precisely defined. And what's amazing is that these things were defined so long ago when these people had so little to work with.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
I mean, gosh, imagine if they had the technology that we have now, how much more, how much further ahead we'd be. If you have a look at one single photograph, it's probably one of the most amazing photographs ever.
Professor Bell. Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
And that is around about 50 people sitting on a bench at the Solway Convention. You are...
Professor Bell.
You are looking at the most amazing minds that have ever walked on this planet. Right there.
Professor Bell.
Enjoy it. Look at it. Read their history. Learn something about what they came up with. You know, for freshman physics, our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. There's so many other things.
Yeah, why demonstrate anything when you just brainwash them? From Singamano, Teaching and Propaganda, Physics Today, Volume 53, June 2000, page 54. Professor admits physics profs brainwash students with propaganda. And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge that if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration.
Our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate.
To evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that support the currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them, again by appealing to undemonstrated counter-evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if students reject what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. Of course, we do all this with the best of intentions and complete sincerity. I have good reasons for employing propaganda techniques to achieve belief.
Say what?
So I, like all my colleagues, teach the way I do because I have little choice. But it is brainwashing nonetheless.
Uh-oh!
When the dust settles, what I'm asking my students to do is accept what I say because I, as an accredited representative of my discipline, profession, and academia, say it. All the reason, logic, and evidence that I use simply disguise the fact that the students are not yet in a position to sift and weigh the evidence and arrive at their own conclusions. End of citation.
Newton didn't give gravity a definition. Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
So Newton figured out how gravity works, as opposed to Einstein, who did what?
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
Mr. Belland, When you juxtapose positions, you're contrasting them. That is, you're showing how they are different from one another. In your juxtaposition between Newton and Einstein, you said,
Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
Then you contrasted with Einstein and said,
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
There's no difference here, booger eater. Unless you're implying Isaac Newton, who figured out how gravity works, according to you, was a mute who also couldn't write, who then needed Einstein to tell us how gravity works 250 years later. Ergo, Mr. Belland, unless you can show that Isaac Newton was a mute who couldn't write, you've just unequivocally demonstrated that you're a double-speaking retard. Capiche, sunshine? And to dot all the T's and cross the I's with your dumpster fire here.
He simply described how it works.
Simply describe how? Law of identity violation. Descriptions only pertain to what's and is's. Explanations, on the other hand, pertain to the hows and whys. You need to start over again. As in primary school, try and pay attention this time. I'd also highly suggest a few basic reasoning courses along the way. Clown.
Inside of Einstein's field equations is Newton's work.
Newton's, exactly.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you...
Yes, and Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mau Mau fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. It's funny, these crayon-munching window lickers been claiming this for a couple years now. Whenever challenged to support this contradictory cockamamie horsepucky dumpster fire, they obfuscate or run away. First of all, this isn't science. It's mathematics, specifically geometry. How in the world can the natural law violating Einstein's field equations, which pertain to pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, have anything whatsoever to do with Euclidean 3 space? Answer, it doesn't. It's non sequitur. Hey, bald-tard bozos, you're missing a dimension.
Ay, caramba!
Number 2, disregarding their ability to even define mass. With Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boy's gravity, remember Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with the fairy tale horseshit gravity, there's no problems calculating with 2 or more masses. However, with Einstein's field equations, you can't calculate anything using 2 or more masses. From their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with 2 massive bodies in it. So unless you have a completely empty universe, or a universe with only 1 mass, you can't use Einstein's field equations. Number 3, if Einstein's field equations contain Newton's for gravity, then Einstein's field equations in general relativity debunks special relativity. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously. Uh-oh! According to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. Uh-oh! A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
And finally, another tiny little problem from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It is a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Fatality.
Not only is every appeal to fairy tale gravity demonstrable pseudoscience, the incoherent Dunning-Kruger-Balltard-Booger-Eater faction's shotgun marriage between Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein's field equations, general relativity, containing no less than 4 paradoxes, rivals only the shotgun marriage between bachelors.
Particles move because they have kinetic energy.
That's astonishing. What's next? Sugar sweet?
And of course, just if you throw a ball in the air, will the ball not stop and come back down?
Let me think. It's a tough one. So you throw a ball up. Will it come back down? Yeah?
Why does the ball go up and stop? Why does the ball stop?
These mind-bending queries are getting exponentially more difficult. Can I do it with milk? So why does the ball stop? It loses kinetic energy?
You know why the ball stops? Because it runs out of kinetic energy.
Yes, I was right. Hallelujah. Who's all that in a bag of chips now? That's right, me.
This is why gas particles can't go any further.
Are you high right now?
No, darling. This is clinical level Dunning-Kruger pretender clown ball-tard spinning space monkey numpty dipshittery from deep below the Black Lagoon. From a self-purported professor of physics, no less. Professor Booger-Eaton Burke of megalithic proportions. Clumsily feeble false equivalence fallacy times 2. Number 1, balls are made of solids. Gases are gases. Number 2, the kinetic energy imparted to the ball is governed by you, or whoever's throwing it, as opposed to gases, where their kinetic energy is governed by the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. As long as the temperature of a gas or gases is above absolute zero, the gas will retain kinetic energy, i.e., it'll never stop. If a ball isn't picked up and thrown, there is no temperature where it will fling itself in the air. Next block of instruction, how to eat cereal out of a box. Additionally, Professor Booger Gobbler, your incoherent second grade belly laugher comparison catapults you into direct violation of Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law. And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownie in motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. Prepare yourself for the call from your alma mater, Captain Kangaroo U, requesting you give the keynote address at the upcoming Who and Where the Fuck Am I convention. Topic: how to scare up a below first grade science acumen from a Cracker Jack box.
What the hell did you just say?
So thermodynamics, Phil?
Entropy is simply the movement of from order to disorder.
Fatality.
No, it isn't, Professor Thermodynamics. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki-parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy!
Space is not a place that you can go to.
Why not?
Because that defies natural law.
What natural law?
Specifically.
What natural law?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Tell me which part of the second law of thermodynamics does it defy?
That you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
Not the second law of that's not the second law of thermodynamics. Thermo means heat. Thermodynamics is specifically about the transfer of energy.
Wrong.
Can you please now drop thermodynamics?
Not
Find
just
another
about the
please.
transfer of energy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not, Professor Belland. You're toast. Say goodnight, pretender clown. Professor Porter, Nobel laureate. This numpty dipshit Belland says the second law is solely about the transfer of energy. What say you, my good sir?
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes.
Uh-oh!
Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all, of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
Uh-oh!
In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
They're now
Pretender Clown Space Monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Baltar, Space Monkey.
Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Professor Bell.
The PhD booger-eating schmuck, M. Scott Veach, May 2021.
They figured out what the cause of a perturbation in the orbit was.
What the hell did you just say?
Perturbation? What the hell is that? Is it a pissed off retribution or contribution? The term you're looking for is perturbation. You dumbass cracker.
I'm telling you the answer right now. You can get equations that'll tell you how it works.
Wrong. Clumsy non sequitur fallacy. Equations, at the very best, only describe the what's and the is's. They don't explain the how's.
Merle is going to whip out them
do all kinds of
equations.
different ways to
Can we
I hope
But you
someone's
have to use
recording this.
substances.
Oh, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is derivable from inside the field equations. You can get a way to look at it that looks exactly like Newton looked at it by using the equations and manipulating them in different ways.
Yeah, sure. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse-hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy.
Here's another fact, though, about these two things, and I think this is really telling, I think, as to what we mean when we say subsumed.
No, Crayon Muncher. Not what you or the rest of your mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, pretender clown morons mean when they use a term. It's what the term is defined as. Subsume simply means to absorb, contain, or include something into something else. Einstein didn't subsume squat from Newton. Einstein superseded, replaced, and toppled Newton from the friggin' throne. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity.
Uh-oh!
From Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior.
Uh-oh!
From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Uh-oh!
And the final skull crusher, from Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Fatality.
Newsflash, booger eater. You don't subsume something. You've superseded, replaced, toppled from the throne, and ruled out. Next block of instruction, how to sit on the ground. The next quarter stick of dynamite up the ass, sit down on a bonfire routine. We have this.
Basically, Newton's equations are already embedded into Einstein's equations. They're there in there, exactly as he wrote them already.
Then this.
You can derive and end up with exactly the same equations as Newton had.
Are you high right now?
Scotty. If Newton's equations are already embedded in Einstein's equations exactly as Newton wrote them, then why would you need to derive Newton's equations from Einstein's equations? Do you know what a bash yourself in the face with a spade shovel, double-speaking contradiction is?
With Einstein's field equations, if you look at those equations and start to, figure out what all they imply, you can derive and end up with exactly the same equations as Newton had.
It's funny, these crayon-munching window lickers been claiming this for a couple years now. Whenever challenged to support this contradictory cockamamie horsepucky dumpster fire, they obfuscate or run away. First of all, this isn't science. It's mathematics, specifically geometry. How in the world can the natural law violating Einstein's field equations, which pertain to pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, have anything whatsoever to do with Euclidean 3 space? Answer, it doesn't. It's non sequitur. Hey, bald-tard bozos, you're missing a dimension.
Ay, caramba!
Number 2, disregarding their ability to even define mass, with Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boy's gravity, remember Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with the fairy tale horseshit gravity, there's no problems calculating with 2 or more masses. However, with Einstein's field equations, you can't calculate anything using 2 or more masses. From their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with 2 massive bodies in it. So unless you have a completely empty universe, or a universe with only 1 mass, you can't use Einstein's field equations. Number 3, if Einstein's field equations contain Newton's for gravity, then Einstein's field equations in general relativity debunks special relativity.
You are so dumb. Damn.
From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics. And finally, another tiny little problem from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It is a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Fatality.
Not only is every appeal to fairy tale gravity demonstrable pseudoscience, the incoherent Dunning-Kruger-Baltard booger-eater faction's shotgun marriage between Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein's field equations, general relativity, containing no less than 4 paradoxes, rivals only the shotgun marriage between bachelors.
What do you mean by substantiate the physicality claim?
Yeah, can you physically substantiate the claimed curve of the Earth?
Sure, you can. What do you mean? You can go touch it? Is that what you want to do?
I can go touch it. How is that?
Well, you identify where your horizon is, then you can go touch your horizon.
Are you serious? Are you You're taking the science, you're testing the science, and then you're using it to build things.
What on earth does that mean, Veach? Farmers testing the science.
You'll come up with an experiment, or you'll come up with some observation that will test the hypothesis. It's like what you guys usually refer to as the scientific method. So you test some ideas in science.
Give me an example.
You have a hypothesis about an alloy of metal that will be stronger than some other alloy. So you come up with a way to test whether it is indeed stronger or not.
Wrong. Testing the strengths of alloys is not a viable scientific hypothesis. Scientific hypotheses are predictional suppositions in the natural cause and effect relationship how-why questions. Testing the strengths of alloys is a what-is question. You'd fail 5th grade general science for the 87,695th time.
So, hold on. So you're trying to find out if a metal is stronger than a previous
an alloy. Let's say you think an alloy will be stronger under certain temperatures because of some theory you have. You say, I have a theory, I hypothesized.
Wrong. You're delusional and bass-ackwards. Scientific theories are the result of validated hypotheses. From the University of Rochester PhysicsLabs.edu, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. So you don't have a theory, then hypothesize. You observe a natural phenomena, then hypothesize, then validate your alternative hypothesis via experiment, which then results in a scientific theory. You're equivocating fallacy, a colloquial theory, with an actual scientific theory, then inverting it to conjure your horse-pucky bollocks. You're a perturbuting putz.
Well, I have that theory because of the way that covalent bonds work.
You don't have a scientific theory, numbnuts, as I quite effortlessly demonstrated. And covalent bonds? What the f***? Booger-eating baby Huey, why are you in this discussion? Or any discussion outside singing your ABCs, for that matter. Have you ever heard the mantra, better to be silent and thought a fool than to open up your Baltard blowhole and remove all doubt?
Look at you, big dummy.
Covalent bonds occur between two non-metallic atoms. Metallic bonds occur among, wait for it, metal atoms, including alloys, and ionic bonds form between metals and nonmetals. From Callister, W.D., Material Science and Engineering, an Introduction, 2007, 7th edition. Alloys are defined by a metallic bonding character. Duh! Yud Bolo Junior High Intro to Chemistry.
Well, I'm trying to find out where the science is. Where in nature have you observed this?
It was about 20 yards from my front door.
Oh, brother. Something incredibly moronic. This way comes.
You saw something outside your front door, yeah? So go on then, walk us through it then. Outside your front door, what did you see?
Yep. And I saw covalent bonds in objects.
Folks, this is by far the most frightening clinical level Dunning-Kruger delusional I've ever witnessed in my life. Nobody has ever seen covalent bonds. You're not seeing them with either electron or atomic force microscopy. You're most certainly not seeing them in objects outside your front door. You need serious professional help, Veach. Quick. Now, in what can only be termed as shocking, a fellow Baltard, Branch, smells the inane horse pucky and calls the PhD booger-eating schmuck out. It's going to take a little time because the intellectual and emotional age 4-year-old senses his goose is cooked and acts like a spoiled toddler that just got caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, keep in mind this isn't your average skank and file spinning space monkey. This is a grown adult, self-purported PhD holder.
Prepare yourself.
Here we go.
How did you see them?
Just to look really carefully. It looks really close.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
But
So, all right, let's review what Veach said. Veach said he walked outside, saw alloys.
Covalent bond is between molecules.
You guys are all talking to each other.
Hey, I'm sorry, it's between atoms.
You gotta be one at a
Covalent
time.
bonds are between atoms.
I can't hear either one of you.
When you start making alloys, the whole point of an alloy.
You guys keep over talking each other. I can't.
You're not helping, Branch.
I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to distinguish why covalent bonds.
I can't understand
how fucking alloys work.
I can't understand.
They're not.
I can't understand.
I mean, you got to understand that a covalent bond is not.
I can't
makes alloys have their properties.
I can't understand you when you're over talking to.
Yeah, you can't understand him when he's over talking people, eh? For the last 30 seconds, he's been trying calmly to get his death blow to your clinical level Dunning-Kruger dumbass out, which you surprisingly immediately sensed. Then started on your projectile diarrhea of the mouth, feeble last port in a storm attempt to derail him. It's not going to work this time, Motor Mouth.
All right. No one's talking, right?
Chemo.
No. Chemo's not talking, Veach.
You can't hear Chemo?
Oh.
Are you sure?
Yeah, everyone's sure.
Yeah, let me refresh.
Yeah.
He's talking right now?
Yeah, right now.
OMG. From a delusional clinical level Dunning-Kruger pretender clown, PhD. You hearing Chemo voices, Veach?
He's not talking for me.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Terry. Thank you for clarifying that, Terry. Thank you so much for being clear about
Terry.
That. Very helpful.
Damn it, Terry. Now we got to listen to Brunch.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. I can't hear Brunch.
I didn't realise that one. And I'm normally the one that doesn't.
Here it comes. Loud and clear.
I was just trying to say, Scott. Seems like Chemo's not talking, but covalent bonds is not what gives properties to alloys.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Ariel, look behind me! Oh, it's a twister! It's a twister!
You're busted.
Say hello to my little friend!
I guess my observer's phenomenal.
What the hell did you just say?
My observer's.
Do you speak any English?
I guess my observer's phenomena was wrong then, huh?
Yes, Scotty, your observer's phenomena was wrong.
Oh, really?
What is a covalent bond, Scott?
I forget. Tell me, is that the one where if you're in love, but you also want to be dating other people?
No,
wait,
it's between atoms.
That's polyamorous.
Covalent bonds are between atoms.
Oh, I see.
I bet. So now the PhD in only what can be described as saving his integrity from the depths of the abyss and now establishing a maturity level seldom reached by humans, exclaims he got confused between covalent bonds and polyamorous bonding. Folks, polyamorous bonding is a puke-worthy, feebly veiled reference to orgies.
When you make an alloy, the whole point of an alloy, mixing them without actually reacting that
that makes so much more sense.
It's not about covalent bonds. I'm just saying, Scott, I was wrong, buddy.
Okay.
Scott has no clue what he's talking
and the
about.
drunk.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why the experiment went wrong, and now I know. Thank you.
Like I said,
So-
bro, it's okay to be wrong, Scott. It's okay to be
I
wrong.
know exactly.
Just remember, it's not the covalent bonds.
Yeah, I got that now. I was thinking of polyamorous bonding. My bad.
Psst. Baby Huey, polyamorous bugger lover, you will never, ever recover.
You know who this is? No. Bye-bye, lard ass.
Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, April 2021.
Well, you're missing out refraction, aren't you?
Refraction? You wouldn't know the difference between refraction and a chartreuse windsock, for goodness sakes. Number one, the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms, a paradox. Atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape. Number two, to invoke your paradox refraction, that is, terrestrial refraction, you're going to have to provide the radius value and how you obtained it, along with the curving gases. Best wishes. Number three, please give us a break with the white paper technical language, light bending down fiasco. Even in your paradox refraction, you have light bending up. Ever heard of inferior mirages, clown shoes? Listening you discuss this topic is akin to listening to Mr. Magoo give the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. You're an imbecile.
Well, in the atmosphere, it usually means that the light is bending down towards us to some extent.
No, I'm just asking, what do you mean the light is bending down? What does that mean?
Dude, I'm not going to respond to a sea lining attempt.
He doesn't have the first friggin' clue. So now Gamma's going to feebly attempt to Elmer Fudd Sophus's way out of the discussion. Hey, Gamma, I got your sea lion right here, pretender clown.
If you've been around this long enough to know who I am...
Who you are, eh? Yeah, we know who you are. You're Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, the double speakingist bashing his own face in with a shovelist, natural experiment birds humpingist, retard hombre on the face of the Baltardiest.
You've been around this long enough to have heard about refraction before. So I'm not going to go into this thing where you pretend that you're 7 years old and this is the first time you've come across this concept.
Translation, I'm Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, and I don't know my ass from a pipe wrench. Now I'll unleash my retard rhetoric, Elmer Fudd sophistry, in a feebly clumsy last port in the storm attempt to save face on a subject I'm clearly clueless of.
No, I've just heard Nathan nuclear battle you all the time. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, well, you haven't, because I've
I have.
been on
I have heard.
Oh yeah, well, okay, point.
Yeah, in the
point
early
me to a
days.
time-
In the early
point
days.
me to a time
in the
when
early
he
days,
battered me.
He battered you. Now you don't go and speak to him. Why is that?
Well, after the numerous shellackings he took from Nathan, Gamma finally wisened up and ran away like the weasel bitch that he is.
Is it relevant?
What does he lie about the refraction? What does he lie about? What does he say it? Say it is.
Well, if
What's
you,
he
go
lying
to
about?
my, if you go to my channel, which is called Humans of Earth, you watch my video, which is called Children of the Flat Earth, a Prelude. If you watch that, then you'll see him telling his lies.
So in your elephant-hurling fallacy pathetic diversion prelude here, you've got evidence in a video called Children of the Flat Earth, a Prelude? That Nathan lied about refraction? Really? I just went through your Abomination of the Earth video, clown. First I hit transcript and searched for refraction. I got 0 of 0 hits. Then I listened to the travesty just to make sure. Guess what I got? Your IQ, 0. Now you're the liar. Shocking surprise.
Where were we?
Watching you bash your face in with a spade shovel.
So, refraction. Why is it your tactic to pretend you've never heard of it before?
Here we go. Just like I told you, folks. The belly-laughing Elmer Fudd sophistry. He's pathetically clueless.
I have heard it.
You have heard of it?
Yeah,
But why are you...
I just wanted you to explain it.
Why?
So we can validate you have a clue as to what you speak of, do-licker. Duh.
Because, just to clarify your point.
But what? Why?
You can't just say refraction, though, can you?
Oh, yes, he can. That's all he and the rest of the incoherent ball-tard hordes can do. Bagak! Refraction. They're utterly clueless.
So, let me get this straight. You've heard of refraction before, but you haven't heard of it in great enough detail, perhaps. So you wanted me to add to that detail.
The feeble Elmer Fudd sophistry continues. The really scary thing? This moron thinks he's cloaked.
Just to explain what it means, you can't just say refraction. What does that mean?
Well...
Refraction can mean many things.
But I think I can say it. I think that I can just say refraction.
Told you. Bagak! Refraction. So now Gamma's going to pivot and exercise his special Evo mind powers and divine the opponent's thoughts.
I think that you know what that means. I think that you know how it would, how at least we claim it affects the light in the Black Swan and similar images.
So how paradox refraction affects light in the Black Swan? Really? Pray tell.
So I think that that is sufficient for me to say that.
So you just bagak! Refraction is sufficient. The bar is below the abyssal plane, don't you think?
So when someone says Black Swan to you, what does that mean to you? Refraction.
It means the death of his fairy tale ball-tard spinning space monkey religion and his ass in a sling.
Right, well, let's...
You're the teacher.
Okay,
You're
so
the teacher. I'm the student. I'm just answering questions.
Right, well, let's be clear about
You
that.
don't know it. It's fine.
I didn't say I didn't know it. I didn't say I didn't know it. We're establishing whether you know it or not.
Yeah, nice move. Now the Elmer Fudd Sophist Gamma is feebly attempting to have everyone refocus on what the opponent's level of understanding of refraction is, because Gamma doesn't have any understanding. Didn't see that coming.
Now, as you've said, you're the student, I'm the teacher.
You're the teacher? You couldn't teach the bionic woman hearing if you chained her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
So you aren't in a position to challenge anything I say, are you?
Well, I can't ask questions.
You can ask questions. You aren't in a position to be able to say that anything I tell you is incorrect, are you?
He might not be able to, Crayon Muncher, but everyone listening will know that you're a delusional Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit in less than a plank time. So, teacher, while we're still young, please educate everyone on paradoxical refraction.
Yeah, but I can ask questions as the student, right?
Yeah, okay, well, the light is bending down.
He didn't even ask a question, but Gamma Moron Panda leads out with the only Mr. Magoo repeat he's got. Light is bending down. It's all he can muster, folks, because he's a pretender clown. Numpty dipshit. What a belly laugher. So this is what you get when you sign up for classes at Mr. Magoo U. Title of the course, Refraction. Professor, Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong Numpty Dipshit. Time, 1 p.m. to 1:00:05 p.m. Days of the week, NA. One-time course. Credits, negative -0.000001. Clown.
So where's the light bending down from?
Whatever it is you're looking at.
So let's say I'm looking at an inferior mirage. What you gonna do now with your light is bending down, numpty professor?
You aren't paying attention, are you? You're not a very good student.
No, please forgive me. The 5-second course is just too overwhelming. The mind-bending complexity and the depth of your light is bending down, parrot, is intellectually paralyzing. Can I do it with milk?
Refraction is light bending down.
You guys think it always existed? The universe had always existed.
And you think that's absurd?
No, I know it's absurd with absolute certainty. Why? Because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. Duh! You see, folks, this is another shining example of bald-tarred morons not parroting their own pseudoscientists. They're this left-wing fuckwit faction of fanatical religious zealot reprobate retards that contradict themselves and basic reasoning, then make shit up on the fly. It's absolutely hilarious. Let's call in the big dogs and listen to what they have to say about an always was, past eternal universe. From Alexander Valenkin, Many Worlds in One. It is said that an argument is what convinces reasonable men, and a proof is what it takes to convince even an unreasonable man. With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. Uh-oh! From Professor Paul Davies, The Big Questions. The universe can't have existed forever. We know there must have been an absolute beginning a finite time ago. Uh-oh! From the late Stephen Hawking, this argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy, with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, "Don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with observations, because they're probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble." In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Clowns.
But you think a creator has always existed, and that's not absurd.
No, I know it's not absurd, with absolute certainty. You see, for finite things to exist, the universe, as I just explained, and us, there must be and always was eternal source. See Aristotle, prime mover, first cause, uncaused cause. Duh! Checkmate, reprobate.
Yes, you can learn things about the world without doing the four-step method, period. Now, if you want a theory at the end, you are going to need to follow that 4-step method.
Okay, but all we're concerned about here is learning something about the world, so I don't care about that.
But that's not what the topic was here, Mr. Magoo fuckstick. The topic was scientific evidence, which is produced by the scientific method. You know, that thing which you said doesn't exist.
Again, for the 1000th time, the scientific method does not exist.
Not your second grade, pathetically vague retard learning something about the world. Numpty dipshittery.
That daft rule that you've just invented that apparently is... Where's that written down?
Oh, that thing you don't care about. Scientific theory. The daft rule, as you characterized it. Where's that written down? Well, right here. From Chemistry About, a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Quarks to Quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science. You dumbass cracker!
If you want a theory, you got to do that stuff. I don't know why you don't think you have to.
Well, because you've just made that up.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
And that's where does that come from?
You dumbass.
Oh my God! Every science person out there knows this.
All right, show me
That's not
any
doing
science
pseudoscience.
person that says that. A scientific theory could be a collection of experiments, or I think it could even exist without experiments. I'm not sure.
Cornwall cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
Prepare yourself for a top 3 most moronic, imbecilic claim ever uttered by a ball-tard spinning space monkey.
Again, for the 1000th time, the scientific method does not exist.
What the hell did you just say?
Again, for the 1000th time, the scientific method does not exist. For the 1000th time. The scientific method does not exist.
Bravo, Raggy, retard!
Science denying ball-tard. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From ChemLibreText, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method. How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From the most prestigious secular science journal in the entire friggin' world, Nature, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Shamalama. Just tattoo pretender clown dunce on your forehead and be done with it already. By the way, thanks.
You're saying that a plane has to dip its nose in order to not fly off into space?
An aircraft in flight would have to drop in altitude to account for the ball-tired ball.
The very point is, how does a plane get to go higher and higher without you adding any energy into that system anymore? In this case, any more thrust?
Well, Professor, very simple. The aircraft's altitude is always measured relative to what? The ground. They're mutually inclusive.
Look at you, big dummy.
So all that would have to happen for the aircraft's altitude to increase while the aircraft is flying level and not increasing thrust is to all of a sudden, like, have the ground below the aircraft start dropping away, like curving down underneath the aircraft. Next block of instruction, how to point at a car.
In order for him to go higher, he has to add thrust. Can I just point out to you, I'm glad we've got the planes flying down close to the ocean, because it gives us a chance to remind you that they are flying just above sea level. Sea level is we'll say is more or less the same all around the globe.
Wait a second, what? Isn't the globe curved? So you're saying level is curved? Are you retarded?
The curving sea level that curves around the globe.
Yep, you're a retard.
Sometimes level means flat. Sometimes when we use it casually, it means flat. But sometimes it doesn't mean flat.
Sometimes water means H2O. Sometimes it means aardvarks. And other times it means anvils. You just never know. The only limit is your imagination.
But you are just pretending. I can demonstrate this to you very easily.
Go ahead. Make my day.
If I take a plank of wood, I want to make a shelf. It's nice and flat, smooth, flat. There are no lumps in it, no bumps in it. There are no holes in it. It's flat. Now I put up my shelf. As Rakir pointed out earlier, I'm crap at putting up shelves. My shelf is on a slope now. My shelf is now not level. It is still flat, though.
Oh,
Are you serious? You need to be institutionalized, dude. Tranquilizers, restraints, the whole 9 yards. This is batshit insane, folks. Did you swap spit in the shower with Red's Pretenderic by chance? Because he pulled this exact same numpty shelf maneuver about 4 years ago, then I dropped the hammer on his dumb ass. Like I'm going to do to you right now. This is second grade non sequitur. Check this out, folks. Initially, he separated out the characteristics of the surface of the shelf, it being smooth, flat, no bumps, etc., from the orientation of the shelf as a whole. Then he tilted the whole shelf, then summarized that whole shelf's orientation as sloped, not level, but it's still flat. Crayon muncher, pretender clown numpty dipshit, retard of the ages. The characteristics of the surface of the shelf and the orientation of the shelf as a whole are two different animals.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Is anyone still here to talk? That point that QE made right there was classic.
Yeah, I'm here.
I had a friend I was talking to the other night. He's an old friend of mine, and we've been arguing flat versus globe for a couple of years now. We contact each other a few times. He's in Houston, and I'm in Arkansas. And we were talking for a couple of hours the other night. And one question I had for him, I was like, "Hey, man, so when the Wright brothers created the airplane, did they create it to fly over a plane or a globe?" I mean, this was early 1900s, right? I don't think that the Wright brothers really considered the Earth to be a globe. And once they got airborne, they weren't concerned about curvature. As far as I know, if you can tell me something different, then tell me, And he couldn't. I paused QE's. That was a playlist I've been playing, but and QE is right on the same page, and I think this is relevant to what he was just saying. With Jim Pando. Yes. The airplane design is not designed to fly over a globe. It's designed to fly over a plane. That's why they call it an airplane. If there was any presumption of a globe, then it would be looking for the globe. They would figure out how to design the airplane to fly over a globe. There's no pretension there. The Wright brothers designed their airplane to fly over a plane. And guess what? Any airplane, also, any modern airplanes are designed to fly over a plane. They don't presume a globe when they design these airplanes. If I'm wrong, Globies, come in here and tell me how I'm wrong. What they might say is, well, navigation doesn't work the way you think it does. Well, navigation is that's port to port. straight line. And just like Kiwi and Jim Panda, we're talking about straight lines. Port to port, airplanes, ships, navigation, straight lines, port to port. And I've been saying this for several years. Like, would you ever leave from one port not knowing whether you're going to land at another port? That's pretty much suicide. So, good fucking luck with that. Pardon my French.
Port to port.
Yeah, port to port. It's like, hey, let's go find out if the Earth is a flat or a globe, and travel in an airplane. You're gonna run out of gas, man. Where are you gonna refuel? I mean, good luck. Like, I'm gonna prove that we can fly a plane across the South Pacific, from Santiago to Perth. I'm gonna prove it. Okay, go ahead. Hey, well, Perth has a port, and Santiago has a port. Let's see if you can make it all the way over there. I've seen people claim that they have done it before. I mean, it would be redundant to actually go from Santiago to Perth. It would make more sense to go north and then south if you're going to go from Santiago to Perth. But for the sake of everything, let's say I needed to go from Santiago to Perth, one straight line. Let's prove that someone's done that. I don't know why they would have to, but I guess if it was very important for them to get there as fast as they can. Let's see where they've actually done it. Still going to be a straight line. I'm going to go ahead and resume the talk that was going on. I just wanted to interject my nonsense.
Fatality.
I'm pointing out the difference, that there is a difference between the words flat and level. They do not mean the same thing, and pretending that they do is very silly.
Listen up, fundy numpty materialist. Retard of the ages. You need to get on your knees and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system. Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble. By the way, retard of the ages, you'll never recover. space monkeys. Spinning space monkeys.
Hey! Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Radio show host Bob Enyart interviewing paleontologist Jack Horner of Dino Soft Tissue and Jurassic Park fame, June 2021.
Our website is kgov.com. We will put the audio of my conversation with Jack Horner, the Jurassic Park movies technical advisor, on the end of the show so you can hear the hesitancy and why they don't want to test their soft tissue T-Rex spine for carbon-14. Why not? Because they're going to find it.
Paleo.
Hello, could I speak to Jack Horner?
Yeah, who's calling?
This is Bob Enyart with KLTT Radio in Denver, Colorado. That's Bob Enyart.
Yeah, let me transfer you over to his office. I think he should be in there right now.
Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Bob Enyart with KLTT Radio in Denver.
Uh-huh.
How are you doing?
Good.
Jack, I sent a letter to Bob Harmon a few weeks back offering the museum a grant of $8,000 to do a carbon-14 date test of that soft tissue T-Rex you guys dug up. And he said he would forward that to you. And I'm wondering if you saw that or considered it.
Well, carbon-14 doesn't work on something that old.
I understand that, and...
Say what? And no, you don't understand that, Bob. So, it doesn't work. Whatever in the world that means. Eh, Jack? I swear these evil baltards are all the same. We don't need it to work. We just need its presence. You see, folks, carbon-14 has a half-life of 5,700 years. If the entire Earth was made out of C14, there would be zero carbon-14 left after a mere million years. In this particular case, animals only take it in as they breathe and eat and stop once they die. Ergo, if you find C14 in dino soft tissue, collagen, etc., that is supposedly 80 million years old, then the fairy tale millions of years implodes. Get it? From the inventor of C14 dating, Dr. Walter Libby. Radiocarbon dating of bone and shell from their organic components, Science, 22 May 1964, Volume 144, number 3621, pages 995 through 1001. There is no natural mechanism by which collagen may be altered to yield a false age. Translation: there is no natural mechanism to contaminate collagen with new carbon. Why? Because it's part of biological matrices. Like I said, once the animal dies, that's it. If its presence is found in these tissues, then turn out the lights on the fairy tale fiasco millions of years parade. Period. End of fairy tale.
Normally, we wouldn't expect to get soft tissue out of a T-Rex skeleton either, but sometimes science proceeds by crossing your T's and dotting your I's. And
no, Bob. Natural science only proceeds with the direct implementation of the scientific method. There's no natural science here at all.
You guys might have other things you'd like to carbon-14 at the same time.
Is C14 a verb now, Bob? The imprecise language, admittedly, is driving me batshit insane.
In fact, in the last couple of weeks, I've been able to raise a little more money, so that's up to $10,000 now, that we'd be honored to give you guys if you would consider doing that test.
Well, we can't do that test.
You can't do that.
No.
Do you mean the museum doesn't have the laboratory?
We certainly don't.
Okay, well, we're happy to pay the expense of having a lab do the test in addition to the $10,000 to the museum.
Do you know how carbon-14 works?
I swear, Jack, say that works shit one more time. I yearn for it.
Look here, you big dummy.
Newsflash, Jack. All that's needed is C14's presence in the soft tissue, for f***'s sake. That's it. Duh. What's your play here? It's one of two scenarios. Number one, you think you got a live one here, being that he's a, quote, creationist, unquote, and you can baffle him with your Evo-tard bullshit. Or, number two, you're a stone-cold Dunning-Kruger pretender clown numpty dipshit that wouldn't know what the implications of carbon-14 were if they landed on your face, spun around, and whistled Dixie. I'll leave it till the end with the jury.
Yeah, I'm familiar, and I realize it's useless for anything over maybe 50,000 years or so.
OMG, Bob.
But I've done a talk show in Denver for 15 years, and there's a group of folks interested in science. Of course, that discovery caught their attention, and they thought, well, it'd be logical to do this, to just go ahead and do it, even though nobody would be inclined to do it, just like nobody would be inclined to look for soft tissue inside of a T-Rex.
Well, yeah, and, we're still trying to figure out what it is, what it's actually made of.
Right, exactly, whether it's hemoglobin or whatever.
Well,
Jack, is the amount too small that it's just not worth the consideration?
No, that's not it.
Okay. What if I were able to raise more money?
No, the amount of money has nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because carbon-14 doesn't work on something like this.
Calling all cars, we have
numpty dipshit.
All cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
Carbon-14's not working on anything, Jack. We're just attempting to find its presence, Jack, with rosebuds and sugar on top. It's called accelerator mass spectrometry, Jack. You dumbass cracker.
Your results that you get could be all over the place.
Well, they should be infinity. It should be not dateable.
Oh, Jesus wept. Bob Enyart, you've kind of lost the plot here, sir. Don't you remember your mission? Allow me to remind you.
And why they don't want to test their soft tissue T-Rex spine for carbon-14. Why not? Because they're going to find it. Why not? Because they're going to find it. Why not? Because they're going to find it. Because they're going to find it. Find it. Find it.
For carbon-14, its presence, Bob. Nothing else. No dating, no tensile strength, not its affinity for chocolate lattes or tomato basil soup, nor anything Jack is going to conjure to Jedi mind trick your dumbass off this very simple concept. So for everything sacred and holy, please wake the fuck up.
In other words, it shouldn't come back saying it's 25,000 years old.
Right.
It should be infinity.
You deserve everything you get here, Bob.
And so that'll be a worthwhile...
Well, infinity isn't exactly what you get.
Okay.
I mean, it's like trying to date a piece of concrete.
You serious?
Yep, he is. Why? Bob let him do it.
Right. You
You
wouldn't
have to have carbon in it.
Right. You wouldn't use carbon-14. Now, the skeleton is not fossilized. Isn't that true, or largely not?
Well, it's the bone is made of calcium phosphate.
Oh my God! Jack knows what bones are made of. Honey, call the president. Call the American Medical Association. Eureka! So the answer to Bob's question, is the bone fossilized or not, is to tell him what bone is made of? Your piercing intellect is otherworldly, Jack. How do you remain so laser focused? The actual answer to his question that you dodged, Jack, is bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Another news flash, Jack. We don't really care about testing the mineral content of bone. We want to test the carbon-14 content of the soft tissue within the bone. Next block of instruction, how to close your eyelids in bed.
Is it?
And
is anyone actually talking here? Or is it just?
Like I say, we're still trying to figure out what the actual soft tissue is.
Right. And see, we were hoping that a test like this would just add another bit of scientific information that you would have at your disposal. And also,
hey, is someone trying to talk? We were just listening to a video. I thought I heard someone trying to talk. Someone said, "Is someone here?" Blah blah blah.
Sorry, Helio. That was just me.
Yeah, your mic is very low, Jazza.
Sorry about that. I don't know if that's any better, but yeah, no, that was me. And
what do you think about that talk there about this T-Rex tissue, which they couldn't even confirm it was from a T-Rex or whatever, and the carbon-14. I mean, have you heard about that before?
Yeah, I have, because here where I live in New Zealand, which is the French word for New Zealand.
Why would I give a shit if the French word for New Zealand is?
Oh no, I was just saying the French word for it. We do have quite a lot of, particularly where I live, we do have a lot of ancient swamps, which still have water in them, which still have massive moa femur bones.
I think the implication there is if someone found a quote unquote fossil with flesh inside the bone, supposedly millions of years old, how could the flesh still be there?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We know that that's not going to happen because these are billions of years old.
All right, so why would they even attempt to carbon date it when that's that only is accurate, just like QE was saying in the video we were just listening to. Why would they even attempt to carbon date it when they know that you couldn't even use carbon dating to, and it's really not even a question. It's only accurate up to about 32,000 years, I think, as far as I remember.
Yeah, but that's the thing. No, actually, I won't even say that. But
yeah, you're not going to say anything. I'm pretty sure you're about to say something you don't know anything about. All right, so you might use radiometric dating, and he was talking to this guy from a museum, and he was trying to get something out of him. He's like, "Tell me about this dinosaur bone you found," and he couldn't answer any of the questions about the dating methods they might have used to try. He was talking about carbon dating, which is like, which he was right. Yeah, you can't date this quote unquote fossil with carbon dating. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
It is really. I mean, if you look at carbon dating, it is kind of ridiculous. Well, it's wildly inaccurate if you really look into it.
It's only completely inaccurate because from you guys' logic, you can't jog back in time. And
you guys, wait. The only reason that I'm saying is because I look at the data that everyone else that claims to be carbon daters give me. I analyze the data and then I say, hey, and I just go off of what they say. Why the fuck do you say, you guys? I haven't carbon dated anything. But I've looked at articles and they say, hey, carbon dating this, that. It's wildly inaccurate.
Dude, all I'm saying is that when we come to carbon dating, it goes back a fucking long time, let's be honest.
How long?
A fucking long time. It doesn't matter. It goes back a fucking long time.
It does matter. Well, apparently, do you think it's legitimate? If you think it matters or doesn't matter, do you think it's legitimate?
Just between me and you, right here, right now, I don't have any reason to believe that it's not.
All right. So, do you know how it's? Do you know the process? How it's where carbon dating came from? Do you know what the chemistry involved?
Helio. I'm gonna.
No. See, now you're obfuscating. You're just saying my name because you don't know. Do you know what carbon 14 is and how they came up with the carbon dating method? Do you know this?
Helio, I wish.
See, he's doing it again. Stop. Stop saying my name over and over.
I was just about to agree with you that I don't have any fucking idea how it works.
All right, cool.
So why?
Have you looked into it much? I mean, I'm not claiming to be an expert on it, but I have looked into it quite a bit. Do you have any idea what carbon 14 dating, how it's involved, how they utilize it?
Helio, did you look into how the atmosphere worked before you jumped into just believing what you heard, what you're indoctrinated to?
Well, did you listen?
Same question.
I'm going to come to New Zealand and I'm going to punch you in the mouth, Jazzacon. Because everything that I just asked you, you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to discount everything you said. I don't even care what you're saying. I just want to ask you about the atmosphere instead of carbon 14.
Helio, this is what you just said, and you just said you're going to punch me in the mouth. I'm going to stop you.
It was really a joke. I mean, I'm not going to come to New Zealand, of course. But
I know, man. But I hope you come to New Zealand, and I'm going to stop you from punching me in the mouth by placing.
You're going to deflect my punch. I mean, well, let's have a boxing match. I mean, let's do a legitimate boxing match.
Helio,
we'll see.
I'm gonna place a fly fishing net in front of your face and stop your punch. I'm guessing you'd be a fisherman, wouldn't you? You'd come to New Zealand and do some fly fishing.
I can fish, but I haven't done much fly fishing, but I can fish. But I'm pretty sure I could punch you in the mouth faster than you can punch me.
I will stop your flat Earth punch in my mouth with my fly fishing net, and we will call it a day. And we'll have a beer on the river.
Yeah, it's just like maybe we'll take a couple of licks from each other. I don't know, man. To be honest, flat globe, whatever. I know you don't give a shit, but it really, I think it makes a difference. I know you, and apparently it makes a difference to you. Just like because you're just like, hey, you fucking liars. You're deceiving yourselves. This is a religion. I mean, we get called all kinds of names for actually just perceiving the world and measuring the world as it presents itself. So you come in here and say, well, why don't you believe the authorities? What's wrong with you?
I've never come in and said that.
Bullshit. I call bullshit on that one, Jazza. It's like, where do you get your information from, Jazza? Where is it? Where do you get your information from?
I get my information from myself, for a start.
Oh, that's even worse.
Okay, but just because I believe, I have no reason not to believe. And so that's
believe in what? What belief? Do you see a ball?
What? And
wait, you said you get your information from yourself. So your self information shows you a ball, and you believe yourself above anybody else, including both sides.
No, big dog. What I'm saying is,
this isn't big dog. This is me talking to you, nigga.
I know.
What do you believe about what you saw from yourself with your own personal belief? I don't need anybody to tell me what the earth is. I believe myself above anybody else because myself tells me what the shape of earth is. Dude, don't fucking twist my words around. You said this.
I know. I feel you, son. I feel you.
All right, you trying to talk ghetto with me now? No, but you ain't never been in the ghetto. Come on, man.
You just did it to me.
No, but check this out. This is what you said. You said, I believe myself. All right. And what I told you is, hey, I don't have to believe what they said about the globe because I experienced the earth as a level stationary plane. Now, how do you experience earth, Jazza?
I have no reason to disbelieve what I was taught and get that taught. I get that you were
brainwashed.
All right, so
okay, Hank.
No, I get that. Jazza, you said you have no reason whatsoever to disbelieve what you were taught about the globe. That's what you just said, right?
And the key word is taught.
Okay, cool. I was taught the same thing.
No.
Okay, let's go from there.
Let's go from here, and I'll say that you weren't taught, you were told.
All right, so in New Zealand, you were taught better than I was in the United States. And so you had a better education about the globe than I had.
No,
is this where we're going?
No. What I'm saying is that, and actually, I don't want to do it because I don't want to get banned. Obviously,
no. I'm trying to go through it. I'm giving you the opportunity to tell me how I came to. I used to think the Earth was a globe too, but it's like I have a feeling that we were both taught the same thing. I mean, it's not. I mean, and more than likely, if you continue this, or we can go through this for 20 minutes, and we're going to come to the same conclusion. All of us were taught the same thing, bro. I mean, it's not like you have some new information to bring us. I mean, come on.
Helio, we absolutely were. What I struggle with, and it may be, I don't even know. I don't even want to go into it because I don't want to get banned.
No, well, I mean, you're just brought back. I mean, I mean, since you were just brought back, I mean, it's gonna take a lot to get you banned. Anyway, I'm not gonna ban you. I just want to hear your honest opinion. That's all I'm saying. Because, like I said, we've all been brought up in the same type of education system. I just want to hear, how what. It's not like we weren't taught the same thing, So just fucking say what you're gonna say,
dude. All I'm gonna say is, obviously, everyone on Earth was brought up in some way, shape, or another of what shape the Earth was and how it works. Right?
Wait, Earth, how it works. I mean, a lot of people have opinions about how Earth works. I mean, that's sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that maybe high school, preschool. See, because when I and you Vazelond, I'm saying that in a French way, but I'm just meaning like in.
Why do you have French? I mean, you've used French a few times. Did you live in France for a little bit?
No. I'm that's just me. From 11 till 14 years old, we had French and German lessons.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that I don't mind it because I'm not familiar with the language, even though I worked for a French company for almost 10 years. But anyway,
We had three: Russian, English, and German, and what that.
Sorry,
it's like Jazz. Nobody here is trying to fucking just get rid of you. I mean, you obviously are curious about this topic. You wanted to be here. So we want you here to actually be honest with us and with yourself. So let's talk about this.
Well, he's in a delicate state right now. He's still walking on eggshells because he's afraid that he's going to get banned.
No, yeah, he doesn't have. Don't worry about that, man.
I'm
Just
just
speak your
telling you.
mind. No, I know that.
Helio, all I'm saying is I'm not, and Hank, I'm not. I've been here for the same amount of time, and I'm not on the same tugboat as you guys, and that's why I don't want to say.
No, but sometimes, Jazz, right? You're a total dick.
I'm a total dick a lot of the time.
All right, well, so am I sometimes, but anyway, but to be honest, I mean, let's talk about how you come across the subject, and you're saying, hey, we were all taught the same thing, which is true. Cool. Let's talk about that. How did you come to the conclusion that Earth is a globe and flat, and the history of humanity and everything? I mean, you have been pretty freaking vitriolic against a lot of us, and so I mean, I don't want to ban you, but I want you to be, since you wanted to come here, you wanted to come back and say, hey, I want to be a part of this conversation. You have said some crazy shit about a lot of us, man. So I don't want to ban you. I want you to be really honest with us, and just like we're totally honest with the general public. We do this live 24 hours a day. It's not like we're hiding anything about. I mean, of course, you're not going to give your whole past away or anything. But why did you? Oh, I mean, I don't even care why you. I know why you gave us shit before, because you love the globe so much or whatever. But it's just it just seems weird that you just like want to be here to talk to flat earthers. Why do you want to talk to flat earthers about this? Is it because this is so important to you? Because you already know that you're not going to change our mind, but you want to be here anyway.
Well, Helio, is here's the thing: is Ladies' Night happening tomorrow?
No, that
Can you
was
answer the question, the Helio, the last one? It would be
that was
interesting.
yesterday, but yeah. Jazz, come on, bro. Pay attention to the conversation, bro. Come on, man.
So it's switched time.
What, do you want to talk to the ladies? Because that's pretty much why you weren't allowed
That's the
here
only reason he's here,
before.
bro. That's the only reason he's here. He wants to be here on Ladies' Night.
Yeah,
He wants to talk to
pretty
Bambi.
much. Yeah, it's not going to happen, bro. It's not going to happen.
Hank Hill, Helio skipped. You can take a break. Hank Hill,
you can. No, I can. I don't have to take a break. I can do what the fuck I want.
Yeah, I know.
Jess, can you answer the question what he asked you?
Sorry, Sasha from the Czech Republic. Can you please ask?
I'm not from Czech Republic. Sorry, Jazz, from Azerbaijan. I'm not from Czech Republic.
He's from the Czechio ass. That's where he's from.
From Slovakia, then.
I'm not from Slovakia. Sorry.
Sorry, did I get the fucking...
Oh, this motherfucker. He shouldn't even be back.
Did I get the
I'm
map
about
wrong?
to ban his ass again.
No, I
Fucking
think that you
asshole.
don't know the countries, but it's all right.
Yeah, you don't know how the Earth works, but anyway, carry on.
I don't know how the works work, really.
Yeah, carry on.
Hey, but if we did an Earth test, amongst all the flat earthers here, Jazz would fail every single time. He's a fucking prick. He doesn't even know shit about the Earth. He's a fanboy of flat Earth. And then, see, he was asking about. Oh, God, don't even get me started.
Jazz, I'm asking you. Can you answer the Helio question what he asked you 10 minutes ago?
What is that, Sasha?
What is that? How I know when you don't know? That means I was listening, Helio. That means that I was listening, Helio. You wasn't.
Well, it's just like I asked him several questions, and then he started asking about Ladies' Night.
So
what the entire fuck is going on, Jazza? Why are you obsessed with the flat Earth ladies? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Cunt.
He wants to lie to them.
You know how Earth is work. You need to be from Slovakia to Earth work.
You need to be from Slovakia where the Earth rotates. Is that what you said?
Rotate? Where did you see that?
Okay, so ask what the fuck you just want to ask.
Are you drunk?
I asked the question, Helio, ask you why you are here.
And my question is, ask your fucking question, and that will be your answer.
Well, the original. Hold on, guys. When we first came in, we came off of Quantum Eraser. No, there is no hang on. I have control of this conversation. When we first came in, it was off of a video I was playing from Quantum Eraser. It was talking about carbon-14 dating and about Age of Earth, right? And it became quite clear that Jazzaconda doesn't know shit about it. And then we started asking other questions, and he didn't know shit about that. And he just like every time you bring up something serious, he doesn't know it.
Helio, he doesn't know even that he spoke with me 5, 6, 7 times. He even doesn't know that.
I know, it's fucking crazy, bro.
And he asked me where I am from, you know.
Hey, Sasha, bro, to tell you the truth, I don't know where you're from either, but I love the fuck out of you anyway, bro.
I'm from Croatia, ex-Yugoslavia. Doesn't exist anymore.
Croatia.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know that much too, but at the same time,
But doesn't matter. Yeah.
it still doesn't matter because Jazza doesn't even know where he's from half the time.
I know who is Jazz. I met him in Nathan's show. He was there like a million times.
So you're a Balkanite, huh? No, Sasha, the guy from Croatia.
Yeah. What did
And a
you ask?
sauce Nazi? You're a Balkanite and a sauce Nazi, huh?
Yeah. They put me that I didn't. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. I know. You earn them, right?
Did he leave? I think he left probably because he didn't want to be banned.
It's
So
better. It's better. That people should not be here, really, Helio. That kind of people.
No. He's
it's
already been banned many times from here, and I think he left because he knew I was about to ban his ass again. He's been permabanned from here several times, but anyway.
Really?
So Jazza, I mean, if you're listening on the YouTube, just fuck off. Don't fuck with us anymore. Nobody wants you here. Continue, gentlemen.
Well, I disagree. I think he has the potential to be here. I just don't think that he has the governance. If he would show up straight, like on ladies' night, and be polite with the ladies and talk to them about what they want to talk about.
No. That's
But he
why
won't do it.
That's why he was banned. He's not good at that. As bad as he was with the men, it's even worse with the ladies. So that's why he was banned for so long. And so he left just now because for that reason. I know. I mean, this is a history of the server. So Jazza, hey, bro, get yourself in check. If you want to be involved in the conversation, fucking check yourself, man. Anyway, continue.
I think it should be a requirement that he's not drunk when he talks here.
Oh well, I mean, he's always drunk, but so am I. I mean, most of the time, not always, but most of the time, I drink a lot.
Yeah, Helio, but for the most part, you can hang in there when you're drunk, and sometimes you can hold a conversation really good.
But it's not about that. It's about freaking Jazz. Jazz is not a cool dude, man. In my opinion, I've banned him a few times. So I mean, he's
here for the ladies.
Here. No, I mean the ladies don't like him, man. It's just like that
I
really
know, but I'm saying I think he's here for the ladies. Like that's the only reason.
Well, I mean, none of the ladies like him, so it's just like fucking. Most of the guys don't like him.
Josh's new friend. I haven't heard from Josh's new friend. What was his name? The guy from New York. Remember Joshua, my messianic friend, right?
Gosh, no.
Yeah, Joshua, the one that got locked up for growing weed, and then they legalized it while he was in jail.
I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Poor bastard. Anyway, he started bringing this new guy around, and I was wondering if he made it or not because I didn't think he was going to make it very long.
See, most of the time I'm kind of too broke to pay attention to all of the chats, but I do remember most people. If I've had people tend to remember me more than I remember them. I don't know what it is. I guess it's just like if I meet someone face to face, that's different. But if I meet them on the internet, it's kind of it's like I don't always remember them. But I'm not supposed to remember Josh. Have I talked to Josh before? I've talked to a lot of Joshes. I mean, that's a pretty common name. And if I don't remember the Josh you're talking about, I feel bad, if I don't. But Are you asking me, Hank, if I remember that, Josh? Now I even feel worse because nobody's answering.
I was looking to see if David got kicked off the server yet. I mean, Davey. Oh, shit. That was a Freudian slip.
See, I'm not the only asshole on the server. Goddamn.
I just, I'm rooting for Davey. I hope he does good, but from what I remember, I don't think he's gonna make it. Not around here anyway. So
Oh, that's like my friend I was talking about earlier. That's in Houston. He actually messaged me on Discord, and I recognized the name because it was related to his surname, his last name, and it's like, holy shit! He DM'd me, and I was like, oh, is this you? Whatever. And then we ended up talking for a couple hours on Discord. That was his first time using Discord. I was like, yeah, if he came in here and talked to you guys on the server the way he talks to me about, Flat Earth versus Globe, that motherfucker is going to get banned. He's a trip,
I don't
man.
think Joshua's gonna get banned.
I went to college with him, and we've been friends since then, it's freaking 30 years, and we talk often, but if he came in here and talked some of the shit that he talks to me, he's going to get banned pretty quick. But it's funny, so yeah, but me and him we'll always be friends. We're like brothers, man. We've known each other for 30 years. So, but he's part of he's on the server, but he doesn't have a role. But if he ever jumps in here, and I see him in there, I'll let you guys know who he is. But he's if he comes in here without letting me know that he's gonna come in, then he's on his own. He's gonna have to let me know first that I'm gonna let you guys know he's a friend of mine. But whatever. I mean, he's cool, man. He's like a brother, but he's a shit talker. I'll tell you that much. I'm not going to give his name yet unless he shows up, but if he does show up, he's going to have to let me know first. Because otherwise, you guys have at it.
We always got somebody in here just listening. This time it's Sabi.
You guys want to? You guys want to hear some more QE stuff in the meantime? Or is there? I mean, it's a pretty small room. I don't think anybody new's joining.
Can I put a video one from Jake the Asshole?
Depends on which one.
It's one of his latest videos where he covers the whole, what's it called, the Baby Truther Show controversy.
If it's some of the newest stuff he put out, we're not going to play that on here.
All right, sure.
Yeah, don't play it, but it is worth discussing because, like, the point he raises is that the AE map, he doesn't like it. Now, I don't know anybody that pushes the AE
I was
map.
talking about that shit 3 years ago, Sleeping Warrior, by the way. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody that pushes it as a model. I know everyone that references it, and we talk about it because it allows you to think in the other way, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the Bible when it comes to cartography. It's just it's the way to flip it so that you can see how flight planes work if it's a flat plane. But what he's doing is he's using the AE map and he's kicking off about it, saying how it doesn't work, right? But he's ignoring that the movement of the stars in the night sky bears no bearing on the shape of the land. So what he says is the movement of the sun doesn't work on the AE map. Okay, no one ever said it did, because we use the AE map as a reference point for the way the land lies. But when you put the stars and the sun's movement over the top of it, everybody can accept that maybe they don't work. And I accept that when he says that the observer looking south in Australia compared to compared to Africa and compared to South America, they're looking in different directions. Yeah, I accept that. But you tell me how the sky works.
Hold on, but it does work. That's kind of that's where. But I mean, not completely.
No, it doesn't on the AE map. The stars don't work on the AE map. He's right.
Which stars and where?
The night sky. So, like, if you pick out a constellation, any constellation, the fact is that South America, Africa, and Australia do all see the same stars. They're looking roughly in the same direction, and that's true. They do see the same stars. Now, that works with a Gold-Peterson projection. It works with a Mercator projection, but it does not work with an AE map. But that's assuming that the stars are behaving the way that they tell us that they're behaving. But try to say to Jake, look, if you accept that the stars are doing what they do and it debunks the AE map, then you have to explain, if you use declination or if you don't use declination, this doesn't work on either model. If you get the Gold-Peterson projection or the Mercator projection, and then plot what is the southern rotation point for all three observers, you've got to either include declination or exclude it. But in any event, they're not looking in the same direction when you plot it out.
Yeah, but Anthony, I mean, most arguments aren't in the southern hemisphere. The people that are talking about are in the north, right? So, yes, the A projection, you're going to have to understand, and the Gleason's map. Those are globe projections, right? So, as far as observations of the heavens, those aren't as astute and recorded and done as much as in the northern quote unquote hemisphere, right? So as far as what's happening in the south, there's not as many observations of that, and there are a lot of assumptions about what you might or might not see. Like in the north, everyone sees the constellations. Are we not talking about the same thing?
No, I mean, yeah, I'll show you what I mean. So, like, most people use either the Mercator projection or the Gold-Peter projection for whatever reason, just because it's their own preference. Doesn't really matter which one you use. I'm just going to use it to make the point. If you go to voice chat, I'll put it in voice chat so you can see it.
Sure.
That's a Gold-Peterson projection, right? It's the one that they say that is proportionate to, not living on a ball, removing the contour lines, is it lats or the longs, whichever one it is. And
so they put everything in rectangles, a certain. Yeah, sure, yeah. They're all projections, right? I mean, I can send you a link where there's several different projections of love.
Yeah, but hang on. Just let me make this, because this is the important point that Jake doesn't understand, or he doesn't seem to want to accept, right? If the observers in those three continents on their world, so let me just now copy this. Hang on, because this is the bit that Jake's fucking up on, and he doesn't realize he's fucking up on. And it's like I've tried to explain to him, and he's got it in his head that because time and date works, that therefore debunks AE. And I'm like, okay, I'll give you that, but paste. If this is really a ball, the three observers must look in the same relative direction as each other when they view the rotation point. You can see the black arrows underneath, right?
Yeah.
Problem is, when you plot out the directions that they're actually looking, and you can do this yourself, it's an actual real world thing that you can do. You can do. Let me just remember how to get these to rotate.
I don't think that's necessary, really, because you see the difference between the way that the areas are shaped. And this is what I understand why people don't understand the AE projection, versus like the Mercator projection, the rectangular, and it's all the same map. But
hang on. Let me make this point because let me make this point because then you'll understand where I'm coming at. Can you see those arrows are free drawn in? You've got two of them at a pointing bottom right, and then one's pointing bottom left.
Sure, but doesn't that really, they're pointing, the argument for a lot of people is like, well, they're pointing toward Sigma Octantis. Is this, or are you arguing another different point?
Just listen, I'll explain. So Jake's adamant that time and date are right, okay? And to be honest, as far as I can tell, it is right. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm saying it is right. So let's concede for Jake that time and date is correct. That gives him all the numbers in the bearings of 360 degrees relative to each other, right? He gets the bearing numbers to be able to establish where the sun is. But it's not an equivalence to say that you then therefore look in the same direction to see south, because you're only looking in the same bearing direction relative to the compass. The issue is, when you're looking south, so let's just say you're in Africa, you're going to get your compass out and you're going to point it north, because you're going to line it up with north, and then you're going to move it round to where the sun is, and then read that reading based on where you've moved the bezel round to give you the reading on the compass, right?
No, what does the compass have to do with the sun?
That's how they measure time and date. No, that's how flat earthers test whether or not timeanddate.com is accurate with their numbers. They do the sun readings with a compass. They go out there with a compass, like Jake shows in his video, put the compass on a table, and then they measure what angle is the sun rising or setting, and then based on the compass reading, they then say time and date's correct. And I say, okay, you can have time and date as correct, but then use that same technique with the compass and show that what direction your south is. Now, to get south, you've got to get north first, then you've got to rotate your bezel to 180, and then line that up with your rotation point in the sky, in the night sky, for your whatever position that you're in. And then when you do that, you are then looking 180 degrees from what you set your zero value to. The problem is when you actually plot it out, include that when you do your compass reading, they tell us on their model that you've got to adjust for declination. So you've got to make the adjustment for declination, right? And the adjustment values are huge, right? But when you plot it out on a Gauss-Peterson or a Mercator projection, that includes them arrows I've just put at the bottom. That includes the adjustment for declination, right? That doesn't work on it doesn't work on a ball, because their south value is not. They're not aiming in the same direction because of declination. Now, I'm not saying that declination is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm saying that they tell us that we have to declinate because in the real world, the compasses are not lining up with what they tell us it is, so they need to make an adjustment. But when you apply that adjustment to a Gauss-Peterson or a Mercator projection, it shows that whatever's going on with the compass, it's not matching their model, because their model's got to be due south and the arrows have got to be vertical, right? They've got to point to 6 o'clock, but it doesn't do it. So I'm trying to and it's difficult to do this in text, because you know what Jake's like? He's a hothead at the best of times, right? And I'm talking to you now and you're listening, and you may be with it, you may not be with it. The point is
no. I've been following Jake for a while. I mean, he hasn't really considered what you're talking about. And to be honest, I've heard you talk about this for quite a bit, and I don't really. I don't say I'm not following what you're saying. I just disagree with your conclusion as well. From this, as far as what you can determine south of the equator, it's just very, very difficult for anyone. Using a compass, you're not going to be able to determine much south of the equator.
Let me address that. You said that you disagree with the conclusion, right? Well, if you actually plot the north and south for 3 observers in the south, and you account for declination, they do not point in the same direction. That's the point. So if they don't point in the same direction, what are they pointing at, and why are we declinating?
What doesn't point in the same direction?
Look at the bottom picture. The bottom picture, a freehand drew the arrows in, so they're a bit faint. But
wait, what doesn't point? Oh, the black arrows don't point in the same direction.
The 180 degrees.
I'm talking about if you're using an instrument south of the equator, and the further south you go, which instrument might you use to determine direction?
Compass. That's the one we're referencing. The compass.
A compass. A compass is designed to point north, right?
This is what I'm trying to get to. They tell us that you have to declinate your compass, right, to get an accurate reading.
No, you can't declinate a compass.
Okay, you adjust for declination. They tell us that we've got to adjust our compass reading for declination. Agreed?
All right, so you're going to have to make calculations once the declination deviates, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you do that and apply that adjustment to the Gauss-Peterson projection or the Mercator projection, it doesn't work on the ball Earth model either. But Jake's not seen this, and he's not. It's really difficult to explain. It's very
I know
easy
that. That's why I'm giving you shit right now, Anthony, because I know that's why he's just so bombastic guy that hasn't really looked into this. I know you've talked about this for quite a while, and that's why I'm kind of like.
Well, this is what Jake needs. This is what Jake needs to do to see whether or not it works on any of the ball Earth models, because it doesn't. But he'll not do it at the moment because I can't even successfully communicate to him at the minute. He thinks I'm attacking the time and date, even though I'm conceding, giving him it.
Because the time and bother with it.
No, neither do I, because ultimately the time and date is based on the compass. So whatever you're going to talk with respect to the compass and time and date, I'll give it you. I'll give you time and date. You can have it. But that's not the conversation. The conversation is when you look south and you see the rotation point in the sky, the octantis that's not there. When you look at that southern rotation point, the issue is, are you looking in the same direction as the other 2 observers or not? And they're not. But they ignore this because it debunks their model, and flat earthers struggle with it because it's like, how can you overlap the compass reading with the real world projections that they claim as the ball Earth projections? And the problem is when you do it and it doesn't work, you then go, there is no correction to it. It blows their model out of the water because they've got to look south. They've got to all be looking in the same relative direction to get that rotation point, but they don't do it. So it means that the land masses are in the different places, or the oceans are a lot smaller than what they actually are. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't work on their model either, Jake. So yeah, you can throw out the AE map, but you've got to throw out Gauss-Peterson because you've got to apply the same standard to that map. And when you do that, and you apply it based on not just on the bearings within the compass, base it on declination as well, because they correct for declination and show that they actually look south. I'll give you that they look like 0 degrees and 180 degrees, but you prove that they're looking in the same direction relative to each other because it doesn't work on their map when you declinate. That's what I'm trying to say. It's hard and it's difficult to do because I don't really have the language to explain it because everyone's ingrained with their ball. But the point is, on our ball, they've got to be looking in the same direction as each other. They've got to be looking 180 degrees from north, and it's got to be consistent for the 3 of them. But it doesn't work out when you plot it onto their maps. So it's like, well, what are we doing with the compass? What is the compass lining up to? Because it's not lining up to what they tell us. It's not lining up to Mount Meru. It might be lining up to something in the sky. It could be lining up to something like a toroidal field. And I don't even push the ether argument.
Here's the deal, Anthony. Nobody's going to the South Pacific to test these things. People travel mostly in the Northern Hemisphere. If they do go to South America, South Africa, they go north first and then go south. And nobody's going for the most part across South Atlantic. It's very South Atlantic is more traveled than South Pacific. Nobody's going there to test any of this. So as far as map projections and what you might discover by you just like pretending that you know what the world looks like, you can make all kinds of shit up all day long and make videos and just pretend, fine. Go ahead and freaking try to figure it out. It's fine.
Yeah, but we are not claiming the map. That means you go
Nobody,
to the.
nobody
But you
does
go,
it. Nobody does it.
yeah, we
I
don't
agree.
care. And then
I
that
agree, but
story, I go to Africa, I go to Australia, and I go to South America, and I see the same stars. Great. I go to America, I go to Australia, I go that 3 points, and I see all observations showing that Earth is flat.
the point I want, let's just bring this back to Jake's point. Jake's point is that anybody that started
Well,
to
I didn't
defend
listen. I didn't listen to it because I knew he was going to say the same bullshit that he said before. So I don't really care what Jake is saying.
Jake's point is 3 years old, even more, and that point is all right. For example, that
Yeah,
point is
and
like
as a
this.
matter of fact, as far as Jake the asshole, it says he left flat Earth and he said, "I'm not going to talk about flat Earth anymore." And now he's all of a sudden back. I mean,
Especially,
as far as I know, he hasn't been following what we've been talking about for years. He's just like all of a sudden, and now he's making shill videos, and shit. I mean, it's just
but hang on.
fuck off, bro.
Can I tell you, because of this argument, sleeping, because of this argument, he left the last time, and he said, I will not. Don't want to speak anymore about flat earth. But he was right. The A map was not for claiming.
No, but I said that shit too 3 years ago, and then Jaron was making a map. He's like, "Oh, this is good," and then people start coming up. "Oh, we're gonna make a map with a dome over it, and this is the flat Earth."
Even Jaron
No, I know. I fucking called that shit out too. But anyway, so but it's just like, hey, bro, and all of a sudden Jake wants to come back doing some shit. But I fuck me too. Whatever. It just doesn't make sense that all of a sudden he's all of a sudden back in.
Yeah, but hang on. It goes one step further. Jake's overall point, his overriding point was, no matter whatever arguments that you have within the AE map or the Goals-Peterson projection or all that, whatever, he said that anybody that was questioning the AE map, right, critically questioning it, which I don't even, most of us don't even say that it's the thing, right? We just say, yeah, it's just a tool to help us, and it does help us, right? But Jake was pointing out that the amount of back pressure that was given, the fight back that was given if you questioned the AE map. And it was all from basically one corner. That's what he was saying. He was basically saying that one particular corner pushes the AE map as though it's gospel. And if you speak up against it, the backlash. No, but I can say to you, I'm not sure that the AE map's a strong argument. I'm not sure that the Goals-Peterson's a strong argument. And that's not contentious between us. But he's pointing out that when you did it with the AE map, one corner would defend it vehemently as though it was gospel. And that's what he was pointing out overall. There is parts of this topic that will defend it vehemently.
But that's 5 years ago, bro. See, I was bringing that shit up a long time ago. It's like when people were saying, "Oh, AE map with the dome," that's the flat Earth. I'm like, bro, that's not the flat Earth. I was talking about that long time before. It's not on me. I just want people to really see that the A map is a globe projection. It's really the path of the sun. It really describes the seasons. Latitude and longitude. They're shorter in the northern and wider in the southern hemisphere, squeezed together. It's not a bunch of squares or anything. But anyway, it describes Earth as we experience it, but it's not Earth. You're not going to be able to just like people are looking for a model of Earth, just like they presented us a model of globe Earth. Like, we're the third rock from the sun. Look at this beautiful floating globe Earth in space. Look at it spinning. It's tilted in axis toward the sun, and this is what causes.
Hey, Sleeping Warrior, you still here?
Yeah, man.
Hey, what's up? I think I might have sent you some of these videos before, but I just put them in the live stream voice text. There's a couple of different answers for this that a few channels that haven't had a whole lot of attention proposed. One is no fanfare, talking about how it could be a reflection from all sides, even if the continents are facing in all directions, and he makes a model where he actually shows that it wouldn't matter which direction the tip of the continent you're at. If it's a reflection, it's actually showing a reflection in all directions if there's a dome of some sort that's doing this. And the other one is Jasla 111 came up with this idea for a figure-8 sun and moon path. And then there would be two rotating sets of stars adjacent to each other in the sky. And that fixes that problem. And then the sun and the moon cross the celestial equator and then go into the south and do a loop around the south and then come back around. I don't know what maybe you'd be the best to look at those and see if there's if you wouldn't mind responding to me at some point with any kind of disagreements you might have with either of those ideas.
Well, I would always relate back to a compass, because whatever ideas are thrown around, you've got to cross-reference the compass in that discussion, because ultimately we have to have a way of describing the directions. Now, the compass directions are all numbers 1 through to 360, right? But in real world, they get applied as north and south. Well, you've got to think that the compass might be giving you the numbers within the compass, within the compass structure, and saying it's like 270 degrees or whatever. But the risk is that the minute you transpose that into north and south, you kind of, north indicates that it's the North Pole, it's the top axis of the rotation point. South becomes the South Pole, becomes the south axis. You're almost begging the question, almost. So it depends on what we mean when we say north and south, and it depends on how that overlay, that interaction with the compass works or not works. So for me, I would always say, well, let's go back to the Golds-Peterson projection or the Mercator projection, apply this map and see how it looks. And ultimately, it always comes back for me to, well, what's north and what's south? Is it north of rotation point of a ball, or is it something else? Because for me, it's a begging the question fallacy. If you're saying almost, I'm not saying it absolutely is, but when you say north and south, it instantly makes you think ball in my eyes. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, that's right. If they're adjacent to each other, if it's two sets of stars, even if there is a central point for north and south, if they're next to each other, adjacent, across from each other, above the flat Earth, then it could work. Then it's a dipole and a monopole. It's not a monopole; it's a dipole.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about utilizing a compass in the southern hemisphere, whether you're, let's just say you're sailing in the southern hemisphere, maybe South Atlantic, South Pacific, 60, freaking 40 degrees. You're in the open waters and you're using a compass. Would you hold on? Would you be able to consider that accurate? I mean, would your compass actually be pointing north?
What's the current standing as far as using the compass in the southern quote unquote hemisphere? What is
South?
that's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking Anthony, because this is what he's like. All of it would work the same way everywhere you are on Earth. And this is what I'm hearing from Anthony, so I'm just trying to...
I'm saying the opposite. You're hearing the opposite. I'm saying it doesn't work on any model. I'm not saying it works on any model. You've misunderstood what I said.
Okay, well, do we have any evidence that they utilize a compass in the South Pacific anywhere to travel across the South Pacific? And for the most part, nobody does travel that way unless they're in the military,
Yeah, but to be fair, that's a straw man argument, because I'm not saying that people use compasses in the oceans. What I'm saying is that how are we going to establish that we've got absolute directions rather than relative directions? And that's the issue. What do we have a way of establishing absolute direction? And I don't think we do. I think we only have a regional way of doing it, a localized way of doing it with the compass.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. That's why I brought it up. It's not a straw man. That's why I brought it up. Nobody does that.
And the compass would indicate where the magnetic north is, right? Not necessarily the North Pole. It'd be where the magnetic north is currently.
New perspective. I ask a question. That first picture, what you posted, can you see? We have this is assumption because we look that is like a map dome. It's a circle. Is it a circle? Now my question will be, yeah, that first picture is a circle, like a map.
Which one, the figure eight one or the wrong
The first picture, your first picture. First one.
The figure eight sun and moon. Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't know that. Let's put now this circle that is triangle or square. It will work the same.
I don't know what you mean by that. A circle that's
look at this is a map, but we don't know what is under the 60 degrees. Imagine if that is triangle. That Antarctica is triangle. Imagine that Antarctica is square. Imagine that Antarctica is a rhomb. Whatever shape you want, because you don't know. We are presupposing that is Antarctica circle.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
If that's true, that's all right. But if what would happen if it's square, and if it's dome cube, or I don't know, I can now bullshitting any geometrical shape.
Yeah. What's interesting about the second one there, the figure eight time zones, is he does actually get into very particular segments of the time zones, and shows how it would work with the two circles. Sometimes I like to call myself a titty earther, because the idea that there's two circles rather than one circle might solve some of these problems. But as far as the sun's path being a figure eight, that should be easy enough to figure out if it's possible or not.
When you say
it could be a square around both circles, but
when you say two rotation points, right? Am I right in thinking that the blades on a Chinook helicopter, they're both two
to a piece of paper with the two dipoles, the dipole or the anode and the dipole, and then they make that pattern just like thermodynamics works, and it would give a reason also that they're feeding off of each other, just like any thermodynamic system would work, constantly funneling in and out. And then
what you're then saying is that the directions then are not absolute. All the directions become relative to the center of those rotation points, right?
Well, they're I guess so, yeah. But it would be two opposite. There would be one counterclockwise and one clockwise, just like they appear, but they would be adjacent to each other. And if you could get far enough past Tonga on one side or Easter Island on the other, you could actually look at the sky and see them separate from each other. And that would be the end of the globe Earth, definitively. Because you would see the stars separating from each other, going out 360 degrees and then circling around.
Can I just clarify when you said that the stars appear to rotate different directions, right? Can I just clarify that? Do we agree that all the stars rise due east and they all set due west?
Yep. Funneling in.
Yeah, I can accept that. I just want to make sure that when you say they appear to rotate backwards, that you understand that the counter argument to that is that, like, if you've turned around backwards and you're now looking the.
Well, you can look at it as just a matter of perspective, or if you're looking at two definitively two separate star systems, right? Then you would be seeing, if you were in one area, it would go counterclockwise, and if you were in another area, it would go clockwise. But they turn into each other, so they're all going east to west through the middle. But if they're in circular rotations, east to west might be a misnomer, because circular is not necessarily east to west; it's just counterclockwise or clockwise.
Yeah, I see that. I do agree with you that the stars are behaving in a way that instantly makes you think globe. But when you think about it, there are explanations that you can come up with that can be explained for the stars. But then the land underneath then is a bit of an issue then, because the land will move relative to the stars as well. So it's like,
yeah. Well, I have a friend
go
ahead.
The rule that they always apply is that you can always see certain stars in the south, but there's seasonal stars in the like when you look north from the south that you don't always see. And they always say that that's because of the equator, and you're looking, you can't always see the other seasonal stars. So I always bear that in mind when I'm thinking about this, because it's complicated stuff, because you've got to thinking like it's almost like 4 dimensions, not just 3. Hard at the best of times.
I have a friend who used to be in this discussion early on. I don't know if you remember him. His name was E1. Equal one was what his name was standing for. Well, he took his channel down for now because he's kind of hiding out from the New World Order. He's off the grid and everything. Smart dude, wicked smart. But we used to spend hours and hours talking about this, and he had a whole presentation. I'll post what you can see of him now. He did a presentation on Sun and Moon group at one point, and that's the only thing you could see. But he goes through his whole thing, and he's got translucents and overlays and continents laid out similar to what you put as far as the direction of the continents laying out, possibly in a way that would work with the 2 rotating star systems. It's the reason he left the conversation was he was thinking there might be some shills in the game or just information that was ignored on purpose to keep the conversation going. But we used to talk about the southern star rotations as the best flat Earth argument. We'd start with that. Because if there is 2 counterclockwise or one's clockwise and one's counterclockwise with the celestial equator and Orion's belt going up through the center, just as we can observe without any illusions, and that's the actual case, and that could be shown to be true, especially if you could get out towards, he would say if you could get out towards Easter Island far enough, you could show the stars separating and then coming. He said they would come back and they'd almost meet up they would meet up completely perfectly. And that the Milky Way, he thought, was being torn apart or just, separated, going off in the opposite directions and then meeting up perfectly on the other side. And he said that Orion's belt was the 3 stars that he thought didn't go in one direction or the other. They would just go through the center and then they would appear on the other side, almost like a Pac-Man model. And they would go through the center, and then they would disappear and go through the center. Maybe that's an illusion of some sort he couldn't figure out, but he was saying that the Orion's belt was the key because there's not only the monuments like the Giza pyramids, but there's monuments all across from Tonga all the way over to Easter Island that are aligned with the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And that way, if that were still accurate, then you could arrange the continents according to Orion's belt and have the accurate continent layout. And and that's why if you go ahead.
Easter
If you
Island.
want to watch this, I'd like to hear your response. I'll put his presentation in there right now.
Yeah, Easter Island. That's the one with the Moai on it, isn't it?
With the statues,
the head things that are buried.
Yeah. Yep.
Have you ever looked at the direction? There's one part of the island that's got about maybe 20 heads all lined up in a dead straight line, and they're all looking out to sea. They're all looking at the 3 stars of Orion's belt.
Yep.
As if it's important in some way. Some people say it's the looking out to protect the boats coming in or whatever, but the reality is they're actually looking at the Orion's belt, and it's like, why are they looking at that, and why are the Giza pyramids lined up with that, and they're millions of miles away from each other? There's something that's not coincidence there. It doesn't mean it's like conspiratorial, but there's something that's lining those things up, and they've either had internet-related communications with each other, the ability to travel huge distances, or there's something about Orion's belt.
Yeah, that was the key. In fact, I was the one that inspired him for the star rotation one by sending him something from Jazzlaw. I was kind of his muse, I guess, and then I got him going on that whole idea and said, "Oh yeah, that's the key." And then I sent him this Orion's belt video that's been taken down. I'll have to find it. But a lot of these, if it is significant, maybe there is a conspiracy to get some of this information hidden, because Orion's belt lining up with all these different monuments, if it's clear indication that those monuments are aligned with Orion's belt, which he seemed to have figured out that there was, then that would pretty much, let you know, if you knew the time and day that you were looking at Orion's belt, you would know where you are on Earth, because you could see Orion's belt. And supposedly those are the only 3 stars that could be seen anywhere in the known area that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at the sky would let you know where you are on Earth.
If you assume globe, then you can assume that it's lat longs, and if you don't assume globe, I mean, this is why this topic's really interesting, because it's like It's just what we're doing, right? And all right, we'll all make mistakes along the way. I've made a few mistakes, and Jaren's made a few, but ultimately, we're trying to work out what the equivalent argument is, because there is an equivalence for everything here. Every topic that you look at, gravity, pulling things down, yeah, it's not a force pulling things down, is it? It's to do with the medium. Okay, so and most people can see that. Even if they don't like it, they can still see that the medium's causing something. So the equivalent is that it's to do with the medium, it's not to do with a force pulling things down. But there's an equivalent argument for like everything. And that's why I find it an interesting topic, because if we're looking for the equivalent argument, you've got to get 5 things wrong before you get the right one, or you get close to the right one, right? And it's that exploration, that journey of exploration that's interesting, like from an intellectual perspective. I find it really fascinating, this topic, from that angle.
I do as well. I mean, so when it comes to navigation, it's quite simple in the north, but the south doesn't work that way. That's why when you look at shipping lanes, flights, they all go north, south, north, south, north, south, north, south.
I honestly think that, remember when that MH370 flight went missing, and they said that they don't know where it was, they think it was somewhere over the Indian Ocean or whatever, and they spent billions of dollars researching to find it and whatever. That to me is like a big flat earth proof, that, because I don't believe that Boeing or whoever makes these planes, I don't believe they've not got a way of knowing exactly where those planes are, because even though they might not own the planes anymore, Boeing...
What about GPS? What about GPS?
Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't believe, because they say that they don't put transponders on them.
It's not funny because a lot of people lost family and lives and stuff. It's not funny. I was laughing, but it's not funny. It's just ridiculous, the claims they make. That's the reason I was laughing.
But I think if it were really a ball and they really had GPS, that 370 would never have gone missing, because they know where it is all the time. Even if someone turned off the transponder, like turning off the transponder, even if it was possible and it did what they say it did, there's still going to be a system in place that allows them to find out where it is. Because if it's worth, $500 million for each one you buy, you're not going to turn off your anti-theft device, because that's essentially what it is. It's your sat tracking. No one's going to turn that off. It's nonsense to think that they can.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, and like I was saying, no one travels across the South Pacific. That would be ridiculous. Why would you go that way? It's more efficient to go, even though it might take longer to go north than back south. Because the South Atlantic, even the South Atlantic or South Pacific, of course, across South Atlantic, it's a little shorter route, but across the South Pacific, oh my goodness, nobody does that.
I honestly think that what we should do is we should rally up enough interest to get, that the ginger pilot. Is his name Kelly? I think his name's Kelly. The one that was offering out his plane that you could charter and he'll fly it anywhere you want. Do you remember him?
No, I don't know what ginger has to do anything with it, but no, I don't know who you're talking about. You're talking about a redhead guy?
Yeah, a redhead guy. I can't remember what his name was. I think it might have been Kelly. I think his first name was Kelly. Obviously a girl's name, but it's a bloke. But
no, there's plenty of guys named Kelly. Anyway, go ahead.
New perspective. Do you know the guy I'm referring to?
I'm sorry. What was it you're asking?
The
Kelly,
pilot that was the pilot, the Ball Earther pilot that was claiming that we could hire out his jet and take it anywhere we wanted.
No, I don't remember that.
He's a skin-headed ginger guy, right? And he's, he seems polite enough. But I'm thinking that what we could do is we could get him and Wolfie to get 2 planes to do what that guy suggested. I was listening to him say the other day. Basically, fill the planes up with fuel, fly one of them going around clockwise and the other one going around anti-clockwise around the Antarctica. Both the planes have got enough fuel to be able to do that journey, right? They've got the range to be able to do it. Because these planes do exist. You can get enough range to go around Antarctica on their model. So get Wolfie going clockwise, get the Kelly guy going anti-clockwise, and then say, we'll see you in 12 hours. and basically record the journey so that you keep one of them's keeping Antarctica on the right, the other one's keeping Antarctica on the left. And basically, they should both come back to each other at maybe, 12, 15, 20 hours later, whatever it is. But if they keep the plane flying in that direction relative to the coastline, they should both come back pretty much the same period of time, predictable based on its claimed size. So because we know its size, we know its circumference, we can use circular geometry to calculate how long it would take them to fly the circumference if they were flying at 600 miles per hour. We can
based on what? Based on what?
Based on their money, not our money.
No, I'm just talking about based on what, calculations, size. Are you talking about the AE map, or which map are they supposed to fly over?
Not
over territory that has never been explored. I mean, where?
Yeah, but so the main argument is that Antarctica is it a continent that's a ball of landmass that you can fly around the outside of, or is it the ring on the inside, the inside of the ring that's the outer edge of the sphere on the AE map?
We know all about.
Yeah. So if it's the way they say, and if it's the geometry that they say, then we have planes that can go around the circumference of the landmass that they claim it is.
That's the AE map, the projection of the globe idea, right? Nobody flies that way. No, I've been saying this for 3 years. Nobody goes
He's just
that
talking
way.
about an idea. He's just talking about
that. I get that. Sure. I mean, it's like, who's going to risk their life to go in an airplane?
Yeah, you're never going
over the South Pacific.
You're not being realistic. You don't think they're actually going to do it. You're just saying if they could, then that would prove it, right?
No. What I'm saying is that ginger pilot said that we can not we, but like it can be hired and we can fly it anywhere we want, and he'll personally fly it himself. And I'm thinking, well, okay, if we can get him going one way and get Super Penis Wolfie to fly the other way in his plane, then theoretically, if it's the size that they say it is,
he's so confident. Wolfie's very confident, isn't he?
Yeah. And if they get it wrong,
I think both of them probably know that the Earth is flat, and they wouldn't do it based on that, or they would skew their information. You could never trust them. That's the problem.
Yeah, but practically speaking, if once they set off on that plane and they start going that journey, and one of them's keeping Antarctica to the left and the other one's keeping it to the right, if it's the size that they say it is, they'll both make it back. But if it's not the size,
that's not how ships or airplanes navigate. Nobody navigates that way.
Right, but he's saying if you could challenge him that way is all he's saying.
If my ass.
I think
man.
I think he's just proposing an idea.
I know, but at the same time, nobody's ever going to do it because it's impossible.
Plus, you can never trust these guys. It doesn't matter because you already know it's flat. I mean, we already know it's not rotating. It's not like that would be the definitive way of showing it, especially with those guys. But I understand what you're saying.
But remember when Grace
sorry, Anthony, to burst your bubble, but I mean, yeah, nobody's going to do it, and it's impossible.
I know. So just bear with me. Just bear with me. Just hold your tongue a minute. So, do you remember when Greater Sapien took 20 grand off people for the flight that everybody knew was never going to happen, right? And Ball Earthers didn't consider it to be dishonest, even though he never gave any of the money back. But they missed the big point, which was he never done the flight. Well, given that we know that these flights can't exist, why don't we get these guys to admit that they're going to go, like, get them to do it and say, right, you fly one way, you fly the other way, because we know it can't happen, right? Because if it is the outside of ring and it's not a landmass at the bottom of a globe, and the distance is much, much, much further, and they'll both die, so they're never going to take the job on. But that failure is the failure to prove that they can fly the plane anywhere they want and prove globe. So it's the failure to prove globe that will be the issue.
Yeah, but their argument's going to be like, well, since nobody's done it, then that means the Earth is a globe, basically, is what they're going to say.
Yeah, but if they say that they can fly the planes anywhere we want to, at any time to prove whatever we want to prove, and then they can't do it because they fail for some magical reason, because we all know that they
I know, bro. That's just the end of the argument, I guess, for them.
That's what I'm saying.
They're so dumb.
So what I'm saying is, if we challenge them to do it, and then like everybody do a collective GoFundMe for it, right? So the money's there, but it's held in trust, so that if it doesn't happen, everybody gets the money back. It doesn't go to Jerry. It goes back to the people.
How can it be proven though? at the end of the day? How can they
Well,
prove that they actually didn't do it? You can't prove that they didn't do it. Just like, hey, they both tried to. Congratulations.
Yeah, but if they did it, they'll be recording the flight, won't they? They'll record the flight with at least
How? Connected to satellites? Is that how they're going to do it?
No, a GoPro out the window with a time lapse, keeping the shore of Antarctica in the window, so that you can see that the whole journey was done with the coastline in the frame of view, so that it didn't like wander off and it didn't become all water and it didn't become all thing.
Well, you know what? An easier way. Speaking of cameras and planes, what I've been
You're
doing
a dreamer,
recently,
man. Anthony, you're a dreamer.
Helio, let me just propose this idea for you. You've heard it probably, but
You like bullying me,
Anthony.
Helio.
Anyway, but think about this. Okay, so if the Coriolis effect is a real thing, that means that if a plane didn't correct for Coriolis when traveling north or south, then and it was traveling in a declination completely straight, north or south, not correcting for Coriolis, then by the definition of Coriolis, the Earth would be able to be seen with the camera attached to the bottom of the airplane.
That's not even the same argument. What are you
east to west, the east to west movement of the rotation of Earth could be shown with a plane that keeps a course heading that doesn't correct for Coriolis. Then you'd be able to show the rotation of the Earth below.
That's a different argument.
I know. I said, speaking of planes and cameras, this is something that would prove or disprove the globe model. Because if the Coriolis effect is a real thing and you're mimicking a projectile, and you're going over several latitudes, then you'd be able to show the rotation of the Earth below.
Yeah, but
if it never shows up, that means the Earth is not rotating.
All they would say is that the plane was conserving the Earth's momentum, and that's why he didn't perceive it.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But after it goes over several different latitude lines, it's not the same conserved speed.
No, I agree. That's where the Coriolis should be, but they don't think that it should be there. They think they've been brainwashed to think that you wouldn't expect to see Coriolis because it's conserving the momentum, but they don't realize that debunks their claim.
But you could help with the math on this, in fact, because if you're starting at zero at the
there's
North Pole,
no math necessary because there is no Coriolis. When it comes to Earth,
but it shows there is no Coriolis, and if I'm saying to them, if a jet plane, in fact, there's an like I give the example of this F-35B, which is it can fly at 1,200 miles per hour. It has 40,000 pounds of thrust and can hover in midair, right? So a jet that can do all of these things, fly in circles, go into the jet stream, out of the jet stream, it's never you can't claim that it's always going to have the exact tangential speed of whatever latitude it reaches. And they won't even claim that. They'll say it's a little, it's close enough, right? But they can never say it's always completely consistent. Otherwise, that makes no sense, right? But if it flies over several different latitudes with different tangential speeds with an original conserved speed,
which it already does.
It already does. You would be able to show the Coriolis. And my argument is if this jet, no matter what it does, no matter how many circles, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how much, thrust it has, if it can never see anything but what seems to be a stationary Earth in respect to its own motion, the only way that's possible is if it's a stationary Earth. Otherwise, you'd be able to show some rotation underneath.
Well, amen.
Yeah.
It is finished.
That ends the argument. If they have to claim that the Earth always completely continues to remain in this illusion of a completely stationary Earth relative to its own motion, then they're just completely stretching any kind of sane argument.
Faster than a speeding bullet. Faster than a speeding bullet.
This jet can fly 1,200 miles per hour over several different latitude lines. It's not going to have the same conserved. The winds aren't going to force it to be within the same tangential speed, no matter how hard the jet tries to resist correcting for Coriolis, which it can do because the jet can fly against the wind, against the spin. If it's flying against the wind, it's flying against the spin.
If the jet had to adjust for curvature, it would fail.
By Coriolis, curvature is another issue. Yeah. But
Coriolis and curvature. Both. Yeah, it would fail on both counts.
Either way, yeah, it wouldn't work on a ball. We know planes can't work on a ball. They can't even land. And the other thing is, if you say it's a north to south runway, then why would it treat a north northwest runway the same as a east, south southeast runway? Because it's either flying with or against the spin, and you can't claim that the plane would always treat the runway the same. And if it's facing north to south, it would have to accelerate sideways so it would be able to land straight. And we never see any kind of indication that the runway ahead of us, that we can see miles ahead of time as it's just, aiming for it, slowly coming up to it, landing safely every single time. We're never trying to hit a runway that's just catching up to where the plane's going to be. And that would be the case to some degree, no matter what.
They always argue against that by saying, like, well, you can land a drone on a particular chair on a moving bus. So
That's
why
it.
do you think that? Why would
Same
it be
reference
difficult?
frame. Because it's not the same, because you're going over different tangential speeds. You don't have the same conserved speed. Even with that, you can give them, with this argument, you can give them everything they want. You could say, okay, your conserved speed is 1,000 miles per hour. Now you're landing in an area that's only 500 miles per hour, but the plane's not going to match that 500 miles per hour latitude. It's not going to have the same tangential speed. Even if you're saying that's a slight bit off. A slight bit off when you're landing a plane makes a big difference. And it can't accelerate sideways to be able to land safely. So their conserved speed actually works against them when you start going over different tangential speeds.
Yeah,
it's going to have a different conserved original speed.
Not to mention, if you were to fly a plane like that, of course you're going to know where you're going to jump from and land. You're going to have to know exactly where you're landing, especially when you're traveling at that speed. I mean, wow.
They want to claim that it's so negligible that they don't even have to account for Coriolis because it just mixed in with the wind directions, right? They want to just make it all about the wind and the atmosphere, and they want to separate the air from the wind and say the air is different from the wind because we know the wind goes in all directions. But people like Rumpus or whoever are going to say, no, the air, the atmosphere, that it's moving with the earth, but not the wind necessarily. But what's the difference between air moving and wind? What's the difference, right?
Yeah, but quote unquote scientists will tell you, hey, the air is moving with the globe, and gravity makes up for all that.
Does that seem scientific to say that air is moving, but it's not wind?
Yeah,
what's the
it
difference
might
between
as
air
well be
moving and
flat.
wind?
Yeah, it might as well be flat because everything is, looks flat. But when you have a jet pilot traveling, Mach 1.5, and they're going to land at another airport, across multiple longitude lines. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, if you're landing on a north-south or north or south runway, and it's 1,000 miles per hour sideways, and you started with a conserved speed of 200 miles per hour, right? Then you'd have to have the wind. The plane would then have to accelerate sideways up to that conserved. It wouldn't have that original conserved speed. It'd have to accelerate to 1,000 miles per hour and then keep that sideways acceleration as it's landing. So that debunks the globe right there. Anthony, I'd love if you'd press this. What is the actual understanding on their part that you can get to with air moving with the atmosphere moving with the latitudes, and then the difference between that and wind? How do they even get out of that?
What is my understanding of their position?
Yeah, like how do they even justify saying that air movement is different than wind movement?
Well, if you think about it, all the winds would have to be east to west, wouldn't they? Because the Earth's rotating from the east to west. They would have to be from the west. They'd have to be either west from the east or east from the west, whichever, depending on whether they.
Well, depending on the direction you're facing. But how do they get out of that? How do they scientifically justify saying that the atmosphere moving with the Earth is different than the wind? And how do they justify that the atmosphere would affect the plane traveling so much so and so perfectly that it would make it match the tangential speed no matter how fast it flies over these latitudes? How would they justify that it would affect the air, that affect the plane that has thrust and has resistance, and then still not call it wind? What's the difference between atmosphere and wind? How do they even get out of that?
The same problem they've got with the Great Year. You know, the Great Year is like 25,000 years, right? Well, civilization is thought to have been on this Earth for maybe, between 8 and 12,000 years. If you accept Göbekli Tepe is 12,000 years old, then we've been on the planet for 12,000 years old. But most archaeologists say that we've only been on it for somewhere between 6 and 8,000 years old. They have to now accept that we've been on it for at least 12, but 12 is only half of 25. So how did they know that the Great Year exists and it's not and it's not an example of like when they say that it's the Great Year shift, right? What happens if there's no continual shift and the Great Year doesn't even exist? And at the halfway point, which is where we're at now, 12,000 years into the 25, it then starts to rotate backwards, and then it's an example of stellar parallax, for example, and it's not an example of the Great Year. So You're right, and they can't contrast the winds from the Coriolis effect in the same way that they can't contrast the Great Year from stellar parallax, because we've not been around long enough to have the Great Year yet, so they don't know that it's a Great Year. But they don't know, like you say, they can't contrast the winds from Coriolis effect, because the winds are in all directions, but they should be all directional. They should all be going east to west or west and east because of the rotation of the Earth.
And they won't ever fess up. They'll just stay as if that is an actual argument. They actually think that's an argument. I mean, it's obviously not.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, are you implying that they were saying that at a point in the past the Earth was spinning in the other direction, the west to east? I've never heard anyone say that before. Is that what you're implying? Because I've heard of the stellar parallax, 26,000 years. That has to do with Polaris, and they say, well, Polaris wasn't the North Star before, and then we, as far as all
I think
of
that's
this
what
goes.
Anthony, were you saying that they're implying that there was an opposite direction to the Earth rotation? I don't think so, right?
No, I wasn't implying an opposite direction. I wasn't thinking to describe as east to west or west to east. I was just being lazy when I was trying to work out which way should the winds go, because like you say, how do they contrast the effects of rotation causing the Coriolis effect? In other words, hurricanes, right? They always claim that hurricanes prove that it's proof of a Coriolis effect with regards to the weather. But hurricanes are in America, right? In Australia, they've got cyclones, and in Africa, they've got typhoons, or the other way around, whichever way it is. But the problem is, anticyclones exist. So if it is an example of Coriolis, then anticyclones could never exist, because the only way that could ever form would be if the Earth went backwards on their model. But we do have anticyclones, and the cause of anticyclones is fluctuations in pressure going the opposite way, but not to do with rotation of the Earth. And they don't even realise that debunks their claim that Coriolis and cyclones are caused by Earth rotating. They're not. It's not at all. It's caused by pressure and not Earth rotation. But they can't even.
Were you walking your dog when New Perspective was giving his example? And could you directly answer what he was talking about?
I wasn't walking the dog, but I was answering somebody else's question. Would you mind re-asking your question?
It was just how I think you heard it. I think you heard it. I'm out. I'm probably echoing, but the
no,
question was
I'm
basically
heckling because whatever. I mean,
Hang
you
on,
were talking about jet airplanes traveling, across, and then he's talking about anticyclones. You guys are talking about two different things.
We moved on to the winds separated from the atmosphere.
How can we distinguish Coriolis winds from normal weather, right? That was what your question was.
Right.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. Because if they could separate Coriolis winds from normal weather, then anticyclones couldn't exist. But they do exist. Anticyclones.
The thing is also that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean,
it's funny.
Storms moving in the different direction.
Try to pin him on this argument. When I get him to talk about this argument, it's so funny because as soon as you start talking about the planes with the camera underneath showing the Coriolis, they're like, "Oh no, a projectile would be the best way to show that, or Foucault's pendulum would be the best way." They always have to misdirect it from an airplane showing it to projectiles because
airplanes don't show
the weather. Because airplanes never can show it, and if they're claiming that an airplane can never show it, no matter how fast it flies or how much resistance it has, then they've locked themselves to some kind of magical winds, and the winds would never be so magical that it would force a plane to match the tangential speed perfectly. That's a ridiculous claim.
Airplanes disprove it every time.
New perspective. Do me a favor. I've sent you a DM. Would you mind sending me the links to those videos that you want me to watch in a DM so that they don't get lost in chat?
No problem. Yeah, I'll do that. And then
Thank
the thing about this is funny because as soon as you say camera underneath an airplane should show east to west rotation at least a little bit at some point, no matter how fast it flies, you're saying that the winds, even if they're moving in the opposite direction of the way that it would need to slow down, that those winds would somehow make it slow down? Because the winds are moving east to west. How is it going to slow the plane down then? To go slower, right? It's moving the opposite direction it would need to slow the plane down to the tangential speed of the latitude it's reaching.
Hey,
I think they would say that you'd never. I think they'd say that you'd never perceive it because the difference would be so small it would be negligible.
Yeah, they'll say that, but then if you work out the math, you're good at this. Work out the math of the tangential speed that it starts at with those conserved measures, and then how fast it flies into the next latitude, which would be at a different tangential speed, and then how those winds would have to actually slow the plane down, considering that it could fly 1,200 miles per hour. Then you could prove it right there. There's no way that the winds would make force the plane to shut up.
I have another argument that's similar to that, where something like say a plane is traveling from Mexico City. I mean, it's not as fast as a fighter jet or whatever traveling latitudinally. How about longitude, right? So traveling from Mexico City to DFW, Dallas Fort Worth, same time zone, bro. Within like 6 hours, 5-6 hours, you can go from Mexico City to DFW, same time zone, Earth spinning.
Yeah. And another example, Anthony, take this example. Say a plane is starting in New York City, right? Or in Maine, right? And it wants to travel in a straight line to Florida, to Miami, Florida, right? And if it kept that same declination from its starting point and traveled in that straight line, by the time it got to Florida, Florida would have moved east or left of that plane to a certain degree at a certain speed, right? But if it kept that same exact straight line and they were able to resist all the winds and whatever else they're claiming, then it would definitely have to show that the Earth moved sideways underneath it. If it had a camera that was showing all the angles with all the close-ups, it would definitely show Coriolis because that's what Coriolis is. So if you want to work out the maths for that, could a plane actually keep that declination?
Hey,
how hard would it be?
The magic gravity knows exactly what to do in all cases. Don't worry about it. Gravity.
Right. You get them.
Gravity's got you. Gravity got you, bro.
Then you're forcing them to claim magical winds, and then they have to explain how those winds are predictable enough that they would know for a fact, because they automatically start claiming it would never be possible for a plane to show that. But how would they be so confident in that? They would have to know the wind direction. They would have to know the forces.
No, they don't. They just have to believe in gravity, and it makes up for all of it.
You force them into a magical answer. It makes them look stupid. They can't.
Well, they don't mind looking stupid because everyone else believes it. So that's the general consensus. Gravity.
Well, like with refraction, there's at least some examples they could show that make them that they can just pile on with that and say, okay, refraction. But this, they can't. They do not have an answer for. They cannot get out of this.
No, they do have an answer. Gravity.
Well, that doesn't really explain it, though.
Oh, but you can say it, and everybody else believes it, and be like, "Man,
sure.
y'all know shit."
Anybody,
the world might as well be flat. Even though it's a globe, it acts flat because gravity.
If they're all intellectually honest, they have to. They can't just say gravity. They can't just say conserved speed or whatever. They have to at least admit that this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, if they're intellectually honest, of course. But I mean, that's.
And then it shows. It shows if they're just defending the globe or if they're actually trying to figure it out. That's my test for people.
Cool. Yeah, that's why we talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
New perspective. Just look in chat. Yeah, look in the chat, right? I've put this one picture. If you use this picture against Wolfie, he will not answer the question. He'll talk about flight maps, he'll talk about compasses, he'll talk about gyro compasses, he'll talk about all of his training, and now none of the pilots have noticed it, but he won't answer this question, right? Can you see the picture of Australia that I've put on the screen?
Yep.
Right. The Earth rotates according to their model from the east to the west. It's from the west to the east. It's in the direction shown in black. That's the direction of Earth's rotation, right? Wolfie, in his super penis in the sky, he can fly to and from Sydney and Perth and prove that the Earth is not a ball, but he won't ever do it. He'll talk about anything else rather than this, right? If you fly, and we'll go with the red one. It says Perth over to Sydney. The flight time is 4 hours and 10 minutes, right? Now you're supposed at that point on that flight journey from Perth to Sydney, you're chasing Sydney because say Sydney is going further away from you because it's rotating with the Earth, right? So as you're going towards Sydney, it's also moving relative to you, away from you. But when you go to Sydney and then come back to Perth, when you're headed from Sydney back to Perth, Perth's now coming towards you and your flight time should be shorter because of the rotation of Earth if Coriolis was a thing. Now the problem is it's backwards. Now Wolfie says, "Oh, it's because of prevailing winds, you moron." Like, yeah, but you're meant to be showing. You should be arguing for why it's the rotation of the Earth and it's less. So what this proves is that let's give him that it's the prevailing winds that's causing it to be longer. It's not Coriolis that's making it shorter, is it? So where's the evidence of Coriolis on a reasonable length flight that Wolfie does every single day or regularly? Where is that evidence of that Coriolis if you can't demonstrate it? But if you apply that to North America or you apply it to mainland Europe, you see the same effect. You see that there's a convenient prevailing wind that explains this on the main land masses all over the Earth. It's always the wrong way round. So if the Earth's rotating from the west to the east, the way they tell us, and all the flight paths don't support it because they've all got the convenient prevailing winds explanation, then there is no evidence of Coriolis, and I don't see how it needs to go any more complicated than that myself.
Right. I mean, do they claim that some flight paths are shorter because of the rotation of the Earth? Do they ever try to claim that?
No, they always pin it down to environmental factors like the North Atlantic jet streams or whatever, bad weather, tailwinds, wrong type of snow. They'll come up with all the excuses to explain why it's not consistent with their model, but they'll not acknowledge that it's not consistent with the model. They'll just justify why it's not. They'll ignore that it's not. You know what I mean?
And the thing is there are effects that do happen in the north and the south that seem to affect wind conditions and weather conditions differently. And that can be explained by the toroidal vortex of the ether or the magnetic field, whatever it is. And that's why they have to always go to projectiles, that are affected by winds or whatever else, and how look in the north and the south. And they always have to make it a Foucault pendulum argument rather than a plane argument, because the plane being in a separate reference frame proves that it's not a globe definitively. This ends the argument, in my opinion. So if the math could be shown plainly that a plane that travels over a rotating Earth never shows anything but a stationary Earth, with whatever maths you want to apply to it, you could pin them on this and make them have to eat crow, because they would have to look at the maths and say, look, okay, there's no way that these winds are gonna force this plane into its same tangential speed. There's no way. If you're claiming that, then you'd have to say that those winds are so fast, and you know that they aren't. And that the plane has no resistance to the winds, or the plane can't fly against the wind, which it does. The plane flies against the wind, therefore it flies against the Earth's spin, according to what they're saying. It fucks it all up. I mean, you've read Henry's, actually, Helios recommended this a lot of times. Henry's the biggest lie ever told, or whatever. He talks about Coriolis and how if you started at this point, you went to this point, you'd be so many miles off if there was an actual rotation of the Earth that this just ruins it. It ruins their whole idea. It ruins everything for them.
In addition
Edward
to
Henry.
Yeah,
You've read that, right?
I want to get his book. I want to get his book. But
yeah,
the problem
you
is
can get a PDF version.
Have you got a copy of it
for you? Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll send it to you.
Cool. Because I was talking with I can't remember who it was, like recently. I was trying to say about how, oh, is that idiot? Yeah, I remember who it was. We were talking about how rotation of Earth is a thing on their model, right? But we were talking about plimsoll lines and how plimsoll lines are not consistent with the rotation of the Earth. Because, like, on the rotation of the Earth claim, that boats that start in the north head towards the equator and tropical waters, on their model, should appear to be lighter because of centrifugal force pushing the boat out from the center of Earth because of the rotation point, right? They should appear to be lighter, but in real world, the boats are heavier. They appear to be heavier in the water, not lighter. It's the opposite effect. Like with the Coriolis effect with Wolfie's plane, it's the opposite effect. And they say, oh, well, that's just because of the density of the water. And that's true. It is the density of the water. The water gets warmer. It has more volume. So there's more space between the molecules in the water. So the boat sits lower in the water. And if you've overladen the boat in England whilst we were making all of our tea and we were taking it over to Nassau in the Bahamas because we want some of their spices back and whatever. And along the way, we might drop in a couple of slaves, but whatever. In that journey from England, if we've got a heavily freighted boat and then it gets to tropical waters, because the water warms up and gets less dense, the boat sits deeper into the water and it looks like it's gained weight in its journey. It hasn't. It's just got into warmer water and the boat's becoming more dense in the less dense medium. So it's a brilliant relative density argument, right? But the Eötvös effect, the claim of Eötvös, claims that because of the rotation of Earth, boats that are going one way, east or west, compared to boats going the other way, east or west, are going with the rotation and against the rotation and therefore are heavier or lighter in the water. The problem is it directly goes against that claim of Eötvös. So Eötvös is only necessary on their model because they claim it's Earth turning. But in real world, the Plimsoll line, the effect of Samuel Plimsoll's line proves that there is no effect of Eötvös, because if there was an effect of Eötvös, we wouldn't have to do it because we could rely on centrifugal force to keep boats out of water and when they're going south. But when they're going north back into England from the Bahamas with their fully freighted journey, then you would then expect them to get heavier in the water because they're not able to benefit from the Eötvös effect because of the Earth's rotation. So they've got to underload them so that they account for that, and it doesn't happen that way. It's totally the opposite. And when you point that to them, they just get tumbleweed and they ignore it. And it's like, dude, this totally destroys the idea that the Earth's turning, because if it was turning, then they would have to account for it by underlading in the boat when they go back to England. But they actually overladen the boat in the Bahamas because they know that the water gets colder and more dense. So that when they overladen the boat, and when they get to England, it's lighter in the water because the density of the water has got more dense, so the boat becomes effectively lighter. The absolute opposite of the Eötvös effect. It's like that the Eötvös effect would claim that the boat's going to get lower in the water because it's not rotating as fast. So it's the complete opposite, and they ignore it. It does me head in.
It'd be great if you could illustrate, or someone could illustrate that exact point, or some of the things I was talking about. Because what they'd like is for their model to be unfalsifiable. And it is
they want their model to be unfalsifiable. That's right.
Yep. And it's not.
Yeah.
And if there could be at least 3 good falsifiable points that were illustrated and shown that they could not argue against, that would end the argument. But if it could be shown plainly enough, using their maths, using their globe requirements against them, then it would end the argument.
It won't, because what they do is they do what Wolfie does, which is just completely whistle past the graveyard, whistling Dixie. That's what Wolfie's approach is. He'll completely ignore it.
If you could show that they're ignoring it, at least then you know that they're ignoring that their model is falsifiable. With other arguments, they have some answer, right? There's arguments with refraction they could at least have some answer for that they're satisfied with. But if you can just press this with every single one of them, that it shows and predict before the argument starts that they're going to whistle past the graveyard and show that this is something they have to ignore, and then they meet up to your expectations, then just keep pounding them with that. Showing, okay, here's what we're going to find at the end of this argument, where they just ignore what we're saying because they do not have an argument and their model is falsifiable.
Yeah, their model is. They want their model to be unfalsifiable. You're absolutely correct.
Yep. And there's some answers they don't have. And so new people coming into this that are looking for just an answer, they have those answers, right, for them. But there's some that they do not have answers for. And just call them out from the start. Say, this is what's going to happen when we present this. Now watch, they're going to fall into place. As soon as we do this, they're going to have to start jumping around and gish galloping. And here we go. Let's start it with them. And then line them up and knock them down, because there is no answer for the Coriolis effect not being seen by a plane going north to south over several tangential speeds with a different conserved original speed. Give them everything they want about their conserved speed, work out the math, and show that these winds would have to go this fast and this strong in this exact direction to make the plane unable to see anything but a stationary Earth. If a plane traveling north to south is always kept in the illusion of a completely stationary Earth, then that's unreasonable. And in fact, you'd have to mathematically show how that would be possible. And they can't.
Well, the problem is mathematically anything becomes possible if you make some assumptions, and then we don't pick them up on it. They always assume R in the maths, always. And if they assume
sure,
R,
but this has to do with winds. This has to do with winds and the Earth rotation. It totally takes the R value out of the possible answers, because it has to do with winds and planes, jets that can fly faster than the speed of the Earth. The jet can go 1,200 miles per hour and have 40,000 pounds of thrust and hover at that speed. Then how can you say that it would only always see a stationary Earth relative to its own speed? You could actually make the maths work against them and show them that it will not work, and that they would have to claim that these winds are forcing a jet that has 40,000 pounds of air resistance, can take off and fly at different speeds and travel in circles. I mean, just work it out where that you're saying this is the speed that starts at, this is the speed it ends at, and this is how fast the winds would have to be blowing predictably every time, when we know they go in all directions. But even so, just use all of their maths and all of their predictions against them. Because I got Zanuck to say that, okay, here's what we would expect over a 5-hour trip. Maybe 450 miles off course the plane would be if it didn't correct the Coriolis, right? Well, if you're talking about 450 miles over a 5-hour trip, then if it doesn't correct the Coriolis, then right there you should be able to show the rotation of the Earth, right? And can a plane travel with a declination, dead reckoning, north to south without being affected by winds? And how fast would those winds have to be to make it slow down? In which direction they would have to be? You could pin them down on these details, and they would just have to cop out, showing that their model is falsifiable.
So if you in the live stream there, if you just click that image I've just posted, right? Look at the boat in the top left-hand corner. The plimsoll line is the load line, the load capacity line, and it's on every boat, and it's designed to stop them from overloading because of the effect of the change in temperature causing the reduction in the density of the water in tropical areas. It's not a risk when you leave in the tropical area, but it is a risk when you're going into it. So if you're going out from the UK with the yellow line, and then you can see that the TF and the F on the left-hand side of that plimsoll line, that references tropical and fresh, and then just fresh water. So they rarely use that because most of the sea journeys are in salt water. So on the other side, because now the salty, because you can see relative to fresh that the more dense. You've got tropical, then you've got summer, then you've got winter, and then you've got winter in the North Atlantic. And you can see that if you load it in winter in the North Atlantic, you can see that, like, look at the difference in the depth from loading in winter in the North Atlantic to the tropical, the top line. That's how much of a difference your boat will sit in the water, right? So if you load beyond that winter North Atlantic and you end up going to, say, loading it up to W because your company that you're working for say it'll be all right. Well, the reality is you're going to be too heavy by the time you get there, right? According to their model, centrifugal force, because of the rotation of Earth, would leave you lighter in the water because it's the heavier you are, you're going to raise out of the water. But it doesn't work. It works the opposite way. And then when you load in the Bahamas or Florida or wherever, when you load and you're loading in tropical, by the time you get to the winter North Atlantic, your boat's risen out of the water by that amount of water. But the Eötvös effect, or the rotation of the Earth, would indicate that you would sink into the water because you're not getting centrifugal force anymore. So it works totally opposite to what their nonsense claim is. Can you see that?
Yep, I see it. Yep. There's
it's a
all kinds
brilliant
of
proof.
arguments. It's great. You're right. It takes a little bit of understanding of all of these measurements, and if somebody that's not if someone that's novice to the argument wouldn't use this as a strong proof, or wouldn't see this as a strong proof, because they would have to understand what you're saying.
Well, if you understand
I
how
get
relative density, if you understand how relative density works, the density of an object relative to the medium it's in, then you understand it. But if they've never come across that phrase before, because you're a newbie coming into it and you still think gravity is a force, then yeah, I can understand how they like the average newbie baller would come to it. But from our flat Earth perspective, this is like I would say this is like getting into it's not beginner flat Earth, it's novice. It's like you've got a bit of knowledge behind you. So if you understand relative density and you understand the Plimsoll line, you understand the Eötvös effect claim, this is directly in contradiction to it. It does the opposite of what the Eötvös claim is.
Right.
And it's all
there's
down
an
to
interesting. The whole thing with Bob's gyroscope has been kind of a point of contention for a while, as you know, and they've gotten in a newer experiment, quote unquote, they've done or whatever. So what have you, I know your opinion about Bob in general, but as far as your understanding of what the gyroscope would show, the fiber optic gyroscope would show, as far as it detecting not only the rotation of Earth, but then it would also have to detect the orbit of the Earth. And they're also claiming that there's a highly sensitive one it's a big gyroscope of some sort that actually does show this rotation of Earth. You might want to look into that. Have you heard about this?
Let me answer this, right? Yeah, you know my position with Bob on the gravity argument, and everyone does.
Right.
But on that, the fiber optic gyro point, I defend him vehemently because Bob, he didn't make a mistake. What they did was they took his words and implied, they allowed you to think that he was being like dishonest and withholding. But the reality is Bob didn't know what he was measuring. He was measuring something, and because of his own ignorance, Bob thinks that he might be measuring, or ball earthers think that he's measuring Earth rotation, but Bob accepts that he doesn't know what he's measuring. And he thinks he might be measuring ether, right? Whatever ether might be. That fact that he doesn't know what he's measuring is the point that basically supports Bob, because at the end of the day, whatever view that I may have of Bob, I'll defend him on this point, because Bob didn't know what he was measuring because he didn't manipulate the presumed cause himself. He didn't manipulate, be it earth turn or ether drag or whatever. He measured something, but he hasn't got he doesn't know what he's measuring. It's the same problem you've got with the compass. We measure something, but we don't know what we're measuring. We're told that it's a North Pole, South Pole. Well, the fiber optic gyro is measuring something too, but we don't know what it is. But Bob knows what it's not. So when it's not measuring actual momentum, it's measuring light and the diffraction of light, or the Sagnac effect, or whatever. It's measuring light essentially. And however you interpret that interpretation is a subjective thing to do with you and whatever you think's going on in your mind at that time. But the reality is it's not measuring momentum, it's measuring light. So it's measuring the effect of the momentum, but based on your environment. So in other words, it's not the speedo in the car, it's measuring, looking out the window and saying that the car must be moving because the terrain is moving around you. Well, that's what the fiber optic gyro is doing. It's seeing the terrain around you move, and it's measuring light. So Bob's right, but Bob's not wrong. He didn't measure Earth's rotation because he didn't manipulate anything to prove it.
Doesn't the fact that it's supposed to hold rigidity, doesn't the fact that it's on Earth trying to measure the rotation of Earth automatically disclude that as a possibility of it being Earth rotating?
No. Because the fiber optic gyro doesn't maintain rigidity.
Oh, okay. So because it's showing some rotation of something, it could be the Earth, or it could be the ether, or whatever.
No, it doesn't measure momentum. So if the Earth was moving, it doesn't measure the movement of Earth. It doesn't measure the momentum of Earth, right? If it's moving, what it measures is the environment around the laser gyro itself.
By default, it would have to be the environment instead of the Earth, right?
Correct. It would be the environment, right? And that you could argue that it's the Earth, but it's not measuring the momentum of Earth moving. It's measuring if the Earth was turning, it's measuring how the stars are moving around the turning Earth. So it's not measuring the movement of Earth. It's measuring the effect of the Earth moving through the stars. But we can already see the stars are moving anyway. So it doesn't help us with, well, what's moving? Is it the stars or is it the Earth? It doesn't help us with that. It just confirms that something's moving, but it doesn't tell you what. So on that one point, I'll defend him vehemently because he doesn't know what he measured, right? And even though he thinks he's measuring ether, I would then use that argument against him again and say, well, you don't know it's ether, Bob. You just bullshitting there because you don't want to. Because Bob will argue strongly for ether now because he's been pinned against the wall against Earth rotation, right? So he'll argue strongly for ether as the alternative to say how it's not Earth turn. And I'm like, no, you're not having ether either, Bob. You're like, I'll defend you for the Earth claim that they're pinning on you because it's wrong that they're pinning on you because you didn't manipulate Earth turn, but you also didn't manipulate ether. So the correct rebuttal that Bob needs to have is, I measured something, but I don't know what it was because I can't manipulate it to prove it. I think it might be ether. You guys think it might be Earth turn. We can't establish what it is, but we do know it measures light. That's his neutral position, and it's the only truthful position that he can take. But he won't take the neutral, truthful position. He'll push the ether instead, and that's where I say, that's bullshit as well, Bob. That's woo-woo. So unless we can accept that we measure something, but with these things, we don't know what we're measuring because, I mean, the numbers are fluctuating all the time with those fiber optic gyros. So it indicates there's all sorts of movement going on.
Is there any video? To this day, I have not seen video proof of the gyro, whatever, doing the 15 degree. I've seen a cartoon of it, but is there any video proof of this? Like,
well, the proof that exists is all binary numbers because it's the sensors, it's the normal.
Where's the video of it? What are they looking at? Like, surely someone's pointed a video at what they're looking at.
No. Like, so there's 3 sensors or 2 sensors inside the thing, and what it's doing is it's measuring a continual variable in the device, and it gives it in number form. So basically, it's a page full of text, and when you look at it, it means absolutely nothing. You've got to process it, and once you process it, then you can see the deviations. But
is there a video of this text?
As far as I know, he's never released it for whatever reason, and he says it's because he's still researching it.
Why has he got a $20,000 whatever, but he can't, make a little minute video? Like, it just stuns me.
I think he's done something recently, though. They've done another test.
Wait. Who's he? And are you talking about Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bob's been on here several times talking about the same thing. We've played his explanation of the entire thing. We played it yesterday. He's been in here.
There's also been an update to it.
Yeah, I mean, Bob's willing to talk about this. He's already done it.
But
there's also an update. There's an update. In fact, they've done it again, and they've used like some kind of cage around.
Yeah, no, well, hold on. The initial test, Bob's explained. Bob actually got a hold of the gyroscope, did his own test. Came in here, talked about it in here. He's already explained this. I mean, this is not a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Julio, do you know what the name of it is? They put his cage around it so that they would block out the magnetic field.
Yeah, he's tested at different elevations. He's gone across different parts of the country and tested different elevations.
There's an update. There's an update to this whole thing that they've done where they've actually got the gyroscope.
Yeah, man, we've already gone over this many, many times. This is weird.
Does it have any video? That's my problem. He talks and he like, where's the video of all this stuff? Like,
it's right here. I'm telling you, he's been in here and explained it.
I don't care about explanations. I care about video evidence.
Oh, video? Like what? What are you going to look at a gyroscope sitting there spinning, and that's going to prove? We're talking about the information. You're sure. What do you want to look at? Like pages of numbers? Are you going to read that shit?
Whatever he's looking at, why isn't he videotaped? Like, it's just, I just hate all.
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not necessarily familiar with that. You're going to have to ask Bob about that. But he has come in here and explained it, and done multiple tests many times with the same gyroscope that they were talking about on the Netflix video. He's done it multiple times in here. We have interviews that are recorded and, over and over. Sure. I mean, sure. If you want, the information, sure. I guess if you want to analyze the pages, write it down, blah, 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 blah. All right, explanation. Hey, I'm with you, man. Explanations are as good as bullshit, right? I'm down with that, bro. But
Just like
Bob
shoot
is
on your iPhone. Like,
all
is it
right.
that
Well,
hard?
all right. Well, check this out. Explain to me why the Earth looks flat, even though it's not flat.
What?
Yeah. What?
Well,
Why
I
does the
don't.
whole? Yeah. Why does the Earth look flat, even though it's not?
I thought it was flat.
Oh, okay. Well, then why are you talking about Bob's gyroscope? But it's not even his fucking gyroscope. He just borrowed it from
All I'm
somebody
saying
and did
is,
a few tests. Why are you asking
yeah.
us for some information about a few tests that Bob did? And what did you do?
Helio, you're not listening to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying.
Well, what? Listen to
All I'm
what
asking
I'm
is just
saying.
for
I
video
can
evidence.
hear my voice quite.
What
I
he's
can
saying.
hear myself.
Listen to what the man's saying, not you. Listen, Helio, listen to what the man's asking. Ask the
All right.
question again.
All I'm saying is just, some video evidence would be nice. Like, because
Well,
all I hear is
video.
explanation.
Okay, so you want to? All right. Here's what you're going to find if you get video evidence of the gyroscope. What you're going to see is you're going to see a gyroscope just spinning. That's what you're going to see. That's going to
But
be pretty boring.
what is he like? What is making him making that determination of the 15? I
Well,
just want to
Bob's
see what
been in
he's.
here. Bob's already done some tests with it, and he explains it with audio. But if you had video of just the gyroscope, you're just going to see the gyroscope, and it's going to be sitting there.
What's
what
the
the fuck are you looking
No.
for?
Okay, what's Bob looking at then?
The gyroscope.
Okay, so how is he determining the 15 degrees?
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
What? Why is it a hard? Like he said, he's measured 15 degrees. Okay, how? Is that a legitimate
No, Bob
question or
didn't
no?
measure 15 degrees. If you listen to the interviews that he's had on here, the talks, you're going to find out that it deviates from what the initial observation was from. That's why he took it to different altitudes
What is
and
he
different
observing?
areas. He's observing. He's observing the
Is he
fucking
on a computer?
gyroscope.
Is it hooked up to
All
a
right.
computer?
What if I sent you a 15-hour video of a gyroscope just sitting there? Would you watch the whole fucking thing?
Well, we've got time lapse these days. What is he looking at? Is it hooked up to a computer? Is he looking? Can we see a video of the data?
Have you listened to Bob explain it?
Yes, and he takes it, to different mountains and elevations and all this and that. But I haven't, to this day, I
Well,
haven't
then
seen.
why the fuck are you asking me the question then?
Helio, stop it. What he's
Jesus.
asking is,
Yeah.
he's not asking for the
He's a flat
explanation.
earther.
He's asking for the evidence that supports the explanation. That's what he's asking for.
Yeah, well, it's already what video of what? Of the gyroscope sitting there? Is
Oh
that
my
what you're? Do you want a video of the gyroscope sitting in? On a
Is
on a
the
position?
gyroscope hooked up to a computer or something?
I don't know. I mean, you're gonna have to ask Bob that shit.
The gyroscope's hooked up to a computer and he gets a lot of binary data that means nothing when you look at it. It has to be processed and put into a format that you can understand it. And he's never, as far as I'm aware, he's never released it despite being asked for it by Blurthers many, many times. He's never actually released it for whatever reason. I think that he just thinks, fuck you guys, you're just going to use it against me no matter what. So he just won't release it. And I don't really blame him because they're all knobheads. But as far as I know,
yeah, it's just not worth anything. I mean, are you going to sit there and watch 15 hours of some data coming across the screen? Fucking
no,
it's stupid, man.
It's the report of the data that then needs to be analyzed that is the issue. You just get a page of binary data that means nothing. That's the evidence that he's asking for. And as far as I know, he's never released it.
Well, I don't know.
Fine. But, where's the curvature? Where's the curvature?
Oh my God.
And the reason why I believe he won't release it is twofold. One, because he knows that they'll just be dishonest with it, and two, because he sees it as, well, I've paid somebody's paid 15 grand for this thing. Why should I give it to you? If you want your own evidence, you go and get it. And I totally agree with both of those perspectives.
That's pretty bad, but like come on. Just
No, I don't give a fuck what you think.
Finish.
Anyway, so anyway.
Surely that's not the only gyroscope in the world. Like surely someone else.
Okay,
can produce data.
surely every airplane has a gyroscope on it, right? And they travel across the plane. So, and there's tests every single day when an airplane travels across the Earth. We don't have to depend on Bob to show us the Earth is a globe or not.
No,
I just care about the data.
Yeah, electricity, right? So the original question that was asked to me was, what's my perspective, my position with regards to this claim of Bob's? And I defend Bob on this on all angles because I wouldn't release the evidence anyway myself, because ultimately, if you give it to the ballers, they're going to use it against you no matter what. If you give it to anybody that needs to compute the evidence, right, no matter what conclusion you come to at the end of it, the device itself is still not measuring momentum. It's not measuring the momentum of the Earth if it is moving. It's not measuring the momentum of the Earth if it's not moving. It's measuring the light around it. But we can already see the lights in the sky are moving. So what is it actually proving? And the answer is it doesn't really prove anything because it's not measuring momentum. But like Helio says, if you get a gyro for 15 hours spinning up, a mechanical gyro, it doesn't move. So that supports the idea that we're not rotating. But the fiber optics and the ring laser gyros are meant to prove that we should be rotating, but I don't think they actually do, because they don't prove the point one way or the other, because they're only measuring the environment that it sits in, not the momentum that the gyroscope is sat on. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, 15 hours would be like what, 90 degrees? I don't know. I mean, this is silly, man. Why do you give a shit about Bob's gyro? Where's the curvature of the Earth? He just wants Bob to show him the curve. It's weird.
He just wants Bob to show the fact that they haven't done it themselves. Like they have enough money. I mean, NASA has enough money. Whoever.
Yes, that's right. Why is it down to flat earthers to pay 15 grand for a ring laser gyro that then everybody goes mental about? But ultimately, it's like still someone's paid 15 grand for it, and that bit's ignored. It's like, why is it that we've got to do it? Where's the evidence from the ball earthers of the ring laser gyro showing this in the first place? And there isn't any.
Exactly. No.
I think the context here.
You should be embarrassed by coming asking that stupid question. You should be embarrassed.
No, he's a flat earther. He's a flat earther.
No, okay, but at the same time,
Helio, you're ruining the conversation like you did last night because you're emotional and you're just coming into a conversation where people listen. If somebody asked for evidence, would you be like, "Why the fuck would you want that?" Because that's what you're basically telling them. The guy just had a question. Why the fuck can't he want what he wants? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Helio,
okay,
there
is something wrong with me, and I admit that. Go ahead.
You're grumpy, you're tired, and you need to go to bed.
No, I'm gonna hang around, but I'm just gonna listen. You guys continue.
Thanks, Helio. You're just getting a little upset about the question that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, because people are taking the piss out of what
it's a trigger. I know.
Yeah, it triggers me sometimes because they misunderstand. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is funny though that they haven't come up with their own. I mean, they should be doing this themselves all the time to show that it's rotating and show if this is definitive proof. Why are they relying on Bob or pointing out that Bob showed this when it was obviously taken out of context to begin with?
Yeah, where's their gyro? Like you guys said, where's their laser tests? Where is anything technical as it's related to the geometry of the globe? Not some thing we see that you infer is where are your tests at?
Yep.
Not today, because so many long distance observations and infrared and laser. It just dismantles the ball Earth maths, and it feels like one or two here or there, but it's been hundreds and hundreds done now, so it's just you have to. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a falsifiable model. That's the thing we need to get to, because if there's an answer, they'll just cling to that answer. But if there's some that they do not have answers for it. I'd say just pound them to that. Show that they have to ignore it.
Yeah, the problem is though, the relative density argument, they've got an equal and opposite argument to it, right? So like if you apply what you've just said there, that means that you'd have to drop the relative density argument. But they'll never accept that relative density as an equal and opposite argument. They'll always dismiss it with poo-poo, right? So on the one hand, you say, like, if they've got an half an argument, just let that one go. Focus on the ones where they don't have any arguments. But that deprives us of forcing them to accept that it's a 50-50 argument. It's an equivalence. And I actually quite like forcing them to admit that relative density is an equal and opposite argument to the downwards direction by gravity thing, because they hate doing it. They don't want it to be an equivalence. So I'm not sure that approach is good. I think there are some arguments that we should force them to concede that it's an equivalence rather than demand that it's a dictatorial one-way street, because it's not. A lot of their arguments are not one-way streets.
Right.
Just amazes me, like Psyman Dan is. I know just these grown adults, and just so just dishonest with us, and I guess other people too at NASA and all that. But
I think when Simon Dan said that, that's your reference. He said Simon's Dan's, and I quote. He said that's your reference range ruined. And the way he says it, he stutters because he must have realised that little stutter that he had. He must have realised I shouldn't have started saying this sentence and that's why he stutters. But he doesn't realise that it's his reference frames that's ruined, not ours. We don't claim reference frames. So just listen back to how he says that. It's like he stutters because I think he knows that he was saying something wrong.
But it wasn't live, was it? Like he made a video and uploaded it?
No, it wasn't live. No, he made a video and uploaded it and stuttered in it. But in that stutter in itself tells me that he knew that he was saying something wrong. I mean, put it this way. If it wasn't a stutter that was based on knowing it was a lie, it was the crescendo of his point. So if he was going to say, that's your reference range ruined, you're not going to stutter and stammer over that bit. That's the crescendo of your point. So it's like, you're going to say, and that's your reference frame ruined, you retard. You're not going to go, that's your reference frame ruined. You're going to get it, you're going to blurt that out confidently, aren't you?
I just love Nathan Oakley's video in response.
Like him or love him, right? He's hardcore in the sense that he's bang on point. He often gets compared to Fight the Flat Earth, and I think that's totally unfair because Fight the Flat Earth's never on point. Fight the Flat Earth uses ridicule and scorn to defeat his opposition, regardless of the strength of the point. Nathan uses the point, the strength of the point, and the counter that goes with it, and then he says, "Suck my balls." But that comes after he's got the point made. But Fight the Flat Earth never makes a point. He dismisses everything with ridicule. I don't think it's fair to compare Fight the Flat Earth with Nathan, because that's what a lot of people do, and I'm like, no, they're not even similar, mate.
Yeah, well, I seen him have the Rob, what's it? He made the Principle. It was him versus Fight the Flat Earth. And yeah, Fight the Flat Earth just has, I don't know, just ridicule for his comebacks. And
I have posted in Livestream voice text Bob's explanation, or one of the times he was in here. I think I have a couple of videos where Bob explained the gyroscope, but I just posted one of them. So if you want to listen to it, click on it. It's right there in Livestream voice text.
Well, New Perspective is saying that that's been superseded by a more up-to-date position, and I'm not familiar with it, but
I'm looking for it.
You haven't even listened to it, Anthony. Anyway.
Yeah,
but there was some kind of they got
a
gyroscope and did a new test that shows
That's
something.
A new
there's something about a cage. They put a cage around it to like block out.
Superseded is the best word.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Let him finish. A cage around it.
Yeah, something. Somebody in another server was talking about that. There's a new test that they did with the gyro, and they put a cage of some sort around the gyro, which is supposed to block out yeah, I guess a Faraday cage maybe. But I think it was a different name.
Do you know what the results were? Do you know what the results were when they did that?
But they didn't get a rotation, right? Because it was blocking out the magnetic fields.
No, it's the other way around. They got the same results.
Was it a Faraday cage?
I think there was varying results. All right. So then, if they got the same results, then what does that indicate?
Well, the explanation for that on their model is that you can't rule out what do they call it now? There's the potential energy. You can filter out magnetic and you can filter out electromagnetic and other types of forces and whatever. Wi-Fi. If you use your phone on your bed and your Wi-Fi signal's coming from below, you can't use your Wi-Fi in your bedroom because your bed's acting as a Faraday cage. It's blocking out the Wi-Fi signal, right? Well, the explanation for that is that you can't filter out potential energy. So they say that you're going to get the same results, which is what he did. He got the same results as far as I'm aware. And then he said, well, we're going to put it in
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And I believe he said, we're going to put it in a gauze is it a Helmut's gauze chamber?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Helmut's gauze chamber. That's what.
And I think I don't know whether he actually did that or not, but I would expect the same results because I think that the argument against it is that potential energy will still penetrate the Helmut gauze chamber. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on it. But their rebuttal to the what you call it, the Faraday cage, still applies against the Gauss chamber, I think. But I don't know whether he did it or not.
From the person that was talking about it seems like he did, so I'm looking for it right now.
I think some people pronounce it a gauze chamber, some people pronounce it a Gauss chamber.
I guess, yeah, once again, like to see video evidence.
Why would you want to see video evidence? He's explained it. Sorry, Helio.
No, I get that, but I mean, at the same time, I'm saying, what are you going to do? Take a video of a freaking gyroscope just sitting there? I mean, what are you looking for?
That's because that's not the evidence, is it? The evidence is in the binary report data that means nothing.
Of course.
That's
I won't say it necessarily means nothing, but you're going to have to analyze it and you're going to have to understand the information.
So. Yeah, I agree with that. But I totally support Bob when he says that, well, why would I release that when, like I say, two things will happen. Ballers will claim victory anyway. No matter what, they'll find some angle of wishy-washy interpretation.
Of course. Yeah.
And then someone's paid $15,000 for that. So fundamentally, why would he want to give that away for free? And I totally get that as well. It's like, you wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't.
All right. So I posted a video of Bob explaining this. And it's, how long is this video? It's like, I think it's like 30, 45 minutes of Bob explaining, what he went, what he said in the Netflix documentary and what he experienced, with the gyroscope. And it's pretty extensive. We can talk about how he's utilized the same gyroscope.
Did you say 35, 40 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, he goes through the whole thing. So why wouldn't you take a look at it? And he's just like, what do you want to look at a video of a gyroscope sitting still? Okay, good luck.
Yeah, it's 13 minutes, 19 seconds, Helio.
Okay, that one. I have another one too, where Bob came in and talked about it some more too. I have another one as well.
I guess, with Flat Earth, it's a whole lot of the evidence side because, I just have to believe his explanation. I just have to believe what he says. And
to be honest with you.
From my perspective, you can believe your own eyes. Have you ever seen the globe?
It's not on topic.
Yes, it is. We're talking about flat Earth, right? Have you ever seen the globe?
No, it's not specific. We're talking about Bob's data.
I don't give a shit about Bob, to be honest. I'm just telling you were talking about Bob and his 15-degree gyroscope, but it's not even his gyroscope. Anyway, have you ever seen the globe electricity?
Oh, so what, Helio? So what? They're scrutinizing the information that's available, which is not available, not really. Other than a video of him explaining so what?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure.
At the end of the day, if he was to produce the evidence, right, what would happen is there would be an interpretation made by dishonest ballers. They would then pass that off as fact, regardless of how truthful it actually is. And if there's a deception in there on purpose that's designed to deceive, because them lot auto accept anything that supports their nonsense, the deception will be passed through. And they've just got to find an angle, any angle. It doesn't matter how slim the angle is. So long as you can find something that supports them, they'll claim that it supports a ball Earth, and everyone will go, "Oh yeah, Bob Nodell proves the globe with his data." And that's what happens. They're just lying. So it's not even about the evidence; it's about the interpretation of what it's claimed to prove. They'll just twist it. That's the. And from again,
I have another video with Bob that has some more extensive talk about it. But this is the first one I found, and I shared it.
I reckon let them twist it. They interpret it, we interpret it. As long, just get it out there and let people.
Yeah, but the problem is they've got more strength in numbers than what we do. So if you get one guy that goes, "Oh, it proves globe Earth, thanks Bob," they'll all jump on the thanks Bob, and they'll ignore the arguments. They'll just go, "Thanks Bob," and that's what he's not going to. And you can see why that man would not do that in that circumstance.
Yeah, I understand.
What he did say, as far as I'm aware, when New Perspective was asking, has it been superseded or not? I believe he did it up a mountain, and he got different rates of rotation, and he pinned that on the ether. Whether it's the ether or not is irrelevant. The point is he got a different rate of rotation up a mountain. Now, again, there's no evidence to say that he did or didn't, but he claims that. So it's like, well, if that is true, then it should be consistent with 15 degrees at the ground, as it should be at the top of a mountain. So why is it a different rate at the top? And the answer is, it's not why is it? The answer is, why is it not consistent with the bottom? Because it should be 15 degrees. And as far as Bob says, as far as I'm aware, he said that it was different at the top, and he speculates as to why. Obviously passes it off as though it's factually true. But ultimately, the issue that we should be asking is, well, why is it not 15 degrees at the top, but it seems to be 15 degrees at the ground level? What's going on? It's got to be the same on their model, and it's not.
Yeah, I heard about different elevation points and all that. So, yeah. But I guess moving on from this, has there been any latest flat Earth measurements that you're aware of?
You mean like full stop, new paragraph, turn the page, in fact, close the book, put it back on the shelf, and ask for new evidence for flat Earth? Is that what you mean?
I just don't know. I feel like
I'm just wondering, are we linking this to gyros, or is this new paragraph and like start?
This is just ending the Bob conversation and moving on.
So it is put that book away and get a new book off the shelf. I always go to
continue. It's all right.
No. I always go to Taboo Conspiracy if I look for something new, because like for somehow I don't know how he does it, but he seems to find all the newest videos, even though nobody else can seem to do them. So he's my first point of call.
Yeah, he's good.
He does really good videos. Yeah.
Although,
so let me ask you guys, because we got into a discussion that was like unnecessary, but that's my opinion. But it doesn't have anything with proving the Earth is anything. It's actually about stars, right? So I was saying that there's no need to infer that the stars are everywhere.
No need to infer that the stars are what?
Everywhere. Like, you know how you're on a sphere, then there are billions of stars, and they're 360 around you from all vectors.
No, I agree.
So I was saying, well, there's no need to infer that there are stars in the daytime sky. There might be some planets and some bright stars supposedly that like kind of overlap, but for the most part, stars are in the nighttime sky with someone else. There's no need to say, well, there are stars where the sun is too, but the sun is washing out all those stars. What, billions of them, do you think? Or like, there's no need to make that inference, especially when you send a a high altitude balloon up during the day and it looks pitch black, like you would, well, like they showed us in the moon landings. But when you send one up at night, all of them are there. So it's not an altitude problem or an angle problem. At night you see them, in the daytime you don't.
Right. In fact, that's one of the things that when I mentioned my friend E1 in his presentation, I'm not sure if he mentions that, but that's one of the things that he was saying is that he thought that the stars were only there at night and that therefore they were some kind of effect of the whatever the cycles are doing. You know, they only appear at night for whatever reason, that they weren't there when the daytime. And I thought that was pretty interesting if that's the case. I haven't seen the high altitude balloons during the day showing a black sky, which would indicate that is the case. That's interesting.
You haven't? It's like it's like 99% of the high altitude footage is done during like when the sun's out.
I guess, yeah. I just didn't think about the fact that we don't see stars. Yeah, that's interesting.
Other than when you send it up at night, which is, for as far as I saw, like one or two videos. One is from Dwayne Kellum. He sends it up at night. It's like, whoa, they're everywhere. So that as soon as I saw that, I was like, wait a minute. Then why the fuck do we infer that they're everywhere?
All the
You know
time.
what I mean? Yeah. We don't see them. We see them when we see them, and we don't when we don't. I'm not saying that there isn't any. I'm saying like what's the reason to say that? Yeah,
right.
Even though the sun's out, there's a billion up there. But what stars are those up there? Like who's not seeing the stars that are up there in the daytime sky? Who's not getting those? You know what I mean?
Right. There's a good one that Flat Earth Banjo posted recently of a high altitude balloon. I'm going to post it again right now. That was from 2016, and it's one that I can't believe hasn't been passed around more. It shows the sun and the moon. Actually, it just shows stars. I don't know if it was in daytime or nighttime, but I think it's showing stars in this one too. But it's a really long shot of the sun and the moon back and forth, high altitude, and it shows the sun in the clouds, which is weird, you know, because we've always questioned whether any of those videos showing what seems to be a sun, like actually amidst the clouds. It seems unbelievable even to flat earthers. But what's your guys' take on that, on those videos where it shows the sun in the clouds?
I got loads of them.
Yeah.
Wait. My bad. Oh, you're talking about where it seems like the clouds are like in front of him.
Surrounding the sun. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if light were projected, that would be the only way that like when they do fog shows, you can do that.
What do you mean? You're saying it's an optical illusion?
Yeah. I mean, it's not the actual sun at 2,000 miles where the clouds are. I mean, 2,000 feet.
Right. You wouldn't think. Right. This take a look at this one I'm about to post, and this one's crazy. Like, if this is an actual video of what's going on, then how do we explain this? Trying to find it.
What's this? Is the clouds in front of the sun or something?
It's like the clouds hovering, I mean, the sun hovering within the clouds.
I think like an explanation, like what they present, is it's because the density of the clouds gives an illusion of it.
Yeah, if you're going to post the sun within the clouds thing, you know, that's kind of a waste of time. I mean, I don't think we should address that.
No, it's not. I'll give it a counter video.
Okay.
This
cool.
is my thing.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just wondering what you guys take on this high altitude footage is, because it's pretty extensive.
Cool.
I just put the live stream. Check it out.
Give me a second. I already have a counter.
Timestamp.
I just put it in
there. The video.
I'll play the video.
The whole thing.
Yeah, I'll play the video without audio on the live stream. You guys continue talking. Cool.
Well, what gets me is, Aries' failure. The telescope in the water.
Right.
Just because, I know, wasn't that done like 100 years ago or something?
Which one are you?
For me, Aries' failure and Mecha Somali and all those, are they actually relevant in the topic? Should we be talking about them, or should we not talk about them? Because not only are they, what are they scientific is the question. And for me, it's like I'm not sure what they are, because they're all measuring something, but none of them are actually establishing cause.
Yeah, I agree. For me, it's just like, science is repeatable. So I'm just thinking, has anyone else done it or tried to repeat it, or, in this day and age?
That's a good question.
It's just weird. Like this. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if we need to. Like, for me, it's like filling the telescope up with water and measuring that. What does it prove? Something? Does it prove the behavior of light, or does it prove the rotation of Earth, or that the sky's moving or not? Does it prove those things? And for me, the question is not so much should we do it again. It's not about validating the result. That's for now. Accept that the result is the result. What does it actually prove? And is it reliable? Should we be proving it with that, or relying on that, or is it not reliable? And that for me is the question.
Yeah, it's a good answer. I guess I know, like, isn't there something that you can do to see if the Earth's spinning or is the stars spinning? Like, they're trying. At least they're trying.
Yeah, but I'm kind of with homeboy, man. Electricity, man. We should have a modern day experiment that if what the result of that experiment was, we should do it again. I mean, it should be repeated. It's like every time we get into the gravity argument, we're like, oh, we do Aristosthenes, we do freaking what's the other gravity thing? Not gravity.
Morley.
No, the
Sagna?
thing with the balls touching
Cavendish?
each other. Yeah, the Cavendish. They do that in a fucking high school class. Like, hey, we do Cavendish every day. We do Cavendish. Oh, what about Lucas and Morley, man? Why don't they repeat that? Or the Sagnac. Why isn't that repeated? In high school classes and stuff. Come on, let's do it. I was never taught about that when I was in high school, so.
Yeah, same. It is crazy, like, that just two balls getting attracted or something. But I know that I've seen a lot of things where, it can come down to numerous factors on the string that it's on and the weights, and is there a breeze, and or matter has magnetic properties, and just so many things to it.
It's like, you kids can't figure this out. So we're going to let the adults figure it out and do magic.
Oh shit, I'm on sorry, hot micing, but I'm watching this this video that News Perspective, is it? Yeah. Hold on, I'll be
Pretty crazy, huh?
Quadra.
Like, what the fuck? Like, why haven't we been looking at this? It came out in 2016.
Quadrantids?
Yeah.
Is this from high altitude balloons?
Yeah.
It looks pretty freaking weird. I've never seen anything like that.
Oh, wait.
Decent.
It's night, but the sun's out. I'm just getting it.
Yeah, the sun's but below the clouds, and then it goes back and forth, and it shows the moon and the sun right next to each other almost. And
is that below?
The moon? They're both seemingly below the balloon, which is weird.
I'm looking at like 640. What's at 640? Is that the moon? Or?
Yeah, there's a moon and the sun, and then it shows like the moon.
Oh, yeah.
And let me repost Flat Earth Banjos. I don't know if his video is different, but it's using this footage, and I think he might point out that there's the sun and the moon, and it seems to clearly show that the moon is not getting its light as a reflection on the sun,
Holy shit! Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
isn't it?
Oh,
Like this came out in 2016. Why aren't we all looking at this since then? And you can see some of the people like Jimmy
Crazy.
Jedi commented on the video as well as Morgile. And like why wouldn't they be showing this all the time? I mean, why haven't we broken this down to see if this is it doesn't look like a fake at all. It's a weird thing.
I know I have to bring it into my video editing software and go frame by
Yeah.
frame.
good.
It even says slow down and rewind. Half speed. It says to go half speed, right?
Definitely stealing that
Cool.
shit.
That's fair because when I think 206, I looked up every high altitude balloon I could, but yeah, I've never seen this.
Here's
Yeah, I have
Flatter
too.
Banjos.
I've looked at a lot, but I've never seen that one.
Yeah, that's why I'm posting it. I'm like, we all were looking at this the other night, and we're like, what? Why the hell have we not been watching this? 2016? I don't know if it's the exact same, but I just reposted Flatter Banjo's uptake on this, and he even mentions a lot of Americans haven't seen this yet, like almost like it's been hidden. It's weird.
Is this one of his new videos? Because I noticed he put something up. I haven't watched it yet. It's just like
Relatively, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh wait, that's the same one. Hold on.
Oh wait.
But yeah, the Flatter Banjo one.
I noticed Flutter Banjo has been posting again lately. I mean, I know he's been like hot, all the time, but I noticed he's put a few new videos out lately. So yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
This one needs some explaining.
You guys are explain it to.
So if that's the moon and it's showing a full moon, I guess you need to go into the heliocentric model and on that time of day, the exact time, and see in a 3D model exactly where the sun was in relation to the moon, and do all that.
I wonder, does it give a date and time at all on the?
I'll go to YouTube. It says the 7th of January, 2016. But I don't know if that's when it was uploaded. I don't know when. It says the night from the 3rd to the 4th of January. So he's done it on the 3rd and 4th of January, and then uploaded on the 7th. Very interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't look fake. That's the weird thing.
Yeah, nah, it doesn't. Looks legit. Like it shows him at the end, them recovering the little balloon thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like I just feel like the masses are not gonna wake up to the flat earth. Like I don't know.
Do you want them to?
I don't know. It's a good question.
My answer is no.
I don't know. Maybe the world would become a better place.
Really?
Just a thought.
Are you? Well, it's a large discussion. This is why we have this place. But yeah, I mean, you don't want everyone to know that they lied to us about everything all at the same time. That would be a bad situation.
Yeah, I guess like not overnight, but maybe I don't know, 20-year, 50-year timeline or something.
Yeah, it's probably about 100 years, maybe. Like, okay. Finally, everyone knows that we're created. just like everybody else in humanity before this stupid modern creation of the dumb idea of the globe. Yes, everybody finally knows again that we were created. There's still wars, there's still freaking conflict, but at least everybody knows that we are under creation. This is
Yeah, so hard. Yeah, I don't know, because it's like a new era.
like with the globe, they're trying to figure out how we could have happened on accident, which is just like the most ridiculous concept that I could ever think of. How could you think that humanity, your consciousness and animals and creation and plants and animals and earth and how could that have happened on accident? Just happenstance for 14.5 billion years ago. Which is that? That's just, well, that was the beginning of the Big Bang, and then 4.5 billion years ago, the solar system. I mean, come on, man. What's harder to? It's not about belief. It's about the evidence of like they're like we have evidence that the Big Bang happened and Earth wasn't it was a part of that. It was a result of it. 10 billion years later, and we have the Milky Way galaxy, and they don't have any physical evidence for that.
It's all guesswork. But I guess for me, when I used to believe it was, it's like not the exact truth, but that, it's kind of along those lines that this might have happened or this could have happened like this because of this, and this,
in their mind, isn't it a progression because they, it comes from the Big Bang to the Milky Way galaxy, third rock from the sun. We're progressing, but in my mind, it's a degression because none of that shit ever happened. I mean, of course, in the beginning, there was light, that was, and the light was the light of men, so men and women, of course, have always existed. That we don't need them to create a story for us and to look up in the sky and invent something. We've always existed.
And then bang.
Well, bang, man, I'm here. I mean, bang, I came out of my mother's womb. And it's like, look out, world.
The big dumps. That's what gets me with all the protesting and stuff. Like, they go and protest all this stuff, but then they go, then they still fund that organization or the gov or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all government propaganda and stuff. They protest the thing that they're actually for. It's weird, man. It's just like, just ignore the media and you'll be better off.
Yeah, I don't have the TV. All I have is YouTube, so I just watch whatever. Pretty much mainly all the flat Earth stuff.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the protests. It's like this. I don't know if that was Earth is flat. That's not a real banner. That's just. but I mean, there has been some really big protests in a lot of countries in Europe and stuff against certain things that we don't mention on here. But yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to that. People will eventually figure out that they've been manipulated, it's okay. I mean, I figured it out, so somebody else will too.
Yes, it's crazy because I try and talk to some friends about it, and out of all my friends, just like no one will. I know, they know certain things like the moon landings and some of that, but when it comes to Earth is flat, it's just like I don't know. There's so many
Like I was
questions.
talking about my friend out, that I've been talking to for. He's like, dude, yeah, I'm totally with you on the moon landing, but this Earth is flat thing. They couldn't actually. They couldn't really tell you that the Earth is flat, or they couldn't tell you the Earth is a globe if it wasn't. I'm like, bro, you're not seeing it. And then he's showing me all these pictures. He's like sending me pictures of how they triangulate the distance to Venus and shit. And I'm like, bro, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. Like, bro, you don't realize that you're just freaking using logical fallacies for your anyway, but I mean, he'll get there eventually. Maybe not. But he's same age as me, and we've been friends for a long time. It's just funny that we had that same conversation the other night, and he's showing me how he's like, man, this is how they measure the distance to planets.
I'm back.
And he's like, you're on, one person on one side of the globe, the other person on the other side of the globe. Triangulation, bitch. I'm like, motherfucker, I know how triangulation works. I was just kind of tired of arguing with him at a certain point. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, it's weird how because I'll talk about curvature, and then they'll be like, well, no, like planets and satellites.
I was telling you have to presume curvature before you even start there.
I'm like, no, bro, but curvature, like laser test, and but no, man, like satellites.
Oh, I didn't want to hear shit about the laser test. He's like, man, we have scientists that stand on certain sides of the globe. We measure distance to the stars based on where our position in the solar system. It's like, dude, you're not going to tell me anything I don't already know about this.
Well, can you guys look at New Perspective, the video he sent?
Sure. Oh yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah, that balloon footage. Yeah,
it's pretty crazy, huh?
548. Because it looks more like it, obviously, because I have a bias. It looks a lot more like what I think it is, but
yeah,
is that the 1219 one?
You believe that was 2016 that was back? I mean, why that hasn't been like looked at more?
Look from 548 to the right of the light source. Let's call it that. Because I quite literally I think it's it's a light, like how we make lights here is a light. That's why.
Right.
Why would it be anything else? Anyway, so just look to the right of it, bro.
Is that the 1212 one?
Yeah, I'm playing it on the live stream right now.
548. What are you talking about? To the right? Just the way that the moon looks.
Starting at 520. And,
Crazy footage.
yeah, I've never seen this before. It's awesome.
You look to the right of it too. It's to the right. What is that? Is that a
right?
Yo,
I can't see anything.
Yo,
you mean like a little reflection-looking thing?
Yeah.
You mean like a little crescent for reflection? Yeah, that is weird.
Nah, that's
almost like
lens
it's right
flare.
off the dome or something. Lens flare, okay.
Yeah, it's hitting the camera lens flare. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, what's that half circle thing? But yeah, it's.
Or look at how it goes. It almost like It looks like it looks like it has the light, and then it moves out of its own light into like another dark area. I guess it could be a camera, but still crazy that
Well,
the effects.
the further left the camera shifts, the more like you can. It literally looks like a beam coming into what that looks like an exit point for the light to me. And if you look
Right.
next to it, when it goes like right after 553, the glare or the
Yeah.
angle is different, so it kind of the glare gets smaller, and then you see
And it's a dot
the
within a. It's weird. It looks like a dot, like a circle in the middle of it, right? I guess it's just a camera effect, maybe, but it's just so consistent.
Man, you guys trying to say that moon is not a 250,000 miles away?
And how could the sun be below the clouds like that? That's my question.
now when where what point of the video is that?
Well, you see the sun with the clouds lit up, and it looks like the sun's like hovering below the clouds there
From earlier in the video?
throughout the whole thing.
You're gonna have to give us a time.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't see it. I look I think I took a screen look.
Let me find a spot.
Took a screenshot of, let me see, is this it?
Oh,
Uh
like 6
yeah,
minutes.
it's above it though. 6 minutes.
Let's
Let me
see.
see.
Yeah, the sun never goes inside the clouds. I mean, anybody that says the sun is inside the clouds or the moon is inside the clouds, that's just wrong. Sun and moon are always above the clouds.
Oh, that's not, wait a minute. Wait, you talking about that patch of light under the cloud?
You know what? I think that maybe Banjo pointed out that there's the sun and the moon are different. Okay, wait. Starting at like 2 minutes and 50 seconds, it pans around and it looks like you're seeing the moon, and then you're seeing the sun, and the sun looks like it's in the clouds. There's the moon, and then you go, okay, here's the sun, and the sun looks like it's below the clouds there.
Yeah, but check this out. Do you really think the sun or the
No, I'm not saying
moon
I think that. I'm
can
saying
be?
that's what this
Oh, no,
seems to be
no.
showing. What's going on is the
Wait,
question.
that light, that's the sun. That's not the moon.
Is it the sun or the moon? I'm confused.
Oh, you know what?
I'm
That's
I'm
the
sure
reason
it's the
the
sun.
reason I click on the one that I posted from Flat Earth Banjo because he
Okay.
points out the difference. He circles it and said sun and moon, and actually it looks like we're looking at the sun, but it's actually the moon.
No. That
You
one
might
you were.
be right.
The
You
bright
might.
one's the moon. The bright one,
You
that
could.
we're seeing there is the moon.
Yeah, I saw the moon.
I,
Yeah, that was definitely the moon.
I
When
want
we
to say you're right, but then again, from footage that high, you can barely see the moon. Like it looks very small. It doesn't have, because all that is glare. Like just like we were just talking about when the camera
sure.
shifts, the glare gets cut down. I still think that that's this, because the moon. I've seen high altitude footage of the moon. As a matter of fact,
Okay,
the Go Fast rocket, you look at it and it's very small because the intensity of light is not the same.
sure.
Yeah,
Play Flat Earth Banjo's version of it. Because in the
I
beginning, at like 3 minutes in, he says, "This is the sun," and then he says,
uh,
"This is the moon." When it pans over.
I'm watching it now. I see what Elijah's saying. It does.
because
Well,
again that it I would just say because that's lighting the whole area anyway. Like imagine, I can't really, hold on, give me a second to get out the house because we're in like super woo woo territory.
I know. You talking
Yeah,
about like it, like where we were watching it like 5 minutes in, and you have this light in the sky, lighting the top of the clouds, and
Yeah.
on the video it says the moon, and it's pretty bright, you know. So can that be the moon? Because I don't know. We'll see.
See, when it pans across, it says this is the sun, and it's showing whatever the light is in the clouds.
So we got 5:58. Supposed to be the moon, right? And kind of looks like the moon.
I don't know. It definitely looks like the sun. Like I've seen, like I look at, yeah, because hold on. So look at my video.
Did you post something?
Yeah, a little earlier with the clouds. Like that's the sun. Like people don't, you know, usually see it like that. But again, it's a very when you try to cut down as much glare as you can, it's very different from what most people, you know, imagine it to look like.
Yeah.
And so when I see that high altitude, I'm like, up there, the moon looks like what the sun looks like in my video.
Right.
Because I've seen it like you can barely see it. It just looks like another star. But that right there is on a whole nother level. If it is the moon, I mean,
right.
It could be,
exactly.
could not be. I don't know. Either way, like this, yo, what this video is crazy. It's
Isn't
not
it?
crazy. It just looks like what we think it looks like. It looks like a light.
But it's the best footage I've ever seen. I mean,
I might have to agree with you there. I might have to agree with you. I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's the best you're gonna get.
there's the one that I just posted a little movie of, the MP4. You can check that out. That's one that's been that guy's channel. I guess has a bunch of shit. But it's like, what the fuck? Like, if that's the case, this guy's zooming in, and it looks like the clouds are surrounding the moon. I mean, surrounding the sun.
But I just think that that's the way that the light uh enters the atmosphere. Like you ever see those videos of the clouds looking like they're lit from the bottom? I think that's what we're seeing there. And Dave Weiss does a video where you can have a light above the surface, yet because of its angle, um it happens to light the bottom of the table. In the same way it looks in this video. It's like the bottom of the table is lit, but the light source is above it. Because I know what it looks like. It also looks like what you're saying it looks like, but can it be that though? Like
Exactly.
where would it be that it would be below clouds? You know, I don't I can't see it. This is because everyone somewhere
That's why I'm
experiences
bringing it
it
up. Like,
above.
what are we looking at? What are we actually seeing here? That's the question.
You're right, babe. It is burnt something because I found it in the garbage. Something was burnt.
Is anyone able to get that video playing that I put in there? It's not playing for me for some reason.
You know that guy that you're friends with, E1? Is he a black guy from London?
No. California white dude.
Because I vaguely remember somebody with a very similar name. Can't remember his exact name, but it rings a bell, and I'm obviously getting crosswise.
You seeing this stuff? This video, Sleeping Word,
Which videos?
the one New Perspective posted.
I sent it to you directly. The first one I sent you.
Yeah, look at the one at 12 minutes past the hour.
Or look at
And then,
Flat Earth Banjo's version of it. It says that's the sun and the moon. If that's
bro, I
correct,
can't give him a timestamp. I was trying to show him the at 5:43 that like just the way that once the glare gets cut off, it looks like uh whatever that is. It appears that what we're looking at when we call it the moon or the sun, and I think it's the sun, but could be the moon, whatever. Um, the what we see as that from this video's perspective looks like the entry point of a light that's being projected from somewhere else. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. So would you agree that if you know when you get a magnifying glass and you put a white spot on the floor and you can burn ants with it when we were kids, it looks like the entry point is if someone's got a magnifying glass, putting it onto the dome, I'll use loosely, and we're seeing that light on the dome and we call it the sun.
That's what yes.
All right.
That's my highest speculation to date. But that's what it looks like. I mean, but then again, like you know, at the same time, and New Perspective, you're not the first person to point this out. It also looks like sometimes the sun is like below the clouds or in the clouds, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, like the GIF I just posted. Yeah,
but
how is that happening? How is that optical illusion being created? Like the GIF I just posted. How is that happening? What's the optical illusion there?
Yeah, trippy stuff.
Have any of you guys watched the movie called or the series called Under the Dome?
Yeah.
No. Who's that by?
Don't know. It's sci-fi from 2013. It's 3 seasons worth. It's well worth watching, right? It's just because of. Basically, what happens is God puts a dome over a city, and they're all trapped inside this dome. And if you're on the inside, you can't get out. If you're on the outside, you can't get in. But what's interesting in the first series, in the first episode of series 1, when the dome forms or gets put in its place, whichever side of the dome you're on, right, you're either trapped in or you're trapped out, but you can't interact. They can't hear you. They can see you, but they can't hear you. Now, what's interesting is until they worked out that they were inside a dome, cars were crashing into the barrier because they didn't see that there was a barrier there because it was like a dome. It was glass, if you will. So cars were smashing into it and people were dying immediately until they realized that there's now a divide there. What?
Yeah. So people were getting cut in half by it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it poses the question, well, if we were inside a dome, right? If we were inside an enclosure, would we realize that there was a limit unless we actually physically touched it? Would you have to touch it to realize it was there? Or could you see that we were enclosed? And I wonder whether we would have to physically touch it in the same way that when Jim Carrey was on the, what was that one that Jim Carrey did?
Truman Show.
Truman Show, yeah, Truman Show. Like in the same way that when he was on his boat and he got to the edge of the barrier and then it poked through, and then he gets his finger and he pokes it through, and then he realizes there's an edge. Would it be like that, where you have to, until you actually hit it, you wouldn't realize that there was an edge? So it's like, could we ever perceive a dome if there was a dome? Could we ever perceive a dome?
Well,
or
people say that sundogs. Some people say sundogs prove it because of the reflection that it's having.
Rainbows prove it as well.
1,000%. I've talked about rainbows extensively on this Discord. Yeah.
Well, actually, he once said that the double rainbow he thinks proves a dome because the second rainbow is the opposite colors. So what he thinks is that the thickness of the dome is consistent, and what you're seeing with the double rainbow is the reflection off the inside surface of the dome and the outside surface, and that's why the colors are reversed, and it's always fainter because it's going through the thickness of the dome, and there's always a consistent distance between the two rainbows. So the fact that it's consistently the same distance away from each other, those two rainbows, and the colors are reversed, and it's a lot more faint prove it could indicate that you're seeing the outside reflection of the outer surface of the dome and the inner surface, and that's what they're.
What you're saying, it's a reflection of a reflection, right?
Well, it's a reflection of the out. It's off the surface of the outside of the dome, that surface, and the inside surface of the dome. Right. So the thickness, the separation, is the consistent thickness of the dome, causing that separation of the two and reversing the colors and making it more faint. Which is what would happen if you had a thick piece of glass, you'd see a double reflection because it's two surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you've not seen Under the Dome series, it's 3 seasons long, and I think not that long in their thing, but really the first episode of series 1 is the only really key one that's interesting. The rest of it's all consequential from that, so that you don't really need to watch all of it, but it's definitely worth watching for the realization, like when they realize that they're enclosed, right? It's kind of like us when we're going like, would we even realize that there was an enclosure? Could we perceive the enclosure just by vision only, or would it need you to go up to it and physically touch it to realize that it was there? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think
you can only see effects of it, right?
Yeah, there's so many weird effects. I follow this guy who was stationed in Antarctica, and almost all of his pictures have what looks like, well, it was just a ring around the sun. You know,
What's his channel?
I posted it a few times before. It's an Instagram page. I'll find it. Give me a second. Damn, how do I find it when I do find it?
Yeah, look at the intensity of that second rainbow. The first one's bright as heck, and it's like creating a dome. But obviously, from above, though, these what look like a dome from ground level, the 360-degree circles, right? Have you seen one from high elevation?
Yeah, it's a full circle.
So why does it change its perspective when we change our elevation? Because I don't get why it moves, because it's physically moving in the sky, isn't it? Even though
it's
it's
only
not
the angle you're looking at it. It's not a real thing.
Yeah.
But have you seen the one where they show
the
the people flying, like the people driving through it?
No.
Don't they say that it's caused by crystals? The way that the raindrops are creating the crystalline effect.
That's what they say, but it couldn't be.
Because if it was, then you wouldn't see it from two perspectives. You would only see it from one line of sight.
Exactly.
Like the thing with the rainbow, like it does have to do with the angle. Now, I'm not sure exactly how that works, to be honest.
Have you seen the one where they drive through the rainbow?
That it can't be.
I don't think it is to do with the angle, because if it was to do with the angle, there would only be one perfect angle that you would see it from, but we all see it from all angles.
But well, I mean, you have to get high enough to see the 360. So again, it's the angle, and it's like I thought it was a 45-degree angle, but I could be wrong.
I don't mean that. I mean just the existence of the rainbow in the first place.
Well, let me show you something that's very weird. If I can find it, because I took a picture of a rainbow around me, because the what do you call that? The streetcar was reflecting.
I already know what you're looking for, Elijah. You're looking for the circular rainbow, the one
around me on the floor. Yeah.
It's the rainbow is actually depending on
remember.
Look, what you're looking for is the.
Remember, you need. Sorry.
I'm sorry as well. Yeah, this is like when you're high enough, you can see the rainbow as a circle. Is that what you're talking about, Elijah?
Yeah.
No, yeah, we're. So I'm talking about like the pictures I posted of the rainbow around me. Like, I mean, on the floor though. You know.
What's like in that?
It had to do with my angle to the sun, like whatever position the sun was at. It's like 45 degrees.
Well, it's just like in that show Under the Dome. No spoilers. Well, a little bit spoiler. It didn't stop at the ground.
For me, like the rainbow's creation in the first place requires 2 lenses, 2 reflections. So it's like, well, on their model, how does a rainbow form? Because we can't create a rainbow inside the house unless you bounce light off a mirror and then off a second mirror. You got to have two surfaces to bounce it off first. I don't know why it's that. I don't understand why it does that. But you need to do two reflections off two different lenses. Well, in their model, we see it outside. So it's like, well, our eyes is one of the lenses. What's the other reflective surface that's in play here for them to form in the first place? Because I don't think that they can form on a ball at all, because there's no surface for them. We don't have any surfaces for them to bounce the light off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You need the solid surface.
But I just find it interesting as well that at elevation you can look down on a rainbow and it's a circle. But from our perspective on the ground, it's like a dome going over the ground. It looks like it's a little encasement of some kind. It's like what is causing that totally different change in perspective? I know it's the angle that we're looking at it at, right? But how is it doing that? Because that, to me, that doesn't make any sense at all. It defies logic that it can do that.
Yeah, because if you have something like a glass stationary, then the reflection, regardless of you moving, it's just going to be there. Like, that's my only I don't know to this whole thing.
Yeah, because like that picture there, that new perspective has put, you can see the rainbows being cast from the ground. It looks like there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right? Now, if you were looking at that from above, you would expect what appeared to be a dome or a contact lens on the ground, like a disc on the ground, creating that perspective that we then see on the ground. So you would expect them to be identical, just changing your perspective. Yet when you're at elevation and you look down on that, it's a circle. It's not touching the earth. So it's like, what is going on there? Why is it so fundamentally different from the two perspectives? They're not looking at the same thing. The things change based on when you change. And that's like, it's a lensing effect of some kind, but it's like, what?
There's two videos I'm putting in. The first one's crazy. It looks like they drive right through the rainbow. Like it's a physical piece of light that they're driving through.
Yeah, see, I've never seen anybody do that, because normally when you chase the rainbow, you never catch it, do you?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the deal with both of these videos I just posted?
That's the same way you'll never reach the horizon. Every time you move toward
this one seems
it moves
to
away from you.
contradict that. This one, look at the video I just posted. The first one of the last two I posted.
New perspective.
He drives right through it.
We all do that when we're approaching a rainbow, right? We all look at it and think that we might catch up the rainbow for the pot of gold at the end, and that's why they put the pot of gold there, because you never get to it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna show you.
Why are the Irish the ones that said that? This is weird. My bad. I can say that it's not racial because I am, Irish. So anyway.
Oh yeah, we're all 5% Irish. It's okay. Yeah. That first one, it does look like he drives through the rainbow.
Now, you know what I've been saying that's interesting? They've the ballers, right? They're always talking about refraction. Well, do you know that I found I came across a couple of papers about conical refraction, about a laser, being shot through biaxial crystals, and it comes out the other side looking like a rainbow when you the way that it appears when you're looking from above. And I'm like, wow. I mean, because I definitely thought that there was a light being shown through some solid material. I didn't think it was like an orb. I didn't think it was inside. I thought, that light has got to be shining from the other side. And everything that every picture, all the pictures that I've taken, the videos that I've found, like it all. Oh fuck! I found it. Yo, sorry. So in Instagram, type in Luber027. Luber027.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the guy from Antarctica. I'm posting a picture of those two.
So you found the pot of gold?
You know what I'm thinking with rainbows? I'm thinking that what we're seeing with the rainbow is like, You know, like if you focus something through a lens, and you can either get it in focus or out of focus, and then you can read the text with your magnifying glass, or you can't, and you've got to move that, you've got to vary that distance to be able to read the text. Imagine that there's something that the light source that is the sun. Imagine that that's a manifestation of the light source, and it's in the right zone, proximity to the encasement that we're in, the dome that we're in, and we're seeing that effect of the distance of the sun in some way. I mean, it could be that the sun's firing against the dome and creating like a projection on the ground of itself, and we're looking at the sun's projection of itself bouncing off the thing, coming back to Earth, and we're seeing the reflection of it back on Earth, and it's like, but whatever it is, it's interesting though, right? I don't think that their model has got any reasonably credible explanation for a rainbow.
Hold on. How is in this video where they're driving through the rainbow, the windshield wipers are fucking in tandem with the music? And
Windshield wipers in tandem with the music. What the fuck?
Only you would spot that, Elijah.
Look at it, bro.
But you know, when you guys are talking about the rainbow and the arc of arc of the rainbow, I mean, do people in Australia see the same type of rainbow, or is it's something different?
Is it inverted? Maybe the colours are backwards.
No, I don't see the. I'm pretty sure they